never they will fight. And Mama said his words, oh, so many times. I'm thinking you knew better than the other guys, riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. You hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, that we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought you looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how that things went down. Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamer's with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. On a cold plate.
Good morning, everyone. No, just kidding. You're stuck with me, suckers. You may be tuning in on these morning shows and you're seeing Sophie, but Sophie's last day was unfortunately on Wednesday. So if you miss her and you're sick of seeing my face, well then send her your love on social media. I'm sure she'll be very happy to see it. As for me, I'm here for the hardcore Dota. I'm here to guide you through it because it's our last full day of the Southeast Asian DPC. We'll be back on Monday, and honestly, it may even be a longer day than today because Monday is going to have one official series and then tiebreakers. And from where we're at right now in the DPC, we might have a lot of those because we've only determined one slot. And that's not just talking about the major, I'm talking about relegation also. We have 5 things we need to determine, 3 major slots, 2 relegation spots. We've only got one thing figured out. And I can't figure it out all by myself. That's why I have these brilliant people to my side to help me do the calculations. Aurora, Winter. I don't think we've been ever this late in the DPC and still not known what's going on.
I mean, it's great in a way because I really want to see the teams brawl it out, like not just do well in one series and then all of a sudden, like just go downhill all the way. Because this is just what I see for the earlier seasons.
But the alternative is we have our Talon of Tour 2 where they just straight dominate, undefeated.
Yeah, but like remember the hot take? Is Talon really good or, like the rest of the teams just...
True. Yeah.
I really feel like the latter, so...
And we were very doom and gloom last time we were here for the DPC on Wednesday because Talon lost to Boom. And it was a boom with Mushi, which we're also going to get treated to today. But it was the kind of loss that we were very dramatic about. All things considered, Talon are, I believe, according to Knoxville's calculations, 99.98% sure to qualify to TI through points. And so I'm not really worried about that 0.02. What I am worried about, Winter, is that Talon shows up to TI, and it's a TI 11 situation where Southeast Asia just gets massacred.
Nah, they won't. It won't happen. They have time to prepare,
Okay.
There's a lot of excuses for them. The last couple of LAN events where they were playing non-stop, so they're tired. But right now, I feel like if you finish the major, okay, say they go to Bali, they go home, they should probably have at least 1.5 months, right? 2 months.
Assuming they don't go to Riyadh.
Okay, so if you go Riyadh, you still have 1 month. So I think it's more than enough for them to rest and get rejuvenated and go to TI.
Yeah, because the main thing that we look at when we see Talon, especially on the webcams, is they look tired. Maybe that's us just projecting a little bit, but they do seem a little bit sluggish in some of their games. And the games that I'm referring to, why don't I show you? Let's look at Wednesday's results, actually. And you can see what we were talking about, or the whole week, actually. Day 1 on Monday, we had Army Geniuses take down Boom. We had Blacklist take down Bleed. And we had SMG take down XERXIA. Most surprising result out of this one was probably Blacklist beating Bleed. It was a very competitive series and well-deserved by Blacklist, but it meant that Bleed could no longer get through this season undefeated. Meanwhile, on Wednesday, we had SMG lose to Execration and we had Talon lose to Boom, but this is a Boom that had Mushi standing in for FBZ, and it was a full 3-game series. Also, SMG's 3-game series was a throw, not a bit of a throw, just an outright throw.
35K.
Is that how big the number was?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yes, that was a heartbreaker. And the last series of Wednesday was Bleed getting a 2-0 against Army Geniuses, proving that they were not shook by their loss against Blacklist Rivalry. So they stayed consistent. But this first series was peak Tour 1 SMG. Game 1 ended up going the way of Execration. But then Game 2, Mid One gets his hands back on Lone Druid, and it's been probably one of his best heroes this tour. And they still lost with it. Oh, sorry, other way around. Game 1, SMG won, and then 2 and 3, Execration won.
I think the Lone Druid, Adam mentioned, this Lone Druid wasn't going for Vessel and then amp up the pace, which allowed the Alchemist and TA to just farm for free, which is very questionable, honestly, because when you're playing Lone Druid, you kind of want to just secure the map. You don't want opponent having 3 cores farming the entire map, because you're not a very mobile hero, so to say. Even though you have a bear, but you can only control jungle, and ever since 7.33, you can't really do that anymore. The jungle is so wide, so so vast, like you can't really exert any control.
Yeah, Lone Druid is not the same as his Doom in Tour 2. Like Lone Druid, I feel like you can only pick it like once or twice, and once everybody, I would say maybe even just once, once people see it, they know how to deal with it, then it's not going to work anymore.
Yeah, I think itemization has also been the downfall of many a team over probably the past 3 weeks, which is something that I was going to be critical of for Mushi in this series. He was playing Pango, and I was just like, oh, he's going Yules. Ain't nobody going Yules in 7.33. And then he dominated with it.
I mean, that's what I say about Pango. It's like, it's not that he cannot play in the off lane. He can if you buy the right items. Like, stop buying like plus 2 items, because you're not going to be the one to scale, but you are going to be the one that exerts control, because you have the role, you have the Swashbuckler, which is very annoying for supports, and I think Winter can agree.
Watch 23 Savage's cam here. Not to cut you off, but
yeah, sorry.
Watch this. Dude.
How did I fucking lose to a Pango with no diffuser? That was his face, man.
Are you serious?
There's no shame in it. M-God was back in the driver's seat, and that was the biggest critique we had against Boom, is that it seemed that they had no big voice. And here Corden was doing work. Game series number 3, Bleed taking on Army Geniuses. He was on Void Spirit, which we trust him on Void Spirit. We trust him on Void, Ember, Pango. You don't even trust him on Void Spirit?
I mean, he played good.
Yeah.
That series, But before that, I feel like his Void Spirit is not definitely a hero that I would be worried about, I'll be worried about his Ember, Park, Pango. But he definitely improved. I'm not sure that if I would put an extra hero in his pool, but if his coach likes it, sure.
The hero is just too good right now. I think every mid player needs to know how to play it. And this series was kind of the one-sided affair that we were expecting it to be, mainly because Army Geniuses has not been that great this tour. We have mainly been seeing that they're picking tons and tons of different heroes. So many different heroes every single game, and none of them seem to be working. So based off of that, our conclusion is that their hero pool has been heavily impacted since Tour 2.
No. It's not just that. They are losing their lanes so much harder this season. They are losing mostly their side lanes. And okay, sure, even the mid lane sometimes is not doing so well because Yowie is not really known for having very good laning phase. But like you said, the patch heroes maybe shifted a little bit, and it affected their, I guess, certain heroes that they played before that are really strong in the lane, like the Gyrocopter, Undying kind of heroes, and those heroes are gone. And so right now, when your safe lane it doesn't have all those like very big bully heroes in the lane as a support, you have to actually play real position 5 heroes, and their weaknesses in the lane tend to show a lot.
Yeah, I think that was definitely exhibited in that game number 1 where Vreeze on the Silencer and Palace on the, In Your Dream on the Magnus, both kind of...
Oh no, not that lane, man.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm thinking of. That was a bit of a nightmare lane. Here are the standings as we basically come down to the last 4 series. We only have 4 official series of the league remaining. And like I said, we've only determined 1 slot. And even that's not even a slot determined. We just know that Bleed's going to the major, but we don't know if they're going to be first place or not. Most likely they will be, because they are 5-1 right now, and their remaining series is against XERXIA, which is going to be right now. And if that happens, then they will be 6-1. And as you saw, everyone else only had 4 wins, so no chance of anyone else getting 6 wins, which would lock Bleed for first. And again, that's not death for Talon. Talon, as it stands right now, probably has enough points to qualify for TI, even if they don't show up to Bali by some freak coincidence of tiebreakers, which actually may not be a freak coincidence. It really just comes down to our final series. Talon versus Execration is basically going to figure out who goes to the major.
And I think SMG versus Boom as well, like relegation.
Yes, that is also true, because the bottom of the list, Army Genius is also in the list, so Army Genius, Boom, and SMG are all tied right now, and XERXIA only has 1 win, and so that's the other implication, is if Bleed wins, probably getting first. If XERXIA loses, definitely getting last. Oh no, it's not even probable. If Bleed win, definitely first. If XERXIA lose, definitely last. So that's also an exciting series. But then yes, Boom versus SMG may very well control who's going to be in the relegation tiebreaker, because then our only series on Monday is going to be Blacklist versus Army Geniuses, and then assuming Army Geniuses loses, then they will also play a tiebreaker for relegation against the loser of SMG Boom.
I mean, what an emotional roller coaster for
Yeah.
SMG and Boom.
Dude.
SMG is like, oh, first season we almost got relegated. We were safe right at the end. And then you go the next season, nice, we got to the major. And then now back to Div 2 maybe.
That's rough, man. Especially because they went through these roster changes after Berlin. And we spoke to Mid1. You don't have much time. You do a roster change after the major, you have 1 week to put it together. That's it. And then after that, it's time to go panic mode, or maybe it works out. For SMG, unfortunately, it seems like they didn't. Now, if you have been here for the past 2 weeks, you know that we do like to do a little something special for you on Fridays. We like to turn up the heat here on the beach. Are you guys ready for the All Chat Friday? I got Bleed going head-to-head against XERXIA. Roll the tape.
Hello, GG Post 2 from Team XERXIA.
Hey guys, I'm Talon from Bleed.
I think just getting some ideas and confidence how to play the game, how to think as a player, yeah, something like that.
Maybe when you like we're tilting or something, you just know how to draw and get us back together. Yeah.
I'm not really sure because I don't really know the other mid laners, but I think what I bring in the table is like I'm like coachable, very easy to approach teammates, something like that. So yeah, I can give them the vibe or the feelings that they can teach me, they can tell me things, something like that. Yeah, a good teammate, I think.
Also, maybe I haven't really been XERXIA at all this season, so yeah. But I met him a few times in clubs. I think like he's kind of stable. That's a good thing about it. I do like random feeds here and there.
Not really sure. I think almost every mid laners or every players, right, is equally skilled as individual or something. It's just the difference of like coaches or who's teaching you better, something like that. Ideas. I think he's better than me because he's been in like Div 1 for like longer than me, and then I don't know if he had coaches before or something like that.
I mean, obviously not. He's a mid player. We'll just fight over mid.
I'm not really sure because first of all we're like same player. I mean same role, and then in rank matches you wanted to choose the lower ranks so you don't like lose a lot of MMR, because when you choose the low ranks you get to win 40 MMR and minus 10 MMR, but if you pick from the right side, which is high MMR, you lose like 40 MMR and win 10 MMR. So yeah, something like that.
Probably like we 2-0 them. Yeah.
Any advice? Good luck, watch out, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck and don't gang me too much.
Thank you everyone to those who watching us, supporting us, and to almost everyone. Yeah, forever grateful. Thank you guys, everyone.
Yeah. Thanks for the support.
All right, well, from what Seek Strike originally told me when these interviews were recorded on Wednesday, is that Corden was quite down. It seemed like a day of bad pubs that we recorded that interview. And maybe it was some editing magic, but he seemed content. You know, I'm not saying that he was overjoyed or anything. I don't think any of these players are happy to do these interviews, but we got to get the All Chat Friday out of them. But he seemed neutral.
Maybe he's also just tired from all the games. So, you know, like he doesn't have the energy to kind of give us a spice.
Perhaps. Who is the spiciest active player right now? Don't do Ice Ice Ice, because Ice 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 would be my answer.
23
way.
Savage.
Oh, that's a good one. which from what I'm told, actually, you guys should be sure to tune into our Talon series and see his All Chat Friday interview. Also assuming that the edit kept certain things in. We'll see, because most of these players, I agree, have been not that spicy, and supposedly 23 Savage is kind of spicy. But he's kind of grown into himself in the spice. I remember interviewing him during the Singapore major, which was his first ever major. Very quiet, very reserved. I was like, this isn't a carry player. So you look like you're acting like a support player in front of me right now.
I mean, not all the time you say what you think, you know. Maybe that was his first major, so he's observing first, and then later on, he feels more confident to just let it all out.
Perhaps.
I mean, Savage is in his name.
Yeah, that's
So-
true.
All we need to do is invite him to the panel here.
Dude, that would be
you.
I would be. He's gotten. The other thing is that his English was also not very good when I first interviewed him. It was about like 2.5 years ago, and it has improved dramatically. He's very much grown into himself, not only as a person but a player as well. But that is the second series of the day. For right now, we're looking at Bleed versus XERXIA, which I think one of the questions was. I guess one of the questions that I would have for you is how big of the gap is there? Winter.
Which lane?
Specifically for mid lane, how big of a gap is there?
Mid lane should be about the same.
Okay.
But I kind of feel like both of them improved compared to when they were first seen in the first week, like 2 weeks ago.
Agreed.
Right now, they are both much better than what they were. Overall, I think they're both very similar, where they like to play a lot for their team, but they are very weak in the lane. So now we'll have to see who gets to bully who in the lane.
Of the heroes that they've been playing, JG has been gravitating towards Ember, and Corden, either his own decision or his coach's decision, has been putting him on Void Spirit. And so that's probably going to be the showdown is what I'm expecting.
Yeah, for me, that has always been the Dota anime fight between mid laners, you know. Ember versus Void Spirit. I mean, a lot of people would say Void Spirit is like somewhat weaker towards the matchup between Ember and Void Spirit, but I feel after 7.33, like Void has significantly become much better in the laning phase. Like he's not just, I can only use spell to last hit. Because before this, his right click power is good. It's still good, but like he doesn't have the luxury to buy stat items, you know. Like on this hero, you just want to rush bottle, and then maybe if you have the luxury, rush a wand, and then later on you need like boots. Like that's all. Like you can't even buy stat items. But then now, because Void Spirit is a universal hero, you have all the time to just buy stats. And then Ember, I mean, you can't buy stats, but like you have Sight of Fist, so you're gonna do well. You're gonna do fine.
So 6-4 for Void Spirit?
Yeah, but like also see the player, because I feel if the Void Spirit is good enough, you can clinch 5-5 and it will kind of slowly sway into the Void Spirit's favor, because when you talk about applying pressure, right, for Ember, he needs a longer fight. Like he needs to kind of slide in, drop his chains, and then you need so many conditions for the chains to hit, you know. But then for Void Spirit, it's just like, you know that it's like step in, throw all the spells, step out, and then the support just dies.
Yeah, and you just get Manta, right? You want to rush Manta against the Ember Spirit.
So you can't kill him, and he kills your support in like, what, 2 seconds? It's very annoying. But then for Ember, he kind of wants to like, you know, ballet slowly, the repertoire from like slow in and then very intense and then slow out. Yeah. But Void Spirit is just assassination, you know.
Yep. Ember has a more gentle initiation, I suppose.
Gentle. It's nothing gentle about
just
sleight of fist.
Kisses you with
chains.
quick slight chains. Although I will say that Gossamer Cape has been making it less intimidating. I've been seeing a lot of supports go Gossamer Cape, and initially I thought this item is garbage. It's the one that lets you dodge every 5 seconds, dodge an attack every 5 seconds, or is it 4 seconds now?
I think it's 5 seconds.
I think it's 5 seconds.
20 move speed.
And it gives move speed, exactly. And so this is something that has been keeping supports alive against Ember Spirit. So it's become gentler initiation. It just touches you with a little slight chance, and you're just like, oh, okay, what a sweetie. How about carry role? I feel like, Winter, you have not been impressed with any of the carries this tour. I feel like all of them have underwhelmed you.
Yeah, so who's the carry here?
Jackie versus Young God.
Young God. I mean, Young God's definitely like fail, like for me, you know, like as a carry. He's not good enough. Like he's not the worst carry, but he's not good enough, you know. I feel like when I see their drafts, when it comes down to his pick, like he has very, very different ideas on what I feel is pretty good in the patch. And whereas if you look at Jackie, I feel like he's really stable, you know, from Tour 1 till now. I always feel like he's the draw player, he's the TB player. He's gonna, you know, win you the game if you put him in a good position. But then again, I also feel like he's not the 23 Savage kind of carry where I feel like when the game is tough, he's going to show up for your team. He's going to do something amazing, take a risk, and turn the game around. He's just the stable guy that you can rely on, but he doesn't win you the games where your team is already struggling.
So 23 Savage is probably top of your list still. Other carries have been Palos, CDR, In Your Dream, Raven, Jackie, Young God.
Raven is the same
Natsume.
with Jackie, I think.
Raven's second place for you.
I mean, same kind of carry with Jackie. He's obviously not so reliable compared to Jackie. Like compared to, if you look at Tour 1, Tour 2, Tour 3, Raven has been kind of terrible for the first two tours. This tour he's a little bit better, he's improved. And I would say that, maybe I would put them second or third, Jackie and Raven.
Okay.
And the rest is in the tier of their own, except Natsumi. Natsumi is another tier. Unless
Mushi can turn it around. That's what it's all about, which we'll see as our second series of the day. And then, let's see. Offlaner, it would be, that's very rough for Rapido to be compared to Ice Ice Size. That's, you'd be hard pressed, at least Tour 3 Ice Ice Size. Tour 2 Ice Ice Size, I would have said Rapido was actually pretty close. Tour 3 Ice Ice Size, he's returned to form, Aurora.
I mean, for me, using just positive terms to describe Ice Ice Size is like quite outdated, This guy is just the clown of the team,
Yes.
Like he's just gonna do whatever he thinks is right. He's gonna like run after the support until he is stuck between tier 1 and tier 2. And then he's not even gonna like TP.
Yeah, he
to
just cuts
save
the wave
his
there or
ass.
something.
He's just gonna like YOLO and then just keep running towards the edge, just making it so annoying for the enemy to play,
I mean, in his own words, he always tells me, it's not worth for them to kill me. That's his excuse for dying.
If they kill me, it's a bad play on their part.
Look at where they are on the map.
Yes, I've seen many streamers been like, that's not even good for them. And I'm like, all right, that sounds like cope. I think it was good for them.
Sometimes it's mental damage, Like,
It is.
The first 5 feel like, oh my god, die already,
Yeah.
please die. I need to do something
Can someone
else.
please TP to my lane? Why is this guy here? Can someone do something about this?
Yeah, but when someone TPs to their lane, he's won.
Yes,
Ice Ice has won,
exactly.
for sure.
I mean, the only time I would yell at him when we were together in a team was when he was farming a Radiance. So he has a Midas and he has 3k gold and he's doing shit like that. I'm like, what the fuck? Can't you just buy a relic before you do that?
No, gotta get the minus to versus insurance. 4-position comparison, also a pretty uphill battle for Bombay being compared against DJ, who I think, Winter, you would probably regard as the person who has been carrying Bleed the most.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bombay is, I think he has 2 heroes. Phoenix and Dark Willow. Those are his best heroes. He likes to play the pos 4 with very, very high damage potential. Like you can solo kill people or you can do a lot of damage in team
Skywrath
fight.
is also on the list.
Yeah, Skywrath. So he's very similar to Antares,
Yeah.
the Techies player.
True.
Yeah, and DJ is more like he can do everything,
Dota Jesus.
Yeah, Dota Jesus, whatever you want to call him.
That's his initials.
Yeah. Look at it. Do you see his back during the interviews? Like, so buff, This 30 kilo cordon making him buff.
It's because he's stealing all the farm from Corden, probably. So many times we see them have the exact same net worth at the end of the game.
I wouldn't say steal, I would say given. Given by Corden, the man himself.
Gifted. Draft number 1 of XERXIA versus Bleed. We've been doing a lot of talking, but let's see the heroes that are going to be on the board. XERXIA take out the Beastmaster and Enchantress. Bleed take out the Batrider and the Bounty Hunter.
Wow.
First pick Techies, Bloodseeker Pugna to respond.
Yeah, the
I like-
Bounty is like probably their most comfortable hero on the pos 5.
Yeah.
I really like XERXIA's approach here though, because they know probably logically they don't stand that much of a chance against Bleed. So they're like really just taking out Beastmaster and Enchantress, the most stable 3 and 5, where you can pick it in any way, and it doesn't really sabotage their draft. So they're just gonna take it out and then they pick Bloodseeker and Pugna. Ideally they want to play fast, because I think Adam mentioned like when you're up against the stronger teams, right, you don't want to give them the chance to overwhelm you with items later on in the late game. So I mean, if you're gonna lose anyway, better just play well in the early phase.
Yeah.
Then slowly figure out what you could have done better, right? Instead of just dragging it all the way and then maybe
Yeah.
you wouldn't even know what did you do wrong.
I mean, it's a good concept. Because if you're the weaker team, right, say you play a 50-minute game, there's a higher chance of you fucking up more than the better
Absolutely.
team. So if you shorten the duration and then you try to pick something different or try to play more aggressive, it gives you better odds.
I agree with that for sure. The only thing that does surprise me is Beastmaster an Ice specific ban because I still feel like Doom is higher priority in most regards.
Yeah, but his Beastmaster, I would say, is his strongest hero right now.
Yeah, it is.
I feel. Like the way he plays it, because you have the Hawk. So you guys were mentioning how he likes to play, you know, go deep and be so fucking annoying that you want to just go to his PC and unplug his power. And then he has that Hawk looking at you, so he knows when you are coming. And then he doesn't run away when he sees you.
No.
He makes you think you have a fucking chance of
Yep,
killing him.
exactly.
And then he runs away at the last moment. That's what Beastmaster does to you.
All while ramming the drum. Let's go, guys.
I do love players like that who are good at playing dumb. Because I feel like there are many players who don't use information properly. They have vision, they know where people are, and they don't take advantage of it. They play the same way whether they know where you are or they don't know where you are. And Ice will do the opposite. You'll feel like he'll be like, whoa, my God, I'm gonna get this gank off.
Yeah, you feel like when you get nearer, like, he doesn't see me.
Yeah.
Where's his Hawk? Okay, let's try, you know, and then what the fuck he knows.
All of a sudden, the cooldown reduction golem comes out of the shadows, and you get roared, and you're like, oh no.
But the thing is, like, he's very consistent in being annoying, you know. So all the time, it's like you are just really thinking, does he have vision or not?
Yeah, but sometimes
serious
he's just
about-
being an idiot, you know. You
Yeah.
see his abandoned games, like he just pushes the tower, farms in front of tier 2, you're like, is he alone? He can't be alone, right? Then you touch him, there's no one behind him, he just dies. Like, what the hell? And then he looks to his team, guys, don't worry. It's not worth it for them to kill.
Space created. Storm Spirit gets picked up, actually. Looks like we're not going to see the Ember Void showdown. Instead, Storm, who has now been picked by JG a single time this tour, is now making an appearance.
I mean, honestly, if you can draft in a way where this Storm can come out without feeling so pressured in the game where suddenly you're not the end of the team just picks one hero that makes you feel really, really awful. Because I've seen it happen with, I think, Boom. They drafted the Storm with like CM Caudle and then they allowed the Queen of Pain to go through, which was really questionable. You don't even need anti-mage, you know, like just one Queen of Pain and she can really sit you down in the lane, you can't do anything.
So apart from quad, what would be the hardest lane right now for the Storm here? What can Bleed pick to bully him in the lane?
I mean, last time before 7.33, a lot of heroes can really just kick this Storm out of the lane. It's Cotton, right? So he's not gonna play anything to...
Yeah, he's not gonna play some Monkey King Slug Meat or whatever it is to win the lane, right? He's just gonna play the hero that allows him to give gold to DJ.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, 7.33 like kind of deleted a lot of heroes from the patch because they can't really, you know, connect to the team easily now because it's so wide, so big now. And mid heroes, you kind of just, in competitive scene, you kind of just want the heroes to be able to, I press one button, I can join the fight, that's all.
Yeah, this matchup should be quite Storm favored, right, in
It
the
is,
lane.
like among all the race, Storm is the strongest in terms of 1v1.
So wouldn't you feel like if you see the lane and you still pick a hero that loses the matchup in the lane, wouldn't it actually just be bad for the game itself?
But then we're talking about Colin, right? And it's also this system where Bleed always sets up like their win condition has always been Jackie. And then I mean sometimes it's Ice as well, but then this guy is, you know, we talk about it a lot. So they just really want Colin to be on a stable hero. Like they don't want to think too much about it. And then it will make it
if he
too
wins his
complicated.
lane, it's a bonus, right? They don't
Yeah.
really care.
Yeah.
They're just going into the game assuming that, okay, he's just going to do his thing. He's not going to have a good lane, but it's okay. At least he's on Ember, you know?
Yep.
He's going to be useful. So we see the Dark Reload. Bombi is second
It's a second.
Most
second
played hero.
second most played hero.
After the Phoenix and Sky.
So they usually run up into this kind of scenarios where they don't have initiating heroes on their support duos. They're very weird support duos, I would say. If you compare every single team in Div 1 this season, they're going to have to rely on the other heroes to come up with the disable. Right now they have the pull from the Storm, but not sure what the offlaner is going to be for them. Like I would prefer the offlaner to have some reliable stunts.
I feel like Underlord is good for them, but I don't think Bleed will let it through. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Underlord is really good against Ember. It's really good against Dusa.
And the support Sky won't do damage. You know?
Yeah, they just need a hero that can buy the team items. You stand in front, then your Storm and Bloodseeker can do their thing.
I think there's a probability we might get Ice Medusa
Yeah, maybe.
after
Yeah.
Mushi debuted it in Southeast
If
Asia.
Mushi can play it,
Mushi can play
there
it.
is no way I'm gonna shy away, you know?
Oh, but they banned it themselves. Maybe they are worried that, you know, Bleed will take it up.
What then? Why would
No,
you
that's
ban
rather
yourself?
strange. That's
No,
rather
Sersha
strange.
is having the last pick, right?
Yeah, they have the
Yeah.
last pick, but still it's rather strange, you know. I feel like, yeah.
Gifting a ban.
I mean, I feel like it's probably because of the lane. Is it because Bloodseeker doesn't do well against Underlord, against in the lane?
I would say, in a way, yes, because when you have Bloodseeker in the safe lane, right, ideally you want the matchup to be this Bloodseeker can kill this offlane or +4, you know. Otherwise, he's not as stable as other traditional +1 carries to be able to carry the game.
Yeah, so if you're Sersha, you would want the Medusa to be on the offlane. Because that
True.
Medusa and Tekis, they
It's
don't
like a stalemate.
they don't really do anything to the Bloodseeker. You're just chipping him down in the lane, and then he just keeps healing with his passive. Last hit, he doesn't care.
Yeah, that's true. It's probably got a different
So
offlaner.
Bleed thinks that the Bloodseeker is an offlaner. They're banning Slug and Terabit.
Maybe they're just trying to play it safe, you know, just protect the Medusa since if you look at their lineup, it's kind of weird, right? Like Mirana, Ember. I mean, Ember is fine, but like Mirana, Tekis don't really complement the Medusa too well. But it might be as Medusa, as you guys said.
Or he's gonna play some Abaddon, Legion, some funny hero, some X kind of hero. Something that can win the lane. If you want to win lane, maybe Centaur against Bloodseeker. I remember this lane in the previous patch. You can win the lane as Centaur because the Bloodseeker is always going to be trading and he's going to be low. And if you have more points in double edge, you can actually just kill him in the lane. And you have Tekis. The lane's pretty strong. But then later in the team fights, the Rapture will be very good on you because your Stampede is useless. And that's not also a hero that we see a lot right now. So
No. Because another one I remember Sand King being quite an issue for Bloodseeker, but that hero's utterly irrelevant.
I mean, he got like a couple of buffs, right? But still the hero feels
I don't even remember what the
lackluster.
buffs
Very
are. He's that
expensive.
irrelevant.
yeah.
Very expensive. The fact that he went to the universal category, it just means you kind of want strong items on him. But
Yeah.
then he's such a useful hero early, you know, like you don't want him to spend all those time, like Winter said, farm Midas, then farm the Sacred Relic, you know? Yeah.
But
That's
now
something that he could do on Abaddon, though.
yeah, the shield is going to be very good this game. You get to remove the below debuff, you get to save against the storm, the decrab, if he decrabs your teammate.
I feel like that's why they really banned the Slug and the TB as well, because they want this hero and look at their cost. It just makes Bloodseeker don't want to play Dota, you know?
Yeah, but I don't know if he's going to go Radiance this game. I feel like because there's a Dusa in the game, all you need to do is just buy like Solar or anything, just
Yeah.
buff the Dusa, buy it. Maybe even a Pipe could be good this game because if you look at their lineup, it's a lot of magic with Storm,
And
Dark
it's a lot
Willow.
of bursts, it's not like long fights.
Yeah. And then your Mirana can build a use this game because you're up against the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
So
I don't think he's going to do either of those things. I think he did his Overlord build last time, and I suspect that would be the same thing here.
Yeah.
Kind of enables Medusa. Not as much as the Solar would, but
No, I mean use on the Mirana and the Abba can go for all the team items. Solar Crest, Crimson, Pipe, all it's always really good here this game.
I feel like if he buys the Overlord this game, he's gonna cost his team the game because when you look at Sersha's heroes, right, they want to run at US5.
Yeah.
And Medusa does need that kind of time early on. So you don't want them to fight before you and then you're all in like one side of the map, you know, doing your shenanigans.
Yeah, remember what Adam always said about when you draft Medusa, like I think it was you or somebody asked him about why is Medusa losing, you know, in SEA? And he feels like because the SEA teams, they don't really know how to build a draft around Medusa.
Yep.
Medusa is not like a terrible hero by any means, but the hero, when you pick it, you need to understand what are the other parts you want to put around it, and when you put the parts, what are they supposed to buy in the game and how are they supposed to play the game. So if you're buying Radiance, it means that you're playing for yourself, you're playing for 2 position 1 heroes in the game. I would say that you can get away with it if you win your lane really hard, but if it's a 50-50 game, I don't think it will be a good idea.
But if I know Ice,
No, you don't.
I don't. That is true. You know.
I know him better.
You know him.
But I could be wrong.
Is he going solar? Is he going to go solar?
A tough question.
Oh, see, you thought you knew him, though. That means that I'm putting my money on he's not going to build it. He's not going to build a pipe. He's not going to build a solar. He's going to be greedy, because that's what we love him for. And if he thinks he can get away with it against XERXIA, well, let's see it on the field of battle with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
That is a good point. Bleed, who are already secure going to the major, may let up a little easy on XERXIA, or in Ice's case, may build a little bit more for his own game than the Medusas. What do you think, Avery? Think XERXIA have a pretty good chance here or no?
This game looks pretty tough, to be honest. I feel like they got away with this first phase Medusa. I don't really know what cores touching this hero in the man fight. Bloodseeker matchup is awful. You never get her low. You have some damage between the supports. That's probably their best answer between the Pugna and the Dark Willow. But it's not heroes that just straight up kill her. I don't know. I'm favoring Bleed here pretty hard, I think. I think their draft's just very solid. They're up with the Abaddon heals that can dispel all of the Dark Willow spells. The Deuce is just going to frontline. If they get second Aegis, I think game just kind of ends because you're higher on defense and your outspam also doesn't really exist here. So if you're XERXIA, you just need to start killing people, start killing them early and fast, and don't let up on the gas pedal.
Thank you, DJ. I never used this ability this way, and now I've got something else to add to my techies repertoire, apparently. Stop spamming minefield sign to just be hammering away.
I mean, you also get that cool AoE effect.
Yeah,
it's the light show.
True. All right, so if XERXIA are going to be able to win this game, you said it's going to be mostly off the supports. I mean, what else? I feel like the Spirit Breaker could be pretty impactful in this game. I mean, I really like Spirit Breaker in the current meta. He feels pretty good to me.
Yeah, it's because you only have to press one button. He's a great hero for you. But
well, it's two buttons. You charge and then you bulldoze. All right, come on, be fair.
All right, and I guess you have planar pocket now too, and
then you pop your phase boots while you're going, and you know.
Very, very complicated hero. But if you do get to the late game, this hero with 5 or 6 slots, yeah, there's some late game potential there. I mean, late game Spirit Breaker is pretty terrifying. You just can't stop him. You don't have much control. We definitely don't have a good draft versus the Breaker this game. It was last pick. There's no purges. There's no good disable. No real like amazing duels buyers because the Mirana's a 5. It should have free reign here. Maybe that is the wild card for XERXIA. And this hero can speed the game up very fast. He's probably the best hero in terms of controlling lanes, forcing people not to show, and creating pick-off potential that also scales in terms of damage. So, yeah, if I'm looking at one hero in the XERXIA draft to carry the game, it's going to be Rapido.
And I think
so
that's
if he has a fast start, the better.
If he can get to that point where he's able to one-shot waves, he's got not just him for the pick-off potential, right? But Storm Spirit excels at being able to pick off solo heroes. Dark Willow does that very well as well. Sure. And then these sort of pick-offs will power up Young God on his Bloodseeker. So I could see kind of like a general game plan for XERXIA at least, even if they haven't, as you said, really addressed the Dusa very well.
That's the thing, though. It's first phase Medusa. I feel like whenever you do first phase Medusa, your plan should always be, okay, Dusa hits her second item, we ball for like first Roche. Dusa hits third item, we take like tier 2, and then somewhere between the third and fourth, you're ending the game with second Roche on. Like that would be my game plan with this hero every single time, right? And I'm going to pick heroes and buy items that enable that 5-man to hit the power points when Dusa has the butterfly timing, when she has the Scotty, whatever you choose to go for, and just end the game. So the issue with these pickoff plans versus Medusa, she's already geared up and her game plan kind of deals with it because no one's going to be split on the map. They're just going to be smacking your buildings.
Young God getting dangerously low. Had a big old stick to be able to pop though, so he healed up. DJ takes a lot of damage on the way out, but this combo seems pretty annoying. Abaddon putting the shield on a Techies who's naturally just going to suicide in, so you get the blast off. Plus the extra shield explosion damage while protecting the Techies from taking too much and dying instantly.
That's pretty nice. I like it. I think the kill threat may be pretty low, but your ability to trade favorably is decent. They're going to fight for the 3-minute Lotus here. Another mine. Another slow.
It's funny how important these flowers have become. At the start of the patch, people really didn't fight too much over them. In fact, a lot of times people forgot about them entirely. But now it's like 3 minutes is the go time. Everybody's fighting at 3 minutes. DJ, barely able to get out of that blood right, and as a result, dodges yet another kill attempt on his life.
Overall, I think Bleeder happy with these lanes, though, because the Breaker is having the roughest time. And his hero isn't the strongest laner, but I feel like he has a lot of the momentum, and Jackie's just absolutely free-farming up here. As well as Corden mid. And this Ember Storm is sometimes not the easiest matchup, but if you're just going perfectly even and you get 6 at the time he does, then you're very happy. You eliminate that Storm early 6 kill. Not that they have supports to rotate to it anyway, but it's decent for bleed that all three of their lanes are finding farm.
Bombi gonna stack up a hard camp and play for a water rune. Dubu's gonna do the same though. We do have slight chains, but Corden's already put his slight on cooldown, so the potential later on to the game with the Mirana, very high combo potential there, but for this rotation, nothing's gonna happen.
Do deny Corden the water rune. He'll have to take bounty instead. A poor man's water rune, I suppose.
Yep.
There's some value there, but yeah, very quiet game, which I do feel like, again, favors bleed because they just want to hit this early ball timing. And I feel like XERXIA want the extra XP on supports from the skirmishes, which counts for a lot. I feel like when these games are 0-0, you end up with level 3 or 4 supports instead of the 5 or 6 ones. And so if you're a team that's reliant on your support ultimates for big damage, which XERXIA's kind of are, between the suck and the terrorize, then you rather have these fights going anywhere just to be trading higher XP than trading low XP.
Plus, every single time I've looked at top, they have been getting denied quite a lot. Dubu has 1 deny, they've got 6 denies on the Dusa, so they're already going to be lacking already in experience, and then add on to the lack of kills you're talking about. Not the best.
I mean, Dubu can even just go and start arrowing some big creeps or whatever, too.
Sure.
Like, there's no pressure on Jackie here. He has full wand, he has mango. I kind of like for Dubu to just get greedy here until Corden's ready to play with him in terms of maybe 6-minute rune contest, 8-minute rune contest with chains. That is an option, as well as XERXIA decided to go towards mid and try and abuse this level advantage. JG does hit 6 before Corden here with that catapult wave. This is a pressure point. They are bringing everybody.
Corden
Huge kill
is
for
going to
XERXIA.
get 6 off of this last bit of creeps, but they're going to jump in before that happens. Now he gets around the brambles pretty smoothly. No pullback there from JG. Yeah, no vortex.
That should be a guaranteed kill. You just vortex him into a bramble, you have Pugna damage there as well. It's a big committal that they don't get any payoff out of. I mean, it will force Ember to base.
Yeah, it forces him to
victory.
base, but also secures the power rune. I mean, that part could be really valuable if it was a good rune. It wasn't.
Yeah, this rune not particularly useful at this point in time. Might be able to dive again, but
Well, they get the vortex into the bramble, but Corden, level 6, not too worried about the damage he's taken.
Have been denied.
I mean, maybe you're just looking for Rupture now? You're gonna have Rupture way before Avenol down here. Just the way the XP got split. And 7-minute Wisdom Rune, also a big deal. T running for it. He's fast. Skeleton. He's got some shoes on.
Yeah, rush the boots. Now, he doesn't have a stun, so that may be a bit of a problem. And with Dubu cutting over, it's going to be even more of a problem. Teehee, they spot each other. Mine's not going to land, but DJ, he can just blast off on top of it. Same goes with the arrow. Teehee will have to give up on this. They use both their stuns, though, so he'll get away without a scratch. So I guess at least draw some attention, even if you can't steal the rune.
That's some space. Decent solo XP for their cores. That is what XERXIA have going for them right now. They have very high level on all 3 of their cores. If they want to try and use these early ultimates to get some kill action going, maybe even rotate some of these cores to either of the side lanes. I could see a Rupture down bottom with a Spear Breaker TP, for example, just to give them that stun cancel. They're going to do it with the Storm instead. Should be an easy punish on ice. There is not much in the way of surviving this one.
So Young God gets the first blood at 7.5 minutes in. Man, this really is a slow game. And a game that Jackie has been benefiting the most out of. 68 CS. He is way ahead in that regard. Must have gotten some small creeps or something because he's not that far ahead in net worth, only 200. Battle DJ is maybe not going to die, actually. Blast off, trying to get the angle around the brambles, but he clips one and will die to Bombi ultimately. But the Ember Spirit's coming in through the side, already killed one support, JG. He's got a bit to work with. He's got a Fairy Fire and some mana, so he'll be okay. Has to give up on that chase, but Corden does find a regen. That is much better than the shield rune that was given up at 6 minutes.
That's the rune JG wish he had right there. Very nice refill. So again, some skirmishing going. Not too bad for JG here. Get a lot of XP out of that Techie's kill. Corden's going to start smacking with Orbital Corrosion Ember. I think we've seen this one before.
Yeah, just a few times. the MO of literally every Ember Spirit right now. And the supports, ult level 4, can't do too much here. They're going to try and go on this Ember. Now, this is... Yeah, that would take a lot to somehow kill him.
If they have to connect the charge, he dies for sure. I actually don't think that kill is that absurd. Like, if he randomly gets brambled into a storm pool, you connect the charge, he's gone. The only save in this game is the Abaddon, and Ice is going to play for himself mostly to try and get Helm and just hit that Overlord timing with Deuce's second item that's going to be unstoppable in the ball. So it's unlikely that Ice wants to rotate to any of these fights.
Sure.
That's like, who do you go on right now if you're XERXIA? Because you're going to have Abaddon ult, and his Deuce feels untouchable. It's got to be Ember. You have to take these mid fights instead of the other way around.
Nice jump. Big catch there. Slight chains into arrow and blast off. Now, the charge is going to come through. It's going to hit Gordon, but Ice does rotate over. Doobie gets a little bit low, but it looks like Bombi's going to be the one in trouble here. Jump over to the Spirit. Easily able to get that kill. They get a support trade-off, and it looks like they're going to force Ice into his ultimate here, which he actually hasn't leveled up yet. Now levels it for almost a full heal.
Surprised Ice made that rotation. Definitely helps a little bit, but he also could have just been farming bottom, right?
Sure.
Again, I don't think Bleed's timing to group up right now. I mean, maybe they're thinking if they win that fight, if XERXIA mess up, they just get mid-tower, which is true. But this is the 10-minute catapult spawn, so if you're going to make that move now, it's kind of the better time to do it. But openings are openings. Repeater will charge bottom. No Abaddon ult up now. Does not have the bailout.
No Bramble to land. No Blood Right either. Rapido can dive as much as he wants with the Vanguard, but he can't actually get the kills solo. And while they're making that sort of move, mid-tower's just going to die if they don't do something about it.
It feels like Embers just always get this tower, some way or another. I mean, the orb definitely helps, but I guess Sleight of Fist spam usually forces heroes out of the lane, or you guarantee a skirmish. Just always seems to be the MO, and that's going to create a lot of aggressive space for Bleed. You can invade enemy triangle now, you can contest some of these jungle areas, secure runes better.
Honestly,
not what you want to have for XERXIA.
It's so inefficient, it feels like, to stand in lane against Ember Spirit. You know, you just lose way too much HP while he's both farming and harassing you with Slight. It's rough.
Not a lot of heroes who enjoy it. That's generally why the way you beat Ember is you put him in a matchup that is unplayable, because then he can never do these things.
Right.
The Huskars, the Dragon Knights, the Lone Druids. Then this hero just becomes an absolute non-factor. But when he has these like random spirits or other matchups he can get out of, this hero is very strong. Creates a lot of tempo. He's doing work for him now. Even this casual rotation bottom will kick everybody out, and free tower for the Curse of Avernus to go to work. Even Jackie's lingering around, and he is very farmed. 136 CS on Medusa without any crazy stacks. A couple ancients waiting for him.
Yeah, last time we talked about his CS, he was 200 net worth ahead of the Bloodseeker. Now he is sitting 1,600 net worth ahead of the Bloodseeker. A massive difference.
These timings are going to be hit fast, man. Like, this second item is going to come out when Ice has Helm of the Overlord, and I don't know what you do to deal with that if you're XERXIA. Again, your tower defense and outspam is pretty minimal. Your way to contest Roche isn't easy. You can't deal with the Overlord creep. He pretty much just runs in and is annoying as hell. You have Dispels here to deal with some of the Dark Willow. This ball for Bleed is powering up, and it's going to be a problem. You better start finding some pickoff soon. You're not going to feel good in 10 minutes.
Honestly, I think their only answer to this coming up is the Spear Breaker getting farmed enough that he can kill the wave that Bleed is reliant on when they group up.
That's a ways away.
Yeah.
You're not buying any null talismans like you used to there.
That is true.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bleed just gonna march down towers.
Oh, why not? Manta's already up. Jackie's hella farmed. Feels unkillable. I don't know if this is the most efficient use of his farming time, but double damage will speed it up a bit. That's third tier 1 gone.
Radiant's top tower.
I mean, you're playing a Pugna lineup. You're down 3 tier 1s. That also just sucks.
Unintended or no?
Of course.
charge on Jackie. Now, this is not the easiest target in the world. Arrow, oh, it nails the Storm Spear, but they've already burned through most of Jackie's mana. He's going to have to pop a flower, pop the Manta, and he will die. But he does get the Storm Spear on his way out. Great arrow from Dubu in that one. Corden still wants to fight this one with the double damage. The remnants of that one left over. A few more seconds left. Too many heroes, though, perhaps. He's got another round of slights. But now the DD is gone. Now he's got to be a bit careful.
Yeah, this is Max Bramble. You do not want to get caught in these roots. However, there isn't any setup since Bombi opted not to go for any of the dispellable Curse Crown. Playing versus Abaddon is a double-edged sword. That's a good Dusa kill to get. Bleed just over anxious there, right? You don't have Abaddon in that push. Ice is continuing to farm for Helmet of Overlord. Just an unnecessary position to be in. Yeah, or if you're going to be there, steal their Ancient stack, which was pretty big, that now Young God gets to clear through and take a high ground fight. I feel like Jackie just gave him that kill on a silver platter with all their support ults up.
Yeah,
little momentum goes a long way. So do Chains.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dubu may still be spotted here. Pito gets off the ult. Bombi closing his distance, has the Bedlam. The damage is good enough. Killing spree for Rapido. So he's beginning to get some of that momentum we're talking about, trying to get to that Shadow Blade. Then you just farm faster. You get easier chance at finding these kills. Trying to set up on Corden right now. I'm not sure what this is exactly.
That setup is just, you need a Bramble to latch to kill this Ember.
Yeah.
Way too difficult otherwise. Until you have Shadow Blade. Once you have Shadow Blade, then the lane shoving becomes a lot more difficult for Bleed unless they are willing to group up. Which is why every kill that XERXIA get now is very important so that they can test that 5-man when the time comes. But they're getting some decent pickoffs right now.
Radiant's bottom tower
Rapido can keep finding these openings.
Comes the arrow. Ooh, the arrow.
is under attack.
Hits a creep instead. The incoming wave blocks it for Young God.
What it is to die a hero.
Invis for JG. Boy, he has not gotten a whole lot of luck on these runes, huh?
Did not upgrade his Dota Plus subscription today. I don't know.
True.
Foolish mistake. Even gave him some new sets to play with. No glyph for this bottom tier 2. That's a curse. With an Alpha Wolf. Big damage buffs going into Jackie right now. Vlad's plus an Alpha Wolf. Deuce is hitting hard.
Is under attack.
Rapido gonna draw some attention. Arrow, that's a lot of attention there. They're gonna try and heal him up though. Rapido needs a bit more help. Teehee tried to give him some heals. It's going to be good enough. The slight chains have already taken so much damage in this fight. It's not looking great for XERXIA to keep this going.
No, this is that 5-man contest that is very difficult.
I mean, JG's gonna
catch
come in
someone
with the invis, and he's gonna go for Corden.
No Bramble.
That is... Bramble misses. Ice actually had his Aphonic Shield on cooldown for a little bit there, so there was a chance. Rapido, another slight chain stops him in his tracks as he tries to go for the charge. In the tier 2.
Look at the flank.
Are fortified.
And trying, but DJ's there, but he's got mines already preemptively laid out.
Yeah, and that mini cliff ward. Tier 2 is just, it's just food, man. I don't think you can stop this 5-man push right now unless you just completely
Radiant's
smoke
bottom
behind and
tower
take them
is under attack.
unaware.
Radiant's
But
bottom
when they're in
tower
formation,
has been denied.
You can't jump to do so with the
Dire's
Phonic
middle
Shield sitting
tower is
behind.
under attack.
It's just way too hard.
Yeah.
And now you went to that, you didn't even get the fight, you didn't farm or push out the other lanes. All 3 lanes are in for XERXIA, which means this next play is even harder. There's the Arcane Rune that JG has wanted the whole game, and he won't get. I'm surprised they took that, actually. I think he could have got there. That's a huge rune for Storm. They'll try and put it to use anyway. Rapido does finish Shadow Blade, so the Ember Catch a lot more reliable, as he now is trying to push towards Lincoln Sphere to deal with it.
Him
This
and
is your window to
Bombi,
get him.
yeah, they have to link up. This is a must. This game will not go their way if they can't get at least one of these successful moves. The Brambles, push him back into it. He got him. He got him off the ultimate.
Oh my god! I was gonna say if he didn't latch again, dude, I'm just out now. Repick the hero. I don't know. These brambles have to hit. They don't have any other stun.
And this is one of his best heroes on the side of Bombi, but you know, sometimes it's like Knicks games, Marana games. You know, sometimes you're hot, sometimes you're not.
It's very true. Sometimes the bramble lands, sometimes the bramble lands you. It's the way of the willow. You will build Yules to help guarantee that setup.
Sometimes you land the bramble, and sometimes the bramble lands on you. Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, what was that? Deny. Jeez, Jackie has his butterfly complete. That's rough.
This is that Dusa timing. This is usually when you consider the first Roshan or some tier 2 push. Even just easy 5-man smoke fight if you have the catch. They have some decent catch. That's a route they can go, but this is just nice alignment. Butterfly finishes with Helm of the Overlord for Ice. Big auras and big push potential are coming out from Bleed right now. Like, I honestly think their lineup is capable of forcing a high ground here if they ever get to that spot. Tier 2 is dead bottom, so in theory, you could just start poking tier 3 bot. Force XERXIA back, make a smoke. Strategically, the map is yours right now. JG will get a haste rune, so a little more RNG going his way. Not the DD or Arcane you probably would have wanted, but
yeah.
He'll get it eventually.
DD, Arcane, Regen.
Smoke. This is like the preemptive smoke, because they know the Roshan or the push is coming, so they're trying to smoke so they can get better position on that objective. As Jackie just walks into that pit, scans up, they know they're there. Black Dragon is shoving the wave.
I mean, they get the right kind of bramble terrorize in this area.
Yeah, this could be nasty. You cannot clump if you're Bleed right now.
They actually smoke up for the fight, Bleed, knowing this is coming, and it's coming down the side. They spot him. Teehee is going to be the target here. The arrow doesn't quite latch, and Teehee tries to defend himself with the Decrepifying. He's doing a good job of it, too. Staying alive for just a little bit longer until Gordon finishes him off, and no trade-off for the side of XERXIA. Blast off, gonna land. Oh no, JG. Oh, that's it. He's got a little bit more to give, but not that much more, and he zipped into a mine. That is just plain unfortunate, but either way, it just looked like the 5-man was too hard to contest.
This is the warning that's been there all game. Like, this is a very strong timing. You need a crazy good angle and a crazy good terrorize, and Bleed aren't even going to give you that option with that smoke out. I really like that play. Just don't give them any way to win that type of fight. Just run in with the creep, run in with ice. Just forgoes that opportunity, and now you lose even more with this group up. Jackie pulling ahead. He is very strong, very high level.
Rapido,
looking for the pick.
Is he gonna get this? The mat goes off, and well, the Dark Will is gonna cut across, but this kill is still so hard to get. The Bedlam always slowed down Bombi. He's having a hard time catch up. They do manage to hit the charge, but this is going terrible. Even if DJ would die, which he will not, the trade-off is simply not worth it there.
XERXIA just can't find these picks anymore. The sustain is getting to be too much. And there's that double damage that JG wanted that he won't get. My God, this man's
to
luck.
kill him. Oh, nice. Young God denies the DD to Jackie, which, I mean, it's probably still going to be them taking the tier 2, but significantly faster that way.
I think this is a high ground. You have 4 minutes of Aegis here. You have everything you need aligning for you. And like I said, the XERXIA lineup, their high ground defense is pretty bad. They don't have any outspam. They don't have a Coddle Blast or a Lich Frost Shield or anything like this. I literally think you can just go high ground here, and there's not much stopping you. Your Bleed.
If he gets the last hit on this tier 2, he will be very close to full out Nullifier. So I'm down for him to just farm just a tad bit more before going high ground. But otherwise, yeah, I agree.
Wonder why I wanted Nullify. I feel like you just stat up this game. Since you have the push potential. I mean, Nullifier is a good item in this game. You're playing versus the Pugna, you're playing versus like a single target lineup with some divas, but it's not crazy, right? And most of the stats aren't that great on this hero. Like, armor isn't amazing. The damage is solid, I guess. 75
Yeah, I
damage.
mean, it's
Nothing to scoff at.
you get a 20 damage buff from the relic to the nullifier, which I don't think is that bad considering the cost.
That's true. It's a pretty efficient damage item. You cannot TP, sir. Says Dugu.
Well, an arcane root
It's for all of us.
taken away.
Radiant's top
Once
tower
again.
is under attack.
The ball continues. There's just no pickoffs to be had. The only hero who's showing in terms of dealing with the lanes is Corden, and he has Lincoln's up. So now you can't even charge him. This Shadow Blade, the kill on Rapido, got him like one cheeky kill, and that was it. There's nothing else to get. And the push has arrived, my friends. You're tier 3 under siege. What are you gonna do about it? You even got skeletons. Skeletons are going ham.
An extra 18 damage.
Is under attack.
The rally goes away. JG deals with that, but he doesn't deal with the much bigger threats. Jackie
Radiant's top barracks
just
are
gonna
under
keep
attack.
going. Ice is gonna help him out, give him a big boost in attack speed with the Curse of Avernus on buildings. They're gonna fight through the backdoor protection until the Terrorize comes out.
Might be enough to save their axe here.
Radiant's top
I don't know how much
barracks
they
are under
do.
attack.
I mean, they just go
Oh,
right
yeah,
back
enough.
to it, man. There's nothing actually stopping this team.
Will be a decent amount of farm for XERXIA. They got all 3 lanes in. A lot of net worth out of that. So at least they're making the most of the situation and a decisive call not to fight that. I mean, 1 Rax is not the end all be all this game versus a push timing lineup like this, right? You'd rather be in this situation than have tried to defend that with a lineup that can't and just lose the fight, because then the game's just over. Instead, they'll get some decent items. They're closing in on BKB for Young God. They finished BKB for JG, and they finished Ags for Rapido. So these are big items. It's going to let them go in, be a lot tankier, take the longer fight.
Dire's bottom tower is
Which
under
at some
attack.
point might be stronger. Like, the more I look at this lineup, they can actually sustain the long engagement. That's where Breaker gets 3 or 4 charges off. That'll win you a fight. But you have to be able to get the 3 or 4.
And he's going to go Heaven's Halberd next, which will be a really great debilitating item to Bleed's single core Dusa, basically. But it'll be a ways away, and Arrow, not quite enough. JG really playing it a bit close there. Jeez, that was Pops his BKB, TP's out, he's okay. The rest of XERXIA trying to push out lanes, trying to stall Bleed because the push will continue. Don't need Aegis.
We'll wear that Aegis out. He went Shadow Blade. What the? This is a crazy Dusa build when they're just pushing.
Yeah. Definitely expect
Not sure
Scotty.
I totally understand it. I feel like you just go like Scotty Data or something. Just win the game. That's what your lineup's designed to do. I don't know what Shadow Blade Nullifier is doing when you're just 5 mana anyway.
Charge in from behind. Bloodright plus the zip in from the Storm Sphere. That's going to be a lot of damage. Already down half of its mana. Trying to drain him some more. Young God committing with the BKBs. Oh no, Jackie gets a little bit of a heal up. It's going to be too much. They actually cannot fight through this Dusa. They blew everything they had and managed to bring down her mana pool to like 100, but ultimately not enough. And now 2 heroes get picked off on the onset of that team fight, and XERXIA, really nothing left. They gave it all they had to be able to kill Jackie.
Too much sustain. Greaves on DJ, Pipe on Ice, multiple heals. You can throw Lincolns on him too. His timing just hit way too hard. Even without big stat items on Jackie, he's still too tanky. And then if you don't kill him, his damage is insane with the buff ups.
Yeah.
It's just the game right there. You had like one real fight to stop this push, and this is why I felt like you had to play a really chaotic, really fast early game, because otherwise you don't have the damage to fight this group up. You don't have the damage to kill DJ, man. This is 3 cores for
Seriously, the
techies.
Lincolns protects him. The ultimate doesn't go out from Rapido, which probably would have dealt the final bit of damage required. That's Megas. 28 minutes in. XERXIA, I mean, more than welcome to play this out, but I don't think there has ever been a comeback in Dota's history against Megas this early on into a game. Gonna try for DJ again. Running low on damage. They get him, but now you've killed one hero, and how much are you gonna lose for that? Lose the Storm Spirit. Looks like you're gonna lose Young God, who tried to Manta dodge the Slight, but came a little bit later than he expected.
I think this game is just a strategic outdraft. Like, I don't think this Medusa Bloodseeker trade is that good for Bloodseeker, especially if the team can play Dusa on multiple roles. I think the Dusa on multiple roles ends up being stronger than the Bloodseeker on multiple roles, unless you really win the rest of the draft and like bounce it out somewhere else with another really good win condition. But if you end up like these 5 heroes against these 5 heroes strategically, I think Bleed are just so favored in this game. Like the execution's way easier. The lanes are not weak enough that you can reliably punish them. Like, okay, let's say XERXIA want to create some momentum in this game, really speed it up, create some chaos. Where was that going to happen, right? I don't think you can really punish like Borana Medusa and Techi's Abaddon. These are not punishable side lanes. They're incredibly strong side lanes with 3 out of 4 ranged heroes and an Abaddon who heals. Like maybe if you have like a Monkey King versus you can kill him 6 times, right? Or maybe if you have like a Darkseer that got banned versus the Dusa, you can just run some crazy charge train on her, but there isn't that potential. So I do feel like this is just misery out drafting XERXIA here and put his team in a very sound strategical spot, which has been the story for Bleed this whole season. They look pretty
it certainly
damn
has. Bleed showcasing why they are number 1 in the CDPC right now, both outplaying XERXIA and outdrafting them.
It's a shame, though, because XERXIA were able to exhibit moments of greatness in their series against Blacklist, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be coming in this series. At least if game number 1 is any indication, because they had an idea, which was fast, speed being the name of the game.
I mean, I think they made a good attempt. It's just that they didn't understand where is the priority, you know, because you can see how they are throwing their spells, right? They're just very reactive. They are not having this very clear-cut plan in the head where who do we kill now? You know, like who is the important person now?
It's just I see person, let's kill person,
exactly.
I guess.
I mean, that normally happens when you know your draft can't win. Like, their lineup is more about bulldozing through the, I mean, they have SV, but they have to literally bulldoze from the laning phase itself, and you keep killing heroes with the SV plus Storm combo on the map. Because if that doesn't happen, eventually you're going to run out of damage against the Medusa plus Abba in the team fights. They group up together, he has a shield, he has whatever aura the Abaddon brings to the table, and you're just not going to be able to kill the Dusa. Like, the Bleed's lineup is a very stable kind of lineup. You know what they're going to do at specific timings. Everybody has a specific item they're going to want to get, and the lineup comes together, and you're just not going to be able to do anything. That's why when we were talking about XERXIA's last pick, we were more suggesting like they need like some beefy frontline, Underlord, Tide, or whatever hero that can allow them to take the long fights, have enough frontline, have enough team aura items. Whereas if you go for the SV, it's more all in the early game.
Yeah, I feel like if they had something like that, they can even progress to the mid game easier. Right now, I feel like they lost the early phase and then they can't.
Yeah, that was the last 2 bans, right? In the last phase, they chose to ban out, I think it was Underlord and Tide, which we were quite surprised because those heroes would be good for them as well. So drafting side, I think in terms of strategy, XERXIA definitely exhibit a little bit of a misunderstanding, I feel, in that scenario. I feel like what they are looking at is not good for them percentage-wise, you know, between the 2 drafts. I feel like they should draft something that gives them as much percentage and as much leeway. We were talking a little bit about how they should try to play a shorter game, because when you're a weaker team and you're playing against a better team, you want to play a shorter game, so they have this kind of like SB Storm lineup. But at the same time, you still need to give leeway for your players to make specific timings happen. You know, if everything is so fast, one small mistake, you miss that window, then you have no way to win the game.
Especially against a more experienced team. Winter, who's our MVP?
Corden.
He stumbled on his words a little when he saw the MVP.
Did a double take, you were like, hey,
and he did his job this game, you know. That's nothing you can take away from him this game, you know. He did his job. He didn't even do badly in the lane, like what Stephanie mentioned. This lane should be Storm favored in the early game, but he was going toe-to-toe with the Storm in terms of CS at least. He lost a bit of denies, I think 5 or 6 denies behind, but overall he still did his job, and yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Ice is the carry on the off lane. You have a Medusa on the safe lane. They're both farming, so technically Ember has to do the most work, and he did the most work that game.
Okay.
Today is chess day for Winter, lowering the bar.
Like day.
My man's doing reps right now, and again, the implications of this game are quite heavy. If Bleed are able to win, then they are confirmed first place, and if XERXIA lose, then they are confirmed for relegation. So if there's a time to turn things around for XERXIA, it's got to be now, and it's got to be after the break.
Oh no. Be careful, child. Never they will fight. Mama said his words. Oh, so many times. I'm thinking you knew better than the other guys, riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, always gonna cry. The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and avenge yourself on a cold plate. You hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. And the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should I recall the sirens and how that things went down? Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamer's with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. And the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah, on a cold plate, on a cold plate, on a cold plate.
Bleed may be just one game away from getting themselves a cool $30,000 and 500 DPC points if they're able to close out this game number 2, which would be pretty convenient for them. And also, I believe that your placement in Tour 3 controls your seeding for regional TI qualifiers. I think it's Tour 3 that determines the bracket whenever we do regional quals.
Yeah, I remember that was what happened last year. So probably going to be the same case this time.
Yeah.
So
Which would mean that
if you do better, you get a weaker team in theory.
based off of this may be the first round matchup because it's Bleed at the top of the bracket, or Bleed at the top of the standings, and then XERXIA at the bottom of the standings. And so if Bleed win this game, then that's probably going to be the first match of regional quals. And then second place plays 7th place, 3rd place plays 6th place, and then so on and so forth.
How about the Div 2 teams?
Div 2 teams start out in lower bracket.
Oh, okay.
Div 1
Yeah.
teams start out upper, they get double elimination. Div 2 starts lower. I think that's how it works. And then I think that's how it works.
Better buy your Div 1 slot.
I don't know if you can actually, that's a good point actually. I wonder if you can buy the slot before TI calls. Although really all you're doing is, well no, because then after TI, the first tour after TI, you would be Div 1 also. But I can't imagine teams would give it up until after TI happens.
You can sell it for a good price, maybe they will.
Yeah, maybe. I can't, what team out of Div 2 would want it though?
I mean, sell it for a
MAG.
good price. Change your roster.
MAG.
Who's MAG?
Zeal's team.
Oh, Zeal's team.
Fifth
Well,
Avenue
Zeal's
Gaming.
team's going to get promoted, though, because they're so good. They don't need to buy the slot. They'll earn the slot. Yeah, we had Zeal as a guest on Monday, and I didn't realize it, but he's apparently joined a team since leaving LGD. That's the nice way to put it.
Back to his friends.
Back to his friends. I do enjoy seeing all these primarily Malaysian players take a quick Chinese tour and then come back. A lot of them came back this year.
I mean, if anything, I think as a C player, the first and foremost thing that you need to really nail into your head, right, is discipline.
Yes.
And what better region than China, you know? So
Absolutely.
it's just make sure you don't like follow the book down to the core, like don't think at all, and then it's just like, oh, 10 minutes, we're gonna like go this. And then 20 minutes, we're gonna just farm for the BKB or farm whatever. Like, no matter what happens on the map, you're just gonna farm, you know? This is what I see from China's games.
How about North America? Go to TSM. Moon is going to tell you about discipline. That's what Whitemon did.
No, that was White One's on TSM. Moon Neander. Oh, I thought I said moo as in like nouns moo.
Of course not. Moon, the coach, is going to put
Moo's a TI finalist.
he's going to put them in their discipline shape.
And
Whip
then
them in.
So you think Whitemon's going to come back to SCA at some point stronger than ever?
He told me he missed Indonesian food, so
That's why every single SCA player, that's why I asked Misery on the interview, I was just like, oh, is there anything you miss about, being in Europe or North America or South America? Because he's coached a bunch of different regions, and he's like, no, I'm doing fine, like all things considered. Whereas every single SCA player is always like, I miss the food. I go to Europe, I miss the food. I go to China, I miss the food. I go to NA, I miss the food.
yeah, now you know why when you're here, I bring you to your food. And then you tell me, I'm actually not a very big fan of this, but thank you anyway.
It's tough as a vegetarian. Southeast Asian food is not very kind to vegetarians, but I also really love cheese, and that's not a thing in Southeast Asian cuisine. It's rough out here.
Well, I mean, you're kind of low-key Asian, actually.
That is true.
Like, it's kind of your fault, so...
It is my fault.
Make your own food.
I was trying. Actually, this tour was the tour that I cooked the least. I was the laziest this tour. I didn't even show up for the first week. That's how lazy I was.
I mean, it's the calm before the storm, You rest up and then you prepare for what's to come,
That's
I
right.
hear that your schedules can be really, really hectic.
That's right. And it's same with the players also, because I can commiserate with the players. The Dream League show has no days off. It's 15 days straight of Dota. And I remember towards the tail end of it, a lot of the teams that obviously if you do well, you stay in the tournament. And so by day 15, like Game & Gladiators and Liquid had played like 30 games of Dota over the past week, which is an insane amount. It's grueling, but like I had said at the end of yesterday, that's what the players wanted. They were complaining last DPC tour. It was 6 weeks of Div 1 and Div 2 running at the same time, and they were like, wait, I'm only playing one BO3 a week, wait. And now they're getting smashed with Dota on like a daily basis. Do you like this schedule more, Winter? If you were a player,
I prefer 2 weeks break instead of one in between. After the tour one.
well, so then if you don't play Dream League, then you get a 3 weeks break before the major starts. Because Div 1 is 3 weeks, Div 2 is 3 weeks.
I think I can take it. It's better than no tournaments.
Right, exactly. That's the trade-off.
And you probably get to a point where if you're one of the top teams, I feel like you need to choose which tournaments you're going to be attending. You don't want to be just trying to play everything. That's why you see like XERXIA taking a break, or some other. I think there's also another player who took a break because they are burnt out. I
Yeah,
feel
I
like
think it was a South American.
yeah, K1.
Yeah, K1.
Yeah, so you really need to plan the schedule, okay, where you're based at and which tournaments are easier for you to attend, and you have to probably try to pick those. And when it's getting ready for a bigger event like TI, you wanna maybe set a longer preparation time so that your players are not just constantly traveling and moving around all the time, being in different time zones, so it makes you very tired.
You say that, but you also were actively casting during the famous 2017 season, which had like 30 events, and you know every single team went to every single event.
Yeah, and did those teams win every single event? No, every week it's a different winner.
Yeah,
Why?
True. But I guess my takeaway is that like teams aren't disciplined enough to say no to events. If they get invited and they see
I think if
competition,
it's stable enough, if the structure is clear enough, like you have all the dates out from a point of view of a team, then you can plan and you know that you're probably going to get certain placements in certain events, and you look at the schedule. I feel like you can actually do that, and you should, you know.
But how can you assume that you're going to get these placements? How can you just be like, oh, we're probably going to get top 3 at this
I mean,
BC league?
you can withdraw from events, but you can just book your places first, you know. It happens, you know, sometimes players get sick or whatever,
Yeah, that's
or
true.
you can't get your visa and then the team needs to get replaced, you know, things like that happen, you know. And obviously, I'm not advocating that, oh, you just sign up to every single thing a week before. Oh, so sorry, man. I need to take
Something
a holiday.
came up.
I need to take a holiday in Bali. I need to take a holiday in Bahamas, you know, then bye-bye.
Yeah, that's. I can't imagine TOs would be very happy if that kept happening.
Yeah, but something needs to be set in stone so that the players can decide beforehand and the TOs can know beforehand. So it's good for everybody.
This is Dota, my friend. Nothing is set in stone. We didn't even know where TI was going to be until like 3 weeks ago. And actually, we still don't know what the road to the international even means quite yet. Do you think they're going to be LCQs this time, Aurora? Or no?
I mean, listening to you all talk about the schedules, I feel like it's so tiring.
It
I
is.
don't know, like, should they really do it? Cause
But it's a job. This is a career that we have chosen.
yeah, but it's like you're not really doing your job well if you're just
Yeah.
burn out and you're not thinking
But
all
you're
those stuff.
talking from the point of the TO or the point of the players when you're running an LCQ?
I'm talking from the perspective of Valve if they thought that LCQ was a worthwhile addition to the tournament.
I mean, it's expensive, right? If you want
It's
to
expensive.
run something
you
that
brought
big.
out 8 teams,
Yeah.
and you only took 2 of them, and you ran a 5-day event in Singapore that time.
It's definitely good for the players. Look at what Secret did last year, you know?
So that's one. So it is good for the players because Liquid. I also don't know what the deal with the game is. We'll have game 2 coming up soon. But in the meanwhile, we're podcasting. But part of me wonders that like, does that kind of compromise the integrity of TI that 2 teams were able to play so many more games? They were basically able to like get a official boot camp by going through last chance qualifiers.
But if you ask them, they would say that they prefer not to have gone
Every
through.
single team
Yeah.
says that, yes. Even the last 2 years ago, whenever we had the depending on how well you did in the league, then you got immediately seeded to upper bracket in the major.
Oh, that's
That was such a dumb system. But every single team was like, I'd rather get seeded to upper bracket, even though all the upper bracket teams always lost in the major. The teams that had to go through the group stage always ended up winning.
more practice.
But then why don't the players take it then? The players just want the easy way out.
Yeah, it's difficult to make the decision when some of the players, your life is waiting for this paycheck, you know,
Yes.
and it gets to your head. Oh, I need this money. I need to take care of my fish. I need to take care of my dogs. I need to pay the rent. You know, I have that extra house that all my stray cats, stray dogs are in.
I feel like it all comes down to whether you really see it as practice or not. Because otherwise, like he said, right, thinking about all the reality problems, you're just gonna stress yourself out more, and you're not gonna be able to perform up to what you have been doing. So I feel it's just knowing how to manage what you want.
Right. Juggling expectations and reality at the same time. Which the reality that we're facing right now is that XERXIA may be looking down the barrel of their relegation game as we get into the draft for game number 2 of Bleed versus XERXIA. And they're going to ride or die with Pugna. Yet again, what Doom is just let through. Wild.
So last game it was Bad Rider Bounty, right?
Yes, this time they take out the techies.
So it means that Bleed really highly rate this hero. I mean, for obvious reasons, this hero is like an auto win for your lane. One of the probably, if not the best post 4 heroes right now.
I think so.
And you have to be a universal to fit in that category. If you're not a universal hero, you can't be the best in that role. Best mid, Void Spirit.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe not on off lane. Cause
Yeah, Doom is not a universal. Who's the best carrier? Who is the best carrier?
Magnus.
Right now? No, it's not.
Terrorblade.
Terrorblade?
Yeah.
Terrorblade's Agi. And then who's the best 5 position?
I mean, terrible because, right, oh, you have all the universal heroes. Okay, I press one button. Fight yourself now.
Yeah, that's true. So technically, he is only a product of universal heroes.
Yes.
That's why he's so good. Okay, best 5 position. Who do you think best 5 position right now is?
There's definitely an argument for that.
I like
Silencer,
Pugna a lot.
Silencer, Pugna, they're all very strong.
You put Silencer that high. I mean, Bleed put Silencer that high.
Silencer is strong, man. Have you tried playing a couple of games, free win, plus
Yeah,
30?
but I feel like so laning phase, you dominate. That's Silencer's MO. But then when it comes to mid to late game, I feel very useless whenever Global's on court.
Why? Because you don't have that plus 40 intelligence that you gain through the early game.
But even then, intelligence just helps you, like, I don't want to be right-clicking people. People are going to kill me. I don't have strength
Are you
gains.
buying Glimmer Cape or are you buying 4-star Dragonlance to carry the game? Tell me.
He's not picking the hero.
I'm not picking him to carry the game. I ain't got that DJ mentality. I gotta roll into every one of these games thinking I'm DJ.
Okay, so they have 2 purple heroes right now, Silencer, Void Spirit.
Let's get Bane.
Yep, pretty strong combo right there. The Void Spirit jumps in, assassinates somebody, and then shh. So Pugna can't save anybody.
And XERXIA do go back for the Doom that was left on the table.
Can't go wrong with Doom, you know? Just Doom, the freaking universal hero. Because you can't beat the hero, so you just have to Doom him.
Yeah, but the whole thing about Universal is they right-click. They can still right-click when they're doomed.
Buy a halberd.
Or get the disarm creep. That stupid fool. One of the easy camp
Yeah, one of
creeps.
the easy can cures.
I don't remember which one it is, but that's always the most frustrating one to farm as a carry.
That's why you only use your spells to clear that camp. You don't right-click them one by one.
Carries don't have spells.
Okay, you're Battle Fury.
Oh, I hate Battle Fury.
What if you can build in a Battle Fury with Magnus? Too bad, it's
I
banned.
mean, look at Bleed. They're just picking
Universal
all the
heroes.
I mean, DJ is like saying, like, just give me another universal hero, you know?
I don't think that's what he's saying. I think he's...
We should ask him, you know? If we get him later. Are you asking for only universal heroes right now?
Okay, his pool has been...
Wind Ranger, Dark Below, Techies, right?
Yeah, but he also played a lot of Enchantress.
I mean, Enchantress kind of offers a lot of damage without being universal
That's
hero
true.
anyway.
Fair point. Coddle, he played Coddle.
Okay, fine. Koto's a bit.
But yes, that is true. The majority of his pool has been universal heroes. He even played Batrider one time.
Yeah.
He lost that game, but
Bat Rider Pos 4 is some legit strat, you know?
yeah.
I like how Saksa plays it.
Yeah.
Pos 4 Bat, Pos 4 Slug. The Slug is very difficult to pull off.
But he makes it happen. XERXIA get their mid lane matchup of the Ember Spirit versus the Void, because Bleed, they banned out Storm. And they end up second phase banning the Bounty Hunter anyway.
But right now, I feel XERXIA kind of have this, okay, they have Rubik, it's not too bad. I was gonna say they have a no stun problem. Like, none of the heroes really complement this Ember anyway. It's just a decent matchup against the White Spirit, I would say. But I'm not sure having this Rubik is enough, because when I look at Silencer versus Rubik, I hate to be the Rubik, you know, like...
Yeah, it's difficult. I was
Can't
thinking
combo.
more of like a Spirit Breaker so that you can charge the Silencer and force the global being used early, or at least stop the global, you know? Like, Rubik is like, okay, fine, you know, I leave somebody, then there's a global, then what, you know? And then Pugna's useless, Rubik's useless. You need a hero that can force it, and Rubik can only force it if you have the blink. You have a way to jump in and do something on your own. And before that, you kind of can't. And Bleed, once again, they're just building a very all-rounded strategy that is going to be hard to break through this Medusa. And XERXIA, once again, they need to figure out, you know, right now they have a Doom on the off lane compared to last game, which they picked a Spirit Breaker, so it's definitely more all-rounded. gives them more options in the game. But they still need like a carry that can sort of like play towards the Doom and the Ember timings.
I feel like they sort of ban them out themselves. So like I feel Magnus and Monkey King are so good for themselves.
I
Other
guess
than
I
that-
guess they ban out the Monkey and the Bloodseekers for the laning phase of the Doom. Then the Magnus is just maybe they feel like it's actually rather strange, right? Because you want to pick Rubik and then you're banning Magnus. Like it tells me that one, either they rate Magnus really highly, two, or they just didn't think about it. So last phase bans, XERXIA is removing the Tide again.
This is the curveball game. This
Yeah.
is the Ice 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 Medusa game. I'm calling it right now. Bleed has lured XERXIA into a false sense of security. Because I do think that Bleed should experiment with it. And this is the best game to experiment with it. You're one game up against the lowest placement team right now. And I think that offlane Medusa is going to be a thing to be worried about, at least for the next week.
Rasmus is not going to allow that. Rasmus is going to say, just another day at the office.
Come on.
No fucking around, Daryl.
Man.
Sit down, fucking play your ABBA, fucking play whatever you want, and just let the Medusa carry the game.
Yeah, I feel like anyone that's not playing on Bleed right now would just say, guys, end it quickly so we can
Yeah.
all just get off work, alright?
They get to start their vacation. As soon as this game ends, they have no more games left, so they can go to Bali early, maybe boot camp, maybe vacation.
Go eat some chili crab.
Is that an Indonesian delicacy?
Wait, are they in
What?
Indonesia?
Singapore?
It's Singapore.
Oh yeah, well okay, yeah. But actually, I didn't know that.
You're in
either.
trouble.
Chili crab.
You don't know where chili crab comes from.
No, I don't. I told you I'm vegetarian. I don't know where anything comes from.
Okay, my bad.
But you're tsunami, you're from the sea too.
That's true. But I destroy the sea. The sea doesn't want tsunamis.
So they go for the Terrorblade, and they're still underlord in the pool if they want to just keep the Medusa as a carry. Or the other hero would be Darkseer.
Oh yeah.
But you have Wind Ranger, so the laning phase is going to be a bit weird with Darkseer.
I mean, you still can play Darkseer here, just win, run, and stick to the spot, you know? Annoying.
Yeah, Windrun has a slow.
Wind Run is stick. Okay.
I mean, the TV wouldn't want to chase the Wind Ranger.
Sure.
Can't hit her anyway.
It's definitely not conventional, but sure.
Plus Darkseer, universal hero, Winter.
What can go wrong?
What can go wrong?
But they have the TV.
Oh, that's true. Dude, what if you got the normal punch and your reflection illusion? What if illusions could normal punch? That would be pretty insane. If you-
Your PC would just crash, I think.
I'm telling you, offlane Dusa, let's go.
It does look like it, to
That's
be
what I
honest.
was saying, especially if they want to play it into a terror
what
blade.
carry can you pick? It's just PL, right? The only thing you can pick as a carry is just PL. You're playing against Doom.
How about Naga?
Ah, yeah,
I mean,
Naga's decent too.
What C likes to do is pick the Alchemist against the Doom, although
Oh,
I
yeah?
don't like it now, honestly.
Yeah, but I feel like the easiest way is just let the Medusa do her thing, you know? Like, Medusa
Yeah.
can still win the game against the Terrorblade, Doom, and you just need to facilitate the freaking Dusa.
Yeah, just like how Boom showed it. Oh, they press Doom, press the song. Oh, they press Meta, press the song.
Yeah, that would be fine too. I'm actually fine with Naga. It might be actually better than the PL.
I think if they do take the Naga, it's just impossible for social supports to play. I feel so annoyed. Like,
Yeah.
there's Silencer, there's Void Spirit. Even the Wind Ranger is pretty hard to kill. And then, at the same time, you need to just accept that you can't kill this Medusa, and you have to deal with these Naga illusions. Sure, Pakna, okay. But then, like, the moment you show yourself, Void Spirit be like, hello!
Yeah. How many illusions can, I mean, like, if Medusa gets a Manta and Naga Siren's in the game, I'm pretty sure your shard on Life Drain can't even kill that many illusions.
Yeah, cope.
Cope. Come on, Rasmus.
And he's laughing. Daryl's
He's
like
laughing.
giving him some silly hero right now.
Come on. Come on.
He's
Lame.
like, I'm sure Daryl gave him some silly hero, then he laughs like, no, you're playing Abaddon again.
Lame. Well, at least we know he won't go Radiance this game against a Terror Blade.
The game is safe. Medusa is safe. I'm the only pos one in the game.
She's gonna have to be fighting herself though, because reflection illusions are gonna be quite annoying.
But you have the
With the
shield.
shield.
That's true.
The
Good
shield
point.
deals with that. The shield deals with the Ember. The shield deals with the Infernal Blade, the Live. It's
Even
actually-
deals with Doom to an extent, keeping
Yeah.
people alive. Miscoils.
You're forced to doom the Abaddon, even though you don't want to.
Yeah. you can't kill him already, and then you still have to doom him. Then,
But you kind of might have to just doom the void spirit.
Yeah.
If void spirit is becoming like a huge problem in the team fights, then you just have to doom the void spirit, and you have to pray that the Ember finds the silencer, so the global doesn't come out at a very disrupting timing for you.
I still feel like if they doom the void spirit, like Blade just has so much to disengage. You know, it's not that simple. And on Xerxia, you kind of only win a team fight if you have doom.
And you have meta, right? So everything is very long cooldown. Whereas Bleed, I guess the global is their longest cooldown spell. The rest of the heroes don't really rely on cooldowns that much.
But they can use just global for counter initiation.
Yeah,
they don't even need
yeah.
to initiate with global. Just Doom comes out, everyone shut up. We're even gonna shut up. No more talking from us. Instead, we'll send it over to our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
Oh, thank God. I thought the panel would never stop talking. All right, it's our time now, Avery. What do you think about the drafts?
This one's a lot better than the last time, I think. I don't think they're going to get run over as hard. They have a lot more outspam, a lot more wave shove, some decentish scale compared to last game in terms of dealing with an actual carry. I think Doom is a pretty good anti-carry hero. Maybe Deuce is a rough matchup, but if you get fast Octarine, if you get fast Midas, this hero is always top of the net worth and anything's possible. So hopefully this will be a closer game of Dota than the last one, at least strategically.
That is definitely hope, and we'll see whether or not XERXIA is able to pull that off. Otherwise, they are going to be relegated. So they really, really want to be putting up a fight here.
Do or die. Or I guess do or back to Div 2. Which would be quite sad. Since I actually don't think this season was that bad for them overall. Like, I know the score looks bad, but I feel like a lot of those games are very close and some of those were winnable. They didn't just get rolled the whole season, you know?
Yeah. At the same time, they got the 2-0 over Blacklist, but if they lose this game, they will have 0-2 to every other series. I know what you're saying. Like, some of those games were winnable, but ultimately they didn't pull out any of those winnable games.
I mean, sure, you know? But I mean, there's 2-0'd and there's getting 2-0'd. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay.
I don't feel like they got 2-0'd in any series, but they have a lot of 2-0s. Yeah, it didn't go 2-0.
Well, either way, this is just, a chance for them to level up, I would say. Got a lot of experience. They're playing ultimately probably more so for the CE qualifiers, regional qualifiers, than anything else. And again, we'll see whether or not they can pull off a win here against Bleed, both in this game and the third game. And then they would be left in some sort of tiebreaker scenario, hoping that 2 other teams also go 2-5, which is near guaranteed because there are 3 teams who are 2-4. So
it's possible, but you got to win this series. So it all starts here. Got to get some stronger side lanes going than the last time too, so you can put this Abaddon behind, because I think one of the weaknesses of Abaddon is his laning. Like, his laning can be okay in these trade situations, but overall I think this hero should lose the lane to most strong safe lanes.
Yes, 100%.
And that's one of the things you want to abuse. Ice is just trading heavy early, but if I'm XERXIA, I'm happy with this because he went the early Bassi. So you're just wearing through a hero that doesn't have a huge amount of regen to fall back on, and also wants to be strong enough that he can go and trade aggressively with shield. You haven't even used meta yet, you're just doing it with reflection level 1. So already the safe lane going much better for XERXIA than last time. So is mid with the Ember Void Spirit matchup for JG, who now gets to return the favor, I guess. We'll see if he can pull out over the long term as well as Corden did last time. And I mean, Doom is going to farm on Doom. So I feel like XERXIA this time around have 3 lanes where they should sit pretty comfortably and just farm on all of them. And they don't have to be under any crazy pressure to make super aggressive moves like they were last time.
And do you think they're pretty comfortable pushing late as well? Like, okay, the lanes are fine. Are we also fine with the big game pressure just being pretty relaxed?
I think it's kind of chill. As long as the early game goes solid, I think you're fine with the push pressure. I think the late game becomes murky. I think that's very dependent on how much farm the Doom has compared to how much farm the Void Spirit and the Wind Ranger have. I always think Wind Ranger is an incredibly scary hero to go late game against if she's building to scale and win that late game. Well, that's a big question. Like, how much farm does DJ get? I mean, right now he's the 3 because he's 9-0. The Ice is 5-0, and he's higher net worth. So some of that's some small camp, but DJ, you have been promoted. Good luck, sir.
Yeah, pretty much. They got to change things up off of that level 1 aggression where Ice took so much damage and traded with Teehee, who also had way more regen. You know, like you talked about the Ring of Assy, but Teehee also brought double tango to lane. So, and he has a healing cell. So he was ready, full and ready to go to trade as much as possible, which I actually really like this Dia against Wind Ranger specifically, who really, I mean, just like Mirana, like this great attack range, great attack animation, and just peppers you nonstop with harassment. So you kind of need that extra bit of regen.
All right, I got a theory craft for you.
Okay.
What do you think about Veil on these off-lane universal heroes like Abaddon, who normally, especially old patches, probably wouldn't have ever bought this item because they're not some crazy magic dealer, but that item does give you like pretty decent stats, right? It's +5 all attributes, and it's a pretty good mana regen item for someone like Abaddon who wants to go Bassy, and it buffs up a lot of your team damage here on the side of Bleed versus like a Terrorblade, an Agi hero who historically suffers versus the heavy magical burst.
If it's a 4-position universal hero, 100%. And I think that's what Tundra does all the time, right? They really like picking up that Veil, and Soxa will pick it up a lot, if not snaking. I don't know about the 3-position because I just look at that 650 recipe cost, and that hurts my wallet way too much as a core, especially
gotta play for team, bro. I mean, you're saying you're assuming Ice is the 3, but what if Ice is the 4 and DJ's the 3? Then it makes sense, right?
Yeah, I mean,
flexibility.
Sure.
It's a theory craft. I said it was a theory craft, so we'll leave it at that. But good early meta
I just
pressure.
think the 650. I'm looking at that and going, boy, that's a lot of gold that I could be putting to Crimson Guard fight, like a much bigger team fight item. You know.
I agree. I mean, there's probably better stuff to buy, but I think the idea of the Veil on universal heroes in general is kind of cool. If you can get the extra stat value out of it. EJ is going to get
First Blood
smacked.
still available, and it's going to come between Dubu and Rapido, and Rapido will get the kill on Dubu and survive. And plenty of wand charges. So off of that First Blood, even though he's low, he is going to be very close to getting his Vanguard. And he got a heal creep, so he is,
he's back.
He's back in business right away.
That's Doom for you, baby. You can't keep this hero from getting what he wants.
Yeah.
He is inevitable. Lane's going a lot more solid for Xerxia this time around, and they're on a much better pace.
Rapido takes the time to do his taunt while he's waiting to get more CS. I just saw him stop moving and then all of a sudden start hammering on that guitar.
Somebody's got to play it. It's not gonna play itself.
It's true. How many instruments? So we got drums, right, with Beastmaster. You got the guitar with Doom.
Bass guitar.
Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. The bass.
Yeah, you gave me shit for that last time, so.
That was not me, to be clear. I would never know the difference because I am not musical in any. That was at Dream League, and that was somebody else gave you shit for that, not me.
Young God is getting beat on. About that
he's the one getting shit right now. Bleed. Nice rotation.
Easy for Dubu. Collects his 2, gets tower pressure with a 5-minute catapult wave. Meanwhile, Jackie's not getting pressured bottom. This is just a very clean move coming out from Bleed.
Yeah, they
very small
have to
move,
get the
but high
skill on
impact.
Bombi. But Corden, he got his level 6. They were trying to make that move work. This pressure. Oh dear, this is really bad. T, he's gonna have to pop a fairy fire. He'll get away, sure, but again, no pressure on the bottom lane. Lose their carry in the top lane. It had to come through that this mid lane gank worked.
Are gonna get a lot of tower damage.
Yeah, they will. Oh, jeez, DJ. TP's up to the high ground, snipes him, takes away JG's teleport. That is real impactful. JG's not going to be very happy about that.
No, that was a very annoying shackle shot for him to suffer through. But once again, Orb of Corrosion Ember takes mid tower down to almost no HP here.
Radiant
Nice
Talon
wisdom rune get,
this
though.
time. Oh yeah, this is huge. Absolutely huge here for XERXIA. These are not supports you want to be losing that on if you're bleed. Whereas if you're Rubik, that's like, you just got gifted a early Christmas present right there.
And he's going to give him more experience if they could get the kill on Ice Ice Ice. But DJ, once again, comes through. Nice timing of the shackle shot. Hits the power shot. Needs a couple more hits on Bombi. And will get the helping hand from Ice 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 to deliver the kill.
Yeah, DJ's having a pretty good early game here. 3-0. A lot of extra net worth from that lane. He's just going to rush Atos. That's going to make JG's life even harder on this Ember Spirit. It's kind of what Bleed lack and stuns, but they do get the Doom on Jackie before he hits 6. And I say this should be a kill, but Ice is there with a shield. I mean, the Abaddon is not very good with Dusa, but it is enough to save him here.
Rough use of the first Doom, not being able to get that kill. And Jackie, another hero that recovers beautifully, right? If you try and gank it or get a low or whatever, and then you can't quite finish the job, gets a little space, Mystic Snake gets you back up to like full health or full mana very quickly.
Yeah, this hero
All
does not
depending
care
on your
about
neutral
anything.
camps. Yeah.
That was an expensive teleport from Ice, though. He missed like a full wave and a half or 2 waves top. He's going to have to walk back top because he TP bottom. That did hurt his game a decent amount. And if XERXIA can look to abuse mid right now, he also can't help that skirmish. As I say that, he's actually just walking to mid instead of going back top. So Ice is everywhere in this game, but that tower is dead. How does this keep happening, man? Is this just the strength of Ember? He's always going to take your tower? You can't do anything?
He's
Yeah,
better
this
than
hero didn't used
Dragonite
to.
at this point. Like literally,
Yeah,
he takes this
seriously.
tower faster than Dragonite usually does.
I don't understand it. I don't think it should be happening like this, but I guess it's also just a mid-spirit hero people like always rotate to.
Yes, that's it.
So you end up ganking and getting numbers advantage and runes, and that helps as well. That's an interesting situation for the hero to be in meta-wise. They make it work. They try and defend his tower top, but early ult for DJ
has been killed.
claims his first soul in the form of a tower.
Got the silence on him. Oh, JG. Brutal error there.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah, that should just not happen. No way you should be giving Ice silent stacks into a shackle chain. Man, DJ's having a hell of a game here. This is when Wind Ranger is terrifying. When she is this farmed and this leveled off the early game, she just turns into a core killer. And it's really hard to stop. Like, do you want to do Wind Ranger in this game? Probably not. You might have to.
Bombi, he'll
for
die.
you.
Gets off the Fade Bolt before he goes.
And 10-minute power rune. T will get the 50-50. I think this early game could have gone even better for XERXIA, but Bleed have just made some nice kills here or there, and Jackie's back on top. Whereas JG, yeah, he got mid tower, but he is not having that great of a snowball game on Ember here.
It's pretty rough when you're still trying to get your phase boots.
Very rough. His other two cores are also heavy farmers, so he's kind of the momentum and the tempo setter in this game for XERXIA. When he's behind like this, it hurts their supports. Their supports can't go in these fights. They can't skirmish as well. They're both trying to hit level 6 as well. Level advantage to Bleed, pretty significant, even though they lost Wisdom Runes. Those kills add up. They mean a lot. Bombi is hiding under his tier 2 for his life at 10 minutes.
The wraparound here from Dubu and Corden.
He'll
They're
dig
going
up
fishing.
a kobold for company.
Protect me, friend. And it might, honestly. They're really searching for this Terror Blade, but TB is currently hanging out in the triangle, so.
Radiant's bottom tower is
You
under
get a
attack.
decent deep ward, might pay off later. If they ever see him and can make a quick smoke.
Radiant are
But again,
scanning.
Bleed are probably content farming here. Getting to that Helm of the Overlord with the Medusa timing. Same strategy as last game. You're just trying to answer better if you're XERXIA. And early Doom on Rapido to try and get him involved and look for Jackie on the triangle might not be a move he expects, honestly. This is kind of a weird smoke. I would definitely not expect this one. But willing
It's also not an easy kill. They don't have the catch to necessarily ensure the kill on Dusa, right? Like, they just have slight chains if they don't have the Rubik there. This close to like a tier 2 tower, that feels like it's not going to be enough.
If they'd got him on the triangle, I think it's easy, but
sure,
that smoke is just a little too late. We'll secure a power room here. Shield room, not the worst for JG, but he's going to need a catch-up fight at some point in this game. That's what it feels like. Meanwhile, they're looking at Young God bottom. This global, it's waiting, and it can secure the kill on a lot of these core heroes. Something XERXIA have to think about. Both teams continue to have another quiet game here.
Bombi trying to get away with a stolen win run. And digs right in front of their faces. Literally just win running right in front of them. Guess just gauging their reactions, waiting for the creep wave to push in to soak more experience, stealing away farm from Ice, who is trying to get to his helm of the Overlord.
I'm gonna suck him back in. Some body blocks with the Wildekin.
Really nice body blocks.
Top tower is under attack.
Turns around, Curse to slow, and he's
Dead.
going to tick out and get hit by the Wild Wing Ripper.
Well, so much for the Grand Magus. The Grand pulls him into
Radiant's
fate.
bottom tower is under attack.
And
That's a lot of
just opened
space,
up
though.
the
Tower
top.
is under attack.
That is true. They are getting tier 2 bottom. A lot of damage here.
Rough Mystic Snake, not quite enough to be able to get the kill, and Teehee slightly out of position after laying one last blast on the tower. Go for the Rod of Atos, go for the kill onto him. Global Silence, he's not going to get a chance to get off the Sunder. He is dead, and Teehee, oh man, this Ripper, man, finding 2 support kills as they manage to wrap around on Teehee. Rapido will be fine, I think. He's so tanky, but another Rod of Atos. Gordon, I mean, he still has a DD, and he's almost has another Remnant up. If he lands this one, might be good. Toss back with the telekinesis, lands the Remnant though, and the DD goes to work. Rapido, he's gonna fall right outside his tier 2. Nothing to help him out. JG was so focused on going for Jackie here, but Jackie healthy enough to survive.
And this Ripper just destroyed them.
Straight
Got
up.
him a Rubik kill, went into mid, ends up getting them the Doom kill. Ice takes mid tower off of that little move. And because of all the farm TJ's had, he has a super fast Atos in this game. Just gets a massive Terrorblade kill bottom with the extra damage off the back of Global. Everything aligning for Bleed here in the last 2 minutes. Now XERXIA, you're on the back foot because the Wind Ranger is going to become a 4th core in this game. It is inevitable now, especially when it's DJ. This guy will always be happy to claim up the extra farm on the map. And I think this is a game to do it. This is a very scary hero with the net worth. And it's a hero that Bleed should be very happy to just take some farm priority here when you have kind of this Abaddon playing a support utility role.
Yeah.
More in for Duvu. He'll pay the
this
price,
is
but
a decent kill because he had gotten so many last hits. Like, the Ripper was helping to get all those kills, but it was the Curse that secured the last hit on all of them, so he actually had a dominating streak going.
yep, that'll go to JG, who really needed it.
Yeah, he did.
Honestly. Maybe they can get this tier 2 as well.
Radiant's bottom
There's a
tower
glyph.
is under attack. Radiant structures
Get
are
the glyph.
fortified.
This is a catapult wave, though. I think this tower is just dead. It's a very early tier 2. Some more catch-up gold for JG if you can get the last hit. Oh,
Radiant
son, you
Yeah.
gotta get that, man. You're giving me a break there. You gonna let that catapult just style on you like that? Well, see,
You know, it's
that's
funny.
where I'm saying, that's where my philosophy comes in. I'm taking that last hit. If my core, if my core can't get that, because I get it, then you gotta go back to the right-click simulator here.
Go back to the
Oh,
last
I tell
hit
you.
simulator, practice up a little bit.
Just missing free gold.
I haven't used a Doom in a while. Maybe try and use one here, but these heroes, again, I feel like these heroes are relatively elusive, and the Dooms are not easy because they just don't have that, like, guaranteed hold Like even the Wind Ranger, Wind Run, you've got Dusa, Stone Gaze. Like you don't have any way to guarantee that they won't get off abilities before you strike.
I mean, at least Doom takes care of the Wind Ranger if you can get the latch.
It's true. Yeah.
Rupido will go Blink here. I think a necessary item for how this game is progressing. Did rush the Crimson Guard.
Young God. He used the Sunder, so he is exposed here and bleed. Gonna mass TP over to catch him out. He's dead. Global Silence is gonna be used, but again, no Sunder, so there's no real way out of this one for him. He is so far away from his towers, so far away from his allies. He'll be shot down by DJ.
The game he is having right now. Please go Maelstrom. Or Ags, or both.
I mean, surely, right? Rod of Atos has got to be a Maelstrom Gleipnir pickup, right?
Maybe. He did go back for the Arcanes here. Could indicate an aura, could just be casual Arcanes. I want him to just go carry, though, like the position they're in. Well, let him find him. He'll get sucked and killed. Nice pickup. That's a big streak. Again, JG will collect it. That's 2 streaks going his way, and suddenly he's above 2 of the bleed cores, Cap. That is Dota 2. You cannot give these streaks to the one player you don't want him going to. That is a lot of gold and a lot of momentum going back his way.
I don't know how you feel about it, but I also feel like if you give a kill, a pickoff to like some 1v1, that's kind of okay, but it's when there's like multiple heroes involved. I feel like the assist gold is like crazy big for all these kills. All these kills are like, you get 600 golds for, you know, the guy who gets the last hit, but then the other guys also, you know, are gonna split like 600 gold as well.
Oh, yes.
Does assist gold benefit from the streak?
I think so, because we see like the on godlike kills, it's like, you know, those are like 1,200 plus another 800 for everybody involved.
Huh. That might just be a factor of the network, though.
It could be.
I remember looking at this the other day. I don't remember.
Let's see, drums. All right, there's our Blink Dagger. So if we can get a Minotaur Stomp on Rapido, we'll have a lot better initiation than we once had.
Dire's top tower is
Also help
only based on
God.
network.
It's only based off net worth? Okay.
Yes. Assist gold is only based off the relative net worth, so the streak just goes to the killer. That's why it's important you give the last hit to that guy.
Sure.
But of course, the thing is, when you're on a streak, you're probably higher net worth, so like that assist gold ends up being relatively more anyway.
Sure.
Most of the time. So I think it's like a fair statement to say. I mean, they get a lot of gold out of it regardless. But
Gordon, they got him. Slight chains into the Doom. Big kill, big kill. They needed to be able to shut down Gordon some more and get JG that momentum. You already got 2 of those last hits. Now if they shut down Gordon, then I feel like the tempo goes way more in Xerxia's way.
Yeah, then it's just Medusa they have to deal with. Another reason I think you should be itemizing this Wind Ranger to carry, which DJ's going to go back for Lotus. He's going to go for utility to help his team, but I didn't worry about their scale, because then you're just putting everything in Medusa here. I mean, Void Spirit is crazy late game, but they have decent Void Spirit answers. There's a Chains, there's an Insta-Lift, there's a Doom, there's Pugna Ward that he has to go into. I feel like the Xerxia lineup is actually better equipped to deal with the Void Spirit than Medusa in some ways.
I'll give a counter argument.
Medusa just 1v5.
I'll give a counter argument to that, which is Dusa lineups. I think if you're picking Dusa, you need to build around it. Winter was in fact talking about this on the panel, right?
True.
It's like the Solar Crest build up and that sort of thing. Like you don't want to have, you don't want to be splitting, I think, too much of that net worth. So do you feel like that's still advisable here, or do you think like just circumstances change?
I think it's about how the Dusa can deal damage and how much you're putting into her. Like, I think there's balance in everything in Dota. I think when this Abaddon pick is going Helm to Overlord, and Ice can literally buy every aura and is not a killable first target in this game, so his auras are guaranteed, that the Wind Ranger can just itemize for damage and create another threat. Like, sometimes the best way to help your core that you're playing around is to create another threat so that they can't just 100% all in the Dusa at some point and everyone's looking at her just trying to buffer. And I think that space exists for DJ in this game, especially with the game he had. I think it'll also take some pressure off Gordon, who is going to have to fight through that Doom. Be reliable on these fights. Either way, yeah, if you're just going to try and end the game with, like last time, with like Butterfly Dusa plus Hamel the Overlord Abaddon, which they get another Roshan, it's the same relative timing within the minute. Same kind of itemization here. If you believe it's going to win you the game like last time, then there is nothing wrong with how Fleet are itemizing and how they're playing. It's just a question of, you know, this game is different from last time in that XERXIA have much stronger outspam in the Terrorblade illusions plus the Ember, even Rubik Pugna pretty good. And I think their answers to dealing with the Dusa late game are more reliable. Like, I think Terrorblade can do a bit more. I think Doom is always a very scary late game hero to go against, so it's just a confidence factor. How confident are you you're going to hit this timing and end the game with it?
And DJ's really changing up his build. Now thinking about Octarine.
Octarine. I mean, Octarine is nice, but it's an interesting choice.
Seems like maybe he thinks they need more control out of it. Like, he went the Rod of Atos in the first place, right? Like, and they do have some control problems for sure. Their only stun is Shackle Shot and Aether Remnant, both skill shots, so
it does give you a lot more stun. The uptime between Shackle and Aethos is going to be very high. This isn't an expensive item. No, he buys Lotus. All right, he's just messing with us. All right, I'm done with DJ's items for the rest of the game.
Okay. We won't talk about DJ's items again until 60 minutes when he gets to tier 5.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we got the Diffuser Blade done for Young God, so he has itemized to attack this point of time where the Dusa is very strong. You still have to fight through the Butterfly, but you've got something to address her.
This is definitely an anti-timing item. They're trying to dissuade this early push that kind of destroyed them last game.
Yep.
They can also create a threat of their own. Like, there's a Pugna, there's Terrorblade Illusions. You can wrap this other side of the map with the early tier 2 down. And yeah, Jackie is just going to TV bottom. He does not want to commit for this push. He wants to get the lanes out, deal with the map. This is where the Terrorblade matches up a lot better versus the Dusa than the previous game. Because he can create the map pressure. He can continue to scale in terms of the farm rate, keep up with the Medusa, still threaten her in the fight. It just gives you a lot more options. You're not committed to like, oh, we have to take this high ground defense with Bloodseeker who can't do anything to this hero. So already XERXIA not nearly as pressured in this game. And this is where I'm saying that strategic factor is slightly different.
Young God not going to join in on this 4-man spoke with his team. He cut a wave in bottom before TP back to base. Now he's going to try and push out top with an illusion and keep in general striking distance of his team. Push through mid.
He's going MKB as well, just to deal with the Butterfly.
Yeah.
I mean, he is itemizing purely to deal with the Medusa. And his team is just a full-on control. I kind of like this. Like, that's his job. He's going to have Crimson to buff him up. It should give him a lot of EHP in the fight. And he has Pugna who can always bail him out. So this, like, glass candy damage build is what XERXIA are looking for. But he needs to be in the fight. He's not here right now, and Bleeder is running in.
It's hard to get there, and they have the vision. Rapido going to be targeted first. He pops his BKB, but Corden is slippery. He's already jumped away. He's going to get another actual step on out of there. JG trying to address some of these heroes, has his own BKB. He's going to go for Dubu. Dubu, he's going to fall. Pretty easily cleaned up, while Rapido did manage to hit that Doom onto the Void Spirit.
Yeah, he's in his own one-on-one.
Yeah, and if he spots him, JG's going to help him out because the Doom is wearing out soon, so they need to get this damage now, and they hit him with the Mintar stun. That's surely going to be enough. Oh, never mind. Manta hop away, TP out, hits him with the slight, but no chains, man. Well played by Corden.
Manta Void Spirit is a hard hero to lock down. I mean, they do get the Doom, but that fight just gets mega split. Benefits bleed a lot. As they dodge what was probably a tough fight considering the Doom got BKB and Crimson off. I think it's a hard go if he gets those auras. JG gonna chase down a dragon here as well. Will not get it though. The dragon is too big.
Too much for JG to handle. Potentially Aghanim Scepter up next for him. Spotted Dubu. Dubu returns fire, and without their Doom, without the remnants that they need, BKB's on cooldown, they don't feel good about fighting on XERXIA. Not yet. Maybe in a little bit. The BKB's coming back up. DD spotted. Oh, that's going to be even harder to take a fight now. Double damage Adusa with an MKB.
In her backpack.
In her backpack.
Why is it in her backpack?
Don't think he realized when the courier delivered that his slots were full.
I mean, this is just the power of a windlace cap. You don't understand how good this item is. It does not deserve to be backpacked for an entire Monkey King bar. Put it in.
Okay, there he goes. There he goes. I was like, surely Jackie's going to recognize this at some point. Finally,
I mean, he used the windlace to get here, and then he's using the MKB to see. She's going to swap it back after the fight. You know? Octarine finish for DJ as well, so the stun cooldowns are online here. Still got a Lotus recipe in his backpack, so he didn't even know where he was going. But this is a Rax down. No contest here without Doom, without Terrorblade mana. Will only be a ranged Rax, but it's still something.
Yeah. Young God really didn't want to fight not only the Doom, but also his MKB on Young God was almost here. So I appreciate XERXIA giving that up. I think that actually shows like the right amount of restraint, you know?
Yeah, just, it's like last game.
Don't take a bad fight right now. You are almost about to hit a huge timing.
I agree. That fight is not necessary if you're not ready to take it. Like one Rax versus these push lineups or deuce lineups is honestly, it's irrelevant. Especially when you have a hero like Ember, you have Terrorblade. Terrorblade's just gonna shove these illusions. It's only a ranged Rax too. Like who cares? You'd rather get the better fight. So if you need a minute to do that, it is 100% the correct call. There's also stolen Aphotic Shield here for XERXIA. A big factor, removing some of these debuffs. Find a quick Dubu. Get some extra gold and some extra time for this MKB to be finished up. He's 70 gold off. And this is all about next Roshan. You just want to put your Terrorblade in a position where you can contest that Roshan, get Aegis here, and then you're in a decent position maybe to just win this game. Depending on how hard you're going to scale here. Which I guess we can never count Void Spirit out. I go back to that Mega Creeps comeback from the other day. I mean, that was Void Spirit, right? That hero is disgusting in the late game.
We do have Tormentors up. I feel like there's one support on each side. That Shard is not that bad. Wind Ranger's Shard and Rubik's Shard are both pretty decent. Yeah, Bombi pinged it.
Some shards here.
It's like, you wanna do this for me, friend?
He's got nags too, so double spell steal coming out. Could also be pretty big depending on what he can grab. I don't think this is some crazy spell steal game, but if you get Shackle, super great. If you get Curse, amazing. Snake, not that bad, you know. Aether Remnant, there's a lot of really nice small spells, and then you get two of them.
The Snake is the one where you convinced me. I was like, why an Aghanim Scepter? I do not agree with this without, like, you know, like the build up to it, Aether Lens and stuff like that. But Aghanim Snake Steel, that is just a huge disable in a team fight.
It is indeed solid. Get that stun. You also refill your mana, which is big because you run out of mana a lot of times with Ags. You're casting too many things.
True.
There's some very important grabs if you can nail them in the fight. You can also get like Wind Run plus something else, and then you're kind of immortal with mobility plus another item. It's like Sakuchi plus one. The contest for Roshan.
Oh. We got a full 5 minutes on this daytime spot, so this is where the clash that is likely going to determine the momentum of this game. Rapido trying to get initiation fails. DJ with the win run, a little bit too quick for Rapido, but that's okay. Didn't have to blow anything big for it.
Yeah, he does not want to doom DJ here. Does not feel like he's enough of a threat. He wants to doom the Void Spirit. That is what Rapido is looking for.
That's the awkward part when your Doom is your initiator and the frontline unit is like not who you want to Doom.
Yeah, and when your team gets jumped with
sneaking
global.
around the back,
Oh, he got the
catching
Doom.
Teehee. Teehee is just straight up dead. Gordon may have tanked the Doom, but they can't actually deal with Jackie. The Stone Gaze goes out at the same time. DJ can't handle the MKB pickup. The turnaround on Rapido, though. He did get hit by the Lotus Orb Doom, so he has to play his distance. JG not being careful enough. He died straight up. Did not anticipate that kind of damage. Young God's gonna have to fight through this one. Goes to the Sunder on it. Jackie. Jackie is a little bit low, running low on mana. Young God not quite enough. Rapido can't do it either. Bleed had too much to bring into this fight, especially playing around the buybacks and TPN onto their outpost. They'll claim the second Roshan.
Radiant's middle tower
Big plays there. Like the Lotus from Ice to return that Doom was huge because then Rapido cannot get off another Crimson there to help his team. And his team just melts to Jackie.
middle tower is
Might have
under
been the
attack.
most clutch play of that whole team fight. DJ with a buyback has the gold saved, can immediately get to that outpost. That is Radiant daytime Roche advantage in a nutshell because he comes back and just slays the Terrible. Definitely helps turn that fight. I mean, you're guaranteed a good Sunder there. That is always the TB Medusa matchup, but
Dire's
this Wind Ranger
bottom
ult
tower
just goes
is
through
under
both.
attack. Dire's
You're
Really
bottom
guaranteed
helped
a
out the
good
damage.
defensive Sunder, but not an offensive one, right?
Yes, very true.
Which in a fight like this, where they're just kind of running out of damage, you see in real time, Bombi shows up a little bit too close to the tier 2 tower, not respecting the bleed push that is coming in. 5 heroes. They're going to quickly take this tier 2 and can keep the march going.
Yeah, I mean, there's no Doom, there's no meta here. They're missing a lot of mana on Jackie. Refill a little bit off this Ancients. I'm a bit surprised they didn't just try and
Dire's middle
siege that,
tower
though.
is under attack.
With the big ults on cooldown.
Ice will help out Jackie a little bit more. I mean, Ice is really playing a supportive role on this 3-position of Adam, both game 1 and game 2. I mean, look at his build-up. Helm of the Overlord, Lotus, Solar Crest goes back for Arcane Boots.
This is why DJ has that freedom to go for the greedier items, as he has a full utility 3. A very nice pairing with his Medusa. Just buff her up and let her go to work.
Dire's top barracks
This
are
should be
under
a free
attack.
melee racks here. No way XERXIA want to contest this. He wants to get like some smoke wraparound or something, which they actually are smoked, so they're thinking about this fight. This is a tough fight though into Aegis.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
It's not easy. And Ice grabbing the ancient frostbitten
He's gonna
golem to
take
get
the
the
Ranger,
initiation,
but
but the Lotus Orb
Lotus again.
once again comes out. Rapido doomed himself. Corden already killing the Pugna, and JG gets Stone Gaze as he tried to turn around and throw out a Remnant, but got caught in the gaze of Jackie.
That's such a hard fight if you're not all together with that Doom jump. The Lotuses have been on point from Ice as well. Destroying the initiations. They have no other real initiation. That's your meta. That's your Doom. I mean, Bleed are going to wait this out and probably go high ground after the fact. I mean, what is stopping them now? Again, low on mana on Jackie, but he has another life as well. I don't think he cares if he dies once here.
Yeah, against that non-meta TB. Doesn't seem too much of a threat on your second life.
You have Stolen Snake on Bombi.
Dire's middle tower
There's that
is under attack.
upgraded snake. The additional disable is nice. But what do you do about Jackie?
You watch him.
Crimson Guard, you can only do so much.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Almost burned out of mana. Then he gets his snake back. Heals up a decent amount. Terrorblade in some trouble. Just a bit of a poke, though. Not actually committed on by Corden.
I feel like they're just healing Jackie's mana by giving him snakes.
Maybe even just a single hero snake brings back so much.
It's another lane. You have Aegis for a minute here. You can go for the third while you still have this Aegis up. You're going to have Doom back. You're going to have Meta back in 30. That's probably your last contest of a fight here. You better make it worthwhile. I still think getting on the back line is your best option. I think you've got to smoke around for this fight. I don't think you can just fight head on into Jackie, giving you bleed even formation. I feel like you're going to win that. He has a full Hex on top of everything.
As Mana's getting pretty far out of control. Huge amount of survivability. Now, they're going to have to stall this a little bit, but they could reach a window where the Aegis is expiring and take the team fight around that. 25 seconds left. Jackie, I think at this point, you want to die. I'm not even sure if it's worth limping back, but I guess they're going to hold the high ground and let the Aegis expire. But if they smoke out, I kind of want to see them smoke out and just go for the fight.
It's an interesting idea. They're going to do it. Kind of agree. If you just let him regen to full
on him, it expires, but he heals up so quickly.
Lincoln's on top of everything. His net worth got out of control very fast here. And that's your last smoke on XERXIA. If you don't force the fight with this
Radiant are scanning.
you got nothing left. Terrorblade Courier alive for now. That's a full Scotty on it.
Scotty, he's just gonna send it back right through all of them. That was never gonna work.
3 minutes on the sidelines for that item. That's a very important item here. He needs the survivability. He needs the Scotty slow in these cores. Multiple, 3 Lincolns up for bleed right now. You have Corden, DJ, and Jackie all with their own, plus that Lotus on ice. It is a lot of single target protection to burn through here to try and get a Doom.
Dire's bottom tower.
They're gonna go for the initiation on Jackie. Everything they have on him, the Doom thrown out. But again, interrupted by Corden, who quickly executes the back line with his double damage going to work, killing Pompey as well. Shackle's dead. Both are going to have to use the buyback. All the Shackle catches the Ember Spirit. DJ coming through the clutch, might be able to finish him off, jumps away, and a final hit from the Medusa. Scores, nails its mark. Jackie resetting off the Stone Gaze, waiting for some heals. Jeez, these Shackles keep on going, and Corden keeps on demolishing the backlines. Another Shackle that lands. DJ is on fire right now, and he immediately moved on to just finishing them all off. He got the 2-hero Shackle and then Ranabatos Bombi afterwards. He says nobody is escaping from this team fight.
Oh, that Octarine looked so disgusting in the last fight, man. By the time you're out of the Shackle, you're basically getting shackled again, and 3 2-hero Shackles in a row. There is no way you're winning that engagement. And that'll clinch #1 place for bleed here. That's a lot of points, a lot of momentum going into that Bali Major. I mean, anything's possible. Definitely feeling very good about their team's trajectory after this season, right? Because they struggled all year, bring in some big names, still struggling. Finally bring in Erasmus. Seems like he has steered the ship in a much clearer direction in terms of everybody being on the same page in these games. And that is a huge factor in Dota, man. If you're on the same page, you understand what you're playing for, you understand what you're itemizing for, you get shit done. For XERXIA, back to Div 2, and you got some learning experience. I don't think the season was a total train wreck for them. I think the score is rough, but honestly, I feel like in some of those games, like you're a Div 2 team, you're coming up, you're trying stuff out, trying to figure out what's worked. I think some of their games, they were figuring some stuff out and looked pretty good, so I'm not 100% disappointed in them. I think pleasantly surprised by what they were capable of, I'll put it that way.
All right, well, Bleed finishing up 6-1, a total of 13-4 in game score. Very impressive top placement for the top team in Southeast Asia.
And with it, they do indeed get themselves a cool 500 DPC points, which I was actually mistaken when we were talking about how TI regional qualifiers would play out and how the seeding would play out. It's not entirely based on your position in Tour 3, it's actually based off of DPC points first. And so seeding is controlled based off of how many DPC points you have. The higher you have, the higher seeding you have. And if you have 0 points, then it takes your placement into your DPC tours into account. So for the most part, most Div 1 teams will already have points. And so either way, Bleed is still very, very happy with this result. Looking forward to TI regionals. And then hell, if they're able to win Bali, then there's a probability that they could directly qualify.
Win Bali.
It's a journey before we get to that point.
Long journey, man.
It is a journey though for XERXIA to be able to actually put out a good fight against the top seed.
Yep.
I think they did what they can. It's just they lack the experience that Bleed obviously has, you know. I like what the TV did. Like, he was just constantly pressuring this bottom lane, but then I think he did it too much. He was kind of just dying as the result. You kind of want to pressure but not be the one to die for it, you know. Like, maybe your Rubik can die for you, your partner can die for you, but like, you cannot be the one to take one for the team because you are the carry.
Yeah, I look at their performance and I compare it to our Tour 2 relegation teams, which were Geek Slate and Polaris. And I remember those games being much more one-sided. Whereas in most of the XERXIA games, I could see glimpses of like, oh, maybe they could win this game. But pretty consistently after like 30 minutes, they were never in a winning position.
I would say they're decent in the lane.
Yeah.
And they mostly know how to play the lane at a good level. But it's more about like how they are structuring the draft and how they are understanding what items they should be buying and how they are going to make this draft work, you know. I think that part is lacking the most. Like in this game, for example, I would definitely probably try to get Grease on the support, like especially the Rubik, to deal with the global. And you're trying to play against a ball against a ball. So you need more aura items. Like if one side has a significant higher number of aura items, they're probably going to have an easier time in the team fights. And you have to understand when you look at both the drafts, it's going to be a lot of team fighting. You're going to be clashing around a lot as 5, and you need items to be able to win those important fights. And they simply didn't have it on the supports. And maybe the diffusal on the Terabit, like Stephanie said during the break in the green room, she didn't really like it. And it's all like part of a problem, you know.
I think the diffusal can be useful if you can make it a longer game where it comes by as your 6th item, you know. You
Disperser?
Disperser, you get rid of your boots and then you have disperser, so you don't have this movement speed issue. But back then, I think he really needed the MKB. Like the Medusa already showed he's having this eagle song. Definitely it's a butterfly, right? So it should be MKB queued up, not diffusal blade.
Yeah, and going back to the itemization, like how DJ itemized this game, he went for like more damage, and then because the Abaddon on the offlane, he's building more team items, so they have that kind of balance within the team, and they understand who should be doing what.
He didn't really go. He went Octarine Lincolns. That's
like more core build, like it's
Leipnir is core.
Yeah, sure, fine.
I mean, if nothing else, he was getting farmed like a core, that's for sure. In the laning phase, I was mind-boggled that they were sharing last hits between.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask him later.
Yeah, I'm very curious to hear if that was intentional or if that was just like a Abaddon being like, I can't get any of these last hits anyway, you might as well.
It comes back to his starting items. He started with a Bacillus on Abaddon, so he didn't have a lot of regen. So initially in the first couple of waves, he got harassed a lot, and he was like sending Tangle, so he was always low HP. So the Wind Ranger's like, okay, sure, you're not getting the last hit, I'm getting the last hit.
But even he kept putting Aphotic Shield on the Wind Ranger as opposed to on himself.
But see, he's just spamming, because he wants the Wind Ranger to go up and trade, but at the same time, because I don't remember how he took a lot of damage. It might have been before the lane started.
It was when the bounty run fights.
Yeah, then he couldn't really take any crits for the first 2 minutes.
Yeah. It was a difficult laning situation, but obviously this team is very experienced to deal with it. And we actually get a chance to speak to Dubu for our final interview of the season. Dubu, congratulations on an amazing season, man. 6-1, first place. Do you have any words that you'd like to share? Hi is a good one. Anything that you would like to say to all the Bleed fans who've been watching for 3 tours, now they finally get to see you on LAN. Any words for them?
We are very happy and then looking forward to perform in Major. It's been too easy for everyone because there's no Dubu in Major.
There we go. Dubu, I've been actually missing your vlogs also. That was one of my favorite parts of seeing you. Oh wow, I didn't know we had a close-up cam. I always enjoy watching your vlogs whenever you're on a LAN. Are you planning to do that in Bali?
No, I want to focus on performing first.
Ooh, okay. All business this time. I respect it. Aurora, you got any questions for Dubu?
Actually, you know what? I'm kind of distracted by this Jackie poster behind you, Dubu. Like, is that
Oh,
to signal like the best answer player here? Like,
nah,
Okay.
it's just people wants to show off, I guess.
but not you. You're the humble man. I want to ask about like the last game, this Everton Ranger. Is there any moment where SSIs and DJ discuss who is gonna get the CS? Because we noticed that the Everton has like 15 CS, and at the same time, this Ranger has like 14 CS. So what happened there?
I think they were just like saying that he can't really touch the creep, so Winter should just take it. Something like that. I was really focusing on the bottom lane, so I don't really remember.
Okay, so you're right.
So you mentioned just now that you are trying to just focus on your own performance. So what have you been trying to focus more on yourself right now? Is it just because you don't have to draft, so you can focus more on the lane and shot calling in the team fights? Those are the things that you try to look at the most at the moment.
It's hard to say. It's just like overall performance, like in every area, like laning, whatever the mid game, spare usage, whatever my positioning, anything. Yeah, everything basically.
Do you think that you talk the most in the team, like you during the early stages? So you have to put a little bit more responsibility on yourself in the early stages, and because you don't have to draft, right? So you can focus on that part of the game more.
It's kind of hard to say. I think in our team right now, everyone knows like how we want to play together. So they're giving lots of good information everywhere. So we just like choose the best option. Yeah, out of it.
I see. We got a chance to speak to Misery on your last victory, and he mentioned that it was you putting in a good word for him that got him to end up being the coach for Bleed this tour. Obviously, you two have history from TSM, but did you know if Misery would be compatible with the rest of your teammates, like personality-wise?
Yeah, I for sure knew it. He was one of the best option in my head, and then I was like, without him, if he says no, I actually don't know what to get. Yeah.
Would you have considered going coachless for the tour, or you would just been like, please, anyone, please coach us?
It's hard because I don't see like better 5 option than me right now. So, yeah.
And then do you like the fact that a lot of the stress of having to worry about so much drafting and, well, are you still replay analyzing? Did you ever replay analyze, or would someone else handle that?
I think I kinda do sometimes. Yeah, if it's needed. And then, yeah, ever since we didn't really need to do like replay analysis for too deep insight, because we kinda know already how we want to play. So just need to check like a few factors or a few moments where we messed up or having wrong decision.
Yeah, because you guys only lost one series this entire tour, and it was against Blacklist, so how much is there to analyze on your wins?
Oh, that was really like a valuable loss actually. I mean, right now I can just say like this because like everything went well, but after the series, like we actually watched replay, and then we realized how bad we were playing on the map together. And then we actually figured out after that every scrim, and then official became really easy. So yeah.
Yeah, it's important to get those losses, even if they hurt, because you learn your weaknesses, and it seems like you took that loss quite wisely. You got some time off until Bali. What's the plan for the next 3 weeks for Bleed?
We are gonna take some break and then come back before the major for the boot camping. Yeah.
You know how long your boot camp will be? Like a week or 2 weeks?
It's between week to 2 weeks based on people's schedule. Yeah.
And are you going to be sticking around in Singapore the whole time, or are you going to go somewhere else?
I'm going back home to meet my wife.
Yes, I can imagine. You've been missing her. Well, Dubu, it's been a well-earned vacation. Amazing performance this tour. Congratulations, and looking forward to how Bleed do in Bali.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. He's been grinding it out, and he has gotten a well-earned result. This has been hard work coming out of Bleed, and a collaborative effort as well, bringing Misery on board. I'm not surprised that he had that much confidence in Misery. He really wanted him.
I feel like he still talked a lot in the team because I noticed how many times he's, like drinking his water. Like it has been like that for all his interviews. So I'm assuming that he really needs to talk a lot in the team, and that's why.
It's that's the dynamic that I've always known on Dubu teams. He's a talkative player, and probably how many teams has he like captained?
Yeah, but he's even if he's not the captain, he's like the co-captain.
Yeah, exactly.
He's somebody that will talk a lot. He will offer a lot of calls. In the game, can we do this? Can we do that? And he just strikes me like that kind of person. Between the two supports, you need one of them to be like that, and the other person to just silently hit creeps.
And boy, is DJ good at that. So yes, indeed, congratulations to Bleed on securing first place in our Southeast Asian DPC Tour 3. And condolences to XERXIA. Despite getting promoted last tour, they will be going back down, which has kind of been a trend. Polaris got promoted last time in Tour 2 and got brought down for Tour 3. And so at least one of these teams seems to be getting cycled out, which is a shame. And now we have quite a bit of time until our second series. But if you know what we like to do around here, you know that it's not just going to be a break screen. No, we're going to have some defense of the hot takes coming for you before we get to our second series of SMG versus Boom. So maybe around a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with some Sambal loaded up for my panelists, Aurora and Winter. Stick around, and we'll see that after the break. What kind of flute was that? Was that like a pan flute? You guys have some Southeast Asian specific kind of flute?
I have no idea. I don't play.
Indonesian flute. You didn't play any instruments, Aurora?
Yeah, sad.
Not even in school? There's a thing called a suling. S-U-L-I-N-G. You ever heard of that?
Nope.
Suling,
As a name,
ceruling.
maybe.
Or ceruling. Oh, you've heard of it. It can be used in a dagung ensemble. What's dagung?
Sorry, Indonesians. Sorry.
It's a form of Sudanese musical ensemble. It can be found in Southeast Asia, especially Brunei, Indonesia, and Malaysia, the Philippines, and Singapore. If you are a suling or a ceruling player, press 1 in the chat. And I want to quiz you on ceruling. Meanwhile, for my panelists, I want to do some quizzing of my own, as this is time for a defense of the hot takes. If you're unfamiliar with the game, I'll explain it to you. Basically, my two fine panelists here are going to have to present some defenses. We're going to give them with some downright ludicrous opinions that they need to defend with their lives. It's going to seem ridiculous, but if they're able to convince me, well, then that means that they won't have to eat some spicy sambal, because it's a hot take, it's got to have a hot punishment. And if they can't do it, apparently we've also revised the sambal. Last time, these Malaysian natives were just taking globs down with no problem, maybe a little bit of sweat. Apparently we have upped the spice level. This is extra spicy this time.
Yeah, okay, guys, if I lose again this time, right, just understand that I'm taking one for the team because Winter has to carry the entire day, you know.
Aurora, you eat some crazy stuff. I saw the freaking Instagram or whatever, Twitter story. You ate bugs. What was that bug?
I think it was grasshopper. I mean, they told me it was grasshopper.
And you said it was
grasshopper.
good.
Yeah, it is. it tastes like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just...
Protein.
It is protein, but I mean, there's such a thing as good tasting protein and bad tasting protein. She's got ice in the veins, Winter. I think you may be, because her last opponent was Adam, your last opponent was Adam, and
No, you were my last opponent.
no, you GG'd out.
No, because you were impartial. No, you were not impartial.
I was not impartial. I was impartial.
You
All
get
I
like,
said is that you
oh.
needed to defend Corden as being the player carrying bleed right now. And listen, if I watched the last
could have
game,
done that. Nobody could have done that.
what are you talking
I
about?
could have.
She could have. She just needed to analyze the last series, and I would have been convinced.
No, I mean, we're mid players. Mid players cover for each other.
Yeah, that's
Even
right.
if we are doing bad, we just say, it's not having a good day, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, he will still carry the team.
Yeah, you know what mid players have in common? Blaming others. My fucking support did not control my rune. My support did not die in the lane and refill my bottle. My off laner is not doing well. He lost his lane. Where am I gonna rotate to?
I could say the same for you all, like blaming mid players. You know, like, wow, my mid player, lane has got, but I still lose, still useless, you know. What are you expecting?
I mean, that's just the name of the game, you know, the blame game. You play mid, you take all the XP, you have to carry the game. I'm not taking any XP. You want to blame your post 5? Because I didn't take the rune, and then when I go take the rune, my carry is like, oh boy, please carry it alone again. How am I gonna last hit? DJ's last hitting in front of me. Ice is taking the jungle. Where do I farm?
You know, this is what they complain. It's like they lose the 2v2 and then they blame mid player.
Because my mid player is telling me, ding, 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 5 minutes, 45 seconds, time to go take the rune.
Okay, this is good stuff. I've got you both in a combative mood, which is the perfect time to serve up some hot takes. Production, can we please have the first set of hot takes for Winter? I want Winter to go first. We're going to show both questions, and I'm going to choose out
Ladies
of them.
first.
Okay, so here are your two options. You either have to say that 3 major wins is better than having 2 TI runner-ups, or you say that 2 TI runner-ups is better than 3 major wins. Aurora, which one do you think is harder to defend?
Harder to defend.
Yeah,
I
which
mean,
one do you think is more incredulous, more ridiculous?
I definitely think TI runner-up twice is better than 3 major wins because, I mean, at least you only lose to the TI champion, right?
No, don't explain it, because then you might help Winter out.
Yeah.
Okay, so in that case, Winter, I want you to defend that 3 major wins is better than 2 TI runner-ups.
3 major wins is better than 2 TI runner-ups.
Yeah.
because 2 TI runner-up means that you're not a winner. I am a winner. I won 3 times.
You didn't win when it really mattered, though. your bank account didn't win as much as it could have.
Oh, damn. The bank account, there's no comeback for bank
God
account.
damn it, Winter. No, you still have more in the bank. I trust you. 3 major wins. There have been plenty of players. Well, I was actually about to say, like, I'm sure Arteezy, but no, not even Arteezy has 3 major wins. He is still looking for his 1 major win and his 1 TI runner-up. He hasn't even been second place at a TI yet. Okay, so bad example. LGD has been runner-up in many, many TIs, and they have also won a lot of majors as well. So they've done both, actually. Which one do you think that they're happier about? They're probably happier about the major wins, right?
Well, like you said, whether if you're asking the bank or you're asking just a title, I'm a major winner.
Let's say
man.
in the sense of competition. You're a
Major winner.
major winner because you
Yeah.
got to win.
I never lose. I never like losing.
Well, you lost a TI.
Yeah, no, fine. But nobody likes losing, so 3 major wins.
Yeah, pretty flimsy. I'm not buying it. That's a pretty weak defense. Aurora, I think this one is going to be pretty easy for you because Winter did not really give me much to work with. All right, Aurora, what are your 2 hot takes that we have the choices to defend between? Because that one we got the full spectrum. This one we're getting Chuan is the best Malaysian coach. Or
Honestly,
Winter.
This is easy for me.
This one's easy for you. Which one? Well, Winter, I let her choose your question. So, Winter, which one do you think is harder to defend? You're the best coach in SEA, or Chuan's the best coach and best Malaysian coach?
Of course, I'm gonna put myself.
Okay, Aurora, I would like you to
I'm a
defend.
shit coach.
I would like you to defend. Winter is the best Southeast Asian coach.
Oh my god, I don't even have to lie.
Oh,
He is
so
the
sweet.
best Southeast Asia coach.
Prove it.
And because I have first-hand experience, he coached me.
Oh
Okay.
no.
Have you ever met a coach that would, like sit through the entire night just to give you therapy on the side?
Man, the problem with this justification is if I poke holes in it, then I'm also being mean to you, Aurora, and I don't really want to do that.
Don't worry about it.
Okay,
if
fine
anything,
then.
I've got my therapist here.
Okay, fine.
Oh
In
no.
that case, if it's a 2v1.
Oh, no.
Aurora, this man's been coaching you for how long?
I think only 2 months.
Yeah, 2 months.
Yeah.
Okay. How much has your MMR gained in those 2
Wait, we
months?
don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. No,
I
no,
wanna
no, no,
talk
no, no,
about
no.
it.
Success is not measured by your MMR, okay?
Okay, what do you measure success by then, Aurora?
Land wins.
No, wait. Come on, no. I measure success with character development.
Okay.
Would you not say I'm less angry than before? Come on, you're not making yourself look good here too. Hello? You're the one who
Winter's in a
coached me.
tough spot. Either he makes you look good, or either he makes you eat sambal. Those are the options.
It's okay. I won't ask him anymore because
Okay, fine.
he's scared of making me angry.
Okay, fine. Then on a player-to-player basis, maybe not so much. Your coaching history, Winter, if I look through your Wikipedia, you started off coaching Faceless in 2017. Was that the first team that you remember coaching?
That was
Tier 1 team.
No, that's not.
Okay, what would-
Alliance
When did you coach Alliance?
TI4.
What?
You can blame me. That's why they lost. TI champs.
No, wait.
What?
It's not his fault that they lost. Okay, you need to understand, right? When they are losing, they need someone like a therapist as a coach. So they don't go too far down, So even if they are losing games, they have what it takes to take on new challenges again. This is what coach needs to do, like make you feel like you can keep on playing. Don't give up.
Did that Alliance roster stick around after TI4? It was Loda,
No.
S4, Bulldog, EGM, Ake.
Nope.
I'm pretty sure they just went to the
This
4
guy
wins.
would literally shit on himself just to win this stupid game.
Man, both of you are awful at this for this first series. Production, who do you think had the better defense? You think Winter with 3 major wins was better than 2 TI runner-ups? Or you think Aurora with Winter's both eat sambal? That's what I'm being told.
Honestly, I'm down for that.
I agree with it. This was both terrible defenses out of both of you. Load up 2 samballs.
Yeah, ladies first, go. This is orange
So
sambal.
weak.
Orange. Orange is the spicier version.
Yeah.
Wasted my effort defending you. Don't know why I even did that. Should have just gave up.
Yeah, I see your name. I see
just
Winter,
try
a
for
lone
something?
Malaysian flag next to 5 Swedish flags. Load it up, Winter. She didn't take that much, which I think is fair.
It's very spicy.
For first,
you
don't
can smell
do
it.
that much for. This is a best of 3. We
Best
don't.
of 3, alright.
Guys, be easy on Winter, okay? He really needs to carry the entire league.
And he's an old man. He's gonna get a heartburn if he eats too much, huh? It's an acid reflux.
No, I can feel it when I'm going to the toilet later.
Could probably be a better coach if he eats too much, and then can't talk. All you need to do is just sit in the background.
Give angry stares at your players. They'll know. You just give them that look. All right. Pretty bad first round. I'm disappointed in both of you right now. This was weak stuff. So let's see the second set. Winter, surely you can do better than that. Let's see what your hot takes are as you have a mouthful of sambal. First one, there's no bad heroes, only bad players. Second one, legacy keys are superior to QWER. Aurora, which one do you think is harder to defend?
I think legacy keys are superior to QWER.
I think that
harder
one's,
defense.
that's just objectively
Doesn't make
false.
sense.
Winter, tell me why legacy keys are better than QWER.
How did you know I'm a QWER user?
I heard it.
Oh, I mean, even if you weren't, I would love to hear your argument on why legacy key. I've never heard a good argument. Even legacy key users themselves are like, I wish I could unlearn this.
Sumail is a legacy key user. He's the best mid player.
Is he still the best?
Yeah, is he still the? Yes, he is still the best mid player.
I gotta find out if Quinn is a QWER user. I'm pretty sure he is.
I think based on just laning, I feel like I would still prefer to have
Does winning
Sumail.
the lane win you games?
Yes. Yes.
You sure?
Okay, legacy keys. Fuck, I can't do this. There's no benefit to using legacy keys. The only benefit is because you don't want to change. You don't want to unlearn what you don't want to unlearn what you have done for the past 15 years.
Are you a quick cast user? Do you use
No.
quick cast?
I wish I could,
See?
but I can't because it's very difficult to not click when I'm casting spells.
I agree. I'm the same as you. But like, do you agree that quick cast is objectively better
Yes.
than?
Look at all the modern players.
Yeah.
Look at how they play Tinker. You can't play Tinker if you have to click.
That's true. Do you? What's your auto attack setting? Do you have auto attack always, where you have to like stop your hero from auto attacking?
No. Only when I need to,
Yeah.
because I like that more. It's easier.
Aurora, what's your auto attack?
Standard.
Standard. Yeah,
Yeah.
same. But I do see a lot of Tinker players. They'll be like in the trees, and their hero will be like wigging out because
Yeah.
they're like trying to attack the creeps, and they're like, stop attacking the creeps. Stay in the trees. Be quiet.
I mean, this is going very, very badly right now.
Yes.
I mean, they put two very logical, panelists
Yeah, but that's the whole
together.
point, is that you need to defend something downright ridiculous. I was watching Arkeezy's stream yesterday, and he's a legacy key user, and like he just had a random issue where he was playing Terrorblade, and Terror Wave, the legacy key for that is one of his item hotkeys, and so anytime he presses it, it actually activates his item instead. Why are you still using legacy keys in 2023? Winter has not presented me a good reason as to why. So far, Aurora, yet again, I say that you probably have the advantage, but you did a pretty terrible job last time.
Yeah, it's your fault.
It's
You've
not
been
my
talking
fault.
about Terrorblade. Now we're terrible.
All right, fine. Let's see your hot takes for round 2. Winter's still reeling from the sambal from round 1. Question 1. Venomancer is Cuckoo's best hero, or only 2 Southeast Asian teams deserve to be at TI? Winter, which is the harder defense?
Only one Southeast Asian.
Okay, so
but only
probably not
two.
the second one.
Wait, you're playing against me, not
Yeah.
the production.
Actually, yeah, okay, with the harder, I'm gonna modify the second question. I'm gonna say you need to defend that 3 Southeast Asian teams need to be at TI. That's your question. 3 Southeast Asian teams should be at TI. It happened last year, didn't it? Pretty sure it happened last year.
What happened last year?
We had 3 Southeast Asian teams at TI, right? It was Fnatic. Who was it? Fnatic, Boom, and Talon. Fnatic, Boom, and Talon.
Boom was there.
Boom was there. Boom qualified on points. They were 7th place. Jackie, Yopaj, FBZ, Tims, and Scam. Okay, so we need to do that again, Aurora. 3 SEA teams deserve to be a TI. Tell me.
Okay, remember when we talked about C teams? What we lack? Discipline.
Okay.
But imagine sending only 1 or 2 teams. It's not enough to collect all the information. It's not enough because one thing is, we already not disciplined. So it's harder to win games. So we need to send more teams to be able to even reach a higher placement. Without this higher placement, there's no way that we learn. You know, we will be just ending up playing all the other C teams and then, you know, look what we have in DPC Tour 3.
But
it's all the same stuff.
At what point do we stop gathering information and finally start getting championships? We can only do so much reconnaissance. I mean, like, this is like being, if you're in university for like 6 years, you're like, oh, you know, I'm learning right now. I don't want to, you just don't want to enter the real world. You're just scared about getting a job. That's what I get from that.
Well, I just have to defend that they deserve to be a TI. I didn't have to defend that they deserve to win TI.
Oh, okay.
It's a
That's
difference.
true. That's fair. Good point. 3 SCA teams deserve to be a TI.
I mean, you can ask Winter, does he really think 3 C teams deserve to be a TI? Or win TI?
Oh no.
Really? Imagine one of the teams has Natsumi in it, the other one has Corner in it.
I mean, I feel like I'm at home now.
I see Winter has already recognized that he has lost this round, and he is getting a second helping of orange sambal. How spicy was it?
More spicy than the other day.
Yeah. Dude,
way more spicy.
The other one, you took like a
I
whole
cannot chunk this.
spoonful.
I took very little amount and my throat is
Still feel
already
it?
itching. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thankfully, you gave me a slightly better argument for this one. Yes, I can't wait to send 3 SEA teams so that we can get information. I would also love to get a top 4 at some point. Last time that happened, Adam was on the team. So, you know, I'd say the time is ripe.
Top 3. That's top 3. Mushi's team top 3.
I thought it was
EI3.
4. Oh yeah, I know. That's all time. But I'm saying like the last time SCA even got like top 6, I think, was Adam's run. And
Was he with mid 1?
I think so.
it was TI6, Fnatic. The roster was Mushi, mid 1. We'll be getting into that in just a bit. Ohio, DJ, and Adam. Kenshi was the coach. 4th place, baby. TI6. It's been 7 years since then. But if we send 3 teams, then maybe it'll...
7 is a lucky number.
7's a lucky number. Do we have time for to end the best of 3? We do have time. Okay, let's give one last set of takes. Winter, Prime Mushi is worse than Prime Mid 1, or Prime Mushi is better than Prime Mid 1. Aurora, which one do you think is harder to defend?
Oh, it's not hard for me at all. But it's super difficult for him. I'd take any of them.
You could defend either of them?
But I would really want him to defend Prime Mushi's better.
Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to do also. Okay, Winter, I want you to say that Prime Mushi better than Prime Mid 1.
Does he have a better TI placement? I think he has better TI placement.
Let's
He
see.
was
Prime Mushi.
in
So,
2 TI, so...
Mid 1, his highest TI placement of all time. His TIs have been...
Fourth, right? Fourth.
So
fourth
on
placement.
TI6, obviously, it was Fnatic, which was 4th. TI7 was Secret, which he was 9th, 12th. TI8, he was 5th, 6th on Secret. TI9, he was 4th place on Secret. So he has had 2 4th places, one on Secret, one on Fnatic. You ask me, he's had a pretty long prime, and then he has not been to a TI since TI9. Mushi, on the other hand, if we're just looking at TI placements, obviously his orange result at TI3 was 3rd place.
I mean, I don't think that was even his prime. His prime was when we were in Dota 1, and mid 1 is still sucking a bottle.
Now this is a good
That
one.
was when Mushi was his prime.
Okay,
You know, he
let's
was
hear
the
this.
first fucking person to buy Blink on Templar Assassin and fucking own everybody.
Ooh,
Nobody bought Blink on TA back then.
really?
Yeah, and nobody played TA as a carry. He was the first person. And
Did he
mid
play
1,
as a
what
mid
was
or-
mid 1 doing back then? Drinking milk at home, you know.
But you can't compare like that. Like, okay, Mushi's in Prime since his early days, but then Mid-1 is not even, you know, like at the age to play Dota 2 yet.
Yeah, but has Mid 1 ever had a peak as high as building Blink Dagger on Templar Assassin?
No. No defense.
You're saying that
Mushi Prime
Mushi was
is-
a pioneer.
Moshi is a pioneer. He started a lot of things, and he had this idea of TA and Tide. Sure, Mid-1 has some ideas right now, but right now, Dota is a lot more accessible. YouTube, you have a lot of guides and everything, so it's
true.
easier to come up with ideas. And back then, we had nothing but our stinky-ass teammates next to us talking about we're drinking at the Mama store. What should we play tomorrow?
But Midon was still getting placements in TI after the TI 6. Where's Mushi?
Yeah, but I do like the fact that like you left an impression on how the game was played, and I don't think Mid-1 has ever had that kind of impact on Dota. Although Winter could also be bullshitting this. I have no way.
fucking bullshitting this. What the
I
fuck?
have no way of fact checking you.
I was the one
You want me to pull up
sitting next
Dota?
to
You
him.
want to pull up G Arena Dota buff? I don't think that exists.
No, back then there was, I think only maybe Ghost Gamers.
Yeah, Ghost
website.
Gamers had the replays, and that was it. Right, you want me to pull up a War 3 replay just to verify this?
Somebody in production can verify. We have someone from Dota 1 era.
We'll get the grading afterwards. Would Aurora do the opposite? Is that what we're doing? Or okay, Aurora, you have to defend the opposite. You're defending that Prime Mid-1 is better than Prime Mushi.
Like I said, like after TI 6, Midon was still in placements. But where's Mushi? Mushi retired, become support player.
You
and
can't
then become
discount the
coach.
previous years that Mushi has been owning
But
for
it's not
fucking
fair to
10
Midon
years.
because Midon hasn't
There's no
started
such
playing
thing as
yet.
being fair in defense of the hot take. It's whether
I
you're
asked you. Okay, so when Mushi was at Prime, right? Where were you?
beside him,
You sure?
shining his shoes.
That's why he was Prime. This man didn't have to worry about anything else. Winter was taking care of business. I don't agree with your timeline argument, Aurora, because Prime can happen anywhere. This is like the same argument for sports things. Like, is Prime Michael Corden better than Prime LeBron James? They're two different eras. That's the fun in comparing them, is that you never got to see them play against each other. You got to think. You got to hypothesize if they were at their primes going head to head, which one would have come out on top?
Well, you can only find out in the next series.
Wow.
So.
Oh, you think both of them are in the prime right now? Is that what we're?
I mean,
Because that would be a hot take. If you think
that's the only fair way to decide it.
if
They
you
have
think
to
both
play
of
against each
them
other.
are in their prime in Tour 3 Southeast Asian 2023 tour, that's a hot take.
I mean, look at it. Like Mushi is playing the off lane, right? What was Midon playing before this? The off lane. So you know, if Mushi is winning, then I lose. I accept it.
I mean, somebody playing Dota all the time can't even win some games, and somebody who didn't play Dota a long time just sits down and can make fucking Natsumi look good.
So you're saying on SMG is Midon's fault lah?
He's the CEO. If they win, he won the game for them, you know. And if
And
they
if they
lose,
lost?
he has to take the responsibility.
See, this is
No, he
how
doesn't.
he coached
He just
me.
kicks John well if that's the case.
It's very clear.
I think I have to go with Winter on this one.
It's very clear.
But the history argument won me over. Prime Mushi, back when Merlini was out there.
Oh yeah, Merlini, man.
all the M gods.
All the M gods, man. They're all put together.
Maybe it's not, you know, like
There can only be one true M God, and it's not Mid-1.
Well, we're gonna find that out next series, my friend. I wouldn't draw your conclusions so soon, as we do have Boom versus SMG coming up. As you took quite the spoonful there, Aurora.
well, I kind of trash Mushi, that's why I deserve it.
Well, let's see if the gameplay does any difference, because actually, if you've been hearing enough of us talk about the teams, how about we hear about the teams talk about each other? You know what it is. It's time for All Chat Friday. Play it.
Hello, I'm Afu from SMG.
Hello guys, this is Eva from Boom Esports. I'm position 4 in Boom Esports team.
Means last season we were like 5 Mandarins speaker. Yeah, we all play Chinese. Then make me a bit comfort of when we're talking. But now I need to, because my English is not that good yet. Before, like let's say when we're playing tournament, right? I need to think before I say. Like I think to like there's a delay in my mind, you know. Yeah. But when Joe and Masaru come in, I feel like Joy is a very good energy people. He's always making a lot of fun, talking something very good, very happy things, and making everyone is good. The environment is very good.
Most likely I can see the same thing like from my previous team. I think I have a young teammate like Yopach, ABZ, and Natsumi, but they are really what, yeah, professional, I think. So even for losers, they embrace it against losers. So it's really enjoyable playing with them.
In the last few teams that I been, it's like I'm just a player, but now I'm in the situation. I think because I'm the oldest one now in the team, right? So most of the time I'm like I need to do some outside thing. I feel that the kind of thing like make me grow up. Like I feel like it's not only Dota, it's as a person too. I would say both is good, but I just thinking if I more used to English, there's no problem. For now, I still like Mandarin more because I still need to think when fighting, you know.
I think team still pretty confident. Yeah, maybe last season against ENG we are too confident. Then I just hope we can be more calm and chill and more focused.
Actually, for now, I think our focus is just we don't care about result. We don't care everything. We just care can we play the best version of the team now, like for us. Because no matter what, if you play good, I think you cannot control the result. You can control ourselves. This thing.
The things I like in SMG is about their play style. It's like doesn't matter. It's like from the old patch until now patch, even until they changing the player, it's like the play style is still same. So they have like strong pillar. It's like about the idea how to play the game, and I think I'm pretty sure all of them is believe the idea is really good.
Actually, I try couple different role, like post 4 into post 5 and go back to post 4 again. Yeah, I feel a bit difference. Just because these two position like doing a bit different job. Yeah, like I learn something about warding when I playing post 5. When I go back to position 4, I feel comfort. That's what I really good at. I would say kinda because I like to go when I have my levels, and when I feel I'm strong, I just go. I want to kill people. Yeah.
Afu really aggressive. I think me still aggressive, but not same aggressive like Afu. I think I still kinda like a little bit fun and a little bit skill for myself.
I feel Cypher is kinda like a team item post 4 in general. He like to play a lot of hero like Brand, even maybe Koto, Regis, Mirana, buying a lot of team items. A bit different with others, yeah. But still making play at the position. I feel like when they are playing smooth, he's doing a lot, yeah.
Of course, no. It's same position. I don't want to give him post 4.
Of course, yes. I think I can play post 3 or post 5, and he will buy team item for me, and I just go greedy item. My dust travel, let's go.
Maybe give us win, so we tiebreaker again, like the season 1. For the relegation from division 1 to 2.
Ban all my hero, I think. I feel like it's gonna be like 2-0 or 2-1. Of course, we winning. I believe that.
I'm so sorry about everyone who supporting Boom. Of course, even from our perspective, is we're not expecting this happen. You know, we have like some more expectation higher than this result. You know, but this is what is it. It's like not what can you do? I think, but still, thank you if still supporting us, and really sorry about that.
I would say thank you for all the support for SMG, and keep supporting us for sure we will improve as fast as we can until TI, yeah, whatever we can do, yeah.
Now, I am curious if that interview was recorded before or after the decision to bring Mushi in to play for FBZ was determined. Because from our interview most recently with Mushi, he made it seem like they decided that I think it was over the weekend. And so he quickly had to adapt to playing offlane. And well, it worked out quite well in their previous series. Welcome back, everyone, after a series of hot takes. The last one culminating with a question of Prime Mushi greater than Prime Mid-One. Now, right now, the question is, 2023 Mushi, is it better than 2023 Mid-One? John, what do you think? Welcome to the panel, by the way. How did you grade our performances of the hot takes?
Oh, no.
Winter versus Aurora. Honestly, after watching Adam's performance, I don't think I got to watch you, actually.
Yeah, I think I did that with Sophie.
Okay, well, I didn't get to grade you then, but so far my power ranking is Adam's S tier. And then, did you beat Winter or did you lose to Winter?
I'm not. Did I beat? I think I beat Winter, yeah.
Of course you did.
He's easy. He sleeps too much, he's too well rested, too logical. I'm unhinged. I work with Mike LaPhoenix. My brain's just mush. Easy.
Okay, then in that case, then if we get another chance to do them on Monday, then I think the 1v1 of you and Adam will be very, very exciting.
That's always fun because we're both kind of losing it. So
I think so.
It's a good one.
The other 1v1 that I'm very interested in, which unfortunately we're not going to get in the lanes, it's going to be Mid-One versus Mushi. Now, the extent of the history between these two players, as far as I know, just stems from Mushi's time on SMG. It was towards the tail end of the 2021 season that Mushi was the face of SMG, and then Mid-One kind of usurped him, is what I'm told.
That sounds about right. It's been a while. Like that's such a long time ago.
Like 2 years ago.
I barely remember it because that was the same period where Galaxy Racer came in, and I think there was a lot of shuffling between those two teams, so it's a confusing one, but this is always going to be interesting. And you did ask the question whether or not that interview we had for the all chat was after or before the decision for Mushi. As far as I know, the decision to put Mushi in was after the series where they left Aegis. So that's my time zone. Because right after that, I was like, the hell's going on? And they're like, and they're like, I think it was after that point. So whether or not that's before the interview, I'm not sure, but yeah, pretty recent.
The interview would have been recorded on Sunday, and I believe that series that you're referring to was on
Monday.
I think it was on Monday.
Yeah. So it was
against
before.
Army Geniuses. Yeah. So it was probably before. And so the interview was correct. They are doing everything to improve, even if that means sending one of their players upstairs, as FBZ has been chosen by Mushi as the role replacement. And to do so, they need to give him a hero, which isn't on the board quite yet. First pick is a Snapfire. Whoa. First pick Snapfire, what?
Yeah, that's interesting. We don't see that too often, even as a support. There's still some flex. I don't think you'll run it mid at all. Definitely just do the Yopaj Ember, but maybe they were anticipating that SMG would take the Ember and kind of set themselves up for a snap.
Where's the Doom at? Techie's ban, that's fine. Medusa ban, all the bans make sense. Snapfire first pick.
Snapfire first pick is like you don't want to reveal anything. It's a support that can be 4 or 5, flexible pick. Gives you good lane. It's sort of like when people pick Undying early or any like Lich, you don't want to reveal too much. Or maybe this Snapfire has something to do with the later sequence in heroes that we're going to see.
Maybe. Like a Faceless Void comes out or something like that.
Yeah. But it's rather strange for sure.
It is a little bit odd. I'm trying to remember, is Snapfire universal type now? Or is she still strength?
I believe she's universal, but let me check.
It might be. I actually feel it might be Mushi's hero.
You reckon,
actually
right?
might be.
It could be offlane.
Yeah.
There's some weird scaling that you can do with the universal typing, but it's also not like it's not the priority because of how late she spikes.
Yeah, and this hero is very good for Mushi because it allows him to concentrate on telling them what to do in the game. Because you don't really need to focus on the hero. Like your spells are pretty straightforward. You don't need to look at your hero too much, and you can use your ample time to just think of the game, focus on what's the real objective, what's the important objective right now, what the team needs to go, and look at each and every one of you, especially Natsumi. Where the fuck are you farming, Natsumi?
Jesus.
And tell them to smoke to Natsumi. Wait for us. Don't fucking feed before we arrive. I mean, in that series, Natsumi was actually doing the right things.
He was. And maybe that's from Mushi again prodding. We'll see if that continues here, as I'm sure SMG's had a chance to adjust, right? Adjust into having this new offlane in. Maybe, last time around, Talon might not have expected it, took it a little bit lightly. SMG can't afford that, right? They want to stay out of contention for the bottom two, and we get instant picks coming
so
out from
quick.
Boom.
Everything is like pre-planned, we are going to do this specific draft. We know that they're not going to ban this hero, we're not getting that hero, and everything is seemingly going according to Boom's plan.
They got 3 universal heroes, Winter. How could it go wrong? They should have picked Void Spirit instead of Ember Spirit. What the hell were they thinking?
Yeah, what the hell were they actually thinking? I mean, the only explanation I can give to that is Ember works better with the Mortimer's Kiss, the chains.
Or maybe he just likes the matchup against Pango better if Pango's going mid.
Yeah, that is true too. The chains is much better against the Pango compared to the Void Spirit.
Yeah.
But I would still go Void Spirit because I think a Void Spirit is
just a universal
broken
fanboy.
shit now.
Yeah, it definitely is. Like, just maximize it before it gets
Even if you
taken
look
out.
at the second part of the draft, right, because they already wanted Magnus, and Void Spirit is just stronger with the Empower compared to Ember.
True. Just because you get a lot more stat build-up, again, from universal typing. SMG do get to pick up the Doom. And again, that was left entirely alone.
Why are they not picking Morphing? Morphing is the universal hero counter, man.
Exactly, right? That's what I keep saying. I keep seeing it in NA, and no one
Next
does
time,
it.
if we get another hot take, I'm going to make you have to hot take defend universal heroes are bad. I'm so sick of you fanboying over these heroes every single panel. I get it. They are highly relevant, and you are right. And they do ban out the Morphling, so... But yeah, why wouldn't they take it themselves is the question.
Yeah. Alchemist is like, I feel like you pick it because you're trying to maybe do better in the lane, because if you're laning with Kotal, I feel like you're much stronger compared to like a Morphing and Kotal lane. The lane's pretty weak. If Morphing and Kotal, you're just trying to equalize the lane and play for pulls and try to get your levels. You can't really win your lane, but with Elk, you can win your lane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm curious what they run with the Doom here. I feel like Kotal Elk is, as you said, really strong. Blinding Light feels pretty good. Chakra and your stuns is nice. Boom go into Sven.
That has to
Sven
be
Magnus.
the fastest draft ever by a team.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got their coach drafting with him directly and playing, so yeah, you can control the pieces much more.
Offlane Magnus, then?
Yeah, seems like it.
Should be. And then like a Snap or Marana 4-5. It's an interesting draft. You still get the combinations in hand. Magnus Sven, you can do a lot of damage with Empower. Magnus Ember as well. You've got the teamfight combo with the kisses, RP kisses, the Stormhammer as well. So there's a lot of AoE control.
Winter Wyvern is so owning, but nobody picks Winter Wyvern now.
Yeah, it's an awkward hero. I think
we went over this. She's owning core. She's feeding support.
Yeah, it's not shining so bright, but I can see the value. The counter team fight's pretty big.
Yeah, it's always an answer to reverse polarity. It's pretty decent against the Sven.
CM instead comes out, which is, I mean, it's all right. It does do really well in the laning phase. I think you can maximize this CM lane quite nicely. CM Alk is pretty good chain stun, slow, setup for the unstable concoction. You can get aggressive. Mushi on a Magnus. I'm keen to see this. Like this should be a fun one to watch from Boom. Like their lanes are maybe not as straightforwardly aggressive. They can play aggressive, but it doesn't feel as fast compared to the control and slowest SMG has. But if they reach a farm timing, this lineup becomes scary. Like you hit the harpoon blink timing on Mushi, you get to combine with his team fight potential, and it does look scary in a big 5v5.
Yeah, but my concern is the laning phase. I feel like SMG has way better lanes right now, especially on the side lanes. The mid lane, probably not so much. It's better for the Ember. But I feel like as long as the supports can help with a couple of runes, they refill his bottle, the Pango's going to be fine, and they do well on the side lane, so it's easy for the Pango to rotate to the side lanes and destroy, especially the Sven's lane. I think the game can be too quick for Boom to handle.
I can see that tempo. It's really down to how well Boom plays with their lane. Like, I guess you could try to set up with your Sven, although normally we tend to see like Starfall prioritize. A Doom is not easy to shove out, and Sven's kind of susceptible to just Scorched Earth and Infernal Blade. We do see some Dooms skip the Devour, so I like SMG's laning, but I like Boom's 15-minute timer if they go through the laning phase all right.
Okay. I can see the merits to both of that. Yet again, my skepticism would be surrounding Mushi and being on yet another hero. I thought that whenever you are thrown into a new role, then you find like the one hero that you're good at and you just play it over and over again. He played 3 different heroes now. Or wait, they played 4 games. Did they 2-0? No, it was a 3-game series.
Yeah, I believe it was 3 games, yeah.
So Mushi so far
Medusa,
has played Pango, Medusa, Death Prophet. Death Prophet was the other one. And now he's playing Magnus. This man's a renaissance. Prime mid one versus Prime Mushi. Which one are we seeing? Let's find out with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
Oh, that is a very good question, Tsunami. I am not sure what we're going to be seeing here. You got any early indications here, Avery?
I mean, I guess just 2 phenomenal historical players in their prime. That's what I guess we're seeing. Like
in their
top,
prime. Wow.
Yeah, this is really Mid-1 and Mushi at the absolute top of their game right now. That is that is what the panel made clear. Not my opinion. I just wanted that is what the panel was telling us, right? And I mean, they know what they're talking about. So I'm just reiterating their points here.
Right. So the panel thinks then that Mushi is going to get second or first at this TI.
I think this is the TI finals right here. I think this is what we're looking at is a little prelude to what's going to be in Seattle in a couple months, which is, I mean, it's the Mushi Mid-1 Showdown. I don't know how anybody can compete right now. Again, the panel's opinion.
I think that's literally not possible, by the way.
Well, I mean,
because neither of these teams can go to the major, and there's only one spot in the regional qualifiers. So,
I mean, anything's possible when you're in your prime. You know, you get a couple disqualifications, you know, a couple steroid use. You never know, and then all of a sudden, some slots open up. You got to fill them in. Who can get visas? Well, I mean, Mid-1's been there before, so. You never know, Cap. You never know.
Already coming out with the steroid abuse accusations. I mean, where's the kayfabe relationship between Mushi and Mid-1? You know, do they hate each other? Who's the heel? It's definitely got to be Mid-1, right?
I think they're both the heel at this point, but we'll see. Whoever wins this is probably not the heel. I don't know. What is interesting? It's an interesting match. Like you said, neither can really go to that major anyway, so you're just playing for glory and to not get relegated, which are, I mean, 2 pretty good things.
Yeah, not being relegated is, it's something. Certainly not what these teams had in mind when they started out their season, but here we are, 2-4, tied up, matched up against each other. One of these teams is going to be 2-5. The other one is going to be a safer score of 3-4. And the 2-5 is likely to end up in a tiebreaker against Army Geniuses. XERXIA, obviously no longer a threat since they lost that last series. So whoever loses this is likely in a tiebreaker against AG, unless AG pulls out the upset, in which case you're straight up relegated. No second chances.
Sometimes that is the fate a team deserves, sometimes not, but you'll be down there either way. Who do you favor here? I feel like I kind of like what Boom got going on. Like the triple melee core with Empower. They got 2 heroes, or actually all 3 cores with stuns that can set up for the arrow and the Mortimer's Kisses in the mid and late game. I feel like that's pretty scary. I don't know if Chidori is just out carrying this, and I feel like that other game we watched, the Mid-1 Pango, was kind of throwy, right? I didn't really like his item build. It felt a little weird. Why does Mid-1 always have some weird item build, by the way?
You know, when you're a unique player, you got to go into unique builds. You know, you're the main character of the story. You can't be like everybody else.
I feel like this is the one guy I watch in every single game. Every single game. Like, why that one? Which doesn't make it wrong, but it's like, like that game, the last game we watched where they lost that Mega Creeps game. It's like, why didn't he have a bash in that game, you know?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. It's just, he's a very unique player. He likes to do things his own way. That's for damn sure. And well, now he's got to go up against Mushi, so that's a tall feat. There's a little skewer.
Cookie into skewer back. Really great reaction. They're still going to get the first blood. traded off for killing the carry, though. Who do you actually favor in that? As we're going to watch Afu also die.
Well, I mean, it's Mushi getting it, so I favor him.
Okay.
You know, he's the spiritual leader of this team. Him having a good start is pretty nice. It does favor him, though, because it's Alk. Alk missing any CS is huge. And Mushi got the solo XP. Super nice on the hero that can out CS the Alk as well with the higher levels of power. I think that's actually pretty good for Boom.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how the rest of the lane plays out. I mean, one thing that I'm certain of, Mushi getting more farm can only help him, considering most of his career was spent as a 1 or 2 position, most of it being carry, and only a limited stint as a support on, what was it, SMG?
Yeah, so...
Or not, was it SMG? It was one of those, it was just like last year. What was it?
Yeah, it was SMG.
You know what it was? They had a different logo. That's why.
I don't remember that one, but I'll trust you on it.
Yeah, they had some weird tiger logo or something.
Tiger? That sounds spooky.
Mm-hmm.
He'll definitely be used to the farm. I guess offlane's a farming role now. Zephyr is mucho deado.
Just a little bit out there.
I mean, his lane's going well outside of the deaths. They just have an all-in combo with the main Nauk. Pretty deadly. Frostbite someone under the acid spray, right-click him down. Significant amount of DPS coming out. So that part is going well for SMG, but Mushi is still having his way down here. And so is Natsumi top. So I feel like if Boom gets stacks up, they're going to accelerate really fast out of this early game, which is going decently for their cores. Not so good for the subs, but pretty decent for the core so far, which is kind of what you want with this like triple melee Magnus lineup. Gonna try and go on Mushi again.
Interesting move there from SMG. We're gonna go for the kill on Mushi here with the blood grenade, slowing him down. The frostbite level 2 for that extra bit of damage. They get that kill. But we were also watching mid lane. Afu abandoned our Doom at top lane, who fortunately did not get comboed by a Stormbolt into Arrow, and secured a second water rune for mid one, seriously recovering the battle that he was losing in the regen war.
Yeah, Yopaj has 10 denies, so he was really winning this lane pretty hard. He probably has the better roamers too, so if he gets a level advantage, starts chipping mid one down, that the red is real as Zephyr was looking there, and even X-Nova is poking his head around mid. Fighting for this D-ward battle, Afu can't hit it. What is happening? All right, now he hits it, but it gets denied.
And it gets denied, okay.
Well, cheeky little placement pays off. I feel like both teams want a lot of stacks, but there aren't too many being made too early. I mean, you also say it
seems like there's too much of a lane to win.
Until these Vanguards come out. Now there's no more lane to win. As both arrive at the exact same time. Wow. Beautiful.
Which really just says more about Mushi, because, I mean, Doom has Devour. So you should expect the Doom to get a Vanguard faster than the Magnus.
Under attack.
I mean, yeah, but it's Mushi, so what can you do?
Well, maybe that's first blood, but yeah.
Double damage, 6 minutes for Yopaj. But he's gonna die with it.
Blood grenade lands, he's taken out and will die. It's Afu. Delivers the finishing blow with a blinding light. They'll force X-Nova to use all of his leap charges and still dies. So that's going to be really unfortunate for X-Nova. Those are some long cooldowns to get those leap charges back.
That rune backfired. He did not get 6 with that rune conjunction. Middle one goes for the kill, and then he also did not get Flame Guard off. Just some casual misplay, I think, from Yopaj here. And he'll pay the price. Loses that DD, a huge power spike for him, especially versus Pango. You can just slide him down, even in the roll. SMG finding some little moves, putting the pressure on mid and having it work. They're going to split the Wisdom Runes as well. Afu needed that one because he gave up complete solo XP to Monstros, who also is level 6 with Ice Armor up here, but didn't even take the Doom. He's just looking to farm.
Yeah, he was pulling creeps back behind the tier 1 tower into a little hot tub area for extra farm. So he was really just mid-maxing and really focusing on the economy game. He's got some stacks that he could maybe do with mid-1 here, and they probably need to do them soon as Xnova has scouted this hard camp stack.
Yeah, these Ancients are going to be really important for both teams in terms of getting levels for their cores, particularly for Sven. Zero always needs to be ahead of it. Ancient stacks is the best way to do that, which is why Dire Ancients have already been blocked up here with a casual Sentry from John Well. Good read, it'll take out this 8-minute one. Honestly, I just would have like pre-sentried this to guarantee it, but Zephyr's going to lose some efficiency here. 8-minute rune contest. John will grab it. Some nice small little damage he's doing.
Drop the sentry, hit him with the cookie. See if they can get the kill and get out, but the Rolling Thunder is going to make some problems here for Yopaj, and he is going to have to jump away prematurely before he can get the kill on the Crystal Maiden. In fact, maybe, oh God, he gets away ever so barely. Another swashbuckle would bring him in very, very low, but enough to survive for now. Zephyr hopping down to low ground, caught by the frostbite, and John Well on a killing spree. Really been the recipient of a lot of this farm around the map.
He's having a great early game here. Those early kills bottom really powered up his levels, just maxed the frostbite. Didn't take aura until later, and it has paid off big time. Even going to get some extra stacks here. Very high level. Tranquil Boots online. Tumbler Toy. It's the Dream Crystal Maiden start. This is when this hero's really strong, when you can abuse early laning, get yourself an advantage, and then run around the map and just slay with the high level spells that do a crap ton. You even have Chakra Magic here as well, so double mana aura supports here for SMG are really going to allow mid-1 to play
finally going to shut down Mosros here, but is it going to be enough? The chilling armor is doing so much, and he TP's away after being triple stunned. Bye-bye. And he even TP'd to his tower, not to the fountain. Oh, man.
Ice armor is a hell of a spell. That is for sure. Refresh Frostbite
midfield will finish him off. Whoa, well played.
It's Chakra Magic.
Well. Jeez, I saw some early performances for him on SMG. I was like, is this the same John Well? I was like, this guy is not having the same impact that I remember seeing from his support play. But now he really seems to be kicking into gear the last series or two.
I think they're starting to click maybe. Team's finding some momentum. Their supports are looking a lot better. I also like this Chakra Magic. Like Max by Afu. He's playing very sacrificial this game, but he knows his Maiden's had a really good start. This Chakra is going to not only power up mid-1, you can double Frostbite off it every time and just completely destroy Yopaj.
Oh, that's a really interesting idea, yeah.
I mean, this is a lot of root duration early in the game and a lot of damage. This spell scales pretty damn well.
6 seconds of root for 600 damage.
Yeah. that is
pretty goddamn ridiculous.
I mean, that is a finger of death plus 2 lion hexes.
Got him with Frostbite 1. Hit him with Frostbite 2 after the concoction. Oh my
where are you going, Mushi?
Mushi
enjoying those roots.
Oh, they're gonna stop the skewer too. Adding insult to injury. They have another concoction, so Mushi will eventually die here. John Well collects the kill.
5-0. What a monster. Absolutely destroying this early game. He's so rich. He's 1,000 behind Yopaj right now, who's 0-2. That tells you how good of a game he's having. How bad of a game Yopaj is having. Diffusal already up for mid-1. Just Brown Boots rushed it here. This is really going to punish the slow start Ember has had, especially if he gets his stack stolen.
Fortunately, the swashbuckle missed because Yopaj pulled it out of position. The Moonlight Shadow will help cover him, but he's going to have to leave some creeps behind.
Mushi behind with Moonlight Shadow.
Opportunity. Oh, setting up with Rolling Thunder. They already spotted Zephyr, so they're going to go on the offensive before Mushi could get there. Now they start setting up as Natsumi cuts in, does quickly kill the Crystal Main, goes for Afu as well. So maybe they had some of their neutral camp stolen, but bringing reinforcements. Boom, we'll take 2.
Natsumi in the right place at the right time, defending his triangle and getting that John Will streak as well. 430 gold for that 5-0 Crystal Maiden, plus the Afu kill. He got like 1,000 off that trip to the triangle, and it wasn't from the creeps. He's in a very solid position now, well ahead of the pack, and well ahead of this Alchemist too. Is Chidori? Chidori's just having a slow game. There's no other. Maybe some bad camp RNG, not getting the priority, tough early start to the lane, but he feels really poor for 80, 90 CS Alchemist here at 12.5. I mean, he just got relic.
And I feel like you needed a pretty swift start to hit that kind of like 4 or 5 slotted Alchemist timing and end the game, because otherwise, I mean, Boom scaled damn well. As you said, the Empower is really good here. Fortunately, got enough mana off of the stick charges. Yopaj able to dodge death just this one time.
And the Boom scale is solid, but I'm worried they're not even going to get there. This slow outstart is slow, but at some point you will have the net worth. You have Alc Doom as well. You're going to have double fake GPM heroes. Sven is going to have to put a lot of weight on those shoulders this game because of how far behind his mid is. And the problem is Mushi, he had a good start, but he has to kind of decide if he wants to go Blink here and play the start fights, if he wants to go more carry. And I think he's going to have to go Blink because of how gimped Ember is as well. So then your damage is kind of just on one core if you're Boom instead of all 3. And mid one is just abusing it to the maximum here. He's not afraid of anything. He's literally invincible right now. Double frostbite again.
Yopaj.
Oh my
Too
God.
much damage. John Well, far too impactful for Boom this game. Jeez.
The double support roam with the double frostbite has destroyed Yopaj's game. He's not even a hero at this point. He's a slight.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, Chidori gonna take a tower, and that'll help boost his net worth up a bit more.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Xtova leaping away. Midwan just asserting more and more control. Fortunately for Boom, they'd already taken the Wisdom Rune. Swashbuckle finishes off Xtova. They do hit him with the chains, but Midwan quick to pop his Haste Rune, gets on out of there, dodges a healthy amount. Now they're going to go for it. Skewer RP, not going to be good enough. Only hitting one hero. Chidori healing up a decent amount. Has to be careful with Natsumi. I got to stay out of his range. Oh, that's awkward. That giant skeleton is a environment that you can actually hit, so can't get around that one. Midwan gets a little stuck and now has to back away. Another frostbite locking down Natsumi. Hell, this entire God Strength is about to be expired with no kills taken. Not even
they really needed the arrow. The fact that Swashbuckle killed Murata before Xnova gets an arrow off there, maybe he saves their life, prevents a good RP being set up, and no blink for Mushi. He has to just skewer in, try and do it the hard way. All the timings for Boom are just off right now. And SMG are punishing the hell out of them, stealing that ancient stack on top of everything, wasting a God Strength. And Mosros wasn't even there. Mosros
he was just farming away.
Midas devouring this top lane, having the time of his life. This guy's playing like an RPG right now or something. Mid one's just 1v2.
Golem Slam. Oh my God, the Golems can cancel their slam. I had no idea that was even a thing, but Yopaj does indeed get caught.
He has no game. He has absolutely no game. The Chakra Swash and the Chakra Frostbite. You can't play into it. You either get rooted forever or all your mana instantly burned. Man, this mid one
would you
prime
give
is
the chance to
looking
this
good.
game?
Dire are
A
scared.
chance for Boom to win?
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under
Probably
attack.
15%.
Okay. I was curious because Zephyr, wow, that was not sure what exactly that was. A split-second TP that quickly gets canceled. The stun into arrow. They really just do not have the damage. That is just sad to watch. Yopaj unable to kill a support like that. Terrible.
They have Mag Blink. So now at least you can get a big RP, or maybe you lack damage, you can clump them up for the Sven to come in and wipe house. There's a single RP and arrow in the Stormbolt.
Okay, chaining the stuns a lot, but it's still enough. Mid one dies, now they can chase down more heroes. They're gonna be able to catch John well. He's gonna do as much damage as he can, but quickly chopped down by Natsumi. I mean, as you said, a lot of weight is going to have to be put on Natsumi's shoulders in this game, and he is bearing the weight a bit. He gets 2 kills, goes for the mid tower, not able to get any, though. Glyph holds the tower strong for now.
I mean, it's another 2 big kills. Natsumi collects another 1,000 gold in his pocket. He's definitely been in the right place at the right time for these fights, and they need him for the damage. So the shot calling for Boom, honestly, I feel like the shot calling has been pretty good. It's just the lanes, and especially mid, they just outnumbered Yopaj and outplayed him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mushi watches from the high ground, invisible, but too many heroes, not enough opportunities. They'll play for farm for now, which SMG more than happy to do so because they are just closing in on their BKB items. They have almost completed their farming to a point where they're actually a lot stronger in these team fights. Natsumi,
I mean, he's
taking the target here of a bit of a poke. He does have BKB, so they can very easily walk away, but not the way you want to use this BKB charge, that's for certain.
Definitely not. Not even sure he had to pop it. He was pretty tanky. The problem is he doesn't know where Monstros is. And this Doom is incredibly fat. He already has Blink on top of Doctrine Bot's Midas. So the initiation power is there for SMG. Part of the issue for Boom is they don't want this game to be a one-core game because they are playing versus Doom. Like if Monstros just goes in and Dooms Natsumi, if he dooms him before it'll, that fight's over. If he dooms him after it'll, you might be able to take it, but it's still really hard, especially when you're dooming off in power.
Nice 2-man RP. Beautiful stuff from Mushi. Catching the 2 most problematic heroes in this game, John Well and Mid One. Crystal Maiden and Pango both dead, and Boom have an opening to do something here. Take the numbers advantage. They just, unfortunately, too many of SMG heroes playing defensive. Monstros blinks away. Afu plays off the map. They'll try and go for the mid tower at least.
I mean, you can't say Mushi isn't finding some openings in this game. And the vision's really good for Boom right now. They have very good ops to cover most of this map, defend their Ancients. They know where SMG want to play. SMG have deep wards themselves, but they're having trouble getting back to them.
Next up, they're going to be chased down. Those 2 leaps, not good enough for you.
He's out of leaps again. It adds up, makes your fighting way harder.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still, these artificial GPMs are going to work for SMG as Chidori is catching back up and catching up with full force. He's got triangle stacks. He's clearing through them. Mid one ships in the night.
Yeah, he will find that kill eventually. Rolling Thunder stops him once. Monstros helps get the kill. Actually immediately make the ping up for those Ancients. They really want to control this area just because it's a Magnus and Power lineup with a Sven. They want to have as many of these Ancients camps as possible to farm. And SMG, their objective is to take it away. Oh, gets him on the Wisdom Rune spawn, but Mid One collects the Wisdom Rune before Mushi can get there with the skewer. And no tier 2, so no big punish.
Yeah, no RP for 15 either. That is a pretty nasty combo Boom have, though. They have this Mirana ult for Mushi. They can just invis him in. He can find an RP. There's not really a good vision mechanic for SMG, and there isn't anybody on their lineup who wants to just tank the RP either. Like, if you RP any of these cores and skewer them in, it's a decent setup for your Sven. I think that's why we already see Afu go for this early Yules on Coddle. The answer to the bag in a lot of these games where you don't have that insta-stun has been cast range plus Yules. Coddle has it built in. So Afu, in his ult, can already look for the Yules on the Mushi jump. If that teamfight gets disrupted, Boom are just out of that engagement. And Roshan, it's not falling too fast. They actually have a decent window to contest here. But the vision's not doing them favors.
The arrow didn't land, but they did spawn John well, but he managed to get a force down for low ground. RP onto 3. They have the kisses on top of this. The damage being put out by Natsumi only helps him get the 1 kill on John Well, and now SMG activate their BKBs, their Rolling Thunders. They just cannot be touched once Natsumi is no longer a threat. Yopaj didn't jump away very far. His remnant was set up defensively, but not far enough away. So all 3 cores on the side of Boom die, and they can go right back to taking that Roshan.
Natsumi, he cannot show in the fight without ult BKBing, because you are giving way too big of a window to get doomed. And if Monstros dooms you before you get that off, the fight's over. Your team does not have any near enough damage to cut through these heroes when they're already going to be BKBing themselves. I mean, RP kisses, sure, it looks great, but it's not winning you the fight if your Sven is dead. Like, you don't want to press BKB out there, but I think you have to. Now Monstros is just running out. What the hell is this, man?
Space? A blink? He's got it? TP out. Oh my god.
Get better.
This is just painful to watch.
I mean, he's getting away with murder, quite literally. There's nobody protecting X Nova there. That's another God Drink wasted. This Doom is just way too goddamn big, man. That's the problem with this hero. You give him space, he turns it into gold, and then he turns you into a grave. Brutal stuff. Even has Gossamer Cape, a very nice item versus Sven Ember lineup.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Back into the game we go, 20-9, 24 minutes in with a 12,000 net worth lead for SMG. Yes, they have Doom. Yes, they have Alchemist. They are supposed to be ahead in net worth, but this is looking like perhaps too much for Boom to be able to contest. Dota Plus never really leaves that 80-20 mark, though. They always are kind of saying Boom have a shot to be able to make the comeback.
I mean, it's RP with a bunch of cleave and a bunch of AoE. That team fight can always be there. But the more and more tanky SMG get, it's concerning in terms of where that damage is actually going to come from. And I don't know, I can't help but laughing at that saying in the current meta, you know. I mean, I say it a lot too. It's like, oh, it's a net worth lead, but they have Doom and Alk. But it's like, yeah, but they have Doom and Alk, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a bad thing. Like, I'm pretty sure Doom and Alk are just pretty good heroes, net worth lead or not. So that saying is a bit outdated now, I think. Once upon a time, it was.
I mean, if that saying is outdated, then these heroes are just fundamentally broken.
Yeah, they are. I mean, in a way. I mean, Doom is definitely very broken in this patch. I think Alchemist, from like a theory standpoint, he's kind of broken if you execute the game really well for him, but I think his execution is a lot more difficult than Doom's and a lot less reliable. Like, more can go wrong for the Alk. He can fall off in a lot of matchups. He can just go in and die. Whereas Doom is just, this hero's something else, man. He does it all. He tanks, he jumps, he farms, he kills carries, he scales, BKB control, AoE. What does this hero not do, right? And he just does it so reliably because his laning is just so good. That's the scary part. He buys early Vanguard, he disassembles it into Octarine, and he abuses Vanguard plus a number of really good jungle creeps to just always win the lane with high armor. It's just a terrifying hero. So yeah, you have a lead with Doom, but you have a Doom with a lead, and there's that
nice Yule's counter. Very, very smooth. Afu, great reaction. They're still gonna go for the kill on Chidori, but this is BKB and Aegis, so if he doesn't want to die, he doesn't have to.
Why didn't he harpoon him back after the force? I mean, if you're at a God Strength there, you better be taking the fight. Oh, he's running back.
Otherwise, SMG, they're just gonna keep going.
Oh, that's a good one.
On two Yules again. They still get the chain stuns off of it, though. It's looking okay, but Mid-1 is able to roll up and get a little bit of distance, and the Doom pops the BKB. He gets off his ultimate onto the Ember Spirit. Boom. Have to be able to chase this. They gotta pick off. They gotta keep this going. They're gonna catch Chidori. See if they can take away that Aegis. Cookie gets out of the freezing field. Same goes with the Force Staff. Natsumi certainly needs the help, though. They get a skewer back on it, too. But it's also bringing him straight into a Natsumi who is exposed. And he is killed. Mushi had some great skewers this game, but that one might have been ill-advised.
He was not ready for the Mushi Prime. They're going to try and go
Another
again.
skewer back, though, behind the tier 3. Maybe they don't need Natsumi. Oh, maybe they do. Slight Yopaj not doing any damage. Gets swept by Chidori and crew. Another Yule Scepter. Afu. Every move you make, Mushi, Afu has the response.
He's just so ready for those jumps. This item paid off for sure. He has Eye of the Vizier plus all that Coddle cast range. Normally you need extra items to make that counter work, but this is just too easy for the man. And that's a lane of racks. I mean, Boom could have been happy with the Pango kill there. Tried to push it for more into that Aegis and just backfires.
Dire's middle tower.
Just an awkward
Boom, you're not going to have
fight.
too many more of those.
I mean, if you don't have the Yules going out there, I think that's just a clean teamfight win.
Yeah.
Like, you caught him on both jumps. You caught him in the RP jump when he didn't have the BKB up. And saving these high ground pushes that normally can go very bad versus the Magnus. Now you have a Shiva's up for Mastros. You have that AC plus Basher done for Chidori. The armor's there now. It's making Natsumi's life harder. This is like a desperation smoke. They need to find something.
Oh, no. I mean, just starting with a pickoff on John Well would have been really nice. Boom, Yopachi slipped right past him out of sight. Gets an Arcane Rune, though. That can help with the next team fight, but he won't single-handedly win it.
This is a good in the back. Oh, X-Nova. They didn't see mid
Radiant's
one
middle tower is under attack.
right on the corner, but well, they saw that Midas.
Yeah, he did. Do they want to go on the tomb first? Also, how much vision can you really get right here? I mean, it's nighttime.
Radiant are scanning.
Even if you run into them, might be hard for Mushi to find the right kind of initiation.
Nobody pinged that arrow.
And now,
Mushi's gonna have to go blind.
Masaros, he's going to jump in immediately. They killed his ward, and he's going to go for the punish. Trying to kill these supports. Will be able to find Zephyr pretty easily. Boom, already running out to split push.
Yopaj cut the wave. No high ground push here for SMG. And they use that DD on Mushi, or on mid one. So at least you're getting some value out of that kill. You got a ward as well. Not the worst outcome considering you ran in their blind. SMG are going to try and get the punish on the other side of the map. Off their great wards. They won't find anything either, or will they? Natsumi.
Got a BKB out of him. Okay, they're going to doom him too. His BKB is going to run out soon. They go for the RP. It only locks down mid one. They're
trying
still
to
going
save his
chase after
carry.
him here. Natsumi needs more help, but he's going to get rolled over by mid one.
Wrong place at the wrong time, and that's just going to cost you the game. I don't think that game was easy, but Monstros just ran you down. There's no way around it. Doom is unkillable. He has been unkillable, and you are very killable. You cannot give this hero this type of game. Just absolutely terrifying.
No, you can't. Mid one. He wins his mid lane matchup super hard thanks in part to the rotation of the supports. The supports seem to have so many good answers. I mean, Afu and John Well ran around just absolutely massacring Boom members as they went. Chidori got his farm, and Mastros, I mean, as you said, he kind of got everything he wanted out of this game. Just huge presence from this Doom.
I mean, he's got enough net worth for the next game as well. Like, he divided by 2, and he's still ahead of Yopaj. So this man's farming to put some gold in the bank or something. He gets the tip. You know, why not? He has a full refresher flying out. Absolutely disgusting amount of net worth. I feel like this game just goes back to the supports the first like 6 minutes or so, right? They just made the better rotations here on SMG side than on Boom. They enabled their mid. they enabled mid one. The 2 tempo heroes were on this mid lane. A lot of the side laners were pretty independent in this game. And SMG just made it faster, made it better, had the higher support levels. John Well played bottom pretty well to get the kills, so he was higher level when he went mid. And this game just snowballed off that. You have a rush defusal versus an Ember with no items. Can't play the map, can't take the fights. Yopaj is on catch-up duty, whereas mid one's on snowball. It just creates way too much pressure and way too much space.
Well, we're either going to settle in for a long game here, where boom, fight through Megas for 25 minutes or something and make it a rather extreme comeback, or it's going to be SMG collecting Roshan and putting a stamp on game 1 in the next 2 minutes.
I think the second option there is the more likely. I just don't know if you have the damage.
Plus still gives the 1% to boom, so...
1%. It's just because it knows Mushi's in his prime right now.
I think we may have kind of answered that. I mean, Mushi did make some great moves. Let me just say that. I mean, this guy did not look like he has been long out of the game.
No, I actually feel like he had a pretty decent game considering the position they were in. Like, I really feel this game just came down to the 2 supports versus the 2 supports early game impact. And it's just tough after that position. I think he found some great RPs. He rushed the blink, which I think he had to do because he had no other play creator. Probably not the ideal game flow he wanted, but he made the most of it. So yeah, I think Mushi was fine in this game. It's just got outplayed around mid. There's no other way to put it. Now SMG closing in the map, waiting for Roshan. John Well is the human ward.
And he'll see Roshan spawn right now. And Chidori will start making his way over for it.
Another double damage for mid one on top of everything.
Dude, this item is so gross. The Vindicator's axe. Again, the fact that nobody really uses it for the offensive aspect of it, and just purely the defense is enough for so many heroes to get it. I mean, he's currently sitting on 20 armor. He's matched up against a whole bunch of stuns. He gets stunned. All of a sudden, he goes from 20 armor to 40. You're not bursting. You're just not.
It is weird that they made an axe that you pick up for armor. You know, why isn't it called Vindicator Plate Mail or something?
Get better. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, it does have an offensive component, but I suppose there are probably better weapons that can be used in both offense and defense than an axe.
Yeah, that's true. Like a brick.
Vindicator's brick.
I don't know why that was the first thing that came into my mind, but
Dire's middle tower.
hey, there's your next neutral item, folks. Right there. I did the work for you, Val. You're welcome.
You fallen into my trap, my impenetrable defense, a brick.
I mean, if you build a wall, they're pretty good.
Mazeros. Okay, they get the opening on a mid one. That's pretty decent, but mid one had a cheese, so he survives initially and gets the swashbuckle away, and Mushi unable to get off his RP and is now doomed up. Meanwhile, Chidori ignores everything that is happening in this fight and is just hitting the objective.
Yeah, Chidori, he tried to stun somebody, he couldn't. He's like, all right, I'm done. I'm gonna just go hit that building and stun myself.
He's gonna stun himself again. Kisses being thrown out, but they can hardly get out of their fountain, let alone protect their ancient. That will inevitably taken by a pretty content mid one, I would say.
Yeah, he looks like he lost. What's he upset about? Maybe that was too easy. He's like, come on, Mushi, you gotta give me a tougher fight. Game was just too straightforward for SMG right there. They had the 2 GPM heroes. They had the stronger early game. And I think we all know what happens as a result of that. You get out of control very fast, and Sven is not a carry where you want to play from this position where you're behind. It's just way too hard. You're getting your jungles invaded, you're getting ancient camp stolen. You have to go to these fights before you really won it, which is what happened to Natsumi. He did go to them. They made some action happen with the kills, some great RPs, but like none of this is getting your Ember back in the game. None of it's accelerating your Sven ahead of the enemy, because Doom and Alk weren't even at those fights. They're just AFK farming for 90% of that game. I don't think Monstros ever died in this game. He did not.
Yeah.
So, okay, you're going to a fight and collecting a John Well kill streak, while Monstros Midas devours like 3 times during that duration, and it's just out GPMing you by like 600. I mean, it's tough. It's tough.
So Boom want to be able to stave off the potential of elimination down to Division 2. They're going to need to be able to bounce back in this series. And for me, it's got to be Yopaj, Zephyr, and X Nova stepping it up going into this game 2. But we'll see what our panel has to say.
Well, out of that trio, it seems that technically only Yopaj was not given a universal hero. Winter, they had 3 universal heroes and they still lost. Explain yourself. Universal heroes OP is what you told me.
Yeah, universal hero. Not a good game to boast about being a universal hero. I mean, on the other hand, I feel like in a couple of like moments during the game when they were getting like what the caster said, they were getting invaded, and I think this was one of them. They did a pretty decent job defending their jungle because they have a slower draft. You need to stack and abuse the empower with the Sven cleave to get the game towards a point where the alchemists can't win anymore, which is like we talk about the AC timing, which is the timing where they started to just lose the whole game for Boom. But also the fact that the lanes didn't go so well, especially for Yopaj, that made the game really difficult for them. And a couple of team fights where they got the RP off, but Zephyr, he was prioritizing getting the Mortimer's Kiss off, I think in one occasion, but I felt like maybe he should have just followed up with a cookie, and then the Sven could have just right-click instead of going for the Mortimer's Kiss, and then they got their BKBs off and everything.
Yeah, certain things lined up. Again, the laning phase was, as we expected, pretty damn hard for Boom. I feel like the timings, we saw some glimpses of what they could do at that 15-minute mark. I believe this is a fight where you were asking perhaps for that cookie to come out instead of kisses. Just a little bit more in sharpening up these team fights. Because for Boom, it felt like the execution had to be higher because you're playing with so much team fight. You know, you had to get these orders of operations in. We also saw Yopaj maybe be a little bit underwhelming, like getting caught out multiple times, not having the best of times mid. Maybe they needed
making mechanical errors.
Yeah, it looked a little bit awkward. Maybe he needed, a universal hero type himself. 3, 4,
Put him on the Void Spirit next
Void
time.
Spirit. Maybe that's it. I don't know if that fixes the outplay, but I could be the solution. If 3 universals didn't work, go for 4.
And then if there's a game 3, 5.
Go for 5. Bring it out.
But right now, they just really need to play better as a team, They are not executing on the same level as 2 days ago. I feel like the team fights back then on Wednesday, they were much better, cleaner. Everybody knew who's supposed to cast which spell first, and they were really good on it. Like today, it's not the same case. You have to try to find out how to go back to Wednesday, their team fight execution.
Even all season long, every single time we talk about Boom, we're like, oh, mechanically, all these players are great. It's just oftentimes the itemizations and the shot calling that are the shortcomings. This time, even mechanically, I was just like, what the hell is going on with these players? They're not matching the standards that we've known them to hit. One player who is matching the standard, though, is Afu, who is our MVP for game number 1 on the first phase Coddle. It was a weird first phase out of both these teams. Boom went the Snapfire Ember, and SMG with the Pango Coddle. I feel like for a long period of time, I was only seeing Coddle whenever the teams would be like, but then we're going to pick Terrorblade afterwards.
Yeah, that tended to be the trend. This is probably the strangest draft, ignoring pretty much that Doom until the last of the second phase. I think that's surprising.
Last picking CM.
Last picking CM. It's just a bit interesting, maybe as a result of scrimmages, perhaps. This is more like inside information as to what both of them like to do. Otherwise, I don't see a very straightforward reason to draft the way they did on either side.
Maybe we will see revisions, although that last pick, Crystal Maiden, ended up working for SMG. Homie was on a mega kill streak at like 7 minutes into the game. And they're hoping to make it happen again, because the team that loses this will most likely be facing a relegation tiebreaker against Army Geniuses. Nothing's guaranteed quite yet, because Army Geniuses could beat Blacklist on Monday, so still TBD, but this is still a very, very important match if you want to stay in Division 1. So stick around and we'll be back with game number 2 after the break. Now, when we last saw Boom and they wrapped up their series versus Talon, John, you had some harsh words for your boys.
Yeah.
Talon lost to this is what I'm left wondering after this game number 1. Because this was the Boom that I have seen for most of the season. Actually, even that is somewhat of a misnomer, because the Boom that we saw for most of the season still had their spellcasting on point, still had their team fighting on point, and that was not what we saw this time. So I don't know what Talon lost to then.
I'm not sure. Maybe it's one of those cases like with XERXIA, right? They just become the best team
in the world
one series.
For 2 hours.
Yeah, and then it just fades away. I do want to see that same Boom come back.
Yeah.
It just felt awkward. Like, spell usage was just a little bit off. I feel like, again, riding through those lanes, it wasn't the worst outcome in the first 10 minutes, although it could have been better, but they have some shining moments. But again, just layering these spells on top is a little bit difficult for them.
might have something to do with the draft being so quick. You know, they might have some idea about how they should be playing. And sometimes I don't like if everything is too scripted. And then when something in the game doesn't really go according to your script, then everybody is like, oh, what do we do? And then they start to panic, and then they play bad.
You gotta improvise.
Yeah.
You gotta know what to do when things go wrong. Which, if things were going according to script, 100% for that draft, how would you have seen it playing out? It was probably a lot of farming the jungle from the Sven.
Yeah, but you're going to be able to farm your jungle because your Ember Spirit would not have lost the lane that badly.
Okay, that's the missing piece, I see.
And everyone would have something to do because the supports could play with, especially the Snapfire, you can play with the Ember, chains into whatever. If you feel like you need to kiss and kill a hero, just use the spell. And your Sven is like, oh, great, somebody's dying on the map, I can farm for another 1 minute, you know. But it's not happening enough for the Sven to farm.
An uncharacteristically weak game from Yopaj, and that is after they got the counter pick also, because they saw Pango first phase, and it was 8th pick Ember Spirit, and still a little bit of a disappointing performance out of that game number 1. And this is a very, very important series, so hopefully they shore it up for game number 2. On the draft as a whole, I'm still surprised through both of our series today that Doom is being forgotten somewhat.
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
Sent to phase 2.
It's strange that Doom isn't being prioritized. It just gives you a lot. Like, it doesn't... There's no real counter pick for the Doom as well in lane. Yeah. Like, it just holds steady in pretty much all matchups. So it's that, and sometimes this techies, I think, is also one thing from other places.
Techies has been getting, I think, pretty consistently first phase banned, though.
Yeah.
I mean, things are a bit different when it's like the weaker teams playing. I feel like when you have your backs against the wall and you're not the best teams and you feel like you cannot execute the best strategies, you tend to just go back to what you're comfortable. Yeah. So the picks are a bit different, and it's a little bit hard for us to decipher because you don't really know what's going on behind closed doors, and you can only say so much. And you look at the first few picks and you're not really sure what's happening. And then the later couple of picks come out and then you're even more surprised.
Even the first few picks, I'm looking at Zephyr's history of games. He's not necessarily a Snapfire player by any means.
Yeah, but everybody can play Snapfire.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sure, was the first pick because of that?
No, but you're first picking the hero.
You said for comfort.
Okay, fine. For comfort, maybe not, but for a strategy, because he wants to hide the other heroes, and you want to pick a hero that can be strong in the lane, because I think the idea is you want to set up a strong support so that you can pick any offlaner you want. So the Mushi hero becomes big. That's my read on it.
Okay. Because then I also scroll through, well, actually he plays a fair amount of Enchantress. I would have taken Enchantress over that if you want a lane winner, but who knows. Let's see what they cook up for game number 2. This time they get the techies because it's not banned out. And instead, the offlaner that gets banned out is Beastmaster, along with Bloodseeker by Boom. SMG take out the Naga Siren and the Disruptor, and they get the Coddle and Ember pairing.
Naga Disruptor.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting. Again, Doom's left in the pool. Techie's Doom opener is pretty common. Wouldn't mind it too much for SMG if they just wanted to get better heroes down line, or just get your matchup against Ember if you're really that worried.
Deuce's still in the pool. That was the other first phase ban from SMG.
It's a pretty out priority.
Yeah, they really like the hero. Hero is like pretty strong in the lane. I think SMG is just thinking about laning phase, you know. Like when you're not really sure what you're supposed to be doing, the team's not doing well. I always say this, you know, go back to the basics, you know, just play the lane, focus on playing the lane. If you win your lane, the game will become easy for you and everybody will know what to do.
Mm-hmm. What are your anti-alchemist heroes, though? Because
Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, I mean that's the obvious one, but like we never see that.
Terrorblade's probably your core that I think feels the best against alchemist. Deuce is also a remote possibility if Boom want to go into that one.
Mm-hmm. But you're just naming the best carries in the patch at this point.
Yeah, but they also work against. They happen to work against the Elk. I think Naga's up there as well.
Okay.
Also one of those heroes. What I'm more interested in is what Boom will want to go to maybe maximize the Coddle in lane. Like Ember Coddle's nice. What are you looking for to kind of enable that combination? Again, Terrorblade still rings to mind. Terrorblade Coddle is something we saw SMG run a lot of. So
you know what I like right now that I think of it? I like maybe if they go back with their DP. Because I feel like when they have all these kind of lane matchups that allow Mushi to actually just get ahead, because the last game was just a Magnus, you know, you don't really win your lane, you just farm, then you don't really do stuff, you wait for the other people to do things. Maybe if they give him, again, the DP, it's a pretty good matchup against the Elk. You draft yourself like an aggressive pause for like a melee, someone to soak up damage and allow you to kill the elk. That might work.
I'm into it. He also had his Pango that he played. That could be another pairing.
Yeah. I think I feel like I'd prefer the DP overall. I just think it's just the solution to Alk. Like, it can go Spirit Vessel, though not the most common. It's a natural Shiva's builder.
Yep.
You can focus elsewhere on Yopaj's Ember. They do ban out the Doom on Boom, so not going to gun for that themselves. Wondering what sort of partnered support we get first. I feel like that's how Boom tends to draft.
Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker would be nice.
Yeah, I like Spirit Breaker.
You don't really have a way of cutting it off here from SMG. You do have the option for maybe a support clock, but Clockwork Techie support duo is like, it's okay.
Oh, you're talking about SMG.
Yeah, like if you pick Spirit Breaker and Boom, Clockwork tends to ruin it with a
Because
cogs.
the idea of the SB is when you're playing against Elk, you want one of your support to be able to invade like Clockwork SB, and for the other side, you want the same thing to counter what the other support is doing. And usually back in the day, we would see Undyings being picked up to defend the stacks. And yeah, I mean, SB is my go-to hero if I want to invade the jungle.
They go for the Lich. It doesn't invade as much. It's not as aggressive.
But he's very strong directly in the lane.
Yeah, that's true.
If you sit in the lane and you just trade farm, he's very strong. The Frost Shield is great against the Elk. I think it's a pretty reasonable pick.
You're expecting the Lich to go into the Elk lane, though, or just partnering with Natsumi's hero?
I think it doesn't really matter, just partnering with a hero. The shield will be good later anyway. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the lane. So SMG go for a slug right away. So I guess this is the Moon coming back again. They're picking the slug against the Ember lane.
Yeah, it looks like it. And that lane does feel pretty good. Again, we didn't see Yopaj have the best of time in a matchup that's decent. Now up against Slark, a little bit harder for him to dance around. Veno coming out for SMG as well. It's a rather interesting draft. I feel like this is a lot of early aggression coming out from SMG. Depending on what lane partners, where these supports are going with who, it can be a lot of kill threat early on.
Yeah, but they all have a very common ground. They're all very strong in the lanes. They're all very directed at countering their opponent's heroes in the lanes. So SMG is just keeping everything simple. We have good lanes, we're going to be able to play the game. And boom, they already have the Lich, so that's already a good adjustment. So now they have the Pango for Mushi, I presume for Mushi again.
Does slide through.
Pango and Kotal, you should be able to do pretty well in, I assume, a Veno plus Elk lane. You shove up the wave and then you just make sure you get levels. I'm not sure if you can bully and win the Elk lane. Probably not, but at least you'll be able to play the lane.
Yeah, you're not going to be shoved out completely. I think there's also the chance that you get independent enough. You stand far back enough for the Pango to just swash. You can get some stacks going here with your Kotal. So you have some recovery to come out there for Yopaj and Mushi.
They ban out Phantom Lancer. Would you want to pick Phantom Lancer into a Radiance carrier like Alchemist anyway?
Not in particular. Yeah. PL still has like... The PL is still annoying that the rest of heroes don't really deal with.
Yeah, he's good against the supports, the Veno and the techies.
Yes. Is it even good against techies? I thought Reactive Taser would be very annoying for Phantom Lancer.
I mean, I think one thing is like the lane. I always look at the lane because you can dodge the blast off.
Yeah.
Like the heroes that are very good against techies in the lane are those that can dodge. PL and Monkey King. Those
Actually, that's not even a concern if you're running the techies into a Kotal lane, right? Because you can just blinding light off the blast off.
You can do that too.
It's really annoying for techies.
But then you have to put Lich and Pango on the same lane.
That's true.
That is not very ideal.
That isn't.
Other carry options for SMG. Chidori played some... Well, Bloodseeker's banned out, Terrorblade's banned out, Deuce's banned out. Oh, his list is actually quite short.
I mean,
played Luna?
He's going to play the Elk.
Yeah, he's just going to run the Elk.
Oh, right,
sorry. See that mid Slark. So it's like our Monsteros hero.
Yeah, we're looking for Monsteros heroes. Monsteros had... Short list. Everything's banned out for him also. Batrider?
Probably not here.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the best game for a Batrider. I'd want a little bit more teamfight control for SMG.
Magnus?
Magnus is not bad, but it can also start to feel a bit greedy, to be fair. Although, I guess the lane's not too bad. It depends on what Boom will run safe. You could try to pick that up. I think it also works for Boom if they want to pick a safe lane mag. Although, again, the same issue of maybe a bit greedy, but like a Magnus Lich lane doesn't sound bad at all. There's some decent kill threat with your slows. You can farm up pretty well.
I mean, they're still Underlord if they want to. Underlord is pretty decent against Ember and Pango. You get all the team items. You make sure that you can negate the Lich magic damage and the Ember spirit damage. I think that's a pretty reasonable pick. Keeps your draft all-rounded. You have a front line, you have a team fight, you have late game.
Yeah, I forget Underlord exists. It just feels like that hero has been ignored since after week 1.
Yeah,
for
much.
like every region, it feels like they've kind of did.
I mean, I feel like there's nothing to pressure in the lane. Ursa is banned, Monkey King is banned. Okay, now Magnus is banned. There's nothing much that can really trouble his laning phase, Because when you think about picking Underlord, you're always worried about whether he gets bullied in the lane, Because that hero doesn't feel the same when you don't get a good start. So core Spirit Breaker or... Yeah, I guess so. Core Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
I would prefer that over like a core Veno for sure.
Techie's support.
It's an excellent hero to defend the jungle for the Alchemist. It allows the Slug to play very aggressive. So I think the idea here is because Slug is in a very advantageous matchup, Slug against Ember. So anyone that can gank at the right time would just completely destroy the lane for the Slug.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much. Like you can get that ball rolling for SMG really fast. They have such a fast lineup. Like the aggression from lanes can translate into a pretty quick objective take once you hit some level 6 spikes. I'm keen if Boom are starting to consider something different. Like, do you feel better about a Pango lane switch into mid against Slark? Does that improve your odds? Run a safe lane Ember, then do like Ember Coddle off the bat? Or is that too crazy?
Not very sure though. I think Slug is still going to be fine with those 2 lanes, so I think it doesn't matter. The more important thing is how they're going to set up a carry that can allow them to play and have a win condition in this game. Most of the carries are banned, so I'm not really sure what's good that can be picked here. I think maybe just Faceless Boy. I don't see any other hero, like.
How about a Naga?
Naga's banned already.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, first ban.
Yeah, tons of carries are banned. Naga, Deuce,
Wow.
Teep, Luna.
Okay. So they are trying to fight faster, I guess. Luna allows you to group up. She's pretty strong in the lane with the Lich Luna lane. Pretty darn powerful. Your team fights very, very strong with the Luna. You fight nighttime against the Slug.
Yeah, it's interesting tempo coming out from Boom. I am not a Luna believer. I don't think that hero works that well in this meta overall, although to be fair, it can play the jungle pretty well, but it's weird.
It's scary to play Luna against Spirit Breaker, Slug. Those heroes are not heroes that I feel like you're comfortable to playing against as Luna. However, if you get a really, really snowbally start in the lane, you have Lich in the lane, so I feel like maybe if he does really well in the lane, you snowball quickly, and hopefully this time Ember has actually a game, so you can group up together early with the Coddle, you heal each other, and then you take the map quickly.
My other concern is that they once again have to get their team fight coordination on point. It's Pango, Luna, Coddle. These are, I guess Coddle not quite as much, but still, Boom was kind of lacking when it comes to pressing the buttons correctly in game number 1. But as we heard from Mushi, he is willing to slap some people around if they need it. Maybe they got a wake-up call as we get into game number 2 with Cap and SVG.
Avery, did you ever, in all your time as a Dota player, ever witness any physical shenanigans going on in your teammates?
Trying to bait me out here or what, man? You searching through the dirty laundry?
I've asked you a lot of questions about your experiences in the past.
Altercation? Is that what you're asking about?
Yeah.
No. See, North American teams are very intellectual, so we solve all of our problems through rigorous debate and logical confrontation. And
you mean they're passive aggressive and whiny?
Yeah, and afraid of an actual altercation, so it never happens. No, it's just not been there. I've heard stories about actual ones that did happen, though. But I don't think I'm able to disclose those, because it's not my team, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would. So, yes, there have been Dota teams that have actually physically fought each other. I can tell you that for sure. It came to punches.
30 seconds to battle.
Unless you count Jack beating up himself. I mean, that man goes on the basketball court and destroys his own ankles. I don't know if that counts as an altercation, but it's pretty sad to watch.
Well, he's gotten somewhere with it. As SMG versus Boom, game 2, SMG smoking up, moving from one side to the other. trying to find an opening here for a first blood, and it looks like they found it. X-Nova going to be the target of a kill for, I assume, mid one.
Damn.
Yep, he's going to start off with 1 extra agility and a whole lot of extra gold.
That was the tiniest of openings. High ground ward sees that one spot behind the trees that he walks to for 1 second, gets grenaded, and then that's vision for the charge. I mean, the thinnest of margins going to secure a first blood for mid one, which is pretty big in this Slark Ember matchup. Like, this is a matchup where you give mid one some gold, you might just win it even harder. And he did win that other Slark Ember game that we watched, where he just farmed and played it like a carry and eventually carried the game. I like his odds here again.
Well, if I recall, you were a little bit of a skeptic when it comes to it. Have you changed your mind about this?
I mean, I still think the tempo part of it's bad. Like, I still think there's openings in the game where Ember can run around the map and you don't contest him as well. But I think the rest of the SMG lineup is pretty fast on its own, so I'm not too concerned about that. And I think this is a game where you can just put the Slark mid to carry the game, which is what he did. So I'm kind of more okay with it this game.
Okay. I assume you're talking mostly about the techies and Spirit Breaker in this aspect of fast, because they do have an Alchemist, which I hear it does come online relatively quickly, but it's still another carry that they have.
Yeah, but his like laning in early game is good, and I think Venom is also hard to run into.
We'll be able to get the trade off here. Looks like on Zephyr deny. Oh, what?
Grenaded him.
He grenaded him for the last hit before Mushi could get the deny?
That's worth.
Wow.
Super worth. Next level play, in fact, some might say.
That was pretty sick.
So early shenanigans going SMG's way for sure, as they are farming all the lanes here. I also go back to this Luna Ember nighttime combo that we've talked about a lot, that I think is pretty strong. That's only as strong as much as your Ember snowballing.
And if your Luna is actually alive, which heavy amount of damage going her way, but they still managed to get the kill on Afu in return, and Natsumi stays alive. So, still.
At least one of the lanes is going well in the kill department.
True.
Natsumi doing pretty well for the second game in a row. So the issue is you have this nighttime Luna Ember, but you kind of need the Ember to snowball a bit to use that. And the other factor is the Slark negates your nighttime advantage. Like, you're going to try and be battling this game with that global aura, but that's also when the Slark is going to have vision on you and can just go in and be strong as well. So it's like a weird nighttime interaction with these two teams, and we'll see later on it's got to favor the Slark, as in the later fights you don't really care about the global ability of Lunar Blessing, but in the early game maybe it still favors Luna. Another reason this mid lane is
for right now, Yopaj. He has a water rune. He might be able to kill mid one if he plays the distance right. Mid one had a fairy fire to eat through, both of them going through bottle charges at the same time. Close call, but both had a plan B when it came to that combat.
A razor's edge indeed for this mid lane. Even with the first blood, Yopaj is fighting back ahead in CS actually. Played this lane damn well, and nice little kill to go Mastros' way, who dominated last game on that Dune. This is a very different hero, but he's looking to continue his spree with 2 assists already on the board. Just ramping up the aggression in Natsumi.
Ooh, I mean, that was great. They just ran him down, and Natsumi wasn't able to get any of the farm underneath the tower. Good kill, though, for Yopaj. Finally, a bit of revenge after what was a rough performance for him, to say the least, in game one, due to, in part, some heavy support rotations from the enemy team. This time around, not nearly the same kind of rotation, so he'll at least get one of the water runes, whereas last time he was denied both.
That's a huge kill. He is getting this kill in a counter matchup versus a first blood. Like, that is insane that he finds this. And I don't know, mid one's just not playing his lane well. I also still don't believe in this lane matchup 100%, but I do think mid one should not have died after he has first blood in this lane. So Yopaj is just straight outplaying him, giving his team a decent chance to run away with it, because again, their lineup is pretty predicated on this Ember Snowball. You have Frost Shield to put on him, you have Chakra Magic to put on him, you have the Global Luna Aura to put on him. There's a lot of small buffs Yopaj can use to just completely get out of control. It starts in the lane. He has pulled ahead, created himself a lead out of nowhere, and he's going to get 6 bursts off it too. Very good start for Boom. Almost 6 already. He gets it.
Yeah, this is not looking so hot for mid one. I wonder if the supports are going to rotate over and see if they can kill the Slark again.
It might. I mean, you have the nighttime aura. You do have some supports who can offer some early spell damage. It's a tough kill with the nighttime vision, though. That's the weird part. I don't think this is a lane Yopaj can place too hyper-aggressive in right now. Just wants the rune, probably. While Boom continue to farm up. Maybe another game they just want to create a bunch of stacks to accelerate Natsumi. Luna kind of acts the same way as Fen. Like, you want to get this hero to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th item as fast as possible off these ancients, so she's super high level, can use her eclipse, join the fights, and just hit those ramp timings as good as possible.
Haste rune for Yopaj, and they spotted Afu, who was coming over to try and help secure the power runes. Instead, will be the victim of one of them.
Also scouted some small stacks on this triangle, something they might try and invade later. They feel like they have a strong enough early advantage. Gotta keep in mind, there is Alchemist in this game. Chidori is having a much faster start than the Alch of last time, so he should have much better pace here. I don't even know what really slowed him down that last game. It must have just been bad camps or something, but top of the chart for now, and he has stacks to back it up that probably no one else is going to take here. They're all going to him.
That's true. We did have actually a little bit of a split farm in that last game. Mossero is still trying to get to his Vanguard, is level 5. Pulls over a hard camp. Once he does have that, will help a lot for SMG, because currently with the Slork losing his matchup, I don't think he's going to be very impactful in this first 20 minutes.
No, it's going to be a slow crawl to that Diffusal Blade for mid one. I mean, he has the whole thing to go here at 7 minutes, so Yopaj has a window. He has some room to run around the map, scout some stacks, make something happen with the chakra, refilling his resources. And if you're going to direct it into one hero, it's probably the Alchemist. You can disrupt his farming, kill him a few times, take some stacks. You're going to be pretty happy with this game while your Luna pulls ahead. More stacks coming out for both teams. And see what the game plan is. There's going to be a lot of jungle for Chidori to clear through if he gets uncontested here.
Which will either mean this is going to be a very interesting, fast-paced game because Boom's going to do a lot of invading, or both teams are just going to play for their stacks that they have. Rolling Thunder on top of the Sinister Gaze, double stuns, mid one, gets some distance, but the pursuit. Mushi hits him with a swashbuckle, unable to chase after mid one, but kill on Johnwell on the other hand. A slight chains perhaps, and Mushi can collect that bounty. And one's going to come back into it, even against 4 heroes, daring to try and hit him with a Dark Pact. Probably not the best.
Just poking, seeing what they're doing, protecting this triple stack as well for Chidori. He's had enough people going in this area, so his time to clear it out is now. That's a good stack to clear. Can even double farm it on this camp. So the Alk is already accelerating right here. This is not what Boom were really looking for with that play, which I think was the big Slark kill or jungle invasion. They kind of get neither, and the triangle getting double stacked as well. Oh my god, there's so many stacks for SMG early on. This Alk is just gonna catapult up the network chart if he does not get messed. Okay, Mushi comes in, gets a quick couple steals. That's pretty good. That is a large gold differential you just pulled away. Boom still get back there. It's very nice.
He's little bits that I've watched Mushi, man, he has been a monster on a lot of this CS and outplaying an opponent for a lot of these denies and last hits that I would say you wouldn't see as many offlaners be as aggressive and focused on it as he has. Maybe it had something to do with his safe lane or maybe his mid lane origins.
Yeah, he's an old school 1v1er. Go back to those 1v1 tournaments, right? He's up there.
For sure.
Yeah, he's always had like pretty good understanding of lane mechanics, when to abuse, when to trade, all this stuff. He's been out of the game for a bit, but that stuff stays with you intuition-wise. At least I like to pretend it does.
I still got it, guys. I still got it.
I mean, I'm convinced every Dota player at the core of him thinks that like he could still like win TI. Like yeah, maybe I'm a little retired, but like give me like 2 months, I'd be back at the top. That's why all these Dota players come out of retirement because they think like that. Like yeah, I could be easily as good. It was my team's fault. It was the patch.
I could definitely. I mean, I think another part of it is they're addicted to the game, so they're still playing it.
There's nothing addicting about Dota. What are you talking about?
Okay. You say so.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Why you don't trust me on that one?
No, boom. Are gonna go for some stacks. Steal some hard cam stacks between Mushi and now Yopaj. I mean, I thought this was gonna be an Alchemist hitting some like record-breaking numbers the way they were stacking for him, but not so much anymore. Still not having the Radiance.
It was really important Boom invaded and just steal some of these small camps. Just take something away from Chidori here. Because Natsumi can keep up and farm. Like, he has his own Ancients waiting for him. Those are the two biggest objectives on the map right now, these two Ancient stacks. But Alk doesn't really want to clear him too early, whereas the Luna can with the Mask of Madness build.
Yeah.
And Mushi's just been sitting top farming. Like, he's the most farmed core in his team. He's going Diffusal. This is going to be a Pango who can add a lot of early damage, a lot of early tank ability, join fights, be a very large factor. They do not have control for Rolling Thunder in this game. That is something to consider. Like, the stuns on SMG are kind of all weird stuns. Like this type of thing, you can knock someone into mines. But dealing with Rolling Thunder, not going to be an
didn't
option.
stand a chance in hell. That was a charge on him, then Afu hits the blast off on due to the vision from the charge. Rough time for him.
Nostros is quietly having a pretty clean game again. Still has not died in the series. Bit underfarmed, but I mean, he went up against Luna Lich. That is a very tough lane for a melee hero.
Sure. He's going the Vanguard Octarine build, which is interesting. John Well does end up getting off his ultimate, so he will be able to collect a kill in return for his life. The Rolling Thunder bouncing around on Chidori with the Chain Frost. That's enough magic damage. You combine the Coddle extra magic. That's great. Natsumi in some trouble. He's going to be blown up by the mines. Can't handle it. Does get some damage done before he falls. Mushi tries to take advantage of that one. Mid one is out of mana, but not enough for Mushi to go for the kill.
I mean, Mushi gets a lot out of that fight. Perfect delivery of Diffusal timing, too. He dealt 3,400 damage in that exchange, and he's still going.
He's still going for it. Monsters, oh! Okay, he still has 18 Magic Wand charges. They've already given up the charge. Nice turnaround, Sinister Gaze. I was
beating this out a little.
He tried for the charge earlier. And he got burned out of his mana just in time.
Yeah, you got double mana burn for Boom between the Diffusal and the Sinister Gaze, if you want to count that.
Yeah, that's true. It's like 20%, I think.
I mean, especially with Chakra Magic, it's like 2 swashbuckles. It's a lot of early mana burn in these fights as Mushi is destroying the early parts of this game. Very far, and he's keeping up with an Alchemist here with an all-playing Pango. That's ridiculous. Shori is going to go to town on this Ancient camp. He's working on it. It's a struggle, but a lot of XP going down to this Radiance burn right now. Yeah, there's something satisfying about watching Ancient camps be where these like big stacks get farmed, you know.
Yeah, it feels good. Now imagine if you're hearing the gold from it too. I think that's the best part, farming. Knocked him into a corner. Awkward for X Nova. They're trying to get out of here. The rotations are coming through. X Nova grabs Sinister Gaze, grabs Afu mid-air, gets away from the mines. Now he's slowly dying to all of this, but the damage may help Mushi complete some kills here. Misses out on that Rolling Thunder. Does manage to hit him with the Afu, dying, but the mine stuck onto him. Mushi's in trouble. He's got another swashbuckle. Doesn't make it far, though. Gets blasted back. Masaro's trying to fight through the blinding light, getting the hits in. Mushi, he's taken out slowly but surely. But he'll get another round of the swashbuckle off before he falls. Maybe he doesn't kill them, but he does take a large share of their mana.
And John Well just got so much off there. He has like 10 Plague Wards there as well. Just slowly killing Pangolier. I was laughing. He just like ran into the corner and just looked at the wall. He's just sitting there like, guys, if I don't move, they won't see me.
If I can't see you, you can't see me.
It looks so weird, but it ends up working out. Nice little corner fight for them. Gets this big Pango off the board. Nice little kill streak as well.
Radiant are
And now it's back to nighttime, which means Mid One can start the hunt on the map. Look for something with this Diffusal. He really wants to find some core kills because all 3 of Boom's cores are getting a lot out of this early game. Natsumi cleared through those Ancients as well. He's level 13, tied with Chidori. That's where all that XP is going, to these 2 carries. I do feel like Luna can do some serious damage in this game in terms of scale. He has 2 good cores to buff up, and then you have a Frost Armor to throw on him as well. He's gonna have some good timings here. I think SMG are the ones who might feel a little pressure to try and make something happen with Chidori's network, particularly to out BKB if he wants to go blink and get active, or does he just farm for like an AC plus a 4th item? Boomer just gonna smoke and take the fight. Blink on Mushi, that is the go.
Do you, I feel, in my opinion, the Blink Dagger is the right choice because he already has a Slark. Do you agree with that? Grab here of John Wells. The battle of the 5s, but Mushi and Yopaj will tip the scales in their direction. Yopaj is actually in some trouble. Got hit by the charge on through. Doesn't have a whole lot of movement speed. These remnants can't take him far, but Masaros was able to strike there with the ultimate just in time. Masaros now goes for the TP out. Sinister Gaze is going to be able to stop that one, and now the Luna is joining in on these fights. Masaros gets cleaned up by the big blast. Mushi, at the same time, Chidori is able to finish him off. And the battle of the carries, where both of them are not really sure if they're stronger than the other just yet.
They're strong enough to clean up everybody else, that's for sure. I don't know, I feel like Yopaj shouldn't get stunned like that.
We'll take that.
He just gets hit by Concoction, like he has all these Remnant capabilities up, and yeah, I don't know, it just feels like a bad death again. I feel like Yopaj has been a little off in the series. And it just puts more weight on Natsumi to carry the load. It's not the worst fight all around, but you really want this Ember to keep building the momentum against these 2 SMG cores between the Sark and the Breaker who've been pushed behind.
Yeah, it seems like he just maybe a momentary lapse of concentration or something, but yeah, the stable Concoction from the high ground seemed to surprise him or something.
And maybe he thought he would just live through it, like with some Frost Shield backup, but that charge coming through adds a lot of extra damage to the mix. And yeah, both these carries, they have BKB, and the value they get out of these early BKBs is very important to their team. Mushi trying to get bursted, but he's too tanky.
Chidori tries to help out. Natsumi activates his BKB. Chidori needs some help. Mid One is here to enable him. Diffuse straight on to Natsumi. The rest of the team needs to help him out. And there goes that Force Staff. That's going to be super helpful. Nice Illuminate Blast to be able to clean up and do some damage onto the 2 cores. Mid One and Chidori still going for it, but double damage. Yopaj is putting in the work right now. They got to get out of here. Chidori pops his BKB. Oh, that ultimate from the Venomancer did some decent side damage here.
And Mid One's still lurking in the back, in the shadows. Surprise! I'm still here.
Pops out. He clips.
Double surprise. He's gone.
That one though, the surprise goes the other way.
Oh no! I mean, somebody was locking somebody in the cage with the other.
Yeah, Natsumi pulled out the old Uno reverse card.
Yeah, you think you're trapped in here? You're trapped in here with me, son.
Yopaj trying to dodge the. Oh, nice Force Staff. Yopaj Still maybe gonna die. Slate goes off. Not quite enough. He got off the flame guard, but Masaros was able to finish him off again. Another strike seems to be the bane of Yopaj's existence. And his Ember Spirit now twice in a row in this series, proving to be not the same infallible beast it was just a year ago.
Very mortal. Just out of remnants on the end of that fight. Lasted so damn long. And that it will be that early blink pickup from Chidori. We were discussing it. I think this is the correct play because he needs to get more, he needs to be involved in these fights so he can get his other two cores back to a solid position, and it's just the best item to do that. It also helps them chain these stuns on the mobile heroes and the Pango and the Ember. It's really important that he can maybe lead with Concoction, but also follow up a charge or a techie stun with Concoction. Sure. There's no real good save on Boom. It's just Frost Shield, but you have a lot of magic damage between techies and Venom to be able to punch through that. Looking out mid one, it'll hit daytime, but this Roche is a hard Roche to contest with all of the dire vision around this pit. Plus Venom wards, plus mines. How the hell do you run through all this? What's possible?
I don't know. They are doing it so slowly, though.
They really are. There's still a chance they can get there.
I mean, maybe they wrap around and catch him on the way out. That's what's looking like the most likely scenario. Afu's going to tip him out, though. And yeah, the sound of Roshan dying is actually a sound of retreat for Boom.
It's just a tough fight. There's a lot of zone control for SMG. Hard to get in that pit. You also kind of want SMG to fight into you, so you get good Eclipse, good Chain Frost. Your Coddle's positioning can be solid. When you chase them, it gets really wonky. If you get a good charge, if mid one gets on your backline, it's just going to be a slaughter. Shori's going to take the charge. Blind Blink.
Oh, it's on a two. Blast off to chain it onto Natsumi. Put some pressure on him. He still has his BKB. Gonna pop the Eclipse now. Chidori pops his own BKB to stick on to Natsumi and finish him off with just the straight up physical damage. Natsumi really held on to his BKB for a minute there. Just ends up getting overwhelmed by the physical damage. As soon as he's dead, the fight's kind of over.
Yeah, there's no sustained presence after Luna's gone. They just roll him there. That blink. I mean, Boom think this hill is worth it, but that was just Chidori going in. Just didn't care. He has Aegis. He knows he's invincible. Why not? Just sets a beautiful fight up for his team. Octarine, Rush for Monstros paying off here as well. This is too damn tanky. There's not enough damage to punch through and take these fights into the core. There's a lot of sustain between Alp ult, Slark ult, 2000 HP Spear Breaker. I should say 2600 HP. I mean, you kind of don't have that good of sustain damage. You just have strong spells. You have a Slight Chains, you have a Chain Frost, you have a Coddle Blast, but like, where's the actual just consistent right clicks coming from? It's only Chidori, it's only Natsumi, and he's not there yet. He needs like Daedalus plus Scotty probably or something.
Top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling.
Time to do the Tormentor for a shard. One will go to the Venomancer, which not the worst in this game. Latent toxicity. You've got some. You've got a BKB dependent Luna, and you've got Pangolier, who also goes Magic Immune. I don't know how that works with Rolling Thunder, though.
I mean, it does deal damage, but it doesn't stun you, right?
No, you're still stunned during a Magic Immunity. I just think Rolling Thunder, I assume you just roll straight forward because you're stunned. The dispel happens as he goes Magic Immune. And so for things like BKB, it means they're Magic Immune, but they're stunned, which is super powerful. But I think with Rolling Thunder, it probably means you're just rolling straight forward for 1.5 seconds.
Maybe he just sits there, because it's like a Beastmaster roar or something, right? Like, if you get stunned in Rolling Thunder, you just sit there stunned.
Yeah, I guess so.
So if he gets Latent Toxicity stunned in Rolling Thunder, you should just sit there stunned, like any other stun.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Unless there's like a weird interaction with like when he pops it because they're like popped at the same time, but I don't think there should be. That's something to think about.
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh,
is
that
Find an illusion.
is not the real Slark, my friends, and they know it now too. The real Slark is creeping up the side now. He says, guys, they've used some of their stuff. Gets the D wards. Once more of a fight. Isn't going to find it, though.
I mean, he has Axe completed. Chidori has AC completed. The fights have all gone SMG's way in this game, and they are back in a force. Ready to just go higher on daytime. Making this Aegis work. Butterfly for Natsumi, he actually just rushed this timing item over that Daedalus. Gonna try and prevent this early high ground. It's gonna be tough to fight into, but again, they have a crap ton of magic damage.
Nice roll up there from Mushi. Defeats the initiation. Chidori does manage to hit a 3-man stun. The BKB goes out from Yopaj, though. Mushi trying to get away. 1 second left for another swashbuckle away, and he does manage to get out. SMG really overcommit themselves on a hero that they simply could not kill. The magic immune roll-up is a good answer to these telegraph stuns.
I feel like the last guy they wanted to go on, and I think the last way they want to take a fight. Again, when you jump into Boom, all of their AoE magic damage gets to work overtime. That Chain Frost did a lot. He did not even have good bounces, but it ends up doing a decent amount of damage, and you're giving level 3 Eclipse just free reign on the backside of this fight. I mean, you can BKB on Alf, but you're still going to tank this Eclipse.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just not the way you want to fight on SMG. And you want to abuse the Slark vision, get some pokes in, fight Boom in an open area.
Catching more. Boom. Need a play for this one. Chidori, though, hits another great unstable concoction stun. His team wasn't quite able to follow it up, but now mid one's going to collect in from the side with that Aghanim Scepter pounce. Lands on a Lich, blasts off onto Mushi here. The stun's raining in, they get enough. Now the Spirit Breaker charges in for more. Nice chains, though. Putting a stopper on that one. The ultimate being popped onto Lich. Mid one's going to commit for that kill. Next up, he's dead. And he's got a ton of stacks on mid one.
That's that open fight that SMG are much more comfortable with. Buybacks for Boom. They need to take this.
Buybacks. They have to make this one work with the BKBs into the buybacks. This is a must-win engagement for Boom. They cannot just let SMG walk away, but it looks like that's what they have to do. Slay, dodging, nice grab there with the Sinister Gaze. Masaros in some trouble now. Completes his Aghanim Scepter, but it's a bit too late for that one, I think. Swashbuckle cleans up both him and Gunwell, and they're going to be able to jump back in. Oh, that's the big die back there. Mushi roll-up timing, very nicely placed, but Natsumi needs help. Pops the Eclipse, physical damage once again, too much for him to handle. Again, a second fight where he takes too much magic damage, pumps the BKB, and gets swept by the physical.
Oh, this Butterfly, it's just not doing enough in these engagements. And every time Boom chase, it does not end well because you're giving free turn to the Hulk and the Slark who are just going to jump in, pick their target, and pick you apart. Yeah. And it's hard for your supports to commit that deep. That's a dieback. Or no, that wasn't. Who bought back? Oh, it was Mushi.
Oh, yeah.
That was a Yopaj buy. But yeah, that's a Mushi buy and a Lich buy. Expensive. You're not even winning the fight, and mid one is still in your base.
I mean, at this point in time, I think the Luna might be a good carry, but there's no way it's going to be able to outscale an Alchemist and a Slark with this kind of net worth lead.
No. If he was with his cores atop the Slark, that's a different story, but middle one just got catapulted back in this game, played those fights well, stayed alive, and now he's in prime position to just help Chidori carry this if it should go late, which it might not even get there, but if it does, yeah, it's a great carry Slark game. It's a big problem for Luna. This matchup really sucks.
Well, the only way to get back into this game, I think, for Boom is they gotta fight it out.
Radiant's bottom barracks
They gotta just keep brawling where they can, hope that SMG overextend themselves. They tried there onto the Slark. Not good enough control, though. That's one sad thing. Their supports really don't offer that much against the Slark. Mushi rolling it up. They do manage to kill the Venomancer. Something small to work with, but their bottom lane is under assault, and they have to address that. Missed the blade.
Rolling Thunder TP. That's pretty cool.
Good move from Mushi to try and surprise SMG. Just sadly didn't connect there. Charge is coming on through. Nice interruption, though, from the two supports. Managed to bail him out. Natsumi, though, BKB Eclipse has to back away. SMG, not necessary for them to pursue. They'll just let you have it. I mean, considering the fact this is a 4 versus 5, remember the Venomance got picked off at the start of that one, and SMG is still not that scared of an engagement.
I think they're happy to take any fight outside of boom space. Like, particularly one in which a charge can connect or mid one just gets on top of a core.
Is under attack.
And they just need to be worried about the clump. Like, the clump they can still get punished on. With the Ember Slight going through, some Chain Frost, Swashbuckle, Eclipse. There's a lot of decent AoE here, particularly when this BKB starts to get lower for Chidori, which it is low. It's 6 seconds now. You get caught out without that, there's a lot of burst. And Monstros is just in their base. I don't know if this is where he wanted to be. But yeah, I guess he'll walk it off. Charge it off.
Yeah, he's getting that. He's getting to the point where he's beginning to feel invincible on Spirit Breaker because he can charge nonstop. I don't think that's actually the case because the supports do answer the charge pretty nicely, but this time he does make it out.
They just don't have the lockdown. They don't have the bulldoze counter. There's nothing to dispel bulldoze right now with 100% uptime. I mean, pretty much. It's tough. It's very tough to lock the breaker down and then be able to burst him. He's causing a lot of issues in the fight. He's only going to get stronger from here on out. This build scales like a beast.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Natsumi is getting leapt on very far from the base. Again, this is a fight SMG are happy to poke and prod at.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah, why not?
barracks are under attack.
Get steal some agility away. Yule's Scepter for Mushi goes to this item again. Much needed, as you were just pointing out. Nothing to answer the Bulldoze Spirit Breaker.
Somebody needed Yule's. You'd rather have it on a support here, but Mushi will buy it if they need it, because they need it now. They're going to smoke. It is daytime Roche down here. I don't know if they can sneak it. I mean, Luna does do it pretty fast. Daedalus Butterfly, but Mushi's being charged. And this is just going to foil the smoke plan down here. Intentional or not.
Certainly is, because he's gonna pop Zephyr's smoke first, spots the support sitting behind Mushi. This is not a solo play at all. And SMG setting up for the defense. We got mid one who's gonna TP in to the tier 1. The rest of the team trailing them with a 4-man smoke. They've got the successful scan to re-smoke from Boom, but high ground already claimed here from Monsteros. Tries to charge down at Chidori, now goes for his opening. Interrupted though. Chain stunned up, gets off his BKB though. Starts leading into Natsumi. Nice rolls in for Mushi, but boy, they just cannot handle this physical damage. Natsumi back into the fight with his Eclipse, waiting out the BKBs, but mid one is too much of a terror for him. Even the Chain Frost, good bounces for Boom. Not good enough, though, to really do anything in this fight. They are simply far too behind and far too outclassed in this.
There's no answer for the Chidori blink. He goes in, you blink BKB, you all run. There's nowhere to run because you're at the corner of the map. And you're all just jammed in a corner with a Slark and an Alchemist. It's not a pretty sight. And Monstros has just destroyed him this series. Destroyed him game 1 with the Doom. This time around with the late pick Spear Breaker, I mean, there's no answer to this hero in the game. Like, they have charge cancels, but they don't have a way to cancel a charge every 5 seconds. And he's just giving full vision for the jumps.
Well, it felt like mid one and Chidori were completely unanswered in the last like 4 fights or something like that. Now one has an Aegis, the other the Cheese. This is looking impossible for Boom.
Yeah, I don't know how you kill these 2 cores effectively twice. Do not have the consistent right-click damage to do it.
Yeah, it's not going to be through buybacks. They don't have the net worth for that.
Just got to poke and prod them through the Alk region.
yeah, he just shrugs off the damage you're doing.
There's
Charge actually does hit Yopaj to get the blast off on him. Uh-oh, trouble. Nice force staff, though. Managed to get a reset. Depth Shroud allowing all of these SMG heroes to feel safe for the time being, while Chidori tries to stick on a Yopaj. Yopaj force-staffed away and will stay alive for now. The charge canceled by Masros.
If you're not getting a kill on that, I don't know how you're getting a kill. That was like they all clumped under the Chain Frost Spire and they literally all walked it off.
Not a great time for Boom.
This game just got out of control way too fast. They were in a solid position too, but just couldn't put the fights together. Now they're in a very, very rough situation. Another Yules on Masros, but another Bulldoze. Man does not care. He's just ulting for fun.
Yeah. He just pops in Heather Strike just cuz, charges back through him on Mushi. Mid one tries to, he did manage to grab him with the Harpoon. Harpoon went out, then the Blink, and if you do something like that, Harpoon still latches and pulls you away.
I mean,
Does not disjoint.
There's no saves on Slark right now. You have to go on him. You have to kill him. Mushi knew it, but he does not have his ult.
Now Mid one has the Depth Shroud back up, so one of the saves is ready to go. Eats the cheese, back up, full mana. Chidori got to be the target of this Rolling Thunder. 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis, though, so none of this feels good for Boom. They just lose more and more objectives, but the fights simultaneously seem impossible to take.
You just get Alchemist. Sometimes you just get Alchemist, you know? It's happened to all of us.
Seems to happen a whole lot more in this patch.
That's true. I mean, Cyril's still pretty solid. He's not very first pick like he was at Berlin, but
yeah,
Cyril in a good game still. He does some serious damage. And he kind of played this 1 or 2 role. I don't think this 2 Alc in terms of you can play him with another carry is that bad because his early game is strong. He still contributes. Still a threat. It's not always easy to just run at this hero. And Boom just couldn't put it together. They stole some stacks, but I mean, Chidori has 1 death. He never really got slowed down too much, and the man fight was just not there because Natsumi fell behind.
Taking your Tormentor, Techies will get the shard now. So he can pass over the Taser if he wants to. Frankly, I don't think it's needed.
Radiant are scanning.
A minute left on the Aegis. Chemical Rage is up, so if they want to go for the Megas in this minute span of time, they certainly could.
Oh, they're going for blood.
Yeah, smoke, look at that. Smoke to the other side, inside of the base.
Everyone's just going to
wrap up. They'll have this vision, nighttime vision from the Slark. Afu. His smoke breaks. Mushi decides to make his initiation. His go on to Chidori. The rest of the team really not following it up too much, just kind of poking. Now the entrance comes in from the side of Mid one and Masros at the same time. Harpoon. Yule Scepter goes out from the Pango. They are drawing this out a little bit around their tier 4s, especially. Boom needs to just stay alive and maybe finish off one of these low heroes. Masros dipping away, though. Can't get the ladder. Yopaj has to chill out, but what about the buildings, though? Chidori, once again, completely single-mindedly focused on objectives, will claim Megas right in front of Boom's face. No punish. 5 seconds left.
Charge comes back.
Now they can't let him get away. They need to be able to put damage on him, but he's going to get up to the high ground. The Aegis expires, and he's back up to full. Slight chains, Masros. In a bit of trouble here. No BKB for him. They could finish him off. Chain Frost not going to be enough by itself, and they jump together where Chidori instantly pounds. A stun onto 2. Follows it up by trying to chase down Natsumi. The shield is helpful, but now the shield is gone. X-Nova dies, and he's dead for 45.
Oh, the in and out is destroying Boom here. They're getting chip damage, but Chip is not finishing these heroes. And they all have mobility. They all have jump. Just playing with them. Chidori, Ogre C, Ogre hit, Ogre win.
Knows how to play it. Man hit some creeps. Man hit some heroes. Now man hit some buildings.
Oh.
Almost able to get him there. Nice Glimmer Cape Force Staff gets away, and Yopaj has now been baited into the arms of Mid one. Hey, Chidori's back in blood. able to take him out with the help of mid one. Good depth shroud, too, to cover him. And now Chemical Rage is back up, so your chances of killing him are pretty much gone out the window. So that is going to be the throne taken for SMG. Natsumi fight as he can and will, but never be strong
That was
enough.
a fight. That was a destruction of a Luna. What a rough series. Rough series for Boom. I mean, now they're at risk of relegation, right? Whereas SMG saved themselves. I guess going into TI quals can feel a bit better, finding some momentum here, but that was just a series where it didn't feel like Boom put really anything together in either of the games. I feel like Yopaj was just completely off in that series as a whole, like not building any momentum for his team. They weren't really playing through him as well as SMG were playing through mid one. Despite his lane stepping up this game and taking it to mid one against the First Blood, managed to solo kill him in an unfavorable matchup. What happened as a result, right? Like nothing's going on this map, despite Yopaj and Mushi both having very good starts. I feel like Boom just aren't playing with the right heroes behind the right cores and going to the right areas, which maybe sounds easy, maybe sounds hard, but that's kind of the flow of Dota. You just have to get this flow going somewhere with somebody who understands where to be at the right time so you can build some momentum off the start you had, because it just petered out, went into nothing. And SMG, I feel like when mid one is popping off, this team plays their best. They set them up for success. Got them as matchups. Looking pretty solid.
Yeah, looking pretty solid and have just staved off the possibility of heading down to lower division. Meanwhile, Boom, their 2-1 over Talon was looking promising, but now it seems like Mushi is not the be-all, end-all solution for them. So we'll see what happens if they end up in tiebreakers. That's going to be dependent on the matches that are, the final match is going to be on Monday with AG and Blacklist, but that's more things that the panel can talk about as we send this series off.
That's right. Boom are not necessarily guaranteed for relegations, and depending on how the Army Geniuses Blacklist series plays out, then they may be confirmed. But assuming Army Geniuses lose to Blacklist, then that means that Boom and Army Geniuses will be playing a tiebreaker to determine the second relegation spot, as obviously XERXIA has taken the first spot. And also, it seems that the Mushi buff, 24 hours, then it goes on cooldown.
Yeah, it does look like it. I mean, you were saying, Talon lost to this. I'm sure Twitch chat must be happy at my
Was
expense,
I wrong, though?
No,
I mean,
you're not.
yeah.
No, you're not. That makes that loss extra painful for Talon, which we will see them afterwards. I want to see some angry faces there, because no one should be happy. But for SMG, they should be very happy, because this game wasn't a clear bet, right? Like the mid one, it didn't exactly stomp Yopaj. To be fair, we're still seeing issues in individual performance. Again, like Yopaj in one fight, short remnants out.
Yeah.
He dodges sometimes, other times, the mechanics aren't consistent anymore.
Seems by fixing some problems, they created new ones, perhaps, as this was a different Boom than what we've seen from week 1 and week 2, but not necessarily a better one. It's just different issues cropped up. And as a result, they fall to SMG, and SMG are still in Division 1 no matter what, and so this was an important victory for them. But Winter, do you see this as more of a Boom loss as opposed to an SMG win?
Yeah, more or less. I think SMG still exhibits some of their weaknesses from their previous series. Like they're always trying so aggressively to dive and fight when somebody already died, and they just fed away a couple more heroes. I feel like the game shouldn't have been that complicated at times, when if they are trying to just use their timings well with their numbers. It just feels like one person is telling everybody to go in, and then some people either they arrived late or they just couldn't connect, but they didn't want to say no to the person telling everybody to go. So everything felt so forced. That's why the game dragged out quite a bit.
Yeah, and we know, we have an inkling of what that voice is. I mean, to be fair, when I talk to SMG, that is exactly what happens. Like that's literally their comms when they play. Just like go, 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 even if it's very far. Like some fights we see, I think in this bot area, Wildcliff was just very segmented. They force a fight after losing 2 heroes. They lose 2 more. They clean up after Boom because Boom ends up overstaying. But yeah, it's not exactly the cleanest coming out from SMG. There were holes. I feel like a stronger team might have been able to exploit some of that over-aggression, but Boom just wasn't the better team. They just couldn't make use of these openings. And SMG, despite a little bit of an awkward back and forth, they clean up in the end. They feel better. They get to stay in Div 1. It's still a pretty drastic change of results for them in comparison to Tour 2, though.
Yep.
So I'm sure this team is going to be looking inwards for sure, going into TI regionals. I think that's basically the next objective in everyone's mind. And, you know, last time around for regionals for SMG wasn't the best because they couldn't play it. So I'm sure we're getting something better this time around.
Hopefully, well, this time they don't even need to sign up. They're automatically signed up by PH. I believe if you're competing...
Are they, though? I'm pretty sure you have to confirm your roster every single time.
Maybe you're right.
This was an issue for a lot of these C teams. Everyone used to ping the admins in BTS. We're like, when's the deadline? It's like, guys, the deadline was almost, it's today. You know, just check your deadlines, everyone.
Time zone.
Friendly
check the time
reminder.
zone.
Yes, check your time zones.
Boom, looking a little bit shaken, but again, they're not confirmed for relegation, so they still have a fair shot of making it through, but an unfortunate result for them. As we grant our MVP of game number 2 to Chidori on the Alchemist, I guess.
I mean, you would have given it to Slug if he won his lane.
Yeah, what was up with that? We were
I don't know.
surprised. we always bring up how Moon loved picking Slark against Ember Spirit for Tour 1 and Tour 2, and this is the second game where Mid1 has brought it in, but his previous game against the Slark looked way better. This one, actually, I was shocked that Yopaj, who despite having not that great of a series, won the mid lane against Slark.
Yeah, very, very surprising for sure, but in the end, he still didn't play well enough to influence his team to win the game. So I guess Mid1 kind of got away with it. But in future, this is kind of something to be concerned with, you know. If you get a good lane matchup as a mid laner and you don't win, you didn't win the lane that you're supposed to win, then you put your team in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it was in jeopardy, and like you said, John, against a better opponent, then things may have ended up differently. But for this one, we got a winner out of SMG, and we got a winner out of our interviewee. It's John Well. Congratulations, my man, on the win and staying in Division 1. It's been quite the tour for you guys. You have now wrapped up 9 series. What are your thoughts looking back on the past 3 weeks of Dota?
Thank you for congratulating, but I feel like there's a lot of struggle in the early few series. There's a lot of time that we can actually win the game, but we kind of just mess it up. So yeah.
Yeah, there was the series specifically. Who was it against? It was you guys play Execration Game 3 on Wednesday. What happened, my man? That was not what I was expecting.
Actually, that time what happened is like we're about to go in already, but we're just not in the same page, or like we're not listening to each other. So maybe we're a bit pressured because of the late game decision making, but we gotta just make it on same page. Yeah.
Understandable. Jean, what you got for Jean Well?
Kuya Jao, I miss talking to you. Kumusta? I'm curious, you know, you've been through a lot in this DPC tour cycle. What's different with SMG for you in comparison to the other teams you've played in?
To be honest, there's not much difference, but I feel like these guys are more hungry, I would say, on the wins, or like what are our goals, and I feel like it's more hardworking, I think. Yeah.
All right. I'm curious, going into the next phase for teams that don't go to Bali, it's going to be the TI regional qualifiers. What do you feel like is one thing that you're going to be looking at either individually or as a team to kind of work towards as we approach that next big step towards TI?
For me, I feel like we just really have to always prioritize what are our goals for early game. As long as we don't mess up our early game, I feel like we're gonna be good, or like we can run them down.
One last thing before I hand it off to Winter. Do you miss the Philippines? I know you've been traveling around a lot. Do you miss home? Do you miss Filipino food? What food do you enjoy here in Malaysia? What's your favorite?
Oh my God, don't ask me about Malaysian food. I want to do a diet, but holy. I've been trying to reduce weight.
Wait, so then if you want to go on a diet,
Malaysia.
and if you do, is it because the food is very fattening or because you don't like the food?
No, it's very good.
The food is so good.
Oh, it's so
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
Oh, okay,
that's it.
okay. I
Me and
see.
Cal think
Everything is
alike.
good.
Winter can help you. You know, ask him.
Oh,
So
Peter, give me some half-boiled eggs.
so I can make you some chicken breast with salad. No sauce. Oh no. Yeah, so first and foremost, congratulations on the win today. So I just wanted to ask you about, just now you mentioned a little bit about the communications. You said that when you lose, because you're not really listening to each other sometimes. So tell us a little bit more about that. You know, is it because too many voices are speaking during the team fight, or people just don't talk when it comes to a very critical moment in the game?
Actually, it's too many voices, to be honest. We kind of want to do one void, but at the same time, we instantly jump on the Underlord as well, so it kind of messed up our communication, and suddenly we just lost the game.
And so far, would you say that from all the games that you lost, that's a consistent problem in the team fights so far for the for the 3 weeks that you've played DPC so far?
Most of the time, we're lacking like the late game decision. Maybe not really the late game decision. It's just like the team fight. That's very crucial, and sometimes we just lose it. Like we're not doing our own thing, our own target, or listening to the comms. So we're losing, like even though we're winning already.
You've had quite a stressful season, Zhao. He was on Fnatic. It was Tour 1. You guys got relegated. Tour 2, Geeks League. You guys got relegated. But this time, you persevered, Zhao.
Maybe I'm not cursed, guys. Maybe I just play bad. You know? Yeah. At least it's done.
It's done. It's done. You're free. Which
I'm gonna pass it to Gabi again.
Time will tell. It's wait for Gabi. It's his turn next.
Yeah.
We will prove that he is not cursed also. Zhao, congratulations on this win. Thank you so much for the interview. And good luck, I guess, at TI Regional Qualifiers, because that may be the next time that we get a chance to see you.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Miss you, Zhao.
Much love, my man. Much love. You need to shed the curse. He is no longer cursed. Now it's Gabi's turn.
I mean, Gabi's taking hits. He's not even in the TPC.
Homie's catching
He's just
strays.
catching strays, man.
Oh, that was gold.
You gotta help him diet. You know, you set a meal plan. He's right here. If he wants to, you know.
Is it always unanimous that Malaysia has the best food? Because I would have thought that Filipinos are Filipino cuisine differs quite a bit from Malaysian cuisine.
It is different, but
Taste buds are similar, some of it.
taste buds are similar.
Okay.
And as long as I think the one thing the Filipinos have a hard time adjusting is spice. But if you're a Filipino that loves spice, Malaysian food's so good.
Okay.
So good.
Difficult to diet here, you know.
Yeah, it is.
Very, very difficult.
Well, if you want spice, then because this was a 2-0 series, that means that you're going to get treated to another set of Defense of the Hot Takes in a little while, because it's going to be around an hour before our next series begins. But don't worry, we're going to keep you entertained. And if you can't even wait for the hot takes, well, I've got something else for you. I've got ePolls as a platform, and we have a new lower third. Check out this QR code. What is this new thing? The Bali Adventure Sea Circuit? Compete to win tickets to the Bali Major. That's right, we are going to be running a tournament. If you have 4 friends that you'd like to compete with, then starting on June 8th, sign up for our tournament to get you in. It'll be running from June 8th to basically before the Bali Major starts. And if you participate and you win, well, you and your team will get 5 tickets to go to the Bali Major. And if you have Prime, which you know that I've been talking to you about all tour long, then not only are you going to get tickets, but you're going to get premium tickets to show up to the Bali Major if you participate. And meanwhile, if you remember our quick matches that I've been telling you about as well, you can continue to participate in those, and we will be selecting 3 competitors to also get tickets to the Bali Major. Same thing. If you have Prime, then of those 3 tickets, it'll be a premium ticket. You don't even need to win in the quick matches. You can just play. And we will randomly select 3 lucky contestants, 3 lucky players to receive a ticket to the Bali Major. But if you want full 5-on-5 competition, well then join the Sea Circuit, and we will be treating you to a tournament. And now, as for the broadcast, it was a quick series, which means that we got time to kill, which means that some Somball needs to be loaded up. So stick around, everyone. We will be back in around 12 minutes with some more defense of the hot takes.
Oh no. Be careful, child. Never play with fire. Mama said his words. Oh, so many times. I'm thinking you knew better than the other guys, riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. You hear the roll of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how that things went down. Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamer's with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate, and you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure that day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. On a cold plate.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It's me now. They've released me from behind the caster desk, and where I've been sequestered, basically, in the production room to finally host a little bit of this segment that we've been having a lot of fun with. We're going to be doing a little bit more of some hot takes. We've been having a lot of fun with this one, and I've gathered 2 more contestants here to join me and to try out our now vegetarian sambal. We've got next to me, Mr. John, pardon me, jumped the gun there on one of our hot takes a little bit, and Neil, Mr. Tsunami, who we did get you some vegetarian sambal for. Have you ever had sambal before?
Nope. It was vaguely described to me, but everyone keeps giving me mixed messages. Some people are like, oh, it's sweet. Some people are like, what do you... Is it supposed to be just put on crackers? What do you put it on?
Usually it's with like nasi lemak.
Okay.
You just mix it with whatever you eat, honestly. But the main thing is like nasi lemak.
So it's like the equivalent of like a hot sauce.
Somewhat.
Something like that. It's, I mean, you get it a lot on the side of your dishes. Comes in the little baggies that we always get.
That sounds more like a salsa then.
Yeah, I would compare it to a little bit of a salsa. I think that's fairly accurate. Normally, you just you eat it with rice with a bunch of other kind of more grains, right, to add some flavor to the grain. But of course, we're not in it for the grains. We're in this one for the pain, gentlemen. As we are going to be doing some hot takes. The premise is quite simple. We are going to see who's going to be going first based on who lost their most recent game of Dota. Following that, they're going to be showing one hot take. Now, we're going to play it by the rules this time, at least for the first couple. You can choose
one question.
We're going to be shown one. Now, you've got to deliberate very, very carefully, right? Because you can choose to defend that one, or you can choose to pass. But if you pass, you must do the second hot take. Unless we decide on the fly that the first one is better, then we'll make you do the first one.
Okay.
But we're going to try and go down that road. Neil, you just hosted this. Are you looking forward to this? Do you think you're going to kill it here?
Yeah, I don't know how John is as an opponent though. So I am great at advocating against the losers every time that I've been hosting, but now I'm playing for keeps.
That's right. You're advocating for yourself.
Yeah. Okay.
And a lot of these takes for other people and for some questionable takes as well. We'll see how that goes.
I can be ruthless.
John,
I have confidence.
You were pretty ruthless as well. You quite shocked me. You were just convinced. You were passionate and dedicated. Do you think you're going to be able to sustain that now that you're sitting next to your host?
Yeah, I don't think it's about passion or any of that. I'm just unhinged. It's not even that. I haven't had sleep, Richie, in 3 weeks.
Right. And I mean, that's just what NA Dota does to you. It's not even about the workload. It's just about, I had to do that all last year. I know fully about that. But what I don't know is which one of you lost most recently and is going to be going first.
I lost last Thursday at the same time last time, and I believe this guy's lost in a while.
I have not played Dota in like the last 18 days.
He's been too busy watching. Yes, studying all the replays.
Definitely, that's the reason why.
Definitely, that is the reason.
Technically, my last loss was 20 days ago, but also I haven't played in 18 days.
Well, in that case, congratulations, John. You're going to be going first. Are you ready for your first hot
take? I am ready for my hot takes.
Let's see it. The very first hot take Jonathan's going to get for himself now is they should add captchas before you sell an item in Dota.
That's pretty vanilla. Let's go
Pretty
next.
vanilla. You've never missold an item.
No, but it's really easy to defend this.
Wait, have you been... You're not an offlane player, because if you've been Vanguard Octarining, you would have probably sold something accidentally.
Yeah, but this is like very easy to defend, that you should add captchas. It's like, it happens too often, it's easy.
Well, I'll fully admit, I stole this next one from Reddit. And it's pretty contested right now on the front page, so this one is going to be pretty good. We'll see. Treads into Rapier on Medusa is a great build.
Yeah, Treads into Rapier on Medusa is a great build. If you think about it really hard, what does Medusa need? What gets reduced with Medusa? She gets mana from Mana Shield, leveling it up. She gets int, so that's fine. You don't really need strength when you have Mana Shield anyway. What do you need in this hero? You need damage. You need something to use with Split Shot. It's not a modifier, so it's just straight up damage. You get the Rapier. You hit your timing at 15 to 20. 15 if you're a god, of course, as most carry players are.
As High Shaggy is.
Right.
Yeah,
as
exactly.
High Shaggy, 8K, right?
Yes, he's a god. He knows what he's doing. This build works. It's guaranteed. It's from a former DPC player who hasn't really had the best time. It's absolutely working.
No, that's very true. He was the only DPC player I've ever seen sanctioned for a pause reason as well.
Yes, I do remember that.
Now, Jonathan, what is your MMR? Because he said it was good in 8K. So let me push back a little bit on this. What is your MMR right now?
I have not calibrated, but I crashed from 4.8 to 3.8.
Okay,
and I've never touched it again.
We'll go 4K. We'll go 4K on you.
We'll stick
Why do you think now, from 8K to 4K, that this build can still work in your bracket?
It still works because no one's going to punish you, man.
There it is.
The players are so damn bad that no one's going to punish a Deucer rushing Rapier. They're going to leave you AFK farming for 15 to 20 minutes. Your mid's going to rage. They're going to run down mid. What's that? Space for you to farm that Rapier. That's it.
Yeah, but on the trade-off, your team is also not going to protect you. Your team is
You
just
don't
as
need
bad as the enemy
protection.
team is.
You don't need. You just need to dodge. Dodge those bullets. Go away. Stay away from where they're playing. Just.
But then
go
what's
onto
the point of the
outside
rapier
map.
if you're staying away from where they're
Once you
playing?
have the rapier, that's when you go in.
Well, when you have the rapier, that's when you need to get protected, though.
No, that's when you come in to clean up. You bait your teammates, have them cop all the spells, and what'll stop with you, sir?
Now that's, I mean, I'm pretty convinced by that one. I'm pretty convinced by that one. You've got a pretty high bar to reach here. I mean, that's 8K logic right there, Tsunami.
Sure.
We'll see. We'll see what your hot takes are going to be now. As after the treads into Rapier, for Neil, we have ourselves 2 new hot takes, starting with this one, and that is. Oh, any second now. The anticipation. Universal Heroes, they need to do more damage.
Okay, I'm listening. Universal Heroes need to do more damage. I feel like this was a winter hot take that got repurposed somehow. Nah, give me the second one.
All right, he's going to choose to go for the second one. Now, I hope you've got your Dota cosmetic in check. We need more Marcy sets in the game.
Okay, this one's easy. This is a piece of cake. Already we have already been robbed. We had the Italian Senator Tifa set that was in the last cache that did not even get submitted into the cache. Punch Girl was robbed of the opportunity, and now we had this Knight set hit the front page, and all of Reddit was like, wow, why is it always cute sets? Why can't it be edgy sets for Marcy? There are no cute heroes in Dota. Yeah, Dota is a beautiful game of contrast that one day they add Primal Beast and the next day they add Marcy. Neither of them have voice acting, but they are on opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to cosmetics. You want gruesome, horrific, Lovecraftian stuff out of Primal Beast. You want ooh kawaii for Marcy. And we only have that butterfly wing set right now. That's not enough. I need a Persona. I need an Arcana. I need ultra rares. Was that butterfly even an ultra rare? It was
I think it was a it was a rare.
Yeah.
I need higher. I need some commons. I need some rares. I need some ultra rares. She has not been in the game long enough. I'm pretty sure there are only like 3 sets of cosmetics for her right now. We need more Marcy sets in the game. Not enough.
Now tell me, Neil, does this have anything to do with all of the Marcy cosmetics and statues I've been seeing you buy here in KL?
The figurines and how much I enjoy the character design has no impact on it. I'm just a big anime fan. You know, Dota Dragon's Blood, I definitely watched season 3.
No, that's a hot take right there.
Actually, unironically, I was, spoilers, I guess, at this point, I was quite sad when they killed Marcy off in the end of season 2. And I have been told that they bring her back in some capacity in season 3 because I definitely watched it. I maybe don't remember it.
I mean, I definitely watched book 2.
Okay, but there was a third one.
I definitely watched book 2 and book 3. I definitely did.
Well, the fan service.
All the more reason that they need to add more sets to encourage people to load up Netflix.com and watch Dragon Blood Book 3.
That's absolutely right, and that is your hot take. The more Marcy's, honestly, not bad at all. I think, Neil, I'm gonna have to give round 1 to you. You got me on your historic knowledge of those sets. You knew exactly how many Marcy sets were in there. It's impressive, really, almost to a scary degree, almost like your phone case has got Marcy on the back of it.
The biggest oversight is that there aren't enough Marcy sets in the game.
Well, John, it's time for you to sample some of our new sambal. Not to worry, of course, we've got a couple more rounds for yourself, Neil, to try out our new vegetarian sambal.
Yeah, maybe I'll just throw, just so I can get a taste. I am not confident in my spice-taking capabilities because I've been getting different reads, like, I don't think winter's a very good indication of spice. No. We went to a Yemeni restaurant and...
You found that spicy.
Yeah, I found that spicy.
This is not... This is
He found.
probably go for
Who did? You?
Winter.
Winter?
Yeah, Winter found something. I don't remember what it was, but he found it spicy.
Where
Meanwhile,
is he? He always blames me for not. Oh, my chili pame's a little spicy.
what I thought.
What the hell? This guy goes to Yemeni restaurant, can't take the heat.
I was so
What was he
confused.
eating? The yogurt?
well, he thought everything was yogurt. Remember?
He
we
really
gave
did.
him fucking baba ganoush, and he was like, "This is yogurt." We gave him hummus, and he was like, "This is yogurt."
This is also yogurt. Why is there olive oil in my yogurt? What an idiot, a buffoon. I can't believe he took culinary courses. You believe that?
Wait, did he really?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, he knows all the fundamental 4 sauces.
No, he does not.
Yes, he does.
does not.
I'll tell you, he does. We got to get him up there. Next time we'll do some content with him cooking. But for now, it's your turn to cook again, John. How was your sambal?
Good, not spicy.
Not spicy.
No, this is much more preferable from the last one. The last one was really salty.
You look a little bit shiny, but it's not that bad.
No, I'm just shiny.
Oh, okay.
I'm just oily. I'm an oily man. That's why I'm surrounded by Americans.
There it is. Very good. Very good.
We outnumber you right now, John.
Yeah, you
That's
do.
true. That's true.
Just like in 1920.
Colonization.
Oh, lordy. Well, what a segue, right? We're just like the 1920s. I'm going to take the segue dry because there's prohibition in America, and we're going to move into the next round
And
here.
I'm depressed.
And I'm depressed. It's very greatly depressed. Thank you for reminding me of that, John. Into your hot takes for round 2. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's go ahead and see what you got for your hot take. It's okay to yell at your team as long as you win.
Smiley face.
Smiley face.
Next one.
All right, this next one.
That's just Southeast Asia.
We'll see what he has. MLP has a superior
this is a
beard
good one.
to Tsunami.
I want to hear this one.
All right. MLP has a superior beard to Tsunami. You want to know why?
Tell me.
That beard that Mike is housing comes from Australia. You know what else is in Australia? A hell lot of spiders. You know what he keeps in that beard, Neil? He's got stuff that you wouldn't even want near you, let alone be in your beard. His beard is utilitarian and lethal. It's what keeps him alive and what scares everyone else away from him. That's why it's very hard to approach Mike LaPhoenix. That beard is superior. It has a use. It's deadly. Don't ever let Mike don't ever touch Mike's beard. That will actually kill you.
It's a weapon.
It is.
And if the beard
a biological weapon.
do it as well. I mean, the scary stuff, especially now, he's hit fatherhood, right? Congratulations to you, Mike, on the birth of your child.
It's all over.
And I mean, I think once you hit fatherhood, I hear you just don't sleep. I wouldn't know. I'm 25. Got
He's
no
never
clue.
slept.
That's what I mean, you know? And he's still doing NA Div 2, I believe. Unbelievable. So I'm sure that beard is just out of control now. I'm sure it's
a lot of spiders in there. I've seen them in the camera. It's not safe.
My original reasoning for the beard was also a product of laziness. It was a no-shave November.
You laziness?
Me? Unprecedented. You'd never think that. I take a great deal of my appearance. I always have, even before I was an on-camera personality. And after I did a month of no-shave November, people were like, "You should just keep it." And I was like, "Great, it's less work for me."
Less work. I don't have to go pay a barber to take this thing off.
Exactly.
Well, there it is. There's the beard origin story. Okay. Well defended there.
Thank you.
Well defended. We'll see, though, if it's good enough. Because after the spidery beard, I think I've seen Neil scratch his a little bit, getting ready to defend his next round of hot takes.
Show me.
Here we go. His first hot take is they ought to introduce more objectives
I think
around
Adam
the
had
map.
something like this.
That's a good one, actually.
He had something similar, actually. His hot take was the map's not big
the
enough. They
map's
need to
not
make
big
it bigger.
enough,
Okay.
I'll tell you what, Neil.
Yeah, show me
You want?
both.
I'll show you the second
I would like
one.
to see both.
You know what? John and I will decide.
Okay,
Oh,
fine.
yeah.
All right, here we go. Let's show him his second hot take then. Getting immortal is better
Did we
than
do this to
getting a
Winter?
partner. We did, but you
Okay.
two are new contestants here, and I want to see what your hot
John, let me tell you, I have neither of these things.
The second one for sure. The second one
why I
for
wanted
sure.
to make them do it.
Getting immortal is greater than getting a partner. Well, the thing is, I'm talking to a Dota audience right now.
That's
I'm
right,
pretty sure
you are.
99% of them would be inclined to
are
agree
immortals.
with me. Oh, well, also true. This is SCA Twitch chat that I'm talking about. All of them are already immortals. So they're saying, this isn't even important for me. Show me the more difficult thing, which is how do I convince someone to date me
Right.
based off of the color of my badge? They see the 3 digits next to it. I mean, it seems to work for pro players. There are many, you at home are witnessing the interviews that we do with half these players. You think that they have the Riz to find someone? No, but they have the MMR to do it. That's why getting immortal is not, you see greater than, I see an arrow. I see getting immortal leads into getting a partner. It's not a mutually exclusive thing. It's a pipeline. Out here, all these players are, all the cool kids are going and playing like Valorant, getting Ascendant and stuff like that. You don't want partners like that. You want the kind of people who value the brain of a Dota player getting immortal. That's what's ultimately life goals. Hashtag goals. Hashtag free DJ.
Hashtag free DJ.
Hashtag free DJ.
I'm sure you've seen the viral tweet where it's like, man, people's expectations are out of control, and it's like my ideal partner must be over 300,000 USD, 6'2", must blah blah blah. Are you adding become immortal to that list?
Absolutely. I've been seeing the clips of those podcasts, which I'm pretty sure they're literally just finding the dumbest people imaginable and then dunking on them constantly. But one day a smart nerd will show up on that and be like, wow, I really want my partner to be able to hard carry me, to not boost me, because I don't encourage that kind of thing on an official DPC broadcast. But party up together and in your MMR. That's what I've seen many powerful, ODPixel and Shiver regularly queue together.
Right.
Neither of them immortal, but that's a minor detail.
Catching strays out here.
They're open about it. Come on.
Well, I think, I hate to be picky on this.
You just want me to eat it.
Listen, all right?
You just want me to eat it.
I've got my reasons, all right? You said Valorant, playing Valorant, and getting Ascended. That's a map. It's called Ascend.
Oh, shit.
Not correct. That's just not right. You truly become Ascended when you're immortal in Dota, but you need to Ascend and take yourself some of that Somball on a chip. It's time.
Give me however much you did, because I don't know what the benchmark is. I don't know Somball rations.
I mean, I place quite a bit.
That's fine. Go for it.
Okay. Nerd benchmark of Somball. Just eat it, lah.
There you go. That's
pretty tiny. Give me more.
More?
Give me more.
More?
Give me more.
It's actually not too bad. You're going to enjoy it. Is that enough?
Okay.
There you go.
This is the other hard part about the beard, is that I have to do it in one bite.
Everything in one bite. There it is. Oh.
You're all right.
What does he think?
It's pretty good, right?
Oh, well.
Yeah.
This is like a shock in Indian food.
Yeah. Winter's just bad with spice.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Winter's really bad with spice.
He likes to make fun of me for it.
You said that this was the spicier one also.
It was spicier. Look, if you want, we only got one show day left, but I'll tell them to really spice it up on Monday. We're going to get our top tier spiciest hot takes on Monday and our top tier contestants for some top tier defense of the hot takes. But right now, I think we still have time, indeed.
Best of three?
For one last round.
All right.
Yes, indeed. We only have another pair ready to go.
Okay.
So here's how we're going to play it, right?
One person take question one, the other. I really need to fix my pockets on my phone. Last time that happened, I actually saw the clip. The stream died afterwards. Yeah, I dropped my phone.
Are we still up? We're still. Oh, we're good. Okay.
There was this loud thump, and everyone was just like, "What happened?" And then the stream died, and the only thing you heard from me was, "Whoops."
The only thing you heard was, "John, you can't be dropping your phone around here." All right, so I think what we've done then is, Neil, I'm going to let you decide, because you lost most recently.
I did. Yes, that's correct.
So you still have.
So I look at both the questions.
That's right.
Okay.
And you'll decide which one you're going to take here.
Give them to him, man.
Let's show him the first one here. His first hot take is Ho Ho Ha Ha was the best patch in Dota.
6.83.
That is spicy.
Correct.
Fond memories of that one.
I remember that was the patch right before I started playing Dota as well.
Really?
Yeah, I started in the Lush Disco Pony patch right after that got nerfed. And even then, what I remember is all my friends are saying, "You're so lucky you started playing in this patch. The last one was way worse."
Oh my god.
But the second hot take now up for grabs is going to be the following. We have ourselves all tiebreakers. We're talking about DPC. We're talking about third party. We're talking about TI here. All tiebreakers. They should settle in 1v1 mids.
Can I just say these aren't hot takes? I feel like these are actual good
Seriously,
takes.
I'm down with both of these.
Maybe the hoo-hoo-ha is not a good take.
Best patch? No, you want me? I'll take that one then. And you, John, you can do all tiebreakers should be mid 1v1s.
All right.
All right. Well, John, let's have you go first then.
All tiebreakers should be mid 1v1s. Who wants to see a rerun of a best of one? They pick the same heroes again, the same meta. There's no patch that changes it when we play these 1v1s. A mid 1v1 shows us who's truly king in the one lane that matters in Dota 2 in the classic fashion. It's the actual throwdown. This is a callback to where our community came from, the LAN cafe environments, where you kind of shit talk each other. You know, you lose a game, 1v1 me mid. What you say about me in that game? Let me show you how I played, you know? That's how you determine it. That's the origin of Dota, in Southeast Asia at least.
And we brought it back for Genting. It was the incredibly unlikely scenario that we were going to get it. Everyone was it was announced at the beginning of the tournament that we would have that kind of tiebreaker, and everyone was like, whoa, that would be so cool if it happened. And then the stipulations for it to happen were like, the teams had to have the same score.
Yep.
And their head-to-head had to be the same.
Yeah, head-to-head had to be that same.
And you go down the order of ranking in terms of, okay, if you're tied for 3rd or 4th, you go and compare the results against 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th.
Right.
And then once they're still tied, normally the rule books just have you flip a coin. But that crazy bald Irishman over there, Shane O'Mahony.
Oh, he's mad.
He said, oh, give me the mid 1v1s. Give me Armel Sumail. What a lad.
Female, female, see which one's the best.
Yeah,
we should have had Cyclops cast that one.
Oh, yeah.
I think that there definitely would have been an overflow error there, as I nearly had. But pretty good defense, honestly.
So then what would we be getting for tiebreakers in our DPC, if that was the case right now? So we would... Let's say hypothetically, so it's either of these two teams, Execration versus Talon. You want Talon to win, so let's just assume that for the sake of tiebreakers, Talon loses, and then Blacklist Rivalry win against Army Geniuses.
Right, so we would have Makoto and Carl then in the mid lane going on.
Is it? If
not Carl.
If
for
Talon
Blacklist,
loses
right?
and Blacklist wins,
oh yes, that's
doesn't
right.
that put Talon out?
No, that puts Talon. Oh, I think you're right.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay, fine. So Talon win, Blacklist wins.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Yeah. Mikado and Carl, who wouldn't want to see that?
Oh, I want to see it. But are you confident that your team will win it?
Yeah. Mikado's got it. Number one in C.
Hot take. It's a good thing you're not a Bleed fan, eh? Anyway, let's move on.
I'm a Filipino trashing myself, all right? I'm cheering for the Indos in this one.
Right.
You guys all hate me right now, I'm pretty sure.
Tsunami, stop wasting time. It's time for you to do your hot take.
Let me tell you something. The Dota community, as a result of the game being more balanced as time has gone on, has become more fragmented. When we have the most unity is when we can all galvanize against one thing. People are critical of whenever Tinker's good, but let me tell you, I've never seen Reddit agree so much on one thing when there's a hero that they can really hate on. Even these times that after Ho Ho Haha, there was the spin to win patch, which was Axe and Juggernaut. That already diluted the scenario. It was two heroes that they needed to hate then. Whenever you see the first pick in the draft in esports competitions, you're like, well, I don't hate him as much as this other guy. But when there's one hero, show me another time in Dota history when there's been one hero that people hated as much as Sniper.
Lena last patch? 2 patches ago?
Oh, he's thinking about it. I'll do you one better there, Neil.
Okay, let's hear
I mean, I'm sorry to say, but I think this is going to crumble your argument so far. Troll in that same patch. Troll in that same patch.
Wait, so was Spin to Win the same patch?
No. Troll in 6.83.
Oh, that's right. It was at the tail end of 6.83.
Oh no! Quick reset.
As the patch grows, there's people learn more about the meta, and as a result, Ho Ho Haha was just the tip of the iceberg. We didn't even let that patch fully resolve. We killed it. It was too young. People were too mad early on. There could have been so many great games that came out of that patch that we missed out on because we were too angry about Sniper.
Very true, and much like Troll Warlord there, you just got angry and went for it there at the end for a pretty decent save, honestly, I have to say.
Yeah, what can I say?
You really won me over on that Reddit Unity, but then you kind of screwed yourself over there towards the end. And unfortunately...
You want me to eat it?
I gotta say...
That's fine.
I think Jonathan, I should say, was just thorough through and through. He hit us with a cultural reference in our home region here. I'm sorry, Neil.
He's pandering, but that's okay.
That's a big spoonful.
Oh, he's ready. Look at that.
We got basically the whole thing.
Oh, ooh, he's going for more? He's going for more? What a madman. unbelievable.
And Winter couldn't take a tiny spoon.
Honestly, man.
Piece of cake.
Piece of cake.
You just gave me a free lunch, Richie. I just played you.
Well, Neil, the mastermind, as always, leader of the cabal, as well as here on our CDPC panel. Thank you, too, for playing. Hope you enjoyed your time, and hopefully you viewers enjoyed as well. We got some true madmen here on our panel now that have delivered their hot takes to you. But we also got to speak with a madman as well. Let's go to see what 23 Savage had to say about his match versus Execration.
I'm 23, I'm a carry player from Talon Esports. I'm good. I think first we don't have any Pinoy player. And secondly, maybe the way we play Dota is different from other C teams. Like our calls are more like flexible, there's no like fixed plan. We are kind of good at like flexing it in the mid game, in the draft, so we can play like a lot of styles. I think this team, we have a really good captain, because when I was Japs Fnatic, it was not that good of a captain back then, and right now I feel like he has become a really good captain that everyone can trust, so one of the reasons everyone's playing better. I think I became more calm and focused late game. Plan B and Jeff taught me a lot during the time how to be calm and like the map person, like the farming pattern. So he just taught me a lot, and I just I'm a guy who adapt really quick. I think Palas is a carry who likes to jump in. Even myself, I jump a lot, play with a lot of balls. That's what I know. Yeah, like he doesn't care, just jumping. YOLO. I hope we're gonna 2-0 them and hopefully get to play tiebreaker against Bleed. Then back. Like it's really hurtful for me to lose like 2-0 like that. So I want to take back the win. I hope you guys win everything and can qualify to TI by point. Yeah. So we have a lot of people. Thank you very much for cheering us, and we will try to win the next tournament, I guess. Yeah, bring some C teams to win with us as well.
It says all chat Friday, but it seems like that was just allied chat Friday, because Execration did not get a chance to respond. Didn't get a chance to do the interview, may have skipped the interview, not sure. But 23 Savage dropping facts. You may have thought that him bringing up the nationality situation may have just been him, being edgy, but no, it's literally accurate. Every single team in the Southeast Asian Division 1 DPC has at least one Filipino player, except Talon. Talon is 3 Thais, 1 Malaysian, and 1 Indonesian. And everyone else, the teams that have just 1 Pinoy is Bleed with DJ, and then Yoei on Army Geniuses, and Janwell on SMG. And other than that, every other team has at least 2 or more.
Yeah, it's an actual unique thing. They're the only ones without any Filipino. Granted, they have Filipino content creators, I guess. A little bit of a...
Never heard of them.
Here.
Are you familiar? Oh, Sophie. Yeah, you're right, Sophie.
The better content creators, of course.
John, a pleasure to have you on our panel, as you and I have shared some hot takes. And let's see, how can I get my solo cam again? Let's see how shiny I ended up being. I have not gotten makeup after I ate a bowl full of sambal. I'm not that bad. Adam, you were much worse whenever you got that glob.
Dude, we dumped the whole thing and I put it in my mouth.
I ate the whole thing?
It wasn't spicy. I just was like choking because it was
You were
too much.
sweating though.
Yeah, I was, but it was like from choking.
From the stress of seeing your own
Like, how the hell
mortality.
do I swallow
You're like, oh my god, I'm
Just stuck
gonna.
there.
Is this how I die?
Because of winter.
Because of
feeding me
winter?
sunblock.
It would have probably happened anyway. Winter's gonna kill you one way or another.
That's true, actually. Like, probably Corden first.
Probably Corden first. It's only a matter of time before some of these things happen. As we get into a fairly important series, actually. We're joking around, we're toying around, but for these two teams, it is incredibly important. As this will basically determine which one of them gets to very, very confidently go into the major, and then may control straight up who goes into the major, depending on how Blacklist do. So currently, I don't know if I can give production a curveball. Any chance we could pull up the standings for the entire DPC right now, just so everyone can know where we're at? Because SMG has now resolved their situation. They will be definitely not relegated, definitely not going to the major. XERXIA's fully eliminated. Bleed is fully going to the major. But we have 3-4-2 teams right now in the second, third, and fourth place, and only 2 of them can get 5 wins, and that will qualify you to going to the major. And then after that, we'll probably do a tiebreaker anyway to figure out second, third place for the DPC points. But yeah, so Talon and Execration are head-to-head right now. As you can see, only one of them can win. Only one of them can get 5 wins. And then on Monday, Blacklist plays Army Geniuses, which means that most likely they will be making their way to 5 wins. But if not, then we have a tiebreaker between the 2 teams that have 4 wins. So loser of this would play Blacklist if they lose to Army Geniuses.
Yeah, it's also fascinating. If you think about the teams right now, we have this matchup between 2 teams for the only 2 teams left that managed to go to the last majors.
Yeah.
And this determines who's staying out. Like literally, only one team will repeat like back-to-back majors here. So it's quite the fall.
I feel like
for
that's
our
where
region.
Execration was exactly in tour 2.
Yeah, that's right.
Number 4 climbed back through the week 3 and then they clutched it.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll do it again. Talon looks like they're a bit going downwards compared to Execration. They're on the uphill trend. You know, they like to start slow, and I feel like momentum is important in these games.
The last series that these 2 teams had was on Wednesday, and Execration 2-1 to SMG, and Boom 2-1 to Talon. And we just saw Boom, and only 48 hours have passed since then, Sean.
Talon lost to that.
Talon lost to that.
And Execration's a much stronger team from what we've seen, so I'm keen to see whether or not they've bounced back. They look really disappointed in their cams, which they should be. You should be disappointed.
Yeah, but Boom was the best team in the world on that
For
day.
2 hours, yeah. It's like, what is happening with these randoms?
The mushy aura.
Yeah, these random buffs, man.
Yeah,
on cooldown.
The only reason that Blacklist are in this situation where they might be in tiebreakers is because they lost to XERXIA.
Yeah.
If they didn't lose to XERXIA, then they would be qualified already.
Yeah, these damn random losses. It's just so weird. Still, the draft, not too weird. Techies and Medusa being picked up by Talon, Underlord and the Disruptor out for Execration. So you've got some circles going on for Exa. Underlord lane up against Dusa is probably not the most pressure, though.
Dusa into the Underlord.
Do you feel like it's a bad lane? I feel like you could just sit back and use your
I think
snake,
it's not
though.
the lane. I mean, the lane's okay. It's more of in the
aura,
game.
yeah.
Like, I feel like Dusa just doesn't do damage. Maybe Talon has like a cheat sheet for this, you know, like some hero to kill the Underlord, remove him, maybe lasso him away, pull him away from the Dusa aura.
What if you... It's a bit early for it, but what if you ran the offlane Dusa? I don't know if that's
I
something
think they're
Jap
probably
would become
keeping it open.
True.
If anything, you know, learning from the book of M-God himself.
Yes. As Mushi is the only one to debut offlane Medusa in our region. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Jabs... What was Jabs? Jabs played Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
I said Jabs is allowed 1 weird hero per tour. Tour 1 it was Rubik, Tour 2 it was Slardar, Tour 3...
It's not even weird, though, right? Like,
That's
other
true.
regions run it really
It's
well.
weird that no one's playing it.
Yeah, it's
that's the
weird
weird
here.
part.
Like, why aren't we picking these things up?
I think Misery broke it down pretty nicely. He said Nessie teams are slower, but he was like much more group heavy, you know. And like even the series Boom that Mushi was playing it, he went for like this Travels build, which is kind of like, you can play slow, but I'll fight you too, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Kimo got a haircut.
Yeah, he had this the last series.
Ah, fair.
Ball buff. Everyone needs it.
Just trying to replicate
Every
Misery.
time you lose, you should shave one player's head.
After 5 weeks, you're like, well, we're getting relegated anyway, and you're all bald now.
Put that in the rule book. It'd be a requirement for the team.
But then you can be ball reborn.
You could be.
The other thing that surprises me about the Underlord first phase is why Underlord over Beastmaster. Because Beastmaster ends up getting second phase banned, but what's Underlord doing for you that a Beastmaster isn't?
I think it's more about just being aggressive. Like, I feel like with Underlord, you can take these really weird smoke ganks. You can try to be really forward and expect your team to back you up in some form. It also allows easier Wisdom Rune steals at 7 minutes, or even like the 14 every single time it spawns up, just gate into it. We've seen that as a common play elsewhere. So I think it's just a stable launching point that pretty much doesn't care about most of its matchups. What I'm more surprised is like the Underlord Disruptor. I don't know if that's a support to it that feels
true.
great. That's not
haven't
going to be
even
laning
registered the
together.
Disruptor yet.
Right? They're not going to lane together, so you're not establishing like one strong lane to launch off of. It does keep it flexible, and I suppose in a way, again, you have a lot of AoE control. Like the Pit of Malice does work well with the Static Storm and Kinetic Field, so you can kind of chain these team fights really nicely, but it's not naturally synergistic, I don't think.
I think the reason they went for it is probably to block the 8-pick carry from Talon. Like, it's good against the Dusa, the TB. I think on top of that, like, picking the Disruptor, which says, like, we're going to build auras and we're going to maul, which is very Execration, you know, that's their thing.
Yeah, but these are things that Beastmaster can do also. Beastmaster wins the lane. Beastmaster,
He doesn't buy auras.
He doesn't buy auras.
Yeah.
He's drumming.
I think Tino is
and
feeling this hero right now.
Okay, I'm into it. And they follow up with a Shadow Demon, which has been a very, very common answer to first phase Medusas.
Yeah, just take the Dusa for yourself with illusions. You don't have natural illusion burst coming out on Talon unless they opt for something. Oh, the Pugnant's gone. No one ever picks Lion, even though I mention it like a million times, so I'm not even going to pretend. They go to Silencer instead for Talon. Nothing out of the box here for Ollie. So looking pretty standard so far with a Void Spirit coming out from Mikado. Yeah, it's like pretty bog standard of a draft. Outside maybe the Dusa, which again has been hit or miss in Southeast Asia. You don't have the best hold for something like the Void Spirit, to be fair. Like, I guess Disruptor in a way is an answer, but Void Spirit's probably one of the heroes that can maybe dodge a little bit better from the Glimpse Static Storm.
Yeah, Morphling looks really good for Execration right now. Against the lack of stuns on Talon, against the Void Spirit and the Dusa, both universal heroes, the Eggs has super high value.
Oh yeah.
So globally, Medusa has a 55% win rate, all Div 1s. In Southeast Asia, 43% win rate.
God bless us.
This is the same thing that I saw after Tour 1 with Lena.
Yeah.
Lena was like 60% in the world and like 30% in Southeast Asia.
I don't know, man. We're built differently. Southeast Asia is built differently. That's it.
For better or for worse?
I think it's because of the nature of the pubs. Like, people here tend to farm more and like play the map a bit more than group up. I think in Europe, I think it's because of personality. Like, in Asian culture, like, there are less people talking on the mic.
True.
I feel in EU, like, everyone's screaming at you, like, what are you doing? Just come here, you know? And people tend to pull you together one way or another. And in SCA, I think the nature of pubs developed that way, and then it ended up in this place where the teams play that way too. Like, they play slower naturally, because that's how you win the games. You know, you outfarm, you win your lane.
Do you think that they've gotten enough to enable the Medusa? Because I know that's your biggest critique of Medusa in general, Adam, is that either you got to give a save or a mana battery or, I guess, auras. Which so far they have none of those things.
It looks pretty dog right now.
Yeah.
Jazz better be playing this Dusa.
I think that's your best course right now. You have a lot of answers from Execration. I mean, just Pangolier with Diffusal, it's already annoying for Dusa early on.
Yep.
Atrophy Aura plus Crimson Guard pretty much kills your output. Maybe that's why you go. Rapier could work out after trades.
Yes, I heard you're
bouncing back there.
Defense.
But probably not the play, but that is one way to counteract it. Pretty terrible way, but that tells you the problems of Dusa, right? Where that's actually probably one of the viable timings to go up against all these auras. It's not the best right now for Talon. I'd prefer to see this on Jabs for sure. Just play off lane Dusa, build a phylactery, get travels, run around the map, cause some havoc, and have a carry for Savaged.
I feel like even in the off lane, it's hard to play with his team.
That's fair.
You know what I mean? Unless they get like a TB here, maybe some tower seizure, then the Dusa has a purpose. You know, Stone Gaze is kind of protection. But picking it into SD, Pango, Underlord, it's not an easy carry pick right now.
No.
Execration has a very anti-carry kind of draft.
Well, potentially both these teams are looking for a last pick carry. 23 Savage has his Slark banned out, the Alchemist is banned out. He's been playing a fair amount of Faceless Void. I don't know if they would be able to get enough damage into the Chrono with this lineup, though.
Doesn't really feel like it, especially again considering just the ores coming out from the Underlord.
Yeah.
Atrophy is going to ruin a lot of physical cores. You don't really have magical output. If we do assume that Savage will just play this Dusa, you want a last pick for Jabs anyway. It does look like Execration feels like that's just Jabs hero because it's.
I feel like
really
based on the
great.
bans, they're banning for Dusa though. So yeah, Execration feels the same with the second ban.
Timber sub in. Okay, so it's still up in the air, but Talon have to show their hand as they do not have last pick.
It's time for. What is it time for?
I don't know, honestly.
What Jabs?
Spirit
hero?
Breaker.
Yeah, but into SD Underlord.
Oh.
It's
Nah,
still
yeah,
not very
that's
good. Yeah.
pretty rough.
What was the hero just now? Oh, it was Ogre.
Ogre Magi?
Yeah. You buy auras and you bloodlust your Dusa, you play fast.
That is true. I don't mind that. Again, it's also been picked in a few other regions, although the one game I probably saw it in, no, it was statistically viable of a game. I believe that was a Liquid GG series.
Correct.
Yeah, it was.
That was not a fluke.
Collapse played it at Berlin.
Yeah.
So it's real.
The hero's pretty strong now because Crimson's based on strength and it's a strength hero, so it is kind of nice. I mean, SD Purge is annoying, obviously, but I think it does fit the concept of the Dusa draft.
That is true. I'd like to see that, but I don't know if Talon will go that far left field. They go with a Darkseer instead, which is fine. Darkseer Techie's lane is pretty all right. You can kind of get aggressive. Blast off plus Iron Shell sounds nice.
I feel like it's a block pick for the Terrorblade. Or Morphling that comes out for Execration. But I still think it's a pretty damn good Morph game.
I can see it.
I still look at the Talon lineup and I don't really know who's helping out Medusa. At most you have Surge now.
Yeah.
Whoopee!
That's it. You can help her go in and out, but you don't have the steroids to really enable her.
Yeah.
I feel like if Mikoto dies in like any one fight, the fight's just kind of...
Exactly.
Yeah.
This Void Spirit has to like make an ocean of space. And what do Darkseers even build these days? Do they build like the
not seen
solar?
a Darkseer.
Yeah, I haven't seen Darkseer in ages.
I think I've seen it a little bit in NA. It's usually still like a mech, arcane mech, and depends what you need afterwards. Sometimes I see an Ags without going Guardian Greaves.
Okay.
Sometimes a Blink if you're kind of playing with a team fight combo. But usually it's mech, arcanes, and then Guardian Greaves, and then Ags, a normal punch, and you kind of go from there. Not really too heavy on yours.
Yeah, it's pretty nice here too.
Even then, if you're getting normal punch, I'm with you. Morphling seems to be the best
I mean,
hero.
Universal, just against Universal, is super free lane too. Like, Techie Silencer, like, how do you die? You're gonna get a super early Manta style and then you just take over the game slowly, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you have an answer on Talon for the Morphling. You're gonna have a hard time to just do damage here for 23 Savage. Your support duo is, on paper, not weak, but I like the techies. I'm always a little bit shaky on Silencer games, and I don't think you're getting too much out of your lane with Silencer Dusa. So I think Execration has a draft that's easier to execute. It's going to be a lot more up-tempo. Talon's going to sit back and farm, because that's something I've seen with this Darkseer as well. You tend to just sit in the lane, farm with your Iron Shell until you hit something like your Guardian Greaves and your Ags or Blink, and you're just inactive. Like, Talon only has Mikado who can play here.
23 kind of got griefed. Looks like
real,
a pretty rough Dusa game this game.
They first phased him and then threw him to the wolves.
Yeah, unless Mikoto has like an amazing start. If Bob gets like some early diffusal, like what do you do? Silencer, Techies, Dusa, Darkseer, what do you do to Pango? And I think it's a lot on Execration to be able to do that, because they have independent side lanes right now. Their supports can help mid, and I just don't really like Talon's draft. Don't see it coming together.
So if Talon are able to come out on top, you're expecting it to be a skill diff situation?
I don't think their draft is better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. John?
Yeah, they're going to really have to outplay, and I just don't see it with these lanes. Like, it's really hard to enable these lanes. Just Darkseer Techies, again, sounds fine on paper, but you're dealing with Morphling and a Disruptor can
stacking technology.
Yeah, maybe it's just going to be down to
Can Darkseer take them effectively?
It's not that fast, but you can definitely take them.
He can eventually do it.
Eventually.
This whole team might be looking for eventually. Eventually, Medusa will be able to carry us. And eventually, the casters will start the game. I'll give it to you. It's Seek and Strike and Winter.
Thanks, Neil. Yes, eventually we'll get started here, Winter. Eventually, Talon will win games that we think they should win, right? Because they've lost now twice, which is why they're in kind of dire straits now here when they do want to be in the Straits of Malacca instead, booking their ticket to Bali. They lost versus Blacklist. They've lost versus Boom. And now here, not yet guaranteed for the major after being the most best-placed SCA team we've seen for a long time at international tournaments.
Impressive start, Mr. Richie. Impressive start. You never cease to amaze me about your knowledge for Malaysia.
Well, I know how it goes. We'll see here if Execration are going to be able to deny them that guaranteed trip to Bali and, of course, those unnecessary DPC points. I think Talon, at the very least, with the start of their season, they're going to be playing for tiebreakers at the very worst. But, why play more Dota when you can rest? Especially, I think, if they're going to be going to Dream League, they're going to be wanting to get all the rest days that they can before this very long sprint of Dota that's coming their way.
Yeah, but with the panel, like Talon's lineup, it's a lot harder to execute. They're going to have to rely a lot on the Void Spirit doing really well. So if the Pango somehow gets a good start in the lane, he gets a good defusal, it could be a lot of problems for Talon in the game. So they really have to help Mikoto. I would say that the supports need to prioritize controlling runes and making sure that Void Spirit gets a good start.
How do you feel like, I always think when you talk about crucial mid lane matchups, I think, yes, you can talk about skill diff, and that is true to a large extent, right? However, I do like to focus a lot on the support duos for both teams. With that in mind, do you think Talon have the right kind of support duo to be able to contest these runes and give Mikoto a bit more space?
Yeah, Tekis is pretty good at that. You can always use your blast off to secure the rune. Silencer is also pretty okay, you don't have a stun, but you're still fairly strong. You deal a lot of damage in the early game. They just have to try to somehow secure the rune, or at least deny the rune away for the Pango. Both these heroes are going to rely on getting those runes and to get the early game going for them, making successful ganks.
I'll tell you what lane looks pretty good for me here, for Talon at least. I think this Darkseer Techies lane has got the potential to really pop off a bit. I think you talk about off-lane duos with Darkseer. Techies usually not the first one to come to mind. But I think this new Techies, along with the Darkseer, given that slow, the constant harass, and of course that little stun and damage, maybe this is just what this hero kind of needs to get the ball rolling early. We'll see once he hits level 3. Because for now, up top lane, we're seeing 23. As Niels talked about, it's getting thrown to the wolves pretty much.
Yeah, the bot lane with the Darkseer, the Techies Darkseer is definitely a very, very strong lane. I think even at level 2 you have some kill threat, even with just level 1 Iron Shell. You throw Sticky Bomb, you go in with the Blast Off. I think the Darkseer, you can always save a skill point just in case you need a vacuum.
Right.
So they can definitely kill the Disruptor if he's out of position.
Yeah, and I mean, level 1 Vacuum as well got some pretty significant buffs. It does 100 damage now. It used to do like 12 damage or something like super random. And
25, I think.
Yeah, something really negligible. But now it does a little bit of damage in lane for you to just get that extra little bit, as well as applying a little stun throughout the duration, preventing Morph from morphing. So that might be enough to catch him off guard. We'll see. I mean, for now, it's just constant, aggression in this top lane. Maybe Aggression Execration have miscalculated as they fail to, really have enough damage to get through 23 here. He'll live, low HP and of course low mana, but he's alive. First blood goes the way towards Ali.
Yeah, not the best time to go aggressive. The Shadow Demon, he was like 1 CS away from getting his level 2. I feel like level 2 they definitely got that kill.
Right.
But level 1, they just needed a little more extra damage, and unfortunately they didn't have it.
No, and now they're going to be a bit behind the 8-ball here. Dusa standing back with the Ring of Bazzi casual regen. He's going to be pretty happy with that. First water rune spawn in here, at least 30 seconds ago. Mikoto easily able to secure his own refill. And, well, the bottle's still on his way for Bob. Not a huge CS difference between the two.
Bob is actually struggling.
Yeah,
Void has 34 CS right now.
Kind of is. I guess it's the denies here, which will make up a bit of the difference. Perhaps it's just still enough damage, even with the shield crash damage mitigation. Top lane 23, though, wished he had a much more powerful shield, because, well, honestly, Winter, the setup is pretty darn easy, isn't it? Disruption, Firestorm, block with the illusions.
And Silencer can't really do too much about that in this lane, It's not the best lane. Like, when you generally pick Medusa, you kind of prefer having like a body support in the lane, somebody that can protect you with their body.
Right. And a pretty good, I think they missed on the vacuum there, by the way, and a pretty good timing to make that play. Even if it was just before the level 2, where Shanks did drop his first blood, he's at least able to secure the Lotus, right? So now he's got even more kill potential. He can trade a bit more. Does, you know, allow him, I should say, to keep the pressure up in this top lane.
Yeah, Oli has to just try to pull the way back.
Ooh, good effort by Q, even through the blood grenade, looking for the cheeky kill onto Palos. Jabs still going at it here, no vacuum for 30 seconds. It's a level 2 Ion Shell as well, as the Glimpse will bring back Jabs into a world of pain. Palos with enough strength here to get through it, still sitting on 9 stick charges as well. He'll be A-okay.
Yeah, right now he has 19 CS compared to the 18 of the Darkseer. Definitely having a pretty decent start so far, despite having a Disruptor in the lane. Disruptor is not the best lane support for Morphling, and him doing well right now is a really, really good sign.
Shanks able to rotate mid, just to start stacking camps here already. I suspect they're going to want to give those to Bob to accelerate his game, as Q looking for a kill here. It's going to need to get the job done with the right clicks. Plenty of damage here on this Techies, as Carlos trying to break evasion, maybe looking for the stick charge, but Q ought to have him with one more right click. No way out of this one for Carlo.
I mean, he didn't have mana, didn't have HP, so I guess that was an okay death. He wanted to go back to base to refill.
Not too bad, all things considered. That's a lot of mana being removed thanks to stacking up the Shadow Poison. But ultimately, still 23 safe and sound.
Yeah, mid lane, Disruptor is going to refill the bottle of Bob.
Needed, I think.
Yeah, Bob is kind of like falling a little bit behind compared to the Void Spirit so far, so that bottle refill is definitely going to help him a lot.
He's recovered at least in terms of denies, so I think as far as experience goes, he has overcome that early lead that Makoto managed to build up, so I expect a very similar level 6 timing here. We'll see as they start contesting over that final wave.
Wow, Medusa is actually struggling in this lane.
Yeah. I mean, is that much of a surprise?
Yeah, not really though, considering the start, and you're laning with a Silencer against the SD plus Underlord.
Another kill onto Carlo. He's definitely the easier kill between, well, a Morph and a Disruptor. You'll go for the Disruptor pretty much every time. That's now the Vanguard as well for Jab, so he can afford to start getting really quite annoying and aggressive in this lane as well. So I was going to tank a couple of tower shots here, but nothing too lethal. He'll be fine.
Radiant structures
I mean, the Morphling is trying to pressure the Darkseer as much as he can. You know, Jabs is always low on HP, so he can't really commit too hard to get the creeps. And Morphling is just denying a lot of them, you know, and just removing a lot of the XP.
6-minute rune does go the way of Shanks. He stacks the camps, so we saw Q double stack there as well. So both supports really committing quite a bit to stacking, but that's a pretty big rune to deny effectively away from a Void Spirit, right? That haste rune is certainly an action rune for him.
Yep, so first rune of the game, haste rune. We're gonna have to start cancelling the runes in our notebook.
It's a lot of stacks. Yes, we actually do keep a notebook, you and I. It's adorable. It's a sisterhood of the brotherhood of the traveling rune book, as we call it.
Yeah, so right now Carlo is just, I guess he's just trying to steal some XP in case if they are clearing the camps, or...
Not happening yet. I think they're going to try and stack them again even. No, Q's going to make the play for the Wisdom Runes. Shanks will stack his own triangle again though. These are really big stacks already. He must have like, this is going to be like maybe his 8th stack if he pulls this one off already. It's pretty darn good. We'll see. Is he going to get out? Looks like he will.
Yep.
Big stacks for him.
Nicely done. Oh.
He definitely needs to sit around and get that experience, though. I think with how much he's been out of lane. Not doing too poorly after the Wisdom Rune, but I think Shadow Demon is definitely a hero you're going to be wanting this level 6 on, especially this game.
Do you just give it to the Pango to get a quick defusal?
Well, what's your options, right? Give it to Underlord for a Vanguard?
Yeah, I like it if they give it to Pango so you get a really, really quick diffuser. But right now he's actually getting Arcane Boots, you know.
Tino's doing it. Oh, yeah, and he's going to clear these relatively quickly here with that Firestorm being level 3. Stonks for him. Oh, he gets the Occult Bracelet as well. I'm actually a little surprised that Palos decided to go for Pigpull. I know it's +6 stats, you know, so obviously Morph's going to love that. But I genuinely thought there was a case for him to go for the Occult Bracelet just to always have that mana and that +10% magic resist against a laner like Darkseer. You know, I feel like you can really bully him out. They're trying to go for a kill on the Makoto, but good placement here sees Makoto safe and sound. Rune did spawn DD into the bottle for Makoto, as he's not going to need that for the kill onto Carlo. So both action, well, the biggest 2 action runes very early here for Makoto. It's pretty good start.
I guess the other one we will be looking at is Invis Rune, maybe setting up a gank on the side lanes.
I think Arcane for all these purple heroes as well is not too bad, right? You for a charge-based hero, highly limited to, you know, your damage output rather is highly linked to your cooldowns. I think it's not the craziest spell, not as good as Storm certainly, but not bad either. They're gonna look to smoke here. Ollie's got smokes on his way. That is going to be full treads now for the Void Spirit, so a bit more damage being delivered, but there's no smokes ready yet. So, rather Makoto and Ollie just kind of chilling in the mid lane for now.
Yeah, and Q is going to stack
again. Yeah.
So Dusa is going to be very, very happy if they can actually get the stack off.
Big one.
Can clear some stacks later.
He'll get it outside the... Oh no, he didn't get the Ancients.
I think Execration, they need to try to figure out how they can get the ops down here and maybe try to steal it. Get some information so when Talon decides to do the stack, actually come in contest with a Pango.
Yeah, well, they do know where 23 is already. Does not have the point in Stonegaze Winter. He's already committed all 7 of his points. Still pretty tanky though, and now reinforcements TPing on in. There's gonna be the Ripgate as well on down. So, Makoto, he's in though, activates the DD, the damage overwhelming onto Tino. He will go down. The Rolling Thunder, pretty good, darn good though. That will condemn 23 Savage as Shanks being targeted now by Q and Makoto. Makoto a bit limited by those spells though, as it's gonna be the Shadow Poison from Shanks, which stack up and finish off Q. Jabs has rotated on over, but it's Makoto who catches another nice Aether Remnant. Shanks trying to escape here, but there's Astral Steps ready. I don't think he's really making it out. Well, there's no Astral Step. Well, there is in a second. Makoto, yep, he finds him, cuts him down. Good vision there. 2 for 2 trade, isn't that, Winter?
Yeah, so far so good for the Medusa. She didn't... actually, he died, he died in the fight. So, but his team, they were able to get some rebuttal kills there. Silencer's almost level 6 right now, so they'll be able to use the global silence fairly soon. Yeah, the Void Spirit is having a good start, so this is very, very important for Talon. Like we mentioned, he needs to be able to run around and get a lot of stuff done, since your supports are going to be heavily reliant on the Void Spirit to play around the map. Darkseid is going to be busy farming, and maybe he'll come when he gets I guess when you get more items or when you need the Darkseid to stand in front and defend your tower.
That's my biggest question, but I do wonder when he's going to start feeling necessary in these fights. For now, though, I mean, I tend to agree with you, right? 23's in the triangle now. He might start trying to take a couple of these stacks, but his start not super relevant, right? So long as he gets his levels, which he has, first couple of opening items for himself, and now he can kind of just throw Snake at this thing and always get mana back. So he'll get through this eventually. Enough space created simply by Makoto existing and having plenty of mana. They are going to be taking this gate down bottom. Ollie's the first one over. Does see Tino. Tino coming through the gate. Makoto did not cancel his, so he'll be now making the long trip across the map. Aether Remnant caught a creep as Tino drops down the gate. The gate, I think, was top, and you can see now support's coming in. The Global Silence is going to make this a bit more difficult, especially as Tino is going to go down. Palos was on full agi, still managing to fight through this fairly effectively. That's Jabs now down. Did drop the wall of Replica, but it's not really doing enough as Makoto is going to manage to TP away. They didn't have the glimpse ready to cancel the TP anyway.
Yeah, he was very, very close to getting range for the disruption, so a little bit unfortunate there for Execration. Shanks wasn't able to get there on time, but it was a good trade. They traded offlane for offlane plus another support. They defended their tower, morphing, steel farming.
So is Dusa though. I mean, she did, like I say, you just kind of spam snakes against any, well, Ancients especially with their big mana pool, at least when it's stacked twice, and you're basically guaranteed to get mana back. So it's a pretty easy farming time for you here in the triangle. Plenty of, a huge gold injection, you know, just like that, 23, the richest here in the game. One, not even bad fight for 23 or for Makoto, but like one lackluster fight, and he's already starting to fall behind just a little bit in terms of farm. How would you say Bob's performing so far?
Pretty decent. Like I feel like his job this game is to just make sure that he targets the support, especially the silencer in the team fights, and yeah, more or less get a diffuser and try to burn as much mana as you can away from the Medusa.
Right. Well, that diffusal's nearly here. It's good enough for the last component, but needs another 1,000.
Yeah, that's why I don't like it. Like sometimes where I feel like players go for the arcane boots, and usually you have enough mana just by getting the bottle,
right,
refilling your bottle with runes and whatnot, and you just need to make sure you use your right clicks to clear the camp sometimes instead of just constantly using Swashbuckle. Yeah. Then you'll be able to have enough mana even if you don't have arcane boots.
All right, there's our third action rune as well, as they will actually try and contest over where the bottom rune spawned in. 23 eager to defend his techies with the Stone Gaze active as Bob, considering the Rolling Thunder. Early on, they will lose Q, but it's Shanks with the Demonic Purge who will claim the life of Q in return, so they did get what they came for. End of his rune still chilling in the river, but I don't see a world where Makoto does not capture this thing. I agree with you. You know, this, to put it in perspective, Pango would have already had his Diffusal by now if he didn't go for the Arcanes. Makoto maybe spooked into... No, he's not going to have to use an Astral Step, so Invis Rune in the bottle for him. So what, that... I think we... what have we seen? Illusion, in DD, Haste, and now Invis. So we're still missing our Regen, Arcane, and Shield. Shield Rune might be...
Yeah, Shield Rune could be big for the Void Spirit.
Yep,
Arcane Rune as well, obviously.
Still some pretty good power runes early on for Makoto. 23 really starting to come online now in terms of his farming speed, but for now, you know, the biggest concern I see here for Talon is Palos and Tino continuing to farm. I mean, their farm speed unaffected. Pretty much.
Yep. Talon's trying to use the smoke, so they're trying to combine the Iron Shell into the Void Spirit, and trying to maybe be able to get some big pickups here.
Plenty of damage.
Yeah, that will allow them to get the tower.
Now behind the tower is a Morphlane farming away. Not a lot of vision in the vicinity though. But they will be able to back up 23 as he starts to push this tower all alone.
This is a very, very heavy commitment, bringing all 5 heroes just for one tower here. And look at the map right now for Execration. They're getting so much done across the board. You know, they're trying to send 2 heroes down with a smoke, and at the same time, they've already pushed out top and mid lane.
Makoto, he sees Bob on the smoke break. Makoto's out of there.
Yeah, Talon has to go back. I think they have to try to retreat and maybe control the next rune, 14-minute rune, and see if they can get maybe a shield rune.
Right. It's not too awful. Execration did kind of rotate everyone down bottom as well. Shield rune did spawn top, but Execration still farming a bit more on the map, given that they've controlled the twin gates, right? So they're able to maneuver themselves and effectively farm 2 lanes compared to the one that Talon was for the past minute. Shield rune, though, is going to go the way of Bob. His first rune, alongside his Diffusal timing now from Execration. I think they may be itching for a fight here pretty soon, Winter.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Let's see. Underlord has Pipe as well, yeah. They're definitely really, really powerful right now. Pipe, Diffusal, plus Mr. Morphling have a Mentor done.
Oh, does he? Yeah, he does. Okay, so 3 items coming out now in timing. Jabs is a bit behind in terms of his farm. You don't generally see that a ton on Darkseers, considering how easily and how much they can farm with Ion Shell, but I think his lane start had a lot to do with that.
And he was also moving around a lot, you know, he's joining his team in the smoke. Generally, like, Darkseer is the anchor on some part of the map, one of the side lanes, and then your team is going to smoke to you. And maybe he felt like this time they don't have enough damage with the supports plus the Void Spirit, so the 3 of them feel like they need another +1 in the smoke, but as a result you need to commit a lot more resources to move around the map, and you're going to lose out on farm on certain heroes.
Plus it's a bit difficult this game when Execration have not only controlled the twin gates, you can see Carlo freely going through them now, but they also have an Underlord, right?
Yeah, it's so the Underlord shoving all the lanes all the time.
Exactly. He's shoving the lanes, and then even when you try and catch him off guard, he's going to throw down the gate. As he may do top lane here if Talon look for this supposed pick-off onto Carlo. Ooh, just missing him there on the Aether Remnant. But they're going to look for the kill onto him. Global Silence committed, but still in some troubles.
Any stick charge?
He does have stick charges, a bottle as well. But oh, it's the world's shortest Astral Step. Still managing to get off the Dissemblate. Swashbuckle's going to whip here. The last bottle sip, giving him enough mana. He's got an Astral Step here in 2 seconds. He will be able to make it out alive, Winter.
This is so unfair, man. This neutral item and giving him so much tankability.
Yeah, that's why he lives. That's why I thought I was for sure going to see the Morph take his the Occult Bracelet as well for that 10% magic resist, but not the case there. 10 more damage and he goes down, and instead, sure, Global Silence used, but you also get the Shield Rune popped, Rolling Thunder, as well as a kill onto Disruptor after he dropped the ultimate, so not bad. Yeah. Jabs has now Pipe on the way. He looks eager to try and defend this tower.
Yeah, Underlord has Mech plus Pipe together. Both.
I think it's, yeah, I mean, he'll take a little bit of damage, but he is just so darn tanky here.
I mean, Talon just wants to play a slower game at this point, you know. They need some time to get a couple more of their crucial items, especially the team items, the aura items on the Darkseer. He has Pipe now, and he's going for a Blink next. Okay, so he wants to be able to combo with the Techie's Blast Off with the Vacuum.
I think that's good, because for now, 23, I'd say until at least he has Butterfly, Scotty is I mean, not as big of a threat as perhaps he thinks he is. He's going to get disrupted now. Can't really retreat either. Pops his own now, Manta style, as the Stone Gaze trying to force him back. They dropped Wall Winter, but they've only caught the Shadow Demon in this. As Makoto running on over here, I believe he's surged up, does manage to find Shanks with the heal coming out from Tino's mechanism. Now, joining the fight from the side is Paolo, finds 23 Savage immediately, as that's a pretty good blast off from Q. Does keep Tino out of this fight temporarily. The silence is well incredibly annoying, prevents 23 from going down, as he will go off as the bombs one by one nuke him down. Talon, they just barely hold on to this tower.
Yeah, Execration a bit too antsy there, trying to run up the ramp there with the wall place. I feel like they already got what they wanted to. They forced some rotations. They should be really happy about it and back off and just keep farming, you know.
Yeah.
Both teams have a very late game orientated lineup with the Morphling against the Medusa. So I feel like it's going to be a much slower game, and it's going to be about who is more patient about selecting which fights they should be taking.
Right. And I was just generally a bit more shocked as well, seeing that, well, the wall missed, only caught the Shadow Demon, and then they kind of end up walking through it voluntarily.
Radiant
I think you're right. Execration just a bit too antsy. They can really only blame themselves there, and as a result now, Talon, moving with confidence, will be able to take down this tier 1 tower.
Things like it
will they defend mid?
When you get all your items, you have your Mech and Pipe on the Underlord, and you have Diffuser and Pango. You actually feel like, oh, we should just be able to bulldoze through the fights, you know, and just run in. But at the same time, when you're running against a wall, the wall is actually using your own damage against you. So you still have to pay some amount of respect to the wall, even though it missed initially.
For now, Execration not really forcing the mid-tier 1 tower. Talon taking the Twin Gate on over from the bot lane.
Yeah, they have to try to play the map, play some good observer wards down, your favorite part of the game. And
My favorite part of the game.
Yeah, use the Disruptor to catch them with Flames, your Static Storm combo, slowly pick them off the map.
Could be Bob getting jumped here as Makoto. Ooh, will whip him out. Global's going to come through here, setting up for the blast off. That is going to be the Pavis getting blown through rather quickly, as Q also plants the mine that will end Bob's life.
Yeah, they're just playing way too aggressive, you know. I feel like they shouldn't be like...
Who is they? Execration, I assume.
Yeah, Execration, like the Pango and the Disruptor. I feel like they were trying to set up a kill earlier, you know, but I think that they should just be calm and go back and be contented with farming, you know. Like the Pango's going for BKB, it's understandable, you know, against the global silence. You want to be able to remove that during the team fight. So you just go back and farm, you know. You have 2k in your pocket. You don't want to be doing any aggressive plays when you have so much gold. You want to spend the gold and then make the aggressive play.
Right. And I think for Talon, their strategy of just, you know, make space for the Dusa, have her show up when absolutely necessary to maintain map control. Working out so far, so good. Butterfly nearly completed, just another 1,400 gold away for 23, but he has notably overtaken Palos here for that top position in net worth.
I mean, that's going to give like Talon some timings to play around the Butterfly, but until the Morphling gets the Aghanims, then the power shift is going to change again, you know. So maybe they can do something with the Butterfly, get Roche, or push down some towers.
I assume now, Winter, that Palos mainly will be looking to morph into the Dusa, steal her stats and attack speed.
Yeah.
But do you think there's any scenario, any world where perhaps Makoto is the better target for that morph? Universal hero, you steal an additional 20% of his stats. He is going for this Manta right-clicker build. You know, is that ever a consideration early into this morph X? Because he nearly has it. This is an interesting move here. While you chew on that, they are going to try and chase out 23 Savage. There's a ward here on this cliff, but Talon have smoked now to back up their lady.
Oh, they're trying to just walk into Roche?
I don't think so. I don't think they'll get away with that. That's Butterfly delivered as well. Tino, he might not be ready for this, especially without this Morph Axe. Not quite ready. Morph as well. He's going to TP into Mines as well, into plenty of damage on that Aether Remnant. For now, he's holding on to it. Carlo being focused down. Has already dropped the Static Storm, as he will be killed off now by the blast off of Q. Palos, he was thinking about joining that fight, but thought better of it, and he's going to end up staying top lane. His team, as a result, Winter, will lose that fight.
A bit of a weird move there, you know. I feel like they need to get everybody there before they start engaging, you know. If Morphling is not there, you're not starting the fight. Just period, you know. You need Morphling there to be able to take the fight right away. Like, he was also getting his Aghanims delivered, you know. So
yeah.
Execration, they're definitely not the team that is more patient there. Talon waited for a right opportunity. Maybe they feel like the Roche was already going on, so they had to run in.
He's in trouble. They can morph into him, and they have. But 23 is going to turn him to stone. The entire team's here to party. Oh, but so is Talon. They're TP'd in, but early TP, but not fast enough on the outpost. Deuce is dead. The Global's far too late to change anything about this fight. It may allow... Oh, no, Makoto didn't make it up to the cliff either on that Astral Step. We'll see if they actually sniff him out. For now, though, Execration running into mines, and quite happy to do that as Shanks whips himself to get into position faster. Oh, no, Carlo, please don't die to mines. He's okay. He's on mine sweeping duty, looking for the glimpse. And he's going to find it. So that is until the Dissemblate saves Makoto. Picks up now the Arcane Rune, still being chased down by Bob. Hits him with the Inhibit. He's in a bit of trouble here now, Makoto. Disarmed, but managing to find the Aether Remnant, the Root. Makoto making it out still pretty easily. The problem is he casted all of his spells before the Arcane could affect his cooldowns, but he's got them now ready to go a second time. Talon as well, looking like they're ready to counter-initiate as Execration have chased pretty far, Winter, but Tino's quite tanky. How tanky can he really be here? Saved by the disruption. He still has all of his spells when he comes back, but they've only set him up now for the blast off. Mines, explosions, and death is what Tino knows now, as they will be punished for chasing after Makoto just far too long, honestly.
Yeah, again, same mistake, you know, being too NC. Like, you get the initial win, then you have to just be contented. You're chasing them away. I mean, I feel like it's fine that they chased to the river. The Disruptor was trying to get a glimpse, then he gets the Disseminate off on the Void Spirit. I think at that point, you should already know that, okay, we have done enough damage already. We tried, just go back to farming, you know. You've already got the tower.
Well, as they did. Now, things probably feeling a bit awkward for Execration. They haven't really connected, it feels like, Winter, on any of their big items, on any of their timings. You know, this Morphags, I mean, sure, getting a kill on the 23, but then you immediately follow that up by chasing Makoto halfway across the map, not really getting too much. They take that top tier 2 tower, so they're still finding something. And now, Bob has his BKB on the Pangolier into the Blink Dagger next. Whose late game are you more confident in here? As it seems like we may end up heading in that direction, given how back and forth this match has been so far.
I guess the Shadow Demon plus the Morphling later, since you can make copies of the Medusa, but they can also make copies of your Morphling with the Darkseer, you know. True. But I feel like the Shadow Demon and Morphling should prevail, like Ultra late game, or at least have the advantage.
So you think Talon should be a little bit more under pressure here when, I don't know if it's on the Scotty anymore, Winter, but whenever 23 feels like he's got the item advantage he needs.
Yeah, the Darkseer is just way too poor though. Like, I feel like if Darkseer has another item, then the game would be entirely different. But right now, the Underlord is just having such a huge presence in the team fights with all the auras against the Medusa, so the Medusa is not doing enough damage to win them the fights. Whereas if you look at Execration, they have the Pango roll. Like when they go in with the Pango, they catch someone, they just have enough damage with the Morphling burst and somebody dies right away. Even if you global, you're not going to be able to save him.
We're going to get a bit of a scrap here. Bob says hello to Jabs. Jabs immediately fighting into this one, but the rest of the team now coming through. Bob in a bit of trouble. Aether Remnant will catch him. They need a bit more damage. The Global Silence was purged off by the BKB. Not going to matter. Makoto's got the damage for the kill. Bob just far too aggressive there.
Yeah, what was that? You know, he just ran up and he decides to try to engage alone and his team was like so far behind. Yeah, sure, you have BKB, you know, you can remove the global, but still. Just Execration once again, being way too confident, like running up, you know, without giving any respect to the opponent. They have no ward there, you know. No ward, no sentry, so you have no idea if Talon has a region already preemptively planted there.
And against the techies, right, you don't even know if there's mines, which is basically the equivalent. Now they're fighting, maybe willing so, without Bob. Now they have used at least the Global Silence. Tino, not the ideal first target. He's a bit too tanky to get through. Even still, Talon not really able to dish out enough damage to Roche. They're going to have to take another stab at this one. Which does give Execration another opportunity to get this initiation right.
I mean, if they can stall for another minute, allow the Morphling to finish the Skadi, that would be nice for them.
I think he doesn't even need a minute, does he? He doesn't really need much at all, Winters. Just needs, I mean, maybe there's not a lot of farm to go around here. He might get it off this wave. I think the biggest issue for Talon is going to be, well, can they stall for another minute? Because that's how long they need for this next global. Rolling Thunder never got used in that last fight. There's Scotty. And now Execration, they can feel a lot better about fighting into this. I don't know if Talon are so comfortable. They really need a big play from Jabs here, I have to say. I think he needs to start.
They have the high ground.
If they do, they're going to be able to get the D wards. Oh, that's the big play they needed. A 4-man and vacuum, but the damage not immediately there. Q with the blast off in. They're going to be able to take down Carlo, the vision as well as Talon still continue to hold the high ground. There's going to be the stone gaze. Bob immediately turned to stone. Not bad though. He's right on top of this Dusa. Finds at least 2 stuns and 23 out of mana. Bonks into the low ground. Oh, he's still alive, but no. Killed off immediately after. Palos now, he's the one to hold the high ground. A 3 versus 4 fight, but Talon, they don't have much left in the tank to fight with. And Shanks with his new Blink Dagger jumping forward, finds Ollie, trying to hide using the low priority trick, but Shanks is going to have plenty of AoE damage for him there.
Yeah, that was like a huge blunder there by Talon. When they got the vacuum off, they weren't able to chain it with the blast off, so they couldn't really capitalize on that huge initiation from Jabs, you know. And Morphling was able to just stand on the high ground and just destroy everybody there.
I mean, it wasn't bad. They just really weren't able to follow up and defend the Dusa. Oh, okay. Makoto is in, does force Bob to pop the BKB. Makoto safe and sound for now. However, Shanks blinking forward. Look at the mobility on this team.
There's no step.
They're chasing after a Void Spirit this easily, but they've missed a couple of crucial spells. Bob, he's just going to go down. Q baited him into the minefield. Didn't respect it. Another global silence here, but Tino still on through. Finds a stun onto Q, rather the root. Q, who's finding a couple of disarms, is making a bit of space, is eventually going to die. Roshan, throughout all this, has kind of just been poked and harassed a handful of times, but Talon, they just keep committing ultimates, not quite stringing them together, Winter. Can they still contest this? Is it possible?
What a scrappy game. Both teams are clearly very nervous.
Minefield sign is going to be doing a bit of damage now against Execration. Not bad considering how much mobility they have on their team. That might be a bit of a game changer here, honestly. Not in this fight, potentially, or likely.
Oh no, Talon might still be able to do something here. The Roche is
certainly not, right? Oh,
vacuum.
They're trying. That's a pretty darn good wall of replica as well. Makoto's in, trying to burst through Carlo, but he's going to cover himself now with the Static Storm. TPing on through to the outpost of 23 Savages. Carlo's going to go down. Roche still on 3,000 HP. We've been fighting here for what felt like 4 minutes now, Winter. Ever since he spawned in, he might not die in this top part of the map, but it seems like Execration are determined to see Roshan go down here. Palos has managed to find that Agsmorph onto the Medusa, so a lot of damage stolen out from the Medusa as Rolling Thunder might be getting ready here for Bob. No Blink Dagger yet for him, but Makoto, he's ready to go on in. He's jumped the gun, he's jumped a bit early on, and now he's not going to be able to get in to steal the Aegis. 23 tried as well, but glimpsed on back out. That was the Minefield sign active as well going off. They popped everything too early here, Winter. This time, Talon, they couldn't be patient enough. They jumped. And now, to Execration jumping onto them. We'll see if they've gone too far yet again. For now, the kill on to Q is simple. 23 once again out of mana. It's going to be a couple of right clicks for him before he goes down. He does get off a high five at least before he goes. It's actually Bob and Tino a high five-fiving over his corpse. But Talon, they just did not want to give up that Roche. They refused. We'll have to see how much it's going to cost them.
I think it's pretty understandable because if one team gets the Aegis, you're in a very decisive advantage right now. Even though it's like a 5-6k lead, but because of the nature of the lineup, it's actually a pretty big deal, you know, like giving away the Aegis in this kind of situation. And this Morphling is just so darn strong right now. The Medusa is not a match at all. Like they need the Darkseid to get Aghanim's before they can actually take the team fight.
And, well, after those kind of fights, it's only going to be a bit longer, especially as Palos and Tino start wrecking your base here. There's that Minefield sign. They're going to look for like a vacuum play here.
Oh, they already used the Minefield sign.
Yeah, they're a little early. I mean, that placement might have been just about as close as Q could get. But,
that's like Rex for free. There's nothing they can do.
It pretty much is, especially with 23 down. It's only the top lane of Barracks here, Winter. Not quite, you know, as disastrous as things could be going. You can see how hectic these fights got. You saw Makoto, he's just right next to a bunch of wards that Execration have spam dropped, and there's 2 sentries here, funnily enough. But the damage is going to continue mounting, especially as, yeah, they're going to do the Underlord trick. Where have they gone to? Where's the Ritz? Oh, it's there. Okay, so they took the gate on over. They've captured the Tormentor, and Execration looking to continue highland on the pressure here. Who got the shard?
Pangolin.
Wow, really?
Yeah, somehow Pangolin is what the lowest net worth hero. Or the other 2 supports have already gotten their shards? No, only the Disruptor.
Only Disruptor. I'm surprised Carlo actually...
Wait, how does that work?
He must have bought it. He must have bought it, right? I've never seen anyone buy this one. I thought it was pretty low. Oh, no, they've already done their own Tormentor. Okay. Pardon me.
So Morphling has his Satanic down. I mean, this is definitely go time here. There's nothing more you should wait for. You should definitely use this Aegis right now. They're so darn strong. Like, Talon has to get the right initiation, vacuum into blast off, and maybe you can use the global to stop the disruption safe and hope for the best.
Right, because so far it's not really been coming together. Makoto, he's gone for a Shadow Blade now, Winter, after the Manta Echo. How do you feel about that item? It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, he feels like he needs to carry the fight because the Medusa is not doing enough fight.
Yeah, well, that's certainly true. True enough anyway. I think Deuce's just finished off the Eye of Scotty now. That makes it easier to fight in the Palos, but now when all your attack speed's gone, there's going to be the Axe Scepter now from Jabs. That stolen Deuce illusion doing meager amounts of damage with Palos. Careful here, running out of mana. They're going to make more illusions of him now. Shadow Demon with the Blink Dagger, able to always get the save in. But Palos makes the jump now. He still has about a third duration left of that stolen morph. Oh, and there's going to be now the Techie's shard. Sorry, the Techie's Ags. They do find a little stun there onto Palos. He's going to turn for plenty more damage. For now, though, Talon have at least managed to stop the bottom lane of Rax from going down.
1 minute on Aegis.
Yeah, and 20 seconds left until there's another morph here as well. I don't think they really want... Oh, they will jump him there, just creating a bunch more illusions. Plenty of damage onto Palos, but they have managed to find 23 yet again, so there's going to be more illusions coming through here, helping and aiding Execration to the push, nearly killing off Ollie as Palos looking for the supports. There's going to be Stone Gaze out. Jabs is going to go down, and Palos, he doesn't mind dying. I mean, he still has Aegis for another minute. If you can even kill him, finally caught, he will go down. What more do they have, though, as Makoto is going to be caught now by the Static Storm. Global Silence will cover him, but it's not going to protect him from against Palos. The match style actually sees him outside of the kinetic field, but Palos is just going to be way too tanky to take down. They think they can maybe jump Shanks, but it's 23 disarmed now, in trouble, being ran down by Palos. Makoto not sure if he can really change anything about this, as they will at least get through Q. What can be done, though? That's going to be a nice 8th Armament onto Palos. The disarm is constantly onto 23, out of mana here. He will die next to his fountain.
I mean, that's GG.
And that's got to be it, honestly.
And Execration just putting up a show in a very, very back and forth game, you know, like both teams clearly showing a lot of nerves in this game. Like, it's a very, very important game that would determine the last, the major slot. And just very, very scrappy games, you know, but Execration finding a way.
Could it be nerves? What do you think? I mean, Talon have played some bigger games here, I'd say. They've made it far later into... Hold on, Makoto. What are you doing here, Makoto? Trying to sneak around the back of the fight here. That's a risky play. Medusa dead for 30 seconds. It may be the only play as Jabs finds a vacuum onto 2, but they've kind of split the damage there, and it's not going to be enough to scare them off. Ollie, killed off by Q, has buyback here. No global for another 45 seconds, however. Rolling Thunder being channeled up. I think Makoto may be the target here, but he's got the Semmelate. He's a bit of a hard catch, especially as he is going to juke them out. They do see him. Pardon me, Winter, thanks to the Thunder Strikes that do linger, they don't have enough for the damage. Q sets up the minefield. It's a pretty darn good minefield, and the wall doesn't make this the easiest of pushes. Palos doesn't really need to move here, though, to claim Megas, and with Deuce down for 3 seconds, yeah, they are barely going to be stopped from taking down the melee barracks. They do manage to stop Bob from TPing through the ripped gate, but he's just so tanky here. He's got BKB still ready to go, will not take the gates, at least buying Talon that much more time, but things not looking easy here for Talon.
Yeah, now Bob's going to find an Arcane Rune, so that's going to make it even harder for Talon in the next team fight. They really have to land this combo, vacuum into blast off. I feel like that's going to give them the best chance to win in the team fight. If they're not landing that combo, I don't see how they can win the team fight.
See how they managed to get it done, because I generally agree with you. Wisdom Runes as well being picked up by Execration as they continue to expand their lead. I think that's going to be... Oh, don't die there, Shanks. See, it's Underlord who got his shard. Not a bad one, actually. Self-targeted Firestorm allows him to be a bit more relevant in the pushes. But just another tool, really, that Talon are fighting another one down from. It's just... what can be done here? Makoto going for like the all-out damage style, has now much more damage because he's picked up the Chrysalis he needs for the Silver Edge upgrade. That's something. Is the break super relevant? I actually think it might be. If you can stop Bob from freaking lucky shotting your Medusa every fight, that has been really annoying.
It's probably more for the sniping.
Oh, definitely.
Sniping the SD. I think SD is his #1 target. That's his job, you know, in the team. But he needs to make sure he takes out the SD so SD cannot make copies of your Medusa, and the SD cannot save his teammate when you're jumping on them.
Well, for now,
I mean, I guess you can break the Underlord.
not a bad one either. He's going hunting though. Chops up a pizza, looking for the jump on in. Gem of True Sight is online for Tino, so Makoto's going to have to watch out for that one. Disruption has caught only the Morph lane, but plenty of illusions here. They already set off the minefield sign. They seem to be desperate to get this final item for 23. It's going to be the Ag Scepter. When he's just going to be a bit of gold short here. We'll see if Bob wants to make the jump in. Minefield sign has now expired. Pretty long cooldown on that thing as Palos ready to go on in. They get the D-Ward. Jabs is going to be able to punch him. Oh, the Minefield sign yet again, but they just cannot connect on the spells. Palos, though, no, he's going in aggressively. Immediately on a 23 Savage. Stone Gaze at least is going to be able to catch Bob, but it's going to stun up Q, and now 23 a second time as he's stunned up in trouble. They manage to as well find the disruption of him, so the illusion's coming through. A disarm, 23. He just can't do anything this entire fight. Jabs managing to catch Palos at the very least with 23. Disarmed yet again and just dying underneath his tier 4 towers. He will go down, unable to complete the Ag Scepter. Makoto only able to get through Carlo, but immediately killed off as 23. He's done cooking. This one's all over. Execration take game 1.
Yeah, this Morphling eventually just overpowering the Medusa. You know, but the Medusa gets annoyed by the disarm from the Pango, the illusions that you can make with the SD. It's just way too much problems, you know, for the Medusa to deal with in the team fights. And I feel like this Darkseid is just not doing enough, you know, compared to the Underlord. Underlord is just like such a huge presence, and Darkseid, if you don't land the combo, you're not as effective in the team fight compared to the Underlord.
That chair, that seems like a very comfy chair there, but not a comfy position to be in if you're Talon. I mean, I know you still have that safety net of playing some tiebreakers should you lose this match, but I just don't, you know, for a team as strong as Talon have been throughout the previous 2 tours, especially here in the online DPC League, to lose, I have to say that it wasn't even like a super convincing win from Execration. For me, it just seemed like Talon was unable to put it together there, which is more concerning.
Yeah, it's very, very concerning. You know, it seems like they lost a lot of confidence, and I'm in agreement with the panel about like the draft. The draft definitely has to be better. You know, this kind of draft, it's like you make a little bit mistake in the lane and you don't do so well, that slight little thing will just affect the whole game because your draft is just on the knife's edge, you know, like compared to Execration's draft, which gives them a lot more play in the game. You have a lot more opportunities to make mistakes and still have avenues to come back into the game.
Yeah, very true. Well, this series certainly already on a knife edge for both Execration and Talon. We'll see as the stakes now start to get a bit more real for both teams. Execration now 1 game away from being able to secure and punch their ticket for the Bali Major. We'll see if Talon force a game 3 or if it's going to be Execration with a 2 and out. But first, back to the panel to break down game 1 a bit more.
Well, last series I was watching Boom, and my conclusion from that series was Talon lost to this. Now I'm watching this series and I'm like, Talon beat 4 teams? Because I'm kind of wondering what's going on. Even in the draft, they put 23 Savage on an island, and the island was not Bali.
No. The early Dusa pick went into the Underlord as well, right? Like the Underlord was the opener, and then they picked the Dusa up. Like that was pretty awkward. I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Talon. It just feels like they've looked a little bit lost. Even in some of their wins, they've looked a little bit shaky. The Boom loss definitely affected them, but we see some shining moments here. It's just this draft was really hard to pull off.
I feel like Talon played okay in this game. They look lost because I think their draft is fucking difficult to play.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how they can play a draft, you know? And I think they felt the same. They're like, just like, I vacuum 4, and they're like, okay,
yeah,
they're walking away, guys.
If they don't land the blast off in the vacuum, like, what do they do in team fights?
Yeah, it's so
you just have to stand and watch as Morphling turns into your Medusa and becomes the better Medusa.
Yeah, I feel like Execution didn't look clean to me. I think there were a lot of like walk in and feed moments, 2 or 3. I think Talon played a bit cleaner, but their draft was just really hard to do anything with. All these global silence was used to save from Static Storm like 3 times.
Yeah,
that's not what you want, you know.
Yeah,
playing silencer.
I don't know, like it's do or die for Talon as well. Like they mentioned potential tiebreakers. That's only if Blacklist loses to AG, which, let's be frank, it's not that likely, statistically. So if you want to go to the Major, this is your series to go. Either one, Execration or Talon. And Execration, sure, maybe a little bit looser in gameplay, but they take game 1. That's all that matters. If they take game 2, Talon's out. For the most part, Talon should be out.
It's the most likely scenario if we're going to stick with our underdogs and favorites. But at least there is a solution, which is don't draft like garbage in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's easier said than done, I suppose, for some teams.
Okay, well, I'd say that I have never really considered Talon throughout this tour to be very much of a Medusa team.
Yeah.
I've never considered Savage to be very much of a Medusa player, which is part of the reason why whenever it came out, I was like, oh, I almost want this to be more of a Jabs hero than anything else. Savage is out here playing like the Slarks and the Faceless Voids, the TVs. This is his second Medusa game, I believe, this tour. And he lost on the other one also. They played it against Bleed, and they lost with it. So I just don't think that this team is a Medusa team.
Yeah, as it is now, it just looks like they don't understand the Medusa. I think I remember having a conversation with someone as well that like they just can't get his hero to work. You know, it's just not up there. Still, really great performance from Palace at the very least here on our Morphling not taking a single death. Again, you've got a Morphling game where you have so many good heroes to turn into. Void Spirit was one. He had the Ags. Turning into Dusa means you're pretty much unkillable. And he had a really good game. Like, his lane was fine. There was some aggression, but it was never onto him. They could never finish him off. And when Palace gets a game where he can run away with, he looks pretty damn good.
Like between the Atrophy Aura, the Disruption, and the Morph.
Stat steal?
Yeah, Dusa did negative impact in that game. He killed his team more than anything else.
Honestly. Between the Shadow Demon illusions and Morphling turning into you, Medusa was more of an asset to Execration than it was to Talon.
It really was. Every time he came out, it's like, nope, I've disrupted, guys. Sorry. No stuns, can't stop the illus, no clear. I feel like Talon, they put themselves in a box. And to talk about the Medusa, I think we had this conversation before where we feel like SCA teams, they don't play Medusa well compared to you because they don't group up early. Medusa's like a timing hero. I think they did it once this game. It was actually quite impressive. It was the Butterfly timing where they fought bottom Roche, where they weren't ready, and the Butterfly timing, Shanks disrupted him, and it wasn't enough, and they won that fight. But after that, again, lack of stuns, and they didn't get caught by surprise anymore.
It is a very, very tense situation for Talon. Again, they probably have enough points to qualify for TI regardless of what happens, but not showing up to the last major is a bad look for a team that may be our only direct invite to TI out of this region. But maybe, you know, sky is falling, I'm being too dramatic. Let's have Talon prove me wrong in game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to our last series of Friday, our 9th day here in the DPC, where for many, many, many of these days, not even just this tour, Tour 1, Tour 2, Talon was winning a lot. In fact, last tour, they didn't lose at all. And now they are staring down the barrel of not even making it to the major right now, which is a situation that I don't think anyone would have predicted. And Southeast Asia's been wild from Tour 1. Friggin' Boom Fnatic got relegated out of Tour 1. I thought it couldn't get any crazier than that. And now here I am.
Welcome.
Welcome. Even after 3 months here, I still don't know what to expect.
Okay, neither do we.
Yeah, Southeast Asia is full of surprises, good surprises, bad surprises, but that's the one thing consistent is that we're inconsistent. It's just up and down, and it's going to be interesting because this reminds me of the last tour situation, not last tour, but last year.
Last year, yeah.
Tour 3, where T1 was also kind of in this really ugly spot. They couldn't go to Arlington after looking solid for the first, or one major there, Stockholm.
Yep.
And I don't know, it's giving me some bad flashbacks to that because we did not do good that year. We're probably not going to do good this year. I'm just going to throw it out the window. Not our year, guys.
Who's Anna joining?
I don't know. I don't know if he'll join us. We look too bad. He's like, I'm not going to join this. I want to actually win. You know, it's like, I don't know, like the region's inconsistent. It's disappointing to see. And I'm saying that after casting C for like years.
Oh, yes.
This is literally the worst I've seen our region be.
It's your home region that you're the harshest on. Same thing whenever I cover North America, I am highly critical, and rightfully so, because the results need to speak. I'm many times I'm advocating in the course of the league. Even Aurora was saying it. That's like, okay, it's competitive intra-regionally because the skill gap isn't that big between the first place and the last place. But there's only so many times that I can say that before I'm like, no, it's just everyone's not very good.
Yeah, I mean the gap between first and last isn't that big because everyone's kind of below. I don't know.
But I think Talon kind of broke that though until now.
They broke it for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
No, 2 weeks? No,
even Tour 1, they tie break to make to Lima.
But
they were third place.
Tour 1, they were like not screaming or something. They were like just riding some high horse. I don't know.
We saw Fnatic thought they could get away with that in Tour 1 also. No team can rest on their laurels in Southeast Asia. And so, yeah, Tour 1, Talon make it through a tiebreaker, and they narrowly beat Blacklist in a third, fourth place tiebreaker to go to Lima. And then life's good. Third place at Lima, come back Tour 2, undefeated. Great. And then Berlin seems to be, everything starts crumbling at that point.
Yeah, you're seeing a pattern though. Maybe Talon needs to get a third, fourth place tiebreaker. Maybe Blacklist needs to lose to Army Justice so that we can win the Southeast Asia Major. Yeah.
The problem is that they need the tiebreaker to be gifted to them though. They're not in a situation where they're like, oh man, we were third place. Well, I guess we'll play a tiebreaker. Right now they are at fourth place and they're like, wow, I really hope we get a tiebreaker, assuming they lose. Again, maybe I'm being too traumatic. Maybe Execration just popped off in game number 1, even though we saw Execration's performance. It didn't look like that stellar that I was just like, oh, wow, Execration's going to dominate the rest of this series.
Yeah, I think if Talon drafts better, then it should be a bit more competitive. I don't know why they keep sticking to some of these heroes. Like, Techie's a great hero.
Yeah.
Silencer for Ollie every single game, if not the Pugna. It's like, you've got to let him play something else.
I don't like the way they pick around their heroes.
Yeah.
Like if you pick Dusa, pick heroes that are good with Dusa. If you pick Silencer, pick heroes that use Global Silence. He's pressing Global Silence to save from fucking Static Storm.
Oli's most played hero is Pugna, and I mean, Execration banned it out first phase. And so I imagine we may see some draft modifications coming out of Talon this game number 2, because that seems to be the easiest fix. Respect ban on Underlord. First phase
and
banned
Disruptor.
out. And Disruptor. You're not getting your first phase back. And Execration, they stick with their same bans as last game, Doom and Pugna.
I mean, you could go for the Techies again for Talon. I don't think that's a big issue.
I think that thinking of the Beast right now.
I'm also fine with that.
Like without the Underlord in the game, the aura battle changes.
Yeah, I think you could just go for the jabs here first, although do they ever go jabs hero first, though?
Rarely.
Like, it's almost always last pick jabs.
Yep.
And that was also a pattern in Fnatic. It just carried over.
He is the drafter.
He is the drafter.
Yes.
At the start of the tour, he was first picking Underlord for himself.
Was it?
That was like post-Berlin, right? Like when Underlord was OP, like game 1
week,
Ace Underlord.
Yeah, you're right. Against SMG, he first phased along with the Pugna. And against Blacklist, then, yeah, still Underlord. So it seems that somehow he has fallen out of love with the hero. Instead, Techies is Talon's go-to first pick, and Execration respond with the Beastmaster, which I was expecting to see last game, but they knew what they were doing with the Underlord.
Give me the Rubik.
Okay.
Give me
I wouldn't mind it. Just run a very solid lane, make it hellish for Savage. It's pretty open. Like, Beastmaster kind of covers your bases against Illusion heroes as well, with your Ags build up. Hell, I see the Ags even built up in NA, even with up against nothing that really requires the Ags. It just feels really good.
Yeah.
And you can farm really fast with it, and there's the Rubik you mentioned, Adam. So, solid lane already. For Talon, I kind of want to just get something for jabs. You already have your lane partner in Techies. Look for a way to crush
It's not
like
happening.
that. Probably
That's fine.
not.
Just don't pick Medusa. That's literally the only thing I care about. Don't pick Medusa. Anything else is fine with me. You want to do a support duo? You want to get your Oli Q hero first phase? I'm fine with that.
Okay.
23
okay.
Savage Slark, I'm also fine with that.
Yeah, I think the support duo first phase is kind of hard because once your supports are cornered, you have a really hard game. I like the Slark. I think the lane matchup against Beastmaster is not the worst, but also not the best. I don't think that feels particularly good. I'm curious to see what Talon will want to lane with your Slark, as both the Axes and the Boars feel pretty nice for Execration here. I'm sure Tino shouldn't have any problem into a Slark lane unless he overextends a bit, but I don't see that happening.
I feel like 8-pick Slark. When I look at a draft and I see my opponent 8-pick Slark, I'm like, this team is fucking lost. I don't think it's a bad pick. It's like decent, right? You dispel access. It's a 23-year-old. It's comfortable. Like, I get why they picked it, but
do you really build a strategy around a Slark?
8-pick, yeah.
8-pick Slark?
3 counters.
Because yeah, now you need to dedicate 3 bans, so probably a Bloodseeker ban also. And then what else do you need to protect a Slark?
I would just
Think of heroes
heroes,
like
maybe a Terrible.
Lash, TB.
Yeah.
Lash.
Yeah, Lash is dead, I guess.
Pretty dead.
Well,
TB.
Pango's a good band.
Faceless Void, maybe.
FV, Storm, Puck. A lot of heroes are pretty good against Slark. It all comes down to his lane, I guess. And Execration has a pretty strong lane right now.
Yep.
I like to see them remove all these heroes. The Leech especially. I think Talon has exclusively picked this Slark Leech.
That's been the most common laning combo we've seen. Should give them a little bit more against that Beastmaster lane.
What if they go Silencer again?
Oh god, no. I will literally walk off the panel for that. I will. And you guys will have fun there, because there's nothing to talk about.
You better start warming up, John.
I'm getting ready.
It's probably gonna happen.
Probably gonna happen.
Walk off. Let's see. Honestly, like, you see the bans. If Talon picked them Magnus instead of the Slark there, you might be better off. You could flex it. At least Jab's hero. Magnus Techies isn't too bad, but...
Yeah, they actually, now that you mention it, they have not been leveraging much flex at all. Like, if they pick Pango, it's always Makoto. If they pick... they don't pick flexible heroes. They don't pick Magnus.
They don't.
They picked Magnus once for Jabs, and that was it.
Yeah, it maybe goes back to this drafting style of just Jab's last pick.
Yeah.
I think... I'm trying to think of Old Talon. Old Talon used to be KP first pick, I think, or last pick. But if they could first pick a Brewmaster, they would, and then it would end up being KP last pick when Brewmaster and DP were banned. So it's a weird pattern with Talon that the offlane does get last priority.
They do tend to pick 23 earlier, and then Mikoto is like, they don't see his matchup, don't care, pick some Spirit, some hero is good for a game, he'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Then last pick Jabs, bada bing, bada boom, what's up, Darkseer?
Gosh.
It was kind of hit or miss. I think he tried to match auras, but it just didn't work out because of Jabs.
Yeah, I think, again, Darkseer, from what I've seen in NA, it's a weird hero. Like, its timings are weird, its tempo is weird, its lane is... To be fair, in NA, I feel like I've seen it forced out way too many times. Like, I've seen Darkseer pudge, and that is pretty awkward.
Oh, no Leech ban. Right, so they won the Rubik against the Leech. Good spells to steal.
Yeah, you can dispel the Frost Shield.
You don't care about it too much. I like that response from Execration. I mean, these fights just feel a little bit more awkward now.
I wonder if there's a world, because everyone's like very set on this Beastmaster buying eggs now, right? Like it's the OP build.
Yeah.
Or if you reverse Uno them and you buy Helm of Dom and they have no wave clear.
I've seen Dominator as well. Like, it really depends on the game. This game looks like a Dominator Overlord game, to be fair. I don't think there's any reason to rush Ags here. And just the creep armory with Enchantress, double Troll Summoners, towers will just melt.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't mind that too much for Exa.
Ice and DJ would do.
Yeah, that is exactly what they do. The Lich does come out. Very nice to be predictable, Talon. At least it's not a silencer. I'm still here.
At least it's not silencer, true. I would have missed you on the panel, John.
It does give them like a lot of stall for Execration's push though, so that's something I like. I think they have this purge and steal, but the buildings cannot be purged.
That is true, that is true. Did we get the Void Spirit again for Mikado? I mean, to be fair, I don't think it's bad. Like, this time around, you have Roar. You don't really have anything from these two supports on Execration to punish a Void, a Storm, or an Ember. And they go with Timber.
Wow.
Is that Cab's first?
Last pick, Mikado.
Wow.
Wow.
This is... Okay, they break the pattern.
What's so good about Timber this game? Now you do go the drums build.
Yeah, like it's just a little bit of wave clear. It's a front line. It can be aggressive.
You know what the truth is?
What?
Nothing's good about this Timber here.
I think they're panic mode, man.
I don't know about this, man. Like, I guess you don't know the matchup. Timbersaw Techie's lane is very reliant on what you're matching up against.
Yeah, so there's like Monkey King still in the pool, Ursa's still in the pool.
I don't know why they didn't pick Mikado here. Maybe they could flex it mid, although, again, Talon not the most flexible team.
But you don't even know what the mid matchup is, and Execration have last pick.
Yeah, this, I don't know.
The logic might be that he's one of Jem's more comfortable heroes, can do okay in lane with the techies, he believes, and you can clear ancient stacks. I think that's like the thing about picking blind off lanes right now, so...
Templar Assassin.
That's a good pick. Right, so the last time Execration played TA, Bob said in his interview that they asked me to play TA because I'm better TA than Palos. So Palos played some safe lane Void Spirit.
Yep.
Oh, so they sent it mid. Wow.
Yeah, so
they didn't just lane swap.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know if they're still on that page where they want Bob to exclusively be the TA. Since it's a response to the Timbersaw.
Yeah, I think Bob has been a prolific TA player. And I can definitely see why they'd send Bob in TA, but you can kind of figure out your lanes now for Talon.
Dude, you know what would be sick for Execration? Muerta.
That is true.
You can ignore Timbersaw armor.
They actually play it too.
Schlark can't even hit you. Wow.
What the hell is Kimo on about?
Kimo's very excited about something.
He's like, he knows. He heard you, Neil.
But it would be very greedy, though, because that means their mid is a Templar Assassin, their carry is a Muerta. And Talon are expecting it to be a mid TA, because they're banning out Morphling.
Yeah, they're showing some respect.
They could also still pick like some Monkey King kind of hero.
Yeah.
True. I guess for Talon, you can only ban one of the other Spirit Brothers, so it's either Void or Storm.
Probably.
A Storm could probably work out for Talon. There's not much punishment, so wouldn't mind that. But you don't have a battery, which is where Talon is really comfy with a Storm. No Pugna.
They have a lot of damage on their supports, though. I think they just need someone to like start fights going.
All right,
so
fair.
I think Pango, Void, like you said, Storm as well is okay.
I like Void the most out of all the options, because Pango against Beastmaster, you're going to get roared. You can't really burn through Refraction very easily. They're leaving Monkey King in the pool.
I think Void and Morphling are harder matchups for Slark. And he'll do better in lane.
I see.
Against the techies, like they both can sustain in a way.
Then what? They're just good luck, Jabs, Timbersaw. I hope you have fun not knowing your matchup.
Well, I mean, they picked it blind. They know what they're getting into.
Yeah. But they didn't even ban to protect it.
No. Just trying to work out. So they leave the Void Spirit in. Maybe a again, Pango Roar. Void Spirit for Talon, probably. Unless, again, they're doing something weird.
I would be very surprised if they don't just pick Pango or Void Spirit.
Those are probably the most viable options.
I mean, Mikado played really well last game. I feel like he didn't like do anything wrong.
To be fair,
their draft was hard to play.
And I can't really justify sending Slark or Timbersaw mid against what you see from Execration.
Nah. And I don't think Talon's the kind of team to do that. I can't remember Mikado doing a mid Slark in his
Execration gonna play. The last time they ran this draft, they picked Elk for like more minus armor. I wonder if there's any other hero along those lines.
Let's roll the Muerta. I'm hyped about it. Wind Ranger.
Guess that's a 2-0.
It's a universal hero.
Oh, you're on the Slacks train.
Oh, no, I'm not in the Slacks train. I'm in the numbers train. This hero has like a 36% win rate.
Yep.
It's a pretty fucking bad hero. It's a bait. It's a literal bait.
He's playing against Purge as well.
Yeah, it's not a smooth game for Wind Ranger core. Maybe we get a techie score? A Lich Core?
Nah.
Let's calm down now.
I want right-click cookies right now.
I know we're acting frantic, but pull yourself together, John.
I don't like this. I don't like a Wind Ranger. It doesn't feel comfy. I mean, to be fair, Mikado Wind Ranger, I guess, but...
Oh, you think it's... Oh, that's true. Oh, I didn't even realize that. It's probably going to be mid.
Yeah.
What's an MKB buyer that Execration can pick? I feel like the Timber and Slaughter are kind of addressed already. Just need something that kills Wind Ranger.
Honestly, you just enchant her anyway.
It's not that easy to like enchant the Wind Run.
True.
Like they buy Dragonlance now, they're kind of far back.
Yeah,
do Pierce the Veil attacks miss? I'm just really hype about this, Marta. It probably won't happen.
I do believe they work like normal attacks.
Okay. Because Revenant's Approach doesn't miss, but
Yeah.
I think Pierce the Veil misses.
I remember the RTZ Revenant's Brooch.
Yeah.
Into Abed queuing BKB.
Yeah.
All right, we
Void
go for
Spirit.
Voice Spirit again, but who is it gonna be on?
Yeah,
it's
right.
Palos
Safe lane
TA.
TA.
I have to say I do like Execration's draft more. I'm not a believer in this Wind Ranger. I love Mikado. I think he's a great player, but the hero's just not winning. The only times I see it win is if you're Shopify Rebellion and NA.
Yep.
And that is not relevant. That's not a relevant stat. Those are not relevant games. You can't get any useful data from that. The mid lane, though, against Void Spirit, I guess it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's also not like the best. Down the line, I believe the build-up nowadays is like an Atos build. Maybe if you get a strong start, you get the Wraith Band and Bracer, but probably not. I think you just skip it nowadays for the double crown. Overall, like, I think Execration just looks like they have a much more stitched-in draft. Talon looks like a mix of comfort and, I don't know, just comfort, I guess.
Sauce.
Yeah.
Sauce.
Some sambal.
It's not that spicy, though. It's, looks a little bit, I don't know.
They
not
look like
spicy.
they're pubby.
Looks
It
expired.
feels very pubby, you know, like you just come in, no preparation, anything. It just taking a break, let's play what we want.
I mean, I appreciate the confidence if that is the mindset, but this is your major on the line. This is your home crowd major. Not really home crowd, but your regional major on the line. You wouldn't want to...
For Makoto, it's home crowd.
Yeah, for Makoto, it's a big one, right?
Or if it's their master plan to send Execration there to get points so they can have more SEA.
Oh, you know what? That's it. That's it, yeah. They're confident enough that a fourth placing would be enough. Is it, how much is fourth place? 200 points?
Third place is 200 points. Fourth place is 100 points.
Oh, good luck with that then. I don't think they're going to TI at fourth.
They will. Oh, wait. You mean Execration?
No,
Talon.
Talon is going to TI.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
99.98%
Is it really?
chance. Yeah. They're quite secured. But I mean, like, still though, you want to go to the last
For sure.
major. Please go to the last
Do they,
major.
though?
But at the same time, I'll be happy if Execration make it because both these teams have been going to all the majors. Maybe Execration might finally get a chance to shine against international competition, but they have to take another game to make that a reality. Let's see if it'll happen in this game with our casters.
Another game to make that a reality. Another game to make Bali a reality. Maybe even for TI. 99% chance you lock yourself in for top 3, guarantee at least 200 points. No matter how you do in Bali, you might just see yourself already fighting your next opponent. The U.S. office, the U.S. embassy, to try and make sure you can get the visa.
But right now, Talon, they are fighting themselves.
They
They
are.
are their worst enemies right now.
What's going on, Winter? You've coached a couple teams. I'm sure they've all been in positions like this before, based on your winning record. What's going on here?
First blood happening soon?
No. See, that's why I told you. That's why all the teams, you know. What's going on? What is your diagnosis, doctor? You're the good doctor.
Something is happening in the head.
Something. I am a doctor.
I need to get the MRI test done. I need to get the blood test done, the blood work done.
Right.
30 seconds.
Well,
to
there's a sneaky Paulo setting up on the rune spot, looking for a Melds. They'd use a blood grenade, so, you know, Execration, make that Talon, have committed a couple of their resources early on, but Shanks, they're going to look for attempt number 2. They have taken Essence level 1 here, Winter, and I don't think they're going to get anything out from this because Enchantress is very fast at night. Well, everyone is, but she's very fast in the day as well.
Yeah, and she decides to skill the heal too to survive that.
And Palos is just being chilling as well.
The battle begins.
Do you think he's going to, try and bait on the rune? They're really chasing for this, huh?
Oh, so Execration gonna get an extra rune here?
He'll commit it. Tino is going to get that permanent Agi stack. Palos is not going to waste any time. He's already... Oh, has he? Yes, he has secured the rune, and he's going to TP all the way back down bottom.
Yeah, nicely done by Execration. At least getting something in return for that kill.
Already committed TP scrolls on both their cores, though. So, well, their side lane cores, I should specify. I don't know if Talon can really look for that or leave a first blood again, but, well, they have 3 heroes still chilling top lane. So, if they can actually get a kill onto Tino here, it'd be pretty big. They've got a ward that scouted him out already. But Tino doing a good job not showing too carefully. Instead, Shanks is going to be the target, but once again, that first point taken in the Nature's Attendant sees him at least underneath the tower safely. This is really aggressive from Talon. I mean, sure, they may have been fighting themselves here a little bit, Winter, as you say, but at least they're fighting now their opponents with a plan.
Dire's courier.
Yeah, meanwhile, Jabs is fighting the Rubik alone here, so he's still getting some decent amount of XP and trying to secure the range creep. There we go, gets the range creep. So it should be okay once he gets his level 2 and level 3 up. They might prolong this tri-lane. No, actually not. Taki's gonna come back bot.
I think you have to get this Timber into a decent spot, otherwise this meld level 1 can really be pretty punishing here, as the sticky bomb just missing the 2 heroes there.
Yeah, they just need to help the Timber for, I would say, at least two levels.
Tino is going to take another death top as 23 does manage to leap away in time. Those wild axe stacks not ramping up too much, as he did actually go for that second point in pounds. So still no dispel available for 23, but so far so good for him in that lane.
Yeah, Tino is definitely struggling here. That early death, the first blood, and now losing the creep equivalent to the slug. He's gonna have to figure a way out to get himself back into the game. Enchantress needs like some powerful creep to help maybe turn the lane around. See if he can get at least maybe something like a chain lightning creep.
Yeah, this Rubik's really starting to ramp up his damage into Palos. 7 stick charges, but out of regen down bottom, but top still plenty of trades, plenty of harass. Still without level 3, it's a little dodgy for 23 up here, isn't it? With the axe build so far. Oh, is he? Yeah, he's going to be forced to leap away. That was already a bit close.
Yeah, they're going to have to ferry some more extra regen here.
Bob is getting owned mid, though. Look at him. He's beat back.
Wow.
Almost killed off. I mean, you might as well go home. Oh, he's got, yeah, just a little bit of a couple of tangos over. That's not going to do much for him. Makoto dominating so far early on in the mid lane.
Yeah, showing that he's the better universal hero.
Range universal heroes winning the matchup for now, and that ought to be as well. Both water runes going the way for Makoto. Those significant advantages down bottom. We do see a little bit of attention being focused now onto Palos. Jeb's feeling a lot better with that points now in the reactive armor.
Yep, going to pick up the Lotus as well. So things are going to start to stabilize for the team as well. And after that happens, the techies can decide whether he wants to run around and gank the other side of the map. Especially the top lane, it's pretty easy to kill with the Slug and the Lich. Getting already a pretty decent start and a level advantage over the Beastmaster.
But what the heck is going on? There's like 10 denies for Makoto against a Void Spirit? That's, I mean, that's ridiculous, isn't it? Not really a number you expect to see, considering you've got like a pretty good right-clicking potential now that you got a ton of damage, your Resonant Pulse as well. Makoto absolutely dominating here.
Yeah, definitely not a matchup we see a lot, so I'm not really sure what I can make of it. I guess you can always use Wind Run and just out-trade the Void Spirit. That's why the Void Spirit is constantly taking bad trades, and obviously...
seems like it.
Obviously, he does have the better damage, you know, in terms of last hitting on the Void Spirit.
He's just going to have to be careful not to get caught by too many more Aether Remnants. Level 2 already here for Bob. There's Makoto dodging another one. It's going to get spicy here in this mid lane as well. Makoto connecting on these power shots. This is a really interesting matchup. 11 denies. At least Bob doing a bit better now. But both mid and bottom so far pretty difficult lanes for Execration here. Talon executing well. And Jabs now with his second point in the reactive armor and now the Ring of Health already starting to bully Palos out of lane a bit.
Yeah, this lane is going to get harder and harder for the Temper with the more levels the Timbersaw gets. So it's going to give Q a lot of freedom on the techies to decide what he can do around the map. Maybe help the mid lane, control runes, gank top, and I feel like before the Void reaches 6, it's probably a good idea for the techies to at least make an attempt to gank him.
All right, Makoto got his infused raindrops delivered. So he's got a little bit of an advantage here. He's been doing a really good job on all these power shots. Level 3 as well, and they have been, as you can see, Winter, connecting onto Bob. More stick charges, a couple of tangos, but with an empty bottle, he's going to have to get some support now to rotate on the 6-minute rune. Makoto with 10 wand charges, but otherwise with the infused raindrops, he's feeling pretty healthy here.
Yeah, top lane, if you look at the Beastmaster's net worth, despite going down twice in the lane, he's top of the net worth right now.
Not bad at all. Getting the axe spam out, I think Shank's having a lot to do with that, just kind of throwing creeps relentlessly at 23. Bottom jabs as well, interrupting the pull. I'm surprised they pulled the wave here. Talos isn't, yeah, he's gonna
catapult wave, well, this is rather strange.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe Jabs ended up pulling in there, but now Palos in some trouble. They're gonna try and focus down onto him. The rotation sees Ollie now into this lane, who will collect the kill there using the Frost Blast. They're not gonna be able to tank for the tower, but damage being dealt here.
Yeah, good rotation by Ollie, recognizing that the enemy pulled, and there's an opportunity to make a play down there, and
Arcane
takes full advantage of it.
Should, yeah, be picked up by Carlo. Bob does not have yet level 6, so Makoto's gonna start dishing some damage into him. They've got now the War Stomp, but they've missed it. Makoto still alive, power shot. He's gonna get the kill thanks to the infused raindrop as Jabs drops the tip onto his universal mid laner. Not a bad deal there whatsoever. This now this Bob Void Spirit's going to be feeling a little bit sad here. Beat to the punch by level 6 by quite a fair margin. Didn't get the minute 6 rune. Maybe even he's going to lose a mid laner here for his support. As Q can go dive in here. He's got another sticky bomb, but we'll play it safe.
Yeah, this is definitely not looking good for Bob here. Wind Ranger's having such a good time, and he really needs a way to get back into the game, you know. Supports are trying their best to secure the runes for him.
He's eating the mine, still able to recover a lot of that damage thanks to the bottle. But
I mean, there's still a catapult in the lane, though. They have to really pay attention to maybe consider having more heroes here to defend the tower.
But it's only going to delay Bob's level 6 even further. I mean, now he's got Wisdom Rune potential. You can see Q very eager to go and pick that one up, but 3 heroes here splitting experience. Will slightly delay this level 6. For now, though, seems like they're staying out of XP range for Bob. Also surprised that Palos, as we're seeing, isn't really facing any pressure. There's level 6 now for Bob as well.
That is, this is also like a rather worrying, you know, for Talon. The Beastmaster died twice, but he's still like putting so much pressure onto the slug. This is not looking good, you know. 22 Savage is not having a good time in this lane. Still yet to get his level 6. So he has to be very, very careful here not to die before he reaches level 6.
Yeah, and it's going to be a Helm Rush as well, basically, for the Beastmaster. It has full Arcane, so I guess the rush isn't completely accurate. If you can
23 Savage.
Yeah, he's just starting to tank up these axe stacks. I think he's going to be clear now to prevent them from stacking up to 6. Blastoff does not connect onto Carlo, I believe. But now Carlo being chased down is going to struggle, especially as the Sticky Bomb is going to find its mark. Careful now as well. Level 6 now for Jabs. Ooh, no Whirling Death quite yet, but they're going to have plenty of damage. Just put the right clicks there, Winter. Double kill for Talon as they even find the D-Ward. This bottom lane is now very treacherous.
Yeah, both the carries are definitely not having a good time, you know. Getting pushed out by the offlaners, getting the tower mauled down. But Slug is still able to get a much better farm compared to the TA, and I would say like TA needs the better start more than the Slug.
And Slug's now got himself at least level 6, right? So he can afford to kind of sit back in this lane and make sure the tower doesn't go down as easily. Whereas, of course, even with level 6, Palos isn't really able to achieve the same effect. Jabs with that first item, Vanguard, so he's going to be a tanky boy against a lot of the physical damage, honestly, that Execration will bring early. What do you see his job being this game here for Jabs? Compared to last game where he was Darkseer, Mr. Teamfight Man, what hat is he wearing this time?
Tower defender. He's definitely not the guy that should be involved in the smoke. I feel like even last game as a Darkseer, he should have been the one anchoring a part of the map, and your team is going to smoke to you. I don't like it when they are bringing Jabs in the smoke with him. So same goes for this game. He's the Timber. You don't want to be in the smoke. You want to be in front of the tower, and your team is coming to you to bring the action to your lane.
For now, looks like Talon will rotate the supports through the Twin Gate to the top lane. Makoto lingering in the area. The Power Rune spawns in 30 seconds. Illusion Rune is going to be now popped by Bob. I think it just timed out in the bottle, but action here. As 23 will lead his team aggressively into the triangle, where they did see Tino farming stacks. 23, with the Dispel pretty much immediately, but not confident diving any further here. Leap level 1. He's going to be unable to contest. We'll see how lucky Ollie gets here on the bounces. Finds a bounce to Carlo. Finds mostly bounces between the Ancients, though. So he will die as Makoto's going to whiff there, split the goalposts on that power shot, which is normally a good thing, but this time it's a bad thing. Just looking for some more damage, but Talon's still eager to try and defend at least reduce the efficiency of this stack, as Tino is, well, he's invested a lot of time into this already. Can they really look to steal this? This is going to be pretty tricky here from Talon.
Yeah, Timber is here. They can definitely do it. That's a huge commitment from Talon.
Do you like this better than the commitment they made last game?
Yeah, I mean, this time it's a lot better, you know, way cleaner. Sure, they lost the Lich, but here comes the Void Spirit.
Yeah, he's back on in. Makoto in a bit of trouble, but that's a lot of physical just now with the Frost Shield. They're looking to turn now. The stun's connecting. There's going to be the Chakram on top, but the Astral Step away. Bob safe and sound. Makoto chasing after here as the Sticky Bomb slows Carlo to a halt. Sets up for an easy Chakram. Even the power shot not necessary. From the side here, 23 is still contesting this big Ancient stack alongside Tino. This is maxed axes though, so they're starting to do quite a number, but it looks like Talon are going to be able to secure most of the big creeps there. So Chabs, I believe I saw many of those numbers pop up pink. It's going to be the biggest winner here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you feel too bad about it as Execration, because in the meantime, like T8, he was like farming away, pushing the bottom wave, he was jungling, so they didn't really, you know, AFK all their heroes not doing anything, you know. Talon brought so many heroes just to steal the Ancients, so it's still okay for Execration.
And this Ench now in trouble, just making some space without the untouchable. Goes down very easily here. I mean, it's decent enough space as well, I'd say, for 23. He's coming along nicely. For his first item, has now the defusal flying his way, but also coming his way is a two-man smoke out from Execration.
Yeah. Jabs is drawing the line. He's anticipating this move. He's telling his team, oh, they're coming for you, so just be careful.
And the supports will take the twin gate on over. There's a ward here quickly dewarded. They didn't see Bob either under the cover of this smoke. Sees them though, Techie's Mind going off, but it should be Ollie going down. He's tanky though, Infused Raindrops and the Frost Shield buying him a lot of time as 23 makes the jump on and still has the Shadow Dance. Chain Frost not really getting the best bounces here, but in trouble as Paolo's completely out of mana, has a 10-stick charge, did not get off the, sorry. He got off the Refraction charge, but 23 just blows on through them much too quickly. Dead now is Palos for 30 seconds as Jabs connecting onto this fight, as is Makoto, connects the kill. And is going to be able to make it a 2-for-2, but it feels like a much better trade here in favor of Talon.
Yeah, for sure. They got the T as a very, very important kill. And they're going to be able to control the bottom side area. Meanwhile, Timber uses the Twin Gate, goes back to top lane. So still maintaining the map presence here for Talon. So nicely done. Beastmaster has to, I feel like he has to try to come out and do something for his team right now. The TA needs someone to create some space for him to be able to farm. Like ideally, the Void Spirit and the Beastmaster connect, and maybe you do a smoke towards the Beastmaster lane and try to kill the tier 1 tower at top. It's pretty low, 500 HP.
Yeah, and Tino's still actually farming his way up. He wants to get his Helm of the Overlord finished up. Perhaps they suspect that Talon will struggle a little bit with the wave clear. As you can see, Ench just throwing skeletons against the tower. The Rally Cry, not too effective against 3 ranged heroes who clean them up rather quickly. Jabs as well already has his, or nearly has his next item. Nothing too crazy yet. He might be the target of this next gank, but I don't think they can take him down.
Yeah, I'm not sure though. They have mostly physical damage against the Timbersaw.
Yeah, against a Timber with a Lich Frost Shield as well, being level 2. I keep hamming on that, but I do think that's going to be pretty relevant here. Jabs doesn't really have the damage, at least, to take down Shanks.
I feel like Shanks, he has to try to max Impetus. I think he's the only one that can kill the Timber. If he doesn't max Impetus, they won't have enough damage to go through the armor.
He still has time, and he's going for that Dragon Lance, right? So the carry type build, as they do contest at 14-minute runes into the bottle of Makoto very comfortably. Still has half his shield rune intact as well. Not a bad time to fight here. We'll see as Jabs is going to end up saying hello to Palos. Capture is the Watcher, but just overall being a bit more annoying. Lots of space for 23, though. 9 heroes in this top section of the map. 23 comfortably recovering from his tough laning stage.
I mean, so far so good for him. He's already fully recovered. He's going to get his Echo Saber next into the Aghanim's. It's going to make him very, very strong in the team fights. Meanwhile, his team's going to smoke up the top. Snark's going to connect through the Twin Gate.
Yeah, he's going to try. They're looking for the easy kill on the Shanks. Should be, yeah, indeed, very easy, especially with, wow, lots of heroes making the jump in there. I did hear a Primal Roar, though. That's just going to be just south for an easy kill there onto Ollie. So Bob, without a power rune here, still able to make a decent rotation, countering the play that Talon do make. That's still a tier 1 tower effectively defended, though, for the side of Talon. And again, now with Jabs and 23 both basically free farming here, Winter, things are going to be slightly spicy here.
It's going to get slowed by the Chakram.
Yeah, nice spell steal. Yeah, he stole that one. And, well, they can't quite catch anyone else, so an effective D ward there. Not the most obvious spell for Rubik to take, but mobility is always good at forcing spells out.
What's our TA being up to? So he has a Dragonlance. He's going for a Deathsonics. Even with Dragonlance Deathsonic, I feel like he's still quite vulnerable in the team fights. Slugs jumping in.
Yeah, that he is. Also, Techie's making the jump in. Q able to pick off the kill. The chain stun's good enough here. Spell stolen. That is Chakram, I think. I always confuse the Chakram logo and the Whirling Death logo. I think that's Chakram. So yeah, he's got Chakram. He's got Chakram. That's a really strong spell to steal as a Rubik. Everyone always says it's so hard to steal, and I'm like, no, it's really not. There's such a long downtime on Chakram, plus you get 2 opportunities to cast to steal Chakram. So it's not really that hard.
Anything you get from Timber is good against the Timber. Everything is pure damage.
I mean, true dat. I wonder what the Timber's going to build is. We've seen a lot of the Ags builds, but I think it's not that good. Do you have an opinion on the new Ag Scepter for Timbersaw and players that tend to pursue it?
I feel like it's better to go for like all the team items, you know. Sometimes it's good to get the Greaves. Some games it's good to get the Halberd, like what Jabs is doing here against the TA.
I presume you bring that up because you think it's a good Halberd game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's just owning, you know, for a range hero, a range carry hero.
Look again for what feels like the 3rd time here. Talon moved uncontested, very aggressively into Execration territory, going behind the tier 1 tower, struggling to pick up the kill onto Shanks, but eventually will be able to put together enough damage. Even against this Helm of the Overlord, they're just really not that scared, Winter. I mean, with a DD on Makoto, got a lot of damage.
I mean, the thing is, like, they have all these aura items for Palace. He's not joining, and he's going to get
roar. The stolen Chakram, is that going to be enough damage? The mark, no. Makoto's still alive. In fact, a 2-man shackle through the chain frost as well. That's plenty of damage here. A nice stun at least does see Makoto in for a hard time as he's going to be finished off. One swift punch from the Ancient Granite Golem sees him killed, but in exchange for 3. They do also lose Palos here, Winter. I believe he died down bottom, didn't he?
Yeah.
He did.
Talon split the heroes into 2 areas, like 3 heroes top, 2 heroes bot to catch the TA, and they were able to win on both ends, you know, so that's definitely a huge deal for Talon right now, despite losing the Wind Ranger on Mikoto. But overall, the 2 slugs, the 2 cores, the slug and the Timber, they're getting so huge right now.
They're getting big. I think even just with levels and some decent items, this Wonder Runner is going to end up doing a billion damage. Careful here now. Yep, 23 in with another kill here. That's his 8th stack, Winter, of Permanent Agi. Not too crazy, but just goes to show you how good of a time he's been having ever since his first, you know, what, 8 minutes of the game? Second half has been much more comfortable for him, to say the least.
I just feel like so weird, like, for Execration, you know, like, Tino's been so farmed the whole game with his Beastmaster, but the T is, like, not joining him like to push towers or to make any play, you know. The T has been just alone farming across the map, just not doing much for his team.
There's the Ice creep. Time Warp Golem is not going to make it out. Oh no, sorry, that was the big one. That's the Ancient Ice Shaman. The regular Ice Shaman, or whatever it's called, is the one with the Time Warp Aura. He has got the Ice Bomb. Winter, what's your favorite neutral item, neutral creep ability in the game?
Tornado? It's a Wild Wing.
Tornado on the Wild Wing, or the Hurricane, you mean? Which one?
The Hurricane.
The Hurricane. Yeah. That's a fun one. That's a good choice. You're not a Chen player though, are you?
I used to be a Chen player a long time ago.
Can you do new Chen, or do you just do Aura Chen?
I'm a noob Chen. Aura Chen. No micro.
Nice jump out there by 23 in the nick of time. We'll see if Talon, they're gonna take it easy. They knew that Execration committed pretty heavily there and didn't find anything for their time, so they'll continue farming a bit more, which allows me to farm some content out from you. Old Chen then, huh? You can't do the new Chen eggs where you've got to sacrifice the creep for the mini Hand of God, all that stuff.
Nope. I get to play like 1 game a day. I'm not gonna practice some hero that needs me to dedicate another 20 hours to learning it.
Yeah, fair enough. Honestly, I can't really blame you on that. Are you surprised we're not seeing more Chen in competitive right now with the changes to his Holy Persuasion?
I guess the hero is not as good in the lane as before.
It's a good aura carrier though.
I'm not so sure though, because like the difference between Chen and Enchantress is like Enchantress is so much more useful in the first couple of levels. You're able to play more aggressive in the lane with the Enchantress, whereas Chen, you really need the creep. If you don't get a creep, you don't do as much in the lane.
Got it. Leash now. There's a creep coming in through. Hellbear Smasher finds the tomato clap, but they've also, wow, just immediately on the Palos. He's dead, and a shackle shot up from Mikoto. Oh man, even with the haste rune, Bob is going nowhere. TP out in time there at the very least from Carlo and Shanks, but ooh.
Execration looks so lost this game, They have no idea how to put together a play with the Beastmaster. They tried to hit the tower there, but TA was like too far forward. The Beastmaster doesn't want to commit, and then they just lose heroes. I mean, they have not been on the same page since minute 10 or so when the Beastmaster, he was so farmed. Maybe it has something to do with the itemization of the TA as well. Maybe if he went for a blink, maybe he can play with the Beastmaster a lot more. But I'm not so sure if it's just about the itemization.
Seemed to be really difficult for Talon to, make that for Execration in game 2 to find an opening anywhere.
Yeah, Execration, they have to try to make something happen right now and right here.
What's the play? I mean, obviously ignore Timber, right?
Ignore Timber, they have to try to target down the supports first, ideally the Lich and the Techies.
Okay. See how that gets done now as the Centaur Conqueror finished off. A little bit of lingering vision. Bob makes the jump in, not ignoring the Timber here, Winter. In fact, doing quite the opposite, chasing him down as 23. I couldn't tell if those were aggressive pounces or just...
I feel like if they go on the Timber, there's literally no way they're going to win that fight.
We've got the Ancient Ice Shaman as well, so expect him to throw an Ice Bomb. Here it comes. Oh, not yet. Not yet. I mean, this is a fight Talon seem very eager to take as they make the jump onto Bob. Talon's number one does miss, but the second one ready to go. And the first being recharged pretty quickly. Everyone else from Talon still in the vicinity. Techie's mine stolen by Rubik, so they have their own mines here now. This Talon will look for another angle into this fight. They're going to smoke around. They may see this TA in the mid lane as well with that wave pushed out as it is.
Yeah, this is a pretty smart move here from Talon, going from behind. There's a gem on the slot.
Oh, that's going to be punishing. We'll see here. The smoke does break. They didn't quite catch Shanks here on that initial jump in. And that Meltrek as well is going to do quite a number. But for now, so far so good as they're onto the jabs. Timbersaw trying to focus down onto him, and Winter so far so good. But how's the rest of the fight going to go around, especially with the Chain Frost bouncing around? There's onto Q now as 23 jumps back into the fight. Oh my god, that Chain Frost nukes him down into 23 with the kill credit now. Bob rooted up for a second, looking for an opportunity back into the fight as it's a 4 versus 4 with both offlaners going down. Honestly, all things considered, a damn good fight for Execration.
Yeah, they managed to actually go on the Timber and kill him right away. It was kind of lucky that they got all the lucky bounces on the Lich. Otherwise, I feel like the Beastmaster had a chance to survive there, and Execution would have definitely came out on top in the team fight.
I'm trying to see exactly where he took all the damage from. Just surprising they got through him. Didn't get off the Greater Healing Lotus. I can't believe he's had that Greater Healing Lotus already for a while. So Lotus is going pretty undetected.
He's saving for the cheese?
Honestly, not a crazy idea, but maybe he lives there if he actually gets that thing off. Q in the meantime. 4 staff all ready to go as plenty of damage. Now they have clipped Mikoto here, but the damage from Q is sufficient for the kill. 23 is going to join Mikoto on the cliff as the team does their best Shopify Rebellion impression. Pretty good so far. 23 off the cliff now, finally, as Mikoto's going to have to take the old-fashioned way down.
Yep, and meanwhile, Palos kills the Tormentor alone.
Really?
Yep, so Enchantress gets the shard.
All right, careful here, though, mid lane. Bob was inhibited, but yeah, it's got Astral Steps. He's fine.
This is tough, man, for Execration. They need to really get a move together with the TA. I feel like the TA needs to go in with the Beastmaster. Whoever the Beastmaster raws, they have to try to take the hero down. If the TA is not hitting the raw target, I don't feel like the other heroes can actually have enough damage to kill. And they need to try to get the Lich or the Techies as the backlines, or at least the Wind Ranger.
Well, it worked out pretty decently last time. I think Execration as well, when they're fortified behind in a certain position, when they've got especially stolen Techies mines, vision from Hawks and Boars, seemed pretty good for them. We'll see how they can do now if they have to bring the fight towards Talon. Yeah, Mikoto is starting up the Roche here. With the focus fire, they'll be able to take him down. But Execration, they know what's up.
Can they get here on time though? It's 1 minute, 30 seconds actually to night time So the slug is going to be able to abuse the night vision fairly soon.
And Roche is on 2,000 HP going down here.
I mean, they should definitely wait for nighttime.
The Hawk vision. 30 seconds till Roche is at nighttime. Don't forget, Winter, he's going to go top lane as well, which makes this fight awkward, especially if they're onto Bob first to start the fight. There's going to be the second leap, but not in time. Frost Shield doing a lot of work here for 23s. He also pops the Shadow Dance. Careful. He's holding on to Gem here. Hurricane back by your favorite ability in the game, and now the Roar. Palos turning to fight and finds the kill, but now Palos is going to be the one in some trouble. Chain Frost as well, bouncing around, finding some big bounces here. Palos killed off by Jabs. Ollie's still alive. Bob, worse for wear, is now Jabs going to try and get through him. Roche running through the fight is getting out of here. It's too much noise in the neighborhood, but for now, Bob is still alive. Finally goes down to the Techies' mines. Not before at least he gets the kill onto Ollie. Makoto chasing for more here. The Enchanted purging the Wind Run instantly, but Jabs is going to be free to go find the kill. That's 3 down here as Carlos going to end up dying, and Shanks, he is, well, if Jabs hit the spell, he's still going to go down just as quickly. My biggest question is, where did that gem end up? And it ended up being recovered by Q. So I think all things considered, Talon happy with the way that fight went.
Yep, now Twin Gate following the Roche. Roche is still really, really low, 3k HP.
Yep, he's not going to be too happy. Avoided all that noise in his neighborhood only for it to come find him.
There's very, very back and forth fight. Once again, you know, very scrappy. Like, in the end, Beastmaster gets his roll on the slug. They had to throw a lot of spells onto 23 Savage, but eventually they still won the fight because the rest of the heroes, they were able to clean up. You know, Timbersaw was doing a huge run of the amount of the damage with the Wind Ranger in the team fights. 3k plus. Yeah, both of them did 3k damage in the previous team fight.
Wow. Yeah, and right now, I mean, Bob is doing a pretty damn good job. I got to be honest with you. I'm surprised considering kind of how hard of a start he had with how much Makoto was really invading jungle and triangle and forcing them away. But it seems now with every item he's picked up, he's been doing a bit better now. Going for this Nullifier, though, I mean, an obvious choice, I would have to say, against a Lich, against a Windrunner. But is that going to be a big turning point for him, you think, here in these fights with how he's been playing so far?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be like a very impactful item to dispel those two abilities on the Talon side, but initiation, you know, they need to get the right heroes. Like with the Beastmaster Hawk, you need to see and you need to get a clean initiation. Once you get raw, like if you raw and the TA can actually hit the target, you saw in the previous fight, they have actually enough damage to even kill the slug. So it's all about like getting the right heroes. And they have 4-star on Rubik. And then a 4-star also as well. I mean, the Hurricane Pike on the Enchantress, as long as they can use it to kite the slug around, they should still be able to take a good fight under their own vision.
I gotta say, I think the Zench is really starting to pack a bit more of a punch. Oh, she's got little friends as well. That's adorable. I wonder if we'll ever see that come into play. I highly doubt it because
not this game.
Not a lot of stuff here, but I mean it's good against the creeps. We'll see. Nice prediction from 23, but the Force Staff is gonna be able to break that at least the first leash. Good stuns controlling 23 throughout the second one, but now in trouble and sacrifice is Carlo. That was difficult for him, but at least it sees Bob to safety. Immediate TPs here. 23 all ready to defend his tier 2 tower. Eager to get rid of that Ancient Black Dragon. Maybe even look for a kill here. TP out. Nope, not happening. Shanks leashed up as Dragonlance nearly clipped himself there, Winter. But without TP, it's, I think, only a matter of time before 23 is going to be able to kill him off, especially with that Echo Saber.
This is taking such a long time.
It is. He also got intimidated there, so he's missing a lot of his damage. But I mean, it doesn't really make that big of a difference when he's up to 26 stacks of Essence there.
Yep. Meanwhile, Mikoto managed to steal the other Radiant's Wisdom Rune.
Oh, nice.
So taking some of the XP
and he
away.
sees Palos. Palos without a BKB, who has Refraction, but the stun is not going to allow him to use it.
Holy shit.
Look at that ward.
So much damage.
Look at that ward that Ollie put down. Easy kill for him there. 23 looking for another one as he does have Pounce in 2 more seconds. Will he go uphill? You bet your bottom dollar he will be, but careful now. Maybe in for a bit of trouble as behind. He has kind of kited out Makoto to his death. That's only Aegis. 23 still in the base, Winter. Still unable to get the kill with the last Pounce he has at 34 stacks of Essence. He's going to fight in the base now. Still managing to actually outfight versus 2, but certainly not versus 4. And he will go down. That's the gem fed. The tips as well up from Execration, and Talon kind of channeling their inner SMG on that play. I don't know what that was about for a 23. Why?
Just wasn't thinking. See hero, kill hero.
So, I mean, so much damage done, but
Here comes Valley Fire
they're
from
gonna
Bob.
get awkward here. Careful here.
Jackal
Ooh,
on Bob.
Very nice jump, but it's not gonna matter. They had sufficient, they had a redundant lockdown there. And plenty of damage as well to get through Bob, through the Gleipnir. I thought canceling the blast off with the 8th Remnant was enough, but simply was not the case.
And this Wind Ranger feels more like the carry.
Honestly. I mean, it's hard to disagree with you there. Jab's even proven to be very tanky, very annoying.
Yeah, he has the heart of all things.
Wow, really?
He has the heart, the Vambrace, Lotus. I mean, you're not killing this guy in the team fight.
Yeah, you need probably a crit here for Palos. I think you need a crit. And even then, maybe more there as well. So that's going to be a bit problematic.
Yeah, so right now, Execration just trying to find another way of like taking the team first. I guess the next important move is, I mean, they're going to try and smoke and get a pick off here. They need to find a good hero. It's daytime now. Daytime is the best time for them to fight. They shouldn't fight in the nighttime when the Slug has the vision advantage.
Yeah, they'd be on even footing. Slark still with good daytime vision as well, but you're absolutely right. Unfortunately, yeah, they're going bottom and mines are going off, so Talon may have an idea where they're at and may look for a smoke play in return. Now, Winter, we're still 3 minutes out from Roche. It'll be about 34 minutes for the fastest Roche spawn, so most likely you're going to end up taking this fight top. How does that kind of calculus, you know, figure into, how does that kind of calculus account into your decision making right now?
If I'm Talon, I definitely just want to fight at nighttime, just abuse the Slug night vision to my advantage, and obviously the Hawk as well from the Beastmaster doesn't see as far during the nighttime.
Right.
And meanwhile, Enchantress, she picked up a couple, like so many Lotuses. Like Talon controlling the map, I didn't expect them to leave so many Lotuses behind. Maybe it could be something important in the team fights later. And
I think Jabs has actually, he's eaten his own Lotus. Yeah, these Lotuses, I mean, there's a great healing Lotus there already. I'm eager to see some cheese. 23 makes the play to rotate on through, but Palos knows he's TPing away now. Bit dangerous here. Again, even if it's a fastest Roche, you only have a minute to really take him on that bottom side. We've seen already some really extended Roche fights previously. It's not out of the question, but most likely I think you're going to end up taking him down top. Talon move on to the bottom tier 2. We'll get a Fortify out, waste the Techie's mine, but I don't really believe Execration are going to be able to contest this.
Yep, kill the tower, get the outpost, check for Roche, and wait for nighttime. I think even if the Roche spawns during daytime, they should wait until nighttime if you're Talon before you try to make any play.
Right. Well, it's a DD bottled up by Bob, who's holding on to that. We'll have that at least not quite until the fastest Roche spawn, but pretty close to it. Nearly, oh, there is a Scotty now on the way as well for 23, so he's even tankier now. You saw his HP shoot up by 500 with that item.
Yeah, that item is going to make life hell for TA, but it doesn't work through BKB anymore. So during the BKB duration, you should be fine as the TA, but if you get kited, you don't kill enemy heroes during the BKB duration, then the Scotty on the Slug is going to be a huge pain in the ass.
Problem, yeah. Especially because this team doesn't really have huge problems getting through your refraction with, you know, Focus Fire, Timbersaw as well, right? Really good at getting through refraction. Dark Pact, yeah, true. I mean, it's going to be troublesome here. Do we have a Rubik Shard yet? Not yet. I do hope that they consider taking the next Tormentor as soon as they can, because obviously Little Friends ain't doing a whole lot here for them. Roshan, we are approaching the fastest Roche timer it could be. Talon keen to hold this bottom part of the map, but it's Execration with actually a pretty sneaky ward. It's not too uncommon to see like a Lotus Pool ward on the top side of the map by the Dire Lotus Pool, because you can put it basically inside of it, and it gives you a lot more vision because that area is just way bigger. But this ward may end up paying off. Maybe they're going to look for jabs. That's a Scythe of Vice already for Tino. They're trying to blow him up, and Palos versus 5.
No buyback.
That looked easy. No buyback.
Roshan's up.
Oh, it's going to be a fast one, Winter. He's going to spawn about 34-10. We'll see how this plays out now for both teams. So you can see the ENG creeps managed to take the top tier 2 tower. Mid tier 2 immediately under siege as well, and this will go down even faster.
And this is very worrisome for Talon right now. They can't afford to give away another pickoff like this.
They didn't even leave a Techie's mine in the pit. They're none the wiser. the first note they're going to get with Roche being bottom is when he shows on that ward in 40 seconds when he goes top. I mean, maybe that gives them at least some opportunity. At the very least, Execration only have one TA trap up in this top lane. There's a couple in the lane as well, but...
Maybe they should try to just mine the top area right now, like a Q has to run over.
I agree. Try and secure. I don't believe you can do Roche in 20 seconds here as Execration. I'd be surprised. We'll see.
I mean, that's a lot of damage. Beastmaster TA.
Yeah, we will see. They're going to give it their all. And now, oh, Shanks, yeah.
Oh my god, it is
wow.
dead.
Maybe they will. Oh, if he just starts running now, but no. Okay.
Oh, shit.
That shows me. Shows what I know, Winter.
That's so much damage with the Beastmaster aura.
Yeah,
I mean, Talon is in a bad spot right now in the game. They have to try to drag this game out, survive the Aegis. It's not going to be easy, you know. But on the other hand, it's nighttime, so the Stark's going to have that extra vision to play around.
That he is. That he is for at least this Aegis duration. He might actually be able to steal a Wisdom Rune as well. He's making the play for it. Careful though, Tino. Oh, did pick him up, but will not be able to actually get a meaningful roar off considering him in the dark back.
Yeah, at least Talon has two very, very good observer wards on the cliff, top area, the entrance area and bottom area. So they should be able to play around the map fairly safely with the information provided.
And it's really kind of a dangerous play to make. As soon as you, of course, take Roche, you gain control over all the Watchers. So obviously they did see 23 making that.
Oh yeah. That's actually a good point. Yeah. And we don't really talk about that a lot, you know, the Watcher vision.
Well, it used to be bugged at the start of the patch, but it's been fixed for a while now. But yeah, you get all the Watchers, right? So it does kind of make your next move that much easier as a reward and makes it that much more difficult.
Mikoto has a DD, Richie. Are they going to make a play right now with the DD against the Aegis Cheese?
He's got a fresh Linken's as well, so he's not as viable as a roar target. I mean, maybe. I think the scary part is you saw how quickly they kill Jabs even through the heart. He's a tanky boy here.
Yeah, if he doesn't have armor charges, he's gonna die very easily. And he doesn't really have any. I guess he has the Lotus, so he has a paid meal from that.
There's about to be an MKB as well for the Templar. Interesting item of choice for her. Another gem here for 23.
They are trying to run in right now, Richie, with the smoke. They have a DD on.
This is so dangerous. They do at least see what Palos is. They're trying to bait him off the high ground even further here. Maybe that's going to be the mark to go now as Mikoto makes the jump in. They will be able to burst into this Aegis just like that. But what do they have now for the second life? Because that was the focus fire used, Winter. Now, Palos in a bit of trouble. Gets the BKB in the inventory fast enough. Chain Frost now going to be bouncing around a little bit. Shanks taking a lot of damage off that. Look at the shackle shot. Oh, it's a thing of beauty. No roar committed quite yet for Tino. Execration in retreat mode now. They're chasing for more. 23 just off the mark there for the for the leash. She's committed there, or consumed, I should say, by Tino, as Jabs could not quite find the spells for the kill, but Talon string together the kills there. I mean, let's not forget, they're still playing with a pretty decent net worth advantage here.
Yeah, that's still a pretty good fight for Talon, abusing the DD there to their full advantage, taking away the Aegis, taking away the cheese, so we get back to square one before the Roshan was killed. And right now, Talon just needs to do the same thing, control the map, take advantage of the night vision. They got their gem back.
Yeah, and kind of a scary play as well for Execration to take that fight so far off the high ground, right?
I mean, it's the Aegis, right? You have Aegis and Cheese, you feel like you're strong.
Agreed, but you just don't really have any saves for your TA like that. You know? Force staffs are pretty good for Rubik, but like I'd feel differently if there was a Rubik shard. Unfortunately, they didn't get lucky, right? Bob got the Tormentor shard. Not a bad one either, to be honest, but considering the state of the game, I'd much rather have a save for my Templar. We shall see. How do you feel about Jabs' item build, by the way? I mean, we started off by, you and I both really liked he wasn't going for this Axe build, but then went back for this kind of like Blink, Yules, Lotus, Heart, and next into the overwhelming Blink. What do you think?
Not sure about the Yules, but I think the rest of the items are fine. The Lotus Orb plus the Halberd and the Dagger, he wants to be able to jump the back line, and Heart makes him really, really tanky so he can be a front line, which they need. Now he's going for the overwhelming Blink next. I guess that's also fairly reasonable. Maybe I would prefer to get a Shivas actually, to limit the damage from the TA.
Yeah, you do like Shivas. Is anyone going for AC either? Makoto, is he considering it? No. So no armor aura item, it's just the Pavis, which isn't really cutting it too much here. Techies is going for the Scythe of Vice, so that's going to be the first kind of controlled burst item that we'll see from Talon here. But you're right, not a whole lot of like consideration for auras or even armor items very much this game. I mean, I guess Frost Shield is pretty darn good, but you just can't really expect that to be super relevant, especially as teams start to, you know, build nullifiers.
You're still playing against the Enchantress here. They can always easily dispel the Frost Shield.
Okay, now you've got yourself an Ice Spire. Not bad. These Chain Frosts have been pretty big in these fights, I have to say. It's been slightly problematic, to say the least, for the side of Execration.
And Techies is also closing in on a Hex.
Yep.
So that's going to be huge. Giving them the option to pick off the Void Spirit. If he's not careful, split pushing. And in the team fight, if they get the Hex onto the TA, she can also go down from full to 0 in a bit.
I think this TA is going to really start, or this Void's going to be doing way more damage than perhaps I would expect. I don't know about you, but I mean, look at this. Queuing up the Crystallis into Daedalus pretty quickly here. Just wanting to go for more damage. So overwhelming physical damage is going to be the killer item of choice. I mean, I guess it's hard to proliferate into magic damage as this team. You've also got another Scythe being queued up this side for Shank. So both supports feeling pretty heavy in the pockets here. As Talon look to force back some TPs. Makoto, of course, struggling to actually get vision, but doing okay so far. Hasn't spooked anyone back yet, though.
Yep. Right now, Q is going back. He has travels, so he wants to just shove out the top lane, defend the tower. They've done a pretty sizable amount of damage to the bottom tower. It's only 600 HP remaining so far, so they got a good trade. And right now, it's all about like trying to build on small advantages in the game for Talon. They have to take things slowly, one step at a time, and not rush into things.
Well, you talked about delaying through the ages. They've managed to do that. You still say it's a time of patience for them. It's time to grow.
It's daytime. It means the Beastmaster is going to have vision superiority.
Well, right now they see Jabs. He's fighting versus the Warpine Raiders, trying to collect a couple of these stacks. Pretty low. Is showing now with Winter, get this, 4,500 HP. Not a lot of armor, though. Not a ton of armor. Even with that Lotus, not a ton of armor. I guess I should specify Lotus Orb now, right? Not their regular Lotuses in the game.
Yeah, that's why I prefer Shivas. I guess he'll still eventually get the Shivas as his next item. I'm not sure what else he would consider getting. Like, he just needs to be able to frontline, initiate, and give vision with the Shivas, and it's going to allow the Slug and Green Ranger a lot of room in the fights to run around.
I don't always comment on this because Telescope's been in the game since I believe the inception of neutrals. But I do think this is maybe one of the, not best games I've seen, but I do think Makoto's going to have a much easier time with that increased attack range AoE around Ollie specifically. Made even easier now, Winter, the first Scythe device on the field, and it's into the inventory of Q, who also has a ninja gear. What is he? Who does the guy think he is?
He's Q, the techie spammer.
I guess so.
Have you not met him in pubs?
Winter,
get owned by his
I know you haven't met him in pubs either, okay? Don't be talking like that. We're the same rank, you know? You don't get to pull that one anymore.
Someday.
Someday.
Give me a month.
Holy
Give me 2 months.
moly, that's an Acceptor though, actually, for Shanks. I thought he was going to go for the Scythe device. Decided he wants Sproink instead. He's being chased down now rather relentlessly. Q has vision now, finds his own Scythe device into the blast off. That'll set up for an easy kill here for Talon.
They needed smoke. They want to try to go for even more pickoffs right now.
See what they can find.
Oh, it's not a smoke. It's just a ninja gear.
It's just the ninja gear from on the techies. There's 2 ninja gears actually, but it did look like a smoke. There's also the possibility of Roche spawning here relatively soon. We'll know in 20 seconds, but once again, likely he spawns bottom, but maybe taking top again. Bob has Crystallis on the way, so he's continuing his atomization. Tino with his Scythe, I apologize, it was the second Scythe because Tino's had his Scythe for a while now. MKB finished for the TA, nothing else for some time. Harpoon done now for 23, interesting.
Yep. Execration is gonna use this time to smoke. Like I said before, daytime, Execration needs to use the Hawk daytime vision to their advantage and try to avoid fighting at night. Whereas if you have Talon, you want to try to fight at night and not fight in the morning.
Well, for now, 40 seconds till Roche respawns, which means once again he will spawn bottom with very similar timing.
See Jabs now.
See Jabs, is he really a target they can take? Probably not with the Lotus active. Oh, that HP he's flaunting. aggressive Talon then are going to be able to try and fight around this Observer Ward that they've got down. Execration, though, with better vision outside, and Talon with an even deeper ward where the tier 2 used to stand. Outpost, of course, this one cannot be taken. So Execration overall with the advantage here, as Roche will be respawn in 10, leaving a minute for him to die in this bottom side of the map. 23 leaping forward, not finding a darn thing, though. 9-second BKB now to back up 23 as Roche about to say hello here, and we'll see how things kick off from here. As Q is going to head top, actually. Looking probably to set up a couple of mines, but Roche has just spawned bottom.
Yeah, he should actually try to set up like mines at top. Just wait for nighttime, wait for Roche to go top.
No,
they're actually committing right now.
They're not waiting, Winter.
I mean, the Hawk already saw them, so I'm not so sure if this is a good idea.
I don't know if they know either, to be honest. I think they're grouping up to smoke.
I mean, they definitely know they're trying to use spells to kill the Hawk.
It's true. There's a shield rune on TA. She's picked up a shield rune, so not only does she have refraction, but she's also having now a
this could be big
shield. We'll see as Execration are maneuvering themselves from above, trying to avoid the ward that Talon have placed down. Roche still going down, not that quickly. There's a bash on the 23 as the fight does start to kick off. Bob's in a bit deep here, hasn't really found much. They also do manage to tank through the 8th. The Remnant Roche outside of the pit will be heading through the portal in 15 seconds as there's going to be the Harpoon not doing too much now against Palos. He's hexed up now on the side of 23, but they reflect the roar in time. It might not matter. Those Shanks with the damage. Oh, 23 gets off the Dark Pack just in time as he will be able to live. Bob in the meantime jumping away under the cover of the BKB. In the back lines though, it's Makoto who's going to manage to find the kill onto Palos. Roche bailing out of this fight, but for now, all systems go for Talon as they pick up now the kill onto Tino, and it seems like the one onto Shanks is only but a guarantee as it's a 3-0 fight. 23 lives by the skin of his teeth there, Winter.
MVP 4-staff. Not sure if it was the Techies 4-staff or the Wind Rangers 4-staff. Somebody used the 4-staff and managed to give Techies a little bit more time before the last impetus hit him, and he was able to pop the Shadow Dance, survive,
Shadow Dance, yep,
and turn the fight.
Big.
I mean, I still didn't like that they decided to jump there so soon.
Oh.
Before the nighttime hits, you know. They could have just waited a little bit more so they don't take so much risk.
Carlo just died to a Techie's blast off, Hex, Prox Mines, and well, that's going to sting a bit more as well. We'll take another look how that fight went down. It is going to be Roche, number 3.
Yeah, look at the 4-star coming soon. The Wind Ranger?
Okay, so it's the second one.
Yeah, Wind Ranger 4-star.
Would have killed him. Ooh, just barely.
That was so unfortunate for Execration there. Could have been amazing.
Could have been the one to maybe even seal the game now, but instead it's Talon with 3rd Aegis on Makoto. Cheese all the bounty from Roche here on this Makoto. Windrunner, who has now taken the 25 talent. Windrun cannot be dispelled, so this nullifier no longer as effective, Winter. That's, as the kids say, that feels bad, man.
One of my friends, which is a Windrunner spammer, he always tells me about his dream about playing Wind Ranger.
Is your friend AYXY?
No. Buy BKB, pop Windrun, TP in front of 5 heroes. 1 HP.
1 HP.
Taunt everybody.
I see. You blow the kiss their way?
So right now, Execration is definitely in a very, very difficult spot. Once again, gonna be playing at a huge disadvantage against the Aegis and Cheese right now. Who got the refresher of stuff?
It's all. Oh, it's on Makoto now. Or sorry, 23. Pardon. 25 taken as well for 23. So now he's got even more duration on the Essence ship. Big play for him. Big catch. So just going to continue throwing Aether Remnants forward. Of course, they ignore creeps now with the upgraded version. A lot of damage that Shank's going to be able to put out here. You got to be a bit careful. This arm certainly making things a bit annoying on the reactive taser. There's the jump in temporarily, pardon me, from Bob. The power down.
Oh my god, that's so much damage.
Yeah, it is. And Shanks is going to be able to heal it off just fine. Consider like a blade mill this game, honestly, if you're Timber.
Yeah, not at this stage of the game.
I guess it's too late.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
BKB now for Makoto to back him up alongside the Aegis, the Cheese. That Lincolns that he has, but Talon not really ready to make the push, seemingly.
Yeah, they want to send the Techies back. He has travels, so just deal with the split push and make sure that they're always taking fights.
This Techies has travels. Makoto is going to be able to bottle up a shield. Oh my god, that's a huge shield from this late in the game as well. You can see they're trying to set up for a solo kill into Palos. Difficult. difficult target here on Palos, especially as he approaches 25. Is this a game where you look for the meld hit bash, or would you consider refraction instances still? No, it's refraction instances. Okay. Fair enough. It gives you more damage, right, as well. Careful, though. Shanks already getting gone on as Tino looking to turn as BKB waiting for the roar. Can't be jabs, though. They do reflect that Hexon back. A lot of damage coming in now from the Impetus, but they've already taken down those top lane of Barracks. Yule's Scepter is only going to set up jabs for a bit more trouble. 23 has popped the refresher. They're in now, looking to try and burst through Palos, and it's pretty darn easy, Winter. He's already killed off. They're not going to quite be able to get Carlo as quick, as the Roar is going to manage to find at least the Slark, but he is very tanky. Still has the Frost Shield. Fight into this one as Palos TP's back into the fight. Force taps himself away. Doesn't like the way this one's going. Bob now back in for round 2 as the Impetus shots raining in. Makoto left on the high ground, but with Aegis, don't think they can quite finish him off despite the best efforts from Shanks. They only need a couple more arrows, but a 2-man shackle shot sets Q up for a 3-man stun now. The blast off pretty darn good. Shanks being pulled off the high ground now as they have gotten through Bob. He's got buyback now. We'll see if Talon will force it out from this as they do continue to push up towards the high ground. Palos has just bought back a kill here onto him. Would certainly be a game ender and would send us to a game number 3, but for now, Talon will hesitantly back away.
Maybe they popped the cheese?
I heard it. Was that Makoto? It has to have been Makoto, right?
No, it was Timbersaw. Makoto?
A little pause here from Execration. PC died. Oh no. Sorry for your loss, Execration. This is getting difficult, Winter. These fights. Without Aegis, though, is this still a doable push, do you think, for Talon? Are they looking to just force the buyback and get out?
Yeah, they should definitely try to force the buyback. You have the Shadow Dance to always make sure that you can get out as a slug, so I don't think there's too much of a risk here, even though your BKB is still on cooldown. You should definitely try to poke a little bit, try to force the buyback.
And 23 is on 34 stacks of Essence right now, so a casual 136 Agi stolen is certainly nothing to sneeze at. That's a lot of damage, Winter. Still the same plan, though, of attack, I imagine, for Execration, try and get through these supports earlier in the fight?
Yeah, Lich he's too annoying, you know, and at this point of the game, you can't really reliably count on the Enchantress dispelling the armor with the enchant. So you definitely want to kill the Lich right away.
And he's got the Frost Shield duration talent at 20.
It's not even just the Frost Shield, it's like all the Force Staffs that's saving his teammates. The Techies, the Wind Ranger. It's too many saves, you know. You have to be able to blow them out quickly before they can force stuff and just drag you out of a very long ass fight, you know. And the longer the fight goes, it's just going to be better for the Slug, Timber, Wind Ranger lineup.
Yeah, that's true.
If you're the Beastmaster TA, Raw, you want to finish the target right away. If the fight drags on, you don't kill the target, one force stuff, you're just going to lose the fight eventually.
We'll see here. Execration still farming their way up for items. Palos doesn't even have, really doesn't have buyback, huh? Oh, it's out on cooldown, of course. So I think he might try and get his courier out to the secret shop and maybe finish up the Swift Blink. Might be the best idea for him to try and actually finish off these heroes as fast as he needs to. Even still, I think he's still lacking just a bit of gold as we get the reconnect out from Carlo. Shanks as well, doing a lot of damage here in these high ground sieges, but the pushes, Winter, they're just pretty fast, actually. The siege machine from Talon, you know, like you're saying in these long fights, it's a bit harder to get this thing started up, but once you are, it's like this perpetual motion engine. They refuse to stop. His jabs immediately makes the jump on up. 23 looking for another leap in with the, oh my goodness, with the harpoon. Nearly condemns Carlo, but he does manage to save himself there off the Glimmer Cape usage. Tier 3 tower, though, well, can't glimmer that bad boy. Backdoor defense is up momentarily as we do get another pause out from Execration. He's seeming to have a bit of difficulty now, maybe forgetting to reconnect to the team speak after the rebooting the PC. Say, wait a second, why can't we hear Palos? He's quieter than normal.
Yeah, if it's a game without technical problems, it's not a game from SEA.
Of course. Is that lovely, was that Chakram I think I hear?
Yep, Chakram. I mean, right now, like, the Talon is just in a very commanding position. I think if you're Execration, you're more or less like gonna be trying to prepare for the next game. Like, this game is like over. You know, you try to just do your best right now. If you can hold the racks with this buyback, you do it. If if you lose the fight, I think you just call GG and just try to reset and play the next game.
Go next. Well, might be the play they have to make. 50 minutes in now with a substantial net worth lead here of 32K. Talon Esports will reconsider the push, Winter. They're getting off the high ground, maybe accepting that they were playing a bit too dangerously. Collecting their wisdom moves. Techi's nearly at 25. Honestly, Winter, is he maybe going to even go for the famous 252 damage talents now?
And got a moon shark?
No, of course not. He's going to go for the activation talent instead. Shank saved now by the telekinesis, as that's a stolen chakram. Not doing nearly enough. Jabs is in, as is Makoto. Onto the cover of the BKB. Carlo now, his own force staff will save him. Tino as well. Safe and sound. But not the same for Carlo. Taken down, has buyback, but now the mid lane of Barracks shall go down, and we're up to 42 stacks of Agi for 23. Winter, I don't see these Barracks lasting much longer, as the buyback is going to be committed now from the Rubik. Still 30 seconds now without that impetus damage. And this one is looking... I mean, it's an almighty effort here that Execration are making, but I just don't see a way back into it for them. There's the Megas, so they'll have to do it against the Megas, as the save comes out a bit early from Carlo, preempting a pounce. Careful now. Oh, that's a lot of damage, and a good force staff at least sees Bob safe and sound for now. Looking to try and maybe blow up onto Q here. We'll take that dissimulate back to safety. Shank's alive a second time now. The buyback's slim, few and far between here. Paolo's trying to be able to afford the Swift Link before he TPs on back, but he's still 500 gold short for the recipe. Picks up a Wisdom Rune. Is he really going to do the Tormentor right now? Okay, he is really going to do the Tormentor. Okay, at least got it now. Beastmaster has Shard that may help him, but it's not going to help him in his current disposition, as he is dead. Has buyback at the very least. Jabs not even taking that much damage, to be honest, as they do struggle to dispel him. There's Pavis as well, but Talon setting to work on the tier 4 towers here, Winter. Mines as well, exploding nearly instantaneously with the 25 talents, as there's going to be the money for the Swift Blink. They need to get it now. A buyback into a roar, into the Swift Blink, into a kill. It's got to be here and now, and Jabs, well, he's frankly quite a hard target, and Bob surely is it? He's blown up, sent back to the fountain. He's bought back. What else can they really do here? 23 has Shadow Dance in at least 10 more seconds. BKB will cover the retreat, but they're going to try and get through him now. Oh no, but they've disarmed Shanks. The reactive taser, not good enough. They will find the kill into 23. He's holding on to the buyback for now, as Execration at least managed to give the boot to Talon off the high ground. Makoto, he found another 2-core leash. Oh no, and Paolo's just waiting to give up the high ground. Leashed into Hex, another Hex with 23 rejoining the fight. Oh, he's back into it immediately, but it's not going to matter. They've left the Ancients undefended, and it's Talon who will be able to force game number 3 for their chance, not only for the major, not only for second place here, but for TI.
And still, this game is not a very clean game, you know, from Talon. There were points in the game that they were like a little bit shaky. They were not really sure, you know. It shows that their confidence level is not really at their peak yet, you know. They're still really unsure of certain things, but at least this time around they played the laning phase better. They have a much more easier to execute draft. It's more all-rounded. They played around the Timber, they rallied around him. They did a good job, I think, overall, using the night vision against the Beastmaster, and just able to scrap themselves and force a game 3.
Well, I'll tell you who really impressed me with, not to be too overly critical about Jabs in that game 1, but just didn't really deliver on what the Darkseer needed to do. Granted, a difficult draft to do in, and I don't think Talon, as you said, really were playing around him in the most optimal manner to really enable him. But I would say this time Jabs really impressed us, at least myself, from the lane into that mid and even into the late game.
Yeah, on the other hand, for Execration, I feel like Tino, he was so fat from the early game. Somehow he died twice in the lane, but he was like still top net worth for some time, and they couldn't really rally everyone together to use the Beastmaster and take over the map, you know. That I feel like that's something that Execration has to go back and figure out how to solve the problem.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it comes down to this one, Winter, a 3-game series. We finally got one here to end our series on a Friday night for day 9 of the DPC, and the stakes, folks, could hardly be higher now. Back down to 1 game to determine the second team to be qualified to the major. Back down to 1 game for Talon to punch their ticket to TI, and back to the panel for us to break down game number 2.
And with those stakes in mind, it does seem like both these teams are a little bit nervous, recognizing the implications of such an important series and not really plowing through any of these series like we have seen them for the past 2 weeks. Instead, it seems like both of them are a little like, oh God, I don't want to throw away my volley opportunity.
Hands shaking. You say that, but 23 was diving.
Yeah, that's true. 23 was wilding out.
Yeah, he was feeling himself there just a little bit, kind of
establishing dominance.
Establishing dominance. I would say though, I think the one lane that really went well for Talon here was Mikado's lane. He absolutely crushed the Void Spirit, which is not what I typically see outside of like stomps. And I felt like this matchup should have been a little bit more even, with even skill from the players. So I didn't expect the Wind Ranger to get off to this running start, but Mikado just delivered the goods. And Jabs, again, he had more impact this time, doing a lot on that Timber Saw. For Execration, I know it's a little bit weird, right? We were talking about it so much in draft, but it felt like Exe had a way of playing against this kind of draft. And we talked about Talon being awkward in game one. It feels like Execration this time.
You know what feels weird? They picked the Beastmaster without seeing the matchup.
Yeah.
And then he kind of won, right?
Yeah.
And then they picked the TA and Void Spirit, seeing the
matchup
Timber and the Wind Ranger, and they got dumpstered.
So weird.
So it's the trick to close your eyes. Because that seems to be what they need to do.
That's what my matchmaking partners usually seem to do, I think. Yeah, they had the favorable matchups in theory on paper. I am still not really sure what the perfect TA game was, though. Because, Adam, you mentioned it during the draft that Palace is not as comfortable on the hero as Bob is.
Yeah, that's what Bob said. He's like, I'm the TA player.
And I think this game kind of proved that also, because Palos in the lane, he was very, very far behind. And again, they knew that they were going up against a Templar, going up against a Timbersaw in that lane.
Yeah, I felt like they could have been more... They wanted to pick a spirit, right? To like move around and help the Beastmaster, but he was so poor that it didn't seem like they had a spirit.
Yeah.
And this TA was poor too, so Tino bought this helm too, and I was like, he's so sad right now.
Yeah.
He only can farm.
That's where we were kind of talking about like the drums of Slalom buildup, right? Like in the draft, you questioned whether or not you'd want the Dom. I felt like if you could play around the Dominator into Overlord, it's pretty good, but they had no one to group around. For mainly, I think it really just fell down to mid. Like you can maybe forgive a TA or the safe lane of just sitting back and farming. You cannot have an inactive mid as well. And Mikado just, again, he made the Wind Ranger look good, despite it being statistically a bit of a bait. It actually works. I'm really surprised. It's just, the Void Spirit matchup is decent, but it felt like a curb stomp for a while.
I mean, it's because of what happened in the mid lane, right? Like the 3-man ganked Mikoto, and he kind of just danced around them, got the kill, and it kind of snowballed from there. I think in a world where Tia and Void Spirit were having at least a 50-50 game, I think Execration would have been able to hit a lot of times together with the helm of the Overlord too. It felt like when Tino bought this helm, he could only farm more.
Yeah.
And there's just nothing to play with him or nothing to help out the Void Spirit or the TA get back into the game.
Chemo in the trap.
No, that was him in the game, actually.
In the game as well, yeah.
Mikoto gets a well-deserved MVP, and the statistics, John, even in the mid lane specifically, all Div 1, Wind Ranger has a 35% win rate.
Yeah.
So she is not a good hero.
All right, I have a question. If Wind Ranger is not a good hero, how come every Wind Ranger game she's the MVP?
When it wins big.
Maybe that's it's the inverse. So like we see so many of like the Linas and the Medusas in this region not do well, but our Wind Rangers, Rangers are good.
Maybe.
Talon figured it out.
Maybe. If they're willing to do it 2 times in a row, though, that will be the true test, because again, both these teams are now a BO1 away from going to the Bali Major, so I won't take any more of your time. Let's go to a break and return with the final game of this series. You couldn't have scripted a better ending. We've only had one of our final series of the day go 3 games, and that was way back last Monday when Execration 2-1'd Boom. And now we're here again, final series of the day, but we're going the distance. All 3 games, and a fitting way to determine who should be going to the major between these 2 teams, Execration and Talon. And both of them are veterans of the majors. Both of them have gone to Lima and Berlin and are hoping to do Bali as well, as this is the home region major, and it would be a shame to miss out on that. Technically, a little bit more motivation for Mikoto because it's his home country, which also kind of sucks for Army Geniuses. 4 Indonesians not going to be able to make it to.
Maybe that's the problem.
Maybe that's the problem. Same thing with Boom as the organization.
Yeah, Gary's not happy.
Yeah, it was Gary's home city for that one. Yeah.
Unlucky.
Unlucky. But it's a rough time in CA.
There's no charity to be handed out. Survival of the fittest around here, which so far I've seen glimpses of. Man, I can't even say greatness now because both of these teams have
glimpses of charity.
Yeah, glimpses of charity from both of these teams. I think I saw one comment that was like, Execration have an uncanny ability to make the other team bad. They're not necessarily ever stepping up. It's just somehow they have this like superpower where the other team gets worse. They pull you down.
They've got Legion aura.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is.
They've got it on. I don't know how, but they make it happen. And I don't know, like, this is going to be interesting because the team that loses here is not necessarily out, but that requires Blacklist to give a homie stock and lose to AG somehow.
Which the Blacklist has been hungrily clawing for an opportunity because SMG got to go to, basically the 3rd slot has been rotating between SEA.
The tiebreaker, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so Bleed, I guess technically Bleed is the new representative in SEA. So Lima, it was Geek Slate. And then Berlin, we had SMG, and now Bleed is technically the new one. So if we stick with the same pattern...
But we can't.
Why not?
Because only Talon and Execration, only one of them can go.
Exactly. So Blacklist would have to lose against Army Geniuses, and then lose the tiebreaker. And I don't think they want to do that.
No.
Where'd you find that script?
I wrote it just right now. I've inked it in. It's written. That's the script.
This is a rough draft. I don't know if we're going to I don't know if we're going to sign off on that one. I think Ninja Boogie might have some edits he wants to make.
Mike has no editing capabilities now.
Ninja Boogie.
No, he has no editing capabilities. That's it.
When was the last time that we actually saw Raven on LAN? I'm curious.
Whenever Fnatic was on LAN.
TI Major. I want to see him. Yeah, TI, that's true. Fnatic on TI. So it's been a minute since then.
Almost approaching a year, right? It's been approaching a year. It's been a little bit rough. Would be nice to see Blacklist, but would be nice to see any of these 3 teams.
Yeah. So currently, I said that Talon, based off of points, according to Knoxville's calculations, is 99.99% qualified for TI. They are currently 4th place in the standings based off of total DPC points accumulated. And based off of all the millions of Doctor Strange permutations that could happen, they're 99.99% going to TI. And obviously, not getting points here would impact that, but still, it's pretty confident. For Execration, on the other hand, their percentage chance is 61.
Really?
Yeah, it's not that high. So, are you saying that's higher than you thought?
That's higher than I expected.
That's higher than I thought also, yeah. So, qualifying somehow is 60%, and then qualifying via points would be 38%. So that's probably what you're thinking.
By points, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, so the expectation is if they don't make it through the points, then they would probably be 1st place in the regionals, which is a reasonable expectation because, again, if Talon make it, then that means that the other team that's been showing up to all the majors would be Execration. They qualify to regionals.
Yeah.
But our regions have like different teams going now too, right? So that affects the standing overall.
Yes, and so the last time this was updated was as of Berlin. Okay. And so now that other teams have been locked, because a lot of these combinations require like, suddenly Nigma comes up from Div 2 and wins 1st place Western Europe and then wins the Bali Major. That's the 0.01% that makes it 99.99. But now that Tundra's locked, Aster's locked, LGD's locked, then it's most likely that these numbers will shift. But we don't know that quite yet.
Yeah, and I'm keen to see when that update will be. Still keen to see how this draft unfolds as well. Execration starts with the ENG. We do get Talon banning out the techies this time in the Underlord, with Doom and Pugnet being taken out by Exe. So some of the top tier picks actually taken out. I'm I suddenly got flashbacks of them picking Medusa on Talon, but they go with the
Don't do it.
Magnus. I know, I'm just getting some living nightmares just appearing in my head. The Magnus, a much safer bet.
Mag over Beastmaster, though.
That is true, but you could just pick Beastmaster if you wanted, and then run a safe lane Mag. That sounds kind of insane.
Yeah, I don't know if 23 hasn't run safe lane Mag yet. He actually has not been a very universal carry player. He's been sticking to his Agi bread and butter.
Heroes.
Yeah.
I like the Magnus more. I feel Jabs is much more comfortable on this hero than Beastmaster. I think they're also just kind of dodging the Beast Eng.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
So right now they need to pick a hero that's good against the Beast. So Execration don't Eng Beast, which is probably what they're aiming for.
Which was not the Slark, because Slark was getting kind of smashed in that
Yeah,
lane.
it's hard. I mean, I think it depends on your supports a lot, but once the Beast like reaches Arcane Boots or higher levels, he just spams you and you can't keep Dark Pact because you're using HP.
They got first blood on Tino and they killed him like in the first minute of the game, and he still out CS'd 23.
I think there's also a world where Execration just go Morphling here. I don't know how highly people are rating the hero in this region, but I feel like against Magnus, it's always just
anti-universal.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, that 40%, I've tested it. It's kind of sick. Okay, we get the silence.
Bye, John.
Bye, John.
No, I didn't say it this time.
You didn't
I get to sit in, but I'm still not the biggest fan of the silencer. I get why they pick it. I want to see Talon execute on it, but I don't know. It's a very inactive hero. Like, it doesn't have its play. Like, once you have global silence, sure, but it's not necessarily the hero that does something for you. It follows through from someone doing something or sets up somewhat for someone doing something. So I think it's a little bit hit or miss, and there goes the Beastmaster coming out for XA again. Silencer is decent enough, I guess. If you get Arcane Curse, the spam becomes manageable in lane, but it's not a solution to the creep army for the most part, so you can still kind of go around with that for Execration if you wanted.
I don't hate it as much just because they have the Magnus this time. Like, at least I see a hero that like wants to use the global, you know, when he goes in. And this Magnus, when he goes in, sometimes there's a roar counterplay, for example, coming on. This global kind of stops that. I think the lane is weird because the Boars and the Eng kind of owns you, but you also slow down the wild access spam.
Yeah.
Like I don't know how much it matters. It kind of depends on your carry. If your carry doesn't care about the pigs, then you're fine, you know. 'Cause you're dealing with one half of the Beastmaster.
The other thing that, even beyond just like the silencer in the lane, we saw Talon was very eager to contest Ancients against Execration in the previous game. They sent 5 heroes to contest the Ancients. And during that time, I was assuming, okay, well, Palace is getting free time on Templar Assassin, but it seemed that it was a surprisingly expensive commitment from Talon that paid off.
Yeah, I think the Magnus does allow them to contest a lot easier as well. If they can kind of sneak their way in, I just feel like, I don't know if it's just me, I feel like Radiant Ancients are easier to invade over Dire.
I've not seen Dire Ancients get invaded
exactly.
before.
Great
It's
point,
always
actually.
on Radiant.
Yeah, it's Radiant Ancients. So I'm not sure if you can really approach it for Talon in that way, but that is the one thing. I guess Execration can kind of defend their Ancients from that kind of play. I don't think Talon will have that angling. It's a little bit weird. I can't explain why.
Yeah, I never thought about it, but
that.
it's a good observation.
Yeah, it's weird.
Because like the Watcher is in roughly the same location.
I'm trying to think.
Is it the ramps?
I guess, yeah, so like to get to, from the lane, the ramp to get to Dire Ancients is like more from the mid lane, whereas the ramp to get into Radiant Ancients
Like
is
in the
more from the
middle,
river.
yeah. It's just more awkward. I wonder if Talon
But
will
also just
still
be that the Dire team's usually strong enough to go in.
Maybe.
Well, that's a good question, actually. I have not checked faction win rates.
Yeah.
So globally, all Div 1s, it's currently 46% Dire, 54% Radiant.
Yeah, that's an interesting flip from last time. Last time was pretty heavy Dire.
And SCA specifically has 58% Dire?
A weird, strange.
Okay,
42%
I have a
Radiant?
theory, okay? I think because SCA is a slower region, the timing we hit Roshan is different. So the
So
space
Roche
on the
is in
map
the
matters.
wrong
Yeah,
spot
I think
at like
so.
nighttime, daytime?
I think in EU, like Roche gets taken down like 15-ish, so daytime makes sense. But in SCA, we have not really seen early Roches.
I didn't think about that.
That is true. That is a determinant factor.
That was
a shot in the dark. I don't know what else.
I don't know if that can make up for 12% differential.
Could be a hot take.
58% Dire versus globally, what did I say, 46?
Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell? That's wild.
You gotta check what XERXIA
I think the
has been
slower
on.
game still feels better for Dire as well, like it used to. Like it's easier to control your top jungle. So you have your expanded lanes plus the top jungle still basically the same control in comparison to Radiant bot jungle. So in a drawn out game, you feel better on Dire just a little bit more. Still,
oh no.
Get the Void Spirit out for Talon. So there's the Void Spirit Magnus, which feels really good with the Empower. Execration into the Venomancer.
Why?
So they're looking to play fast.
Wait, you don't like Carlomancer?
They have no stuns. Magnus press Harpoon, Skewer, GG.
That is true. This is a 0 stun lineup right now. It's at Roar.
Execration has the we hit your building lineup, and Talon has the come hit my building please lineup.
I get
Venomancer wards aren't please come hit my buildings. That's please go away. I can't do anything, but please go away.
Pretty much. I mean, you get the Ember versus Void Spirit lane, so that's all right. Kind of just goes either way, depending on what skill build you want on Ember, but you should draw even at worst for both sides. For Talon, they have a lot they can do now, seeing this kind of draft. Like, I don't think, do you really care about the Venomancer that much?
Nope. No cares.
It does rule out a lot of 23's favorite heroes, because he likes playing these melee...
True. Like Faceless Void is probably out.
Yeah, Faceless Void's out. I would imagine that TB is out.
What's Q gonna play? Because this is the first time Techies has been banned, and they're kind of giving him priority in the draft, right? Picking this Void Spirit, so...
Maybe he'll play Wind Ranger.
Wind Ranger, yeah, with Empower, I can see it.
I don't mind that. Even though, again, here it's a little bit of a bait, but it doesn't feel like you punish it here at all.
They showed it once, and we were wondering why it wasn't more popular. Spirit Breaker.
That's true, but... Okay, it comes out.
There it is.
There it is. Good call.
Is it a good Spirit Breaker game, though? It doesn't look very good to me.
What's a bad Spirit Breaker game?
Purge and Gale and
Clockwork.
Uncharge, Ember Chains, Slice Fist.
True, it's not the smoothest time.
I feel like they had very nice cores and they needed supports to make the core strong. Like they didn't need this Spirit Breaker hero.
Yeah.
Because I look at this Magnus Void Spirit in this game and I think I'm kind of happy with the draft.
Yeah, that's more than enough to set you up.
But they have a lot of go in right now with the Global Silence, which I'm a fan of. You know, it's like, let's go.
True.
Yeah, game one, their global was like almost exclusively
Defensive.
counter initiation. Yeah, defensive.
I'm curious if Talon tried to do something cheeky at the end, but I don't want them to. Like, I don't want to see that off-lane jabs, Spirit Breaker with a safe lane, 23 Magnus. That's kind of insane. And we said it, man, this is not a flexible team, so don't try to be flex now. It looks like Execration's thinking some flex might come in with the Terrorblade ban. Oh, no, they're just waiting for, 23-0. I keep thinking Magnus safe.
If the teams were swapped, I would think that Paulus would be playing Magnus safe.
Yeah. Or Ember.
A lot of heroes, a lot of carries getting banned out. Morphling's out, Naga's out, Medusa's out, Terrorblade's out, Monkey King's out, Slark's out, TA's out.
They still banned out Faceless Void, which is already, I mean, again, I feel like, as you mentioned, the Void's kind of awkward in here with Venomancer, with Beastmaster on hand. Kind of interesting, they just respect ban it anyway.
I think they're banning for something that they want to pick and they just want the matchup. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. TB Void. It has to be like a mobile hero. Morpheus banned.
I like the Alk ban from Talon. I think that might have been one of them.
Meepo.
Ooh.
I think it's hard without last pick.
Yeah, that's true. But that's why they're banning for it.
Yeah, there's still a Sven in the pool. I think it's too hard.
Yeah, that's true.
From Empower Sven, chop chop.
Yeah, it just rips right through. What else is there?
Alchemist technically could have been an option, but Talon banned it out.
What's good against Magnus?
Bloodseeker.
The hero.
I mean, that's all right against Magnus, I suppose. It's all right against a lot of these heroes, but it doesn't particularly stand out. It's really good tempo coming out from Exedo. Like, they can kind of try to play this fast. Although I guess Talon can also kind of do the same thing.
I like Ursa for Talon right now. I think a hero that takes away Roche from Execration is gonna fuck their tempo.
That is true. That would kind of play into it. The issue is all right, they are. What?
There you go. You were right, John. Should have trusted your instincts. Safe lane Magnus, most likely. No. What? 23 Savage just clicked on Void Spirit.
Execration did this against Beastmaster too, but I don't get why. Like, isn't it shit against Enchantress? Like, you just push his shield, and you get owned in the lane by everything. And it's not that I don't believe. I think a hero scales really well, but why would you lose your last pick? Did Mikoro hold a knife to them and say, "Pick me, Storm. I want to go to Bali"?
That is true. It was his decision, I imagine.
I don't know. I'm kind of dumbstruck. I mean, Mikado looks happy at the least. I hope he is. I hope he's feeling
if there's anyone I want on Storm in my game 5, it's Sumail or Mikado.
True.
And you that is a good memory. So
not Abed?
No, that's true. Palos did play Safe Flame Void Spirit, and it was against a very similar lineup. There was a Venomancer, a Bloodseeker, and a Beastmaster on the enemy team.
Yep, and they lost.
No, they won.
They won.
They won. And their mid laner, though was Templar Assassin.
Yeah. So that was the game where he gave the interview and he said like, they said I played a better TA, so I played the TA.
To be fair, I think it works in this lineup just because you have the Magnus. Like, you could either make the Magnus the hyper carry in the end, or you just get all the stats in 23 and you empower him and he's suddenly doing a lot of right click anyway. I think it can work. It's very funky from Talon, and whenever Talon does something a bit different, I get pretty scared. I'll be frank with you, as a Talon guy, I don't know how to feel when they experiment.
I think
like
they have
this.
really good heroes that answer a Bloodseeker. There's so much BKB pairs, it's hard to run into their heroes, but I feel like Execration's 4 other heroes might enable the Bloodseeker too much, and it's going to come down a lot to the laning phase.
So 23 Savage in his entire Dota 2 esports career never played Void Spirit, at least in a competitive game. First time.
Sense.
It's time for the debut. Let's see if there are added. It was a smart idea to roll the dice on their major trip on a Void Spirit in game number 3 with Winter and Seek and Strike.
Roll the dice.
Roll the dice. Pangolier rolls the dice and 100% of the time does the same thing. And we'll see if 23 Savage can do the same here, Winter. It's a big game. Now, Winter, what does it tell you about the team here? If we can try and do a little bit of soul searching for a Talon. That 23 is playing a new hero for the first time in the last scheduled match here for Talon. In a very important one as well. What does it tell you as a team? That they trust him? Are they desperate? Are they trying new things? What do you think about this?
Depends on how you're looking at it. If you're looking at it on the bad side, it means they're running out of ideas. If you're looking at it at a good side, it's like, oh, they trust him, you know? They feel like he can play anything. They have Magnus and Power on the Void Spirit, so if you're trying to carry as Void Spirit, that definitely helps you a lot. I mean, the Storm Spirit is like, I can understand the pick, you know, the final pick. They don't have really good ways of disabling the Storm, except for the Searing Chains. And if you can play around that and you have Global behind you, the Storm can become a very, very disruptive hero in the team fight.
A storm was coming.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. I agree with you. I think the Storm can be a bit of a nuisance in that silence as well. I think like the perfect time to get a global silence is right after Roar is committed and right before any other spells are used.
Rune fight.
Rune fight. Maybe
Rune
not.
steal.
The battle begins.
Makoto.
Jabs. Anyone?
Anyone? Hello? Fight? Winter, you lied. No fights.
It's 2 apiece. Classic, you know.
Now, Jabs is maybe in a bit of trouble. I'm not sure what his plan is here.
It's a TP scroll.
Yeah, TP, okay.
Classic moment, yeah. Game 3, last game to determine the major slot, and everybody's like, oh, going to the rune, and then nope, we're not gonna fight.
No, I don't want to lose the game early and tilt my mid. Check out these wards real quick, by the way. Once again, Winter, my favorite part about early discussion in Dota in general. We'll probably, you can see from the mid lane even, the first ward that Bob's got placed down here. And then the second one as well on this cliff, which is going to scout for rotations from the top lane, from the Spirit Breaker that went head mid, as well as scout any stacks that are very likely to be made here, given you have, you know, Empower in general, right? I mean, you're very likely to see stacks at some point.
Yep. I think you should always do this when you're playing against Spirit Breaker. It's definitely a smart thing to do for Bob. And looking at the lanes right now, so it's at the moment Oli and Oli on the Silencer with the Void Spirit played by 23 Savage against this Enchantress Beastmaster lane. I think in theory the Enchantress Beastmaster lane should have an advantage, trading HP with the spells and Enchantress with the heal and the impetus, or is he going to go for the creep? Not entirely sure. But this lane should be advantageous for Execration.
It's a lot of damage as well. I mean, it's this lane's advantage
Paulo?
for them. Top lane, though. Oh, Jabs does find first blood. A lot of move speed here for Paulos. I wonder how much further he's going to chase. He's got a blood grenade now, Winter. No skewer for some time as Jabs is going to turn and fight with his dying breath. Q will do the same. But Paulos is still very speedy here. It's going to get even more move speed the lower that Q falls, who only has Bash level 1. Not enough damage here. And, of course, Venomancers, not famous for their stuns. So Q will make it home safely.
Well, he actually TP'd all the way back to base there.
I mean, he can charge back in, right? Oh, no, he
has charge.
Yeah, good point. Tell me a little bit about what you think the strength of this carry Void Spirit's going to be, because I mean, it's not something I've really ever seen. We've seen Void Spirit offlane. You know, Amar used to play that back when he was on OG, back when he was on Creep Wave. Not bad, but that was much more like the Yule Scepter build. And obviously, he's a much different hero now that he's universal.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I've seen like at least one game from Western Europe.
You remember the team?
Yeah, it might have also been with Magnus. I think it's okay with Magnus, but it's not the same with like any conventional carry hero.
Right.
You're like I feel like your role in the game kind of feels a little bit similar to like an Ember Storm Spirit kind of hero. Like obviously you do a lot more physical damage, and with the Empower, you can just delete supports right away from the fights. I'm not entirely sure, so I don't see a lot of games with Void Spirit play as carry, so I don't know what to make of it, but I think it definitely has a lot of potential.
Yeah, I'm looking here. I do see no, that looks like a mid or an off request. I'll have to do some digging here, Winter, but I do see this pairing quite frequently, at least over in Europe.
Yep, I think with Magnus it's definitely very, very possible.
Charge coming mid. Bob does see this one coming. He's got the points in Searing Chains, but he's used them already. It's going to Q to easily connect on the charge. That is, oh, well, the Bash actually still managing to find the mark. Carlo TP's in. I think he missed the Gale. So Q's going to be able to get out scot-free. I'm really shocked that Carlo missed that Gale. I thought for sure that was going to find its mark.
Yeah, even if he lands the Gale, Q can just easily TP out and just charge out.
I don't think so. I think he dies there, honestly. I think there's too much damage.
I mean, there's no chain though if he TPs.
That's a good point, yeah.
So he might be able to just get out scot-free and charge back out to the lane. So right now, 4-minute rune. Both the mid laners want their empty bottles refilled.
Yeah, and it's Q who collects it. He's just a bit too speedy. Will we get a Luckle Bash out from Q? Oh, he's looking to close the gap as the Searing Chains will hold Makoto in place. Q, just click the bash button, man. Come on, Q. Come on. Just this time, please. Please. Do it for me. Oh, there it is. That'll do. There it is. See, he found it. He found it.
Yeah, that's MVP win lace right there. Giving him that enough extra move speed to get the rune and get the kill.
He might try again here mid, by the way.
Yeah, why not? Bob is under a lot of pressure from the storm right now.
There it goes. Oh, this time they're going to try and connect. Searing Chains only catches the storm, and Q looking for another kill here. Ooh, once again, not finding the bash. No uphill miss either for Bob. Creep kind of blocking Q here, but Q will persist and doesn't even need the bash there to collect on the kill.
I mean, this is looking from bad to worse, you know, for Bob right now. His supports are not the best supports to deal with this SB charge. They don't have any stuns.
Wow. And Jabs already has Vanguard. Down bottom, what was previously looking like I don't want to say impossible, but an overwhelmingly difficult lane for 23. You know, Shanks has kind of rotated mid, and that's relieved a lot of pressure down here as well. So Talon kind of stabilizing here after the lanes were looking omega difficult.
Yeah, Jabs is definitely going to be kind of like the pseudo carry this game, the damage dealer with probably like the Harpoon build. You're not going to see like any auras from this hero. It's going to be like all out like a pseudo carry.
Are we going to see auras from any hero, do you think, on the side of Talon?
Probably not. They're just going to play to scale, go late game.
Oh, wow. Good bashes there from Q.
And Q really making all the moves right now for Talon.
So is Ollie. I mean, look, Ollie's found himself pretty far away from the lane as well.
In 6 minutes.
This is a lot of laning presence or map presence from Talon supports as the rune will spawn bottom. With a tip out of Makoto.
It's like a salty mid laner.
Yeah, definitely. Just like, wow, you have 8 supports mid and you got the Gaben rune early on. You got the blessing.
I mean, this is a pretty useful rune in the lane against the Ember.
Yeah, especially with a point in Searing Chains, right? Kind of feels like that makes that first skill point there useless.
They see Shanks over here charge. No, he cancelled his charge.
I think he did. Not sure why. Q kind of just hanging out for now. They've blocked actually these Ancients. I wonder if he's going to... No, he's actually going to go for the Wisdom Rim. That's why he's canceled the charge. There's a Rupture, though. That's down bottom. 23 will simply teleport away.
No stuns, Dota.
No stuns, Dota. Wow, no stuns, Dota. They're going to need to get a Roar and a Centaur Conqueror. That also means that Talon are very likely to secure already 2 Wisdom Runes.
Oh no, man. Poor supports of Execration. That is huge. And mid lane, Bob is going to get charged again.
Yeah, that charge is going to see Q run through a couple of towers, but there's no level 6 yet for Bob. Makoto as well has already. And there's the illusion of being put to good work. A charge from behind will secure the kill. And honestly, if I'm Bob, I'm a little bit tilted right now.
A little bit? Just a little bit? Are you sure?
Just a little bit. That's why I don't play mid, though. I mean, he's got to now dig deep here and make sure that they can mount a comeback in this game. It's definitely still early, definitely very winnable, I'd say. But Talon, right now, I mean, everything's going their way, isn't it?
I mean, the good news for Execration is Palos is the fastest hero on the map. So they're going to have to rely on the Bloodseeker to participate in some of the early fights and help drag his team back into the game.
Q connects on another stun there. But just being a bit annoying getting back out there on the map again.
In the Spirit Breaker,
8-minute rune.
Just a huge menace towards Execration right now. So another
will
rune.
be.
So first rune, it was Illusion.
And now it's going to spawn bottom. Bob this time at least able to get a bit aggressive as the regen picked up by Q. Charge now going the way towards this Ember Spirit. Just a couple of stuns there on Q, but they will be looking now to kill him off. They have another Searing Chains in 1 more second. Plenty of Remnants here to play with as well. Oh, but that's a really good last word. Makoto making the jump in. The damage is sufficient. Makoto gets the kill, but it's Ollie with a +2 as Makoto's up to the high ground now. They might need to deny him, and they won't be able to. Carlo gets the kill, but Q goes right back on in. Barely any HP here for Shanks, as Q still fighting through now. Wants a bash onto Carlo, will not be able to find it. Ollie now is going to be able to at least be the biggest winner of all here, Winter. He'll come out 6-inch smarter.
So much intelligence for Ollie.
He's a smart lad.
Time to get a Dragon Lance and carry the game.
I mean, maybe not, you know, honestly, out of the question here. We'll see for him. In the meantime, now all of a sudden, Jabs has found a whole lot of more space on the map. Max power as well.
Palos, he can't afford to die.
In trouble, he can't afford to die, but I don't think he's going to get to live here either. With another charge, now he's coming from the tower. Makoto a bit low for on the mana, though, and actually Palos looking to turn with Rupture in 10. Tino has no Roar, though, for some time, as Q, he's got a lot of debuffs here. They may need to deny him. No, he'll be fine, right? Right? Yeah, it was pretty close, but he'll be fine.
And if they were able to get Palos there, that would have been so huge for Talon. So right now, Palos is just back to farming. He's going to use the Twin Gate. He's going to go top. He has a Rupture, though. If he can Rupture and somebody TPs in, they might be able to kill Jabs here.
Yeah, but they're going to have to do it pretty quick, because Jabs also has a TP scroll and can RP to cover his retreat if needed. We'll see. For now, 23 continuing to defend his tower down bottom. Does get caught there by the Gale, forcing out the second Astral Step, so he'll have to acquiesce the tower here towards Execration. Mid lane, Makoto being a bit more annoying towards Bob. Bob, though, has himself the infused raindrops, will at least get his Remnant out and leap to it.
And Bob is just in struggle CT mode right now. Still not level 7, and the Storm is almost level 8.
And another tip, I wonder if that's more Bob. I mean, sure, upset a little bit at Talon about how many supports they're rotating over, but I can't help if he's projecting there a little bit. And about how much he'd wish his supports would come help fight him with the runes.
Yeah, and the luck as well that the Storm had with the first couple of rune spawns in the bot lane. So
it's true.
Sometimes these things, they just make any mid player mad, you know.
Yeah, I know.
You did everything right and you still don't get any of the runes.
I played with a mid who would basically lose games as soon as they missed one last hit uphill. You know, sometimes it can get to you, right? These small little things. This one not that small though. Makoto already has popped the shield rune. Just really wanted the regen out from the bottle. And that will dissuade Execration from trying to defend, pardon me, this top tower. Fine with letting that one go. Strong early game so far out from Talon though, doubling the kills. Net worth so far though, Winter, I mean, it's not a horror story, is it, for Execration? I think the scariest thing is a lot of your net worth for Execration's locked in on Palos, which is, well, I mean, you're up against a Storm, a Void Spirit, a Spirit Breaker, a Nag, and you got 2 stuns.
Or RP.
Jabs will commit the RP, even the global silence now, as that's an easy kill onto Carlo.
2 ultis for support? I'm not so sure about the global there.
It's about sending a message to Vano pickers. That's what you get. You will remember this the next time the team asks if you want to play Vano. Got that, Cuckoo?
Yep, I'll definitely remember it.
Remember.
Don't pick Vano, just pick Silence.
Pick Silencer. Pick Ava, who just doesn't die.
Or mid lane, Bob again.
Yeah, wow, the charge. They're stacking the stuns a bit, which will allow Bob to jump away, but silenced up, he can do nothing more.
No.
And there's a tip Q-tip Bob now. Oh, goodness.
The tower's gonna go down as well. I mean, Bob is just tilted beyond his mind right now.
I certainly would be. That's what, his 4th death already, 12 minutes in. I mean, now he's got the phase boots, Winter, but it's going to be a rough mid-game transition here for the Ember Spirit, who is now, you know, the poorest core of them all, quickly trying to recover, but I don't expect him to really catch up too easily, considering that you've got a lot of heroes who've got a great start with an Empower Mag to back them up and further increase their farm rate. Right now, Talon simply with much more map control, much more liberty to farm
DD on Storm, and they're gonna smoke up right now.
They'll smoke up, indeed. They almost are at the Switchblade as well.
Should they just go for the Wisdom Rune right now? Just run over to the Wisdom Rune timing, 1 minute.
That's not a bad idea here, Winter. We went for Drums of Slom, by the way, on Tino this time around. I'm curious, I'm going to ask you about that if you want to prepare for an answer. But for now, it seems like Shanks will have to prepare for death as the smoke will break on him. Makoto's going to conserve the DD rune for a tougher target. But tell me about this item build change that Tino's considered. Oh, it's a big kill on the Shanks. Oh, sorry, make that Jabs. It's a big one.
You're comparing the Drums of Slom towards like the Helm of...
Helm 2, yeah.
I mean, I feel like the Drums of Slom helps you scale a lot. Like if you're going for the Aura build, you definitely want to make use of it immediately. But if you feel like the game is going to go late, you're going to have a very drawn out game. The Drums of Slom is going to help you scale, you farm a lot faster, you do a lot more damage in the team fights.
Does this seem like a right move to you, by the way? 4 Talon heroes down bottom. Is this normal? Is this what you'd expect? I mean, it's weird. I don't really know how a Void Spirit carry meant to be played, but eager to make the jump in, global as well, preventing any sort of counter initiation. But where's the damage here? Even with that DD rune, they just barely get through Tino, but they'll make it out fairly easily. 23 trying to TP out. Ah, right, stuns.
No stun, Dota.
Forgot to pick some of those. Makoto with the tip onto 23 as Ali running for his life. Another charge from behind as Q. Oh, they've already used just about everything that Bob has. He's going to go down as well here. Winter taken down. At least he finally gets Ali. Palos as well starting to do a bit more damage, but still the DD rune from Makoto allows him to fight through this one fairly easily and avoiding a lot of that damage as Q follows up with a kill onto Palos and Talon. I mean, again, just TPing away.
Dota.
Come on. They can't keep getting away with it. Oh, and another rune from Makoto. Why not?
Time to queue for Yule Scepter. By Yules.
It's getting... I mean, this is just starting to look a little bit ugly, isn't it, this early on?
Yeah,
there wasn't even a mag in that fight.
When your Ember is like tilted beyond control and he's the only disable you have outside the Beastmaster role, you're in trouble.
Here's your only control. You have no control. Maybe still with a chance in this game, though, but things are starting to look really hard. I mean, I don't think we even saw a Rupture dropped in that fight. 23 now, Echo Saber going for the Manta, then back into a Lincoln, so defensive items for him upcoming. Oh, plenty of damage. Careful, Jabs looking for a way in. Oh, wow. They killed Shanks relatively easily. And look, even 23, he's going hunting for more. Big Zip is going to be able to control now onto Tino. They RP him, Winter, just no respect. They're saying, we got so many stuns, we can just throw them whenever we want. Isn't that amazing when you draft stuns?
We attended every single major. We're not going to miss this major.
No, they are not. Certainly not against some Nigma Galaxy drafts. That's what they're saying. What do you think you are, Kuro? I don't think so.
I mean, if Ember had a game, to be honest, this is totally different. But
really, I think even if Ember has a game, this isn't...
I mean, it would definitely be better, you know, if the Ember's not feeding so much.
Yeah, sure. If Ember didn't die 5 times, I agree. This game would be happier for him. But I mean, you're playing in a global, you're playing into a Void carry. Like, good luck trying to catch him. A Spirit Breaker who's just constantly on your ass. Look at the total rune control for Talon. That's a haste rune now for Makoto. I think the last one will be Invis.
A charge right now from Q.
That's bold. This might be one play too deep, certainly, right? I mean, they've got global. Look, they've even silenced the port Centaur Conqueror. He's not even able to get off a stun, Winter. Just, what can you do?
Nothing.
What can you do?
Run away and try to split push, I guess, right now with the Beastmaster. There's no way they fight.
I mean, even Beastman, I mean, there's no way he's going to live through this one.
You can't split push against SB.
No, that's Roar committed. And now, literally, Makoto has nothing to fear. They will beat down Tino. Winter, I think we might be done here in about the next 10 minutes at the rate this one's going.
Yeah, Execration. They have to find a solution right away, you know? I feel like they just need to try to smoke.
They have no chill. I mean, they have constant vision on Bob as well.
I mean, Bob is like literally not playing the game. He needs to just help his team play together with the support.
Oh, the bash, no! Not like this. Look at that, Makoto with a third and final tip onto Bob. Can we go back to Bob's camera real quick? Just real quick. I think we need to, that's not Bob, that's 23. There he is. No, that's Ollie. Come on, boys. You know which one Bob is. He's the Ember. There he is. Yep, that's the face of not having a good time, Winter.
I have not seen someone tilt so hard for a long time.
But what's wrong with his playstyle right now? Oh my God, Paul. I mean, Winter, there is nowhere that is safe.
Nothing wrong with his playstyle when he can't even play the game. There is like literally no game. He's not been playing the game. Like he just needs to suck it up. You have a bad laning phase. You don't get the runes. Fine, you know, you still have to play around your teammates. The Venom, the Enchantress, especially the Beastmaster. Try to do something on the map. He's been like just farming after losing his lane. I get it, you know, you need to get some levels and you need to get time to recover your items, but you still have to be responsible to your roles in the game, you know. You need to play around your supports. You're the only stun.
Yeah. You really are the only stun outside of an ultimate, and Talon are just absolutely tap dancing on your grave right now. I mean, Jabs, full Hurricane, Vanguard power treads now nearly into the Manta himself. Q's got himself a damn Vanguard as well. Basically, with the amount of farm as you'd expect, you know, an offlaner with a bad start to have here. 23, I mean, sure, it's a carry Void Spirit, but all that really means for him is he's able to join these fights incredibly easily, get on top of his targets, and take him down. Here they go. Oh, no, that's Carlo. He's going to get blown up. There he goes. Bob's already committed the Searing Chains. They're going to try and actually get through onto Makoto. Where's the follow-up damage? They need a little bit more. Winter Makoto? No way. He's out of there. Barely at HP. And the worst part, they can see him. Palos, at the very least, will be able to find a rupture off 23. And Talon, this time you've gone too far. Execration here to punish. Find 2 kills as well through the ultimate.
Yeah, they were taking the fight without Magnus. Like, Jabs, he was all the way top lane farming, and his team decides, all right, we don't really need our Magnus. Let's go.
Who needs him?
Let's go.
And Beastmaster now, Tino helps swimmingly there. I think he got one of those kills. Big gold injection here for Execration. Something for them to rally around, isn't it?
Yeah, look at the damage. Like, Beastmaster did 4k damage in the previous fight, you know. The second closest is Ember with 1k and the Bloodseeker with 900 damage. So you can tell that the Drums of Slum is doing work in the last couple of fights.
And what are the... Oh, hold on. Are we... No, they're chilling. And what are the next steps back in? I mean, Bob's got himself finally, like, a respectable item, right? He can finally go home and his parents will not be upset at him. He's got himself Maelstrom. Oh, maybe even a kill here. Oh, no, they didn't get off the stomp. Oh, Makoto, he's out, but he is ticking down to the poison. Oh, he's really ticking down. Sneaky move from him underneath the tower. 23 running at him. I'll deny you. Don't worry. I think he's going to live. They needed to get that stomp out, Winter. They really needed that, man. I mean, that's a third of your entire team's lockdown right now. Q does not give a darn. Oh, Rupture 23. He might be caught here. Oh, the illusion room. No way. The roar is going to be on the money, though. Jabs will be able to find the RP on the 3. He used the harpoon on the way in. Look at his attack speed, but the damage. Shanks will put him down. Q, he's too late on the charge. It's 80 in from Bob. Trying to get out of this one, avoiding the damage. Q needs another last hit. Won't have it, Bob. He will go down, though, to the last word, but he can have the last laugh as Execration. They take down 4, Winter.
What is going on? The Storm just went back to base and Talon decides, okay, the last fight we took without the Magnus, this fight we'll take without the Storm.
That was the problem. We took the fight without the Magnus. Maybe if we take it without the Storm, we'll win, right?
What on earth is going on here?
Winter, we thought this one was all but a formality here, but Execration, it's back to the Execration of Tour 1. They're in their last scheduled game here of the DPC regular season. Do you remember their first game of the DPC regular season, Winter? Back when they had Coach March, but back when they were playing versus SMG, and SMG threw perhaps the hardest I've seen them throw until Wednesday. And Execration looking to get right back into it now. Look at this Harpoon, RP on the 3, and I mean, a beautiful play if you have any damage.
Imagine if the Storm zips in there, gets a pull, kills the support right away. Totally different fight.
Agreed?
And why are they even going on the Enchantress?
Why are you even RPing a Brewmaster, sorry, a Beastmaster who's just maxed out his drums of slams? He took 1,000 damage from the drums, Winter. Not to mention 1,000 damage from these impetus shots, and now there's a damn Orchid on Shanks. This is problematic. Storm, I mean, he has the Cayenne San, so it's not the end of the world, but, you know, there will be problems. And now, Bob, I hope you got still tips ready, because I expect at the rate this game's going, you might be able to throw one back over the way towards Makoto.
Yeah, look at the net worth graph, man. Bloodseeker and Beastmaster, they're on top of all the other heroes right now. Just what a huge swing there. From the last fight. Talon, they have to be very, very careful. Like one more fight like this, they'll just lose total control of the map.
They're gonna, this time, Winter, they're gonna try and take the fight without the Spirit Breaker. He'll charge back into the fight. They've got Global now. Tino in a lot of trouble, committing the RP, really trying to stack the stunts just a bit, but they're gonna skewer him underneath the tower, and there's just no save for him. The silences, he just can't get a damn spell off, Winter. He's gonna be killed off. Execration, maybe now they've overcommitted, but there's gonna be an Orchid onto Makoto. Bob making the jump onto him. They're really looking for the kill of 23. No stunts to cancel his CP out. They've committed the Rupture. Makoto on 100 HP. They have vision on him thanks to the thirst. Oh, they're reaching, and they've got the kill now. Bob connects on the Syrian James, but Palos, he needs to get a kill here. It needs to be a big one, and Yuzi into the Manta Style. He will live a bit longer. Jab's going to be the second one to go down. Execration taking another miracle fight underneath the tier 2 towers.
Execration is doing it, man.
They're bringing it back, fight by fight.
I mean, they really need to take a fight when everybody's ready, man. Talon 3 fights in a row. They decide, okay, one member of our team is not here. Fuck it, man. Let's just go in, and they lose every single fight.
I mean, can you blame them? They
of
just
course
can't.
I can.
Oh, hear me out, Winter. Come on, hear me out. You've been playing the first 15 minutes flawlessly. You could do anything you wanted on this map. Anywhere you moved, the Earth moved around you, seemingly. Now, all of a sudden, the Earth moves and swallows you whole. I mean, Execration, they're proven to be quite punchy here still. No way, and they're thinking they can do Roche?
I mean, they're not respecting the power of the Bloodseeker. Like, the Bloodseeker's just outputting a huge amount of damage. If you go on him, if you commit on the Bloodseeker and you don't kill him, you're just gonna straight up lose the fight.
I think it's... I mean, you're right, but I think it's got a lot to do with this Enchantress as well, man. She's popping off this item build now. She's got Dragonlance finished up, this Orchid as well, doing a ton of work.
Storm has no BKB.
No, that's what I was pointing out, right? That's his biggest problem as a hero these days. Just doesn't want to go for the BKB early. Hasn't for a long time, and I think this debuff immunity change to the BKB has made him want to do it even less now, because the problem is on this hero, you can still get Orchided when you're BKB. You're just immune to the debuff, and until your BKB ends, right? It really dramatically changes the way this hero is played. Where previously you can kind of play it to the last second on your BKB and then zip out, but now you need to consider maybe your last half a second of BKB, you need to make sure you're not Orchided through that or something. So that's not even a be-all, save-all item for him, I dare say. Yeah. That being said, I mean, Q is like Omega farm. He's got a damn Octarine. Certainly that has to make a difference. I mean, he's got nearly as much farm as Bob. If Talon would just take a fight with all 5 of their members, like, how can they possibly lose, right?
If it's a long fight, the Octarine core is great, you know, but right now the fights are just ending as soon as somebody gets jumped by the roll, or if Talon jumps in, they don't kill the hero right away.
All right, here's going to be some map control seeded back.
Consolation prize on the battle.
It's something. They are chasing down Makoto. I don't know if Shanks can kill him here. Oh, maybe with Bob nearby. No, certainly that's not enough damage. They actually needed to commit the ultimate there because I think the impetus damage with the soul burn would have nuked through one. There's going to be an RP now onto Tino. He's not at max drums charges. Now he is. Q's going to keep chasing.
Another charge.
They missed the shockwave actually, and the charge is actually onto the mid wave. Okay, so a couple of ultis committed there. Execration, even though they're a man down, they could look for a really good fight now.
Are scanning.
I mean, this game, just when you think it's all over.
Just when you think Talon are back to being consistent, Winter, they pull it out of the bag.
taking one from the SMG folks, you know.
Honestly, I mean, maybe it's Talon who taught them. Maybe they're the masters here. We'll see how this game continues to play out. But one thing's for sure, Winter, this game, I mean, hey, if you're tuning into this secret whatever quest game, you're missing out. I think this is the one. I thought I for sure would have flipped the channel over as well, considering how that early game went. But don't forget, boys, this is C. This one could really go anywhere from here.
It's still anyone's game at this point, even though Bloodseeker has an Aegis, but Talon, they still have what it takes to win a team fight. All they need to do is compose themselves.
Whose job is that?
And try to think of how they're supposed to take the team fight. You know, who is SB supposed to charge? Ideally not the Enchantress, by the way. You need to try to kill the Bloodseeker. The Banner is also a very crucial kill in the team fight.
Wow. You seen
high ground? Are they going to just high ground?
Are you seeing? I mean, why not? You seen this Ench with the Beastmaster aura, the drums of Slav as well to back them up. In they go. Creeps are going to be fortified. It's an early fortify, I have to say, from Execration. So I think Talon, they've gone fishing. They've caught one. A good charge on through Palos. He's on his first life here too, taking a ton of damage, and they've also ruptured, I believe, 23. There's the Aurora committed and a kill there, but now in trouble is Jabs. He is dead, and without buyback here, Winter. 23 in some trouble, has the Manta style to at least dispel the Searing Chains, but the tower is down. Winter, I can't believe this. Execration, from where they were,
I mean, neither can I.
10 minutes ago, are securing not just like a tower, but full barracks on the high ground.
Who would have known, you know, if you looked at the replay for the first 10 minutes, just looking at how the Ember is getting bodied all over the map, getting tipped, and right now they're just taking racks.
They don't even care anymore. I mean, they even conserved Aegis there. Can they go again? I mean, they don't have BKB.
I mean, why not? There's nothing stopping them. There's 1 more minute on the Aegis.
There is, at the very least, a...
I mean, Talon has to make a move right now. Q is alive. They have to go.
Palos, he's just going to lose his Aegis here. Looks like it, right? Charge committed. Okay, that's fine.
Another strike.
Another strike is not going to be ready. Nice tank there by Bob. Careful. Oh, really nice job there. They managed to avoid another strike by resetting the animation into the Sleight of Fist. And Winter, they're going to get away scot-free for that. Didn't force any buybacks, but I mean, they'll be happy with the top lane of barracks considering where they sat just, I mean, 5 minutes ago. I mean, 5 minutes ago, we were already kind of impressed with Execration, but I think we need to change our tune now. I think Talon are thoroughly confirmed the underdogs in this match.
If there's a will, there's a way, you know.
But how? I mean, sure. But what is the way? Because Talon, I think
try fighting team fights as a 5-man unit, not 4-man.
Well, I mean, this is a better jump here, especially. Yep, they will be able to burst the Ember Shield before the BKB gets off, despite him having a remnant down.
I mean, the fact that they stopped tipping him tells a lot about the game.
Well,
right
I think mostly because they're out of tips. They used all their tips early, Winter. They ain't got anything left. No tips to give. I think Execration as well. No X to give here. I mean, fighting their way back into this one.
Yeah, definitely the Crimson and the pipe build on the Beastmaster after the axe.
You don't have these aura items either from Talon, do you?
Nope.
It's a much different offlaner. Everyone, it's like a tricore here, isn't it, pretty much?
2 position 1 heroes. I mean, if you were able to catch, oh wait, hold that thought, Palos.
Okay. Got, Manta dispel the silence, and he goes now. Ember back in 7, doesn't have a remnant for 23. He's in deep. I think they broke Rupture on him, so he's not going to be ruptured up. The Roar is well committed. 23 is dead.
He's just dead.
He just went in. And everyone else from Talon, they don't know what the hell to do anymore. Ollie doesn't even have Global anymore. I don't really know if he's worth that much of a kill because they're still in RP if they look to want to turn. Oh, BKB pops though. It's still a 4v4 fight even after the buyback from 23 Savage. They're not going to be able to pull back. Wow, they're not going to be able to pull back in. What the? Winter.
I mean, Talon seems mentally done right now. They're just out of the game, out of sorts, out of ideas.
Maybe even out of the major here, potentially.
I feel like they just want to leave the game.
Well, hold on. I mean, certainly it's not that bad for them yet. I mean, look, if Execration can fight their way back from the lead that Talon had over them, certainly Talon can do it just easily, right?
It's easier to crawl up the hole when you're already in the hole, but when you're out of the hole and you
jump back into it.
You jump back into the hole on your own doing, and you want to crawl back out. That's a whole different story.
I mean, that's hard. That is hard. I didn't quite catch. I can check the death summary on this Void Spirit. I don't think he got ruptured. I think he just didn't have any more mobility. Kind of panicked.
Is under attack.
I'm not sure who was ruptured, but Execration, again, I mean, this is what I've always really known them for, though. They always outfight their opponents back into games where they have no right.
I mean, Tino is definitely doing a lot of carrying in the team fights. He doesn't have the most kills, but he's doing a lot of damage with the drums, all the team items that he has.
I just can't believe
I feel like being part of being able to successfully play this hero is all about like understanding which build to go on this hero. When you should be building the helm, when you should be building the axe into team items. Like this hero is actually, I feel like really strong if you understand what kind of situation demands what kind of item build.
Understood. Children battled for Bob into the battle of Bob as Execration. Even though they really looked a bit shaky, not even just Tour 2, not just at the Berlin Major, but even when they returned, there were doubts that they would even be, I mean, whispers even, Winter, that this team would end up being even relegated. I think some people didn't really have it out of question.
I take that blame. I was one of them.
I mean, I was one of them as well, honestly. But fighting their way back into this one against what has been the best team in C, certainly giving them a run for their money now. As the TP out from Jabs to ensure that he's not going to be caught too poorly here. He's going to force Execration on back. Talk to me a little bit about the late game, though, Winter. What do you think Talon's chances are to take this back in a little bit more of a late game scenario? I mean, it is a Bloodseeker, right? Certainly he must cap out at some stage.
Ultra late game. If Talon can get to ultra late game, I would say like past 45 minutes. I think their lineup is gonna.
You call ultra late game past 45 minutes?
So what's that supposed to be?
What a
ultra
pro
late
player.
game? Like 50 minutes, 60 minutes.
I don't really know. You guys are like every pro ever. Yeah, our scrims never go past 35 minutes, so I have no idea what the tier 4 items are.
Yeah, if it's a long game, fine. I'll just call it if it's a long
late game.
Long ass game, you know.
I got you.
You have Magnus, you have Empower. With the Storm, you're definitely going to be able to slowly turn the game around. But right now, it's the Beastmaster and the Bloodseeker's game. Certainly
seems that way.
Next Roshan is going to be up.
I mean, I guess in a way, right, Winter, I mean, you don't have any control. You don't really have any stuns for on the side of Execration. So it's not like this BKB, like there's no like BKB item that's going to save you, right, if you're Talon. Everything here is kind of just going to go through BKB.
Yeah, I feel like they might have to just contest this Roche, you know. But I don't know if it's a good idea to fight outside of base, you know.
I don't think it's a good idea either. I mean, you got Global, you got RP, you got Skewer, you got Charge, you have a Storm. Like, I would want to hold
high ground. Just yeah, but at some point, you're going to just run out of resources if Execration just come up with Aegis after Aegis after Aegis and chip you down, force you to use
I agree. I mean, I might want to contest the next rush. I don't think this one, I mean, they're going to be far too late even. It's going to be Aegis into the inventory here of the Bloodseeker. Of what was his name? Streak. He had a really funny Dota 1 name, didn't he?
Streakwire. Streakwire.
Certainly,
nothing can beat Fuzzy Wuzzy.
Fuzzy Wuzzy's a really damn good name, I agree. And right now, it seems like nothing can really beat Execration. Up 10K, I'm reading that right. This graph, a little bit of a roller coaster.
I mean,
might be the EKG here for Talon fans as well as it continues plummeting.
I mean, it's like a 20K goal swing, right? Because they were behind 10K.
Yeah, they were behind 10K pre-20 minutes. And to recover that is... I mean, it's not unheard of, certainly, especially not in this patch, but to be able to...
You definitely need help from your opponents to recover that kind
Sure. I mean, I would say Talon gave them opportunities to make that a reality, but, you know, you also have to put yourself in that position. You know, I subscribe to this one saying, Winter, which is, you make your own luck, you know? I genuinely believe that. Where, yes, Execration got a bit lucky that Talon were taking fights, you know, not quite 5v5, as you might expect from a team that's snowballing early, but it was Execration who were in position to be able to take advantage of that, right? They had all their 5 heroes. They knew what kind of position this game was in. They knew the only hope they had was if they were all there ready to fight. And I gotta respect them for that, you know?
You're right. You have to take advantage of your opponent's mistakes.
You make your own luck, Winter. And right now, Talon, they better be rubbing all the rabbit's foots, finding the biggest guy on the team and rubbing his belly. I mean, they need all the luck they can get, honestly.
They need like a 5-man RP.
I mean, even then, what's going to be the follow-up? Trying to maybe nuke through the creeps, but doing so unsuccessfully. 23 up front, holding on to a new item. It's a nullifier. Oh, goodness. Careful there, Jabs. was harpooned, I think, by something, but does manage to escape as 23. Okay, just being a bit annoying to these illusions. It's a slow, steady siege, though, out from Execration, Winter. And maybe Talon can't afford to defend or to delay this any longer. At the rate this is going at, I could see Execration. Oh my god, Makoto, he's got BKB, but roared up. No way. Oh, the RP was made all along. Makoto turning to fight the skewer. Onto the hacker, they've got 3, but they need more damage. 23, he's just not cutting it. But Paulos, at least, he's been stunned by the Nether Strike, and Jab is left behind, has got buyback. It's gonna have to use it immediately. Look at that barrage of impetus. And now Execration triggering the buyback of the Magnus. Will back away. I thought that was the play. I thought that was the way for Talon back in, but Winter, there just was not enough damage. And now, this reeks of desperation, but maybe a bit of hope as well. No, it doesn't look like it because Paulos, he's freed up thanks to the Manta Silent and immediately back onto the tower. 23 has no spells here. Astral Step in a second, feeling like he's forced to go back on in. There's going to be the Dissemblate. Paulos a bit worse for wear, but still has an Aegis for 2 more minutes. In deep now, being caught by Jabs. It's going to be Shanks. Down he will go, but they're already onto the last barracks here, Winter, and they're falling fast. They don't have a Crimson. That's a buyback out from Execration. They want to end this now. Q giving chase onto Paulos, looking for the kill, but there's a damn Abyssal Blade. Doesn't last a single second as Q's got the Bulldoze active at the least and is managing to at least kite enemies out quite a bit. A nice charge, delaying this a bit more, but doing just that, just a bit of delaying. As Paulos, he's simply too fast with the Thirst movement speed, and that's already the Megas, Winter. 38 minutes in, Execration have turned the tables. They want to go to their 3rd major. And Talon may have just been denied. We'll have to see how tiebreakers go for them, but here is perhaps the SMG now out from Execration. That's a big kill onto Tino. Couldn't even see how much gold he gave, but did buy back immediately. Careful here. Oh, silence onto Makoto. He's got BKB. He's holding on to it. He's stunned up. There's an Abyssal. Gets the zip zap away. He's safe and sound for now. Paulos falling a bit low, but able to still outfight this. Megas now already on their way into the base, but it's Paulos who still has Aegis, who's still alive. Will finally go down to Makoto. Talon, this is it. Backs against the wall. 23 roared up. Doesn't have any spells. No mobility. He's still no buyback. And that's the dieback, Winter. That has to be it. Execration. The emotions for them now to turn around this game. Talon feeling crushed. That's Execration. Focus onto the throne. The RP, that's going to be a buyback for Tino at least. But there's no Fortify, Winter. And the throne falling fast. Execration, they've done it. They're gonna go to the major. They started off the season in a rough spot. They started off this series in a rough spot. And I can't believe it. Talon can't believe it either. They're not done. Their season continues. Execration, they get to vacation, kick up the feet. They're going to Bali.
I mean, this is what an unforgettable game, man, for Execration. Like winning in this kind of manner. That's why they always say, don't ever give up till the game ends.
It ain't over till it's over. It ain't over till the Ancient explodes. And just, I mean, an unbelievable comeback there. I mean,
imagine being Bob in this game is like, oh my god, I'm the reason why we are losing, and all of a sudden, oh wait, maybe not.
Comeback. What a comeback! I mean, the shot calling for Execration to come together. I think that's only something a team that's playing together for this long.
Yeah, and the lack of shot calling from Talon, taking those reckless fights without the full team.
I mean, we do need to acknowledge that.
Like 3 fights in a row.
As good as a comeback as this was for Execration, it was Talon who put themselves in that position, who are now going to be forced to play some tiebreakers here for their chance at the major.
I mean, their morale is going to be at an all-time low at this point.
Already beat 2-0 by Bleed. 23 Savage, quite upset by that fact, was eager for the chance to defend.
The Kings of C are dethroned. No longer the Kings of C anymore this tour.
And Execration, they're usurpers, back in shape here, looking pretty darn good, Winter, and are going to be rewarded with a slot at the major. Congrats to them. I mean, not to mention what the implications of this could be for Talon. I mean, still probably for TI, but it's definitely going to be a kick in the pants and maybe a much-needed warm-up, wake-up call for this team. We'll have to see what's in store for them on Monday. For a preview of that and an interview with, I'm sure, an elated Execration, so we're back to Tsunami to break down our day.
Richie, I feel like you're making a great deal about assumptions about how our Monday series might go, because that may have been Talon's last chance. Because it's going to have to be up to Blacklist losing against Army Geniuses if Talon are even in a tiebreaker situation. Because if Blacklist win, then that means that they have 5 wins, and Execration just got their 5th win, and Talon are still sitting around with 4, which would mean that if they won this game, Talon not only would have been able to qualify to the major, but they would have been 100% locked for TI, because they are basically around 200 points away from being guaranteed locked, and then being able to get 2nd place in this tour would have been 300 points. Thoughts, John?
They don't deserve it. They don't deserve it.
They are still a 99.99% chance to go to TI.
You know what this was? This was karma. This is karma striking back. Who did they lose to? A 5 Filipino team. What the fuck did Savage say at the start?
Oh, I can tell you. Let me just open up. I'll open up Twitch chat.
Yeah,
I don't want to play in a team full of Pinoy players again, ever. If I were to manage a team and choose my own players, I will allow only 1 Pinoy player in my team at most. I won't let my team have 2 or more Pinoy players.
Yeah, and this, well, fights back. Maybe you don't need more than 2 ties. You know? I mean, what's the track record there? Motivate Trust was promising until they did this as well when they had fucking chance. It's disappointing. I mean, props, you know, not to take away from Execration. That was an amazing comeback. They find the opportunity. But you have to admit, Talon also, they threw like SMG. Like, they were cosplaying SMG right
That
here.
is true.
I don't know
at this point in the game, I think up until like 25 minutes, I was like, you asked, you were like, is there any way that Talon can throw this game? Because you were scared. And I was like, no, because I think Magnus is the latest game hero in this entire 10 hero lineup. And then I guess I kind of didn't realize that what was good against 1 Spirit hero would be good against 2 Spirit heroes.
Yeah.
And so while they did have a lack of stuns, Enchantress going for that Orchid, Adam, I thought that was a genius maneuver.
Yeah, it was a great adaptation. We've not seen this before from anyone. I think, I'm not gonna lie, Talon just fucked up the game.
Yeah.
There's no fucking reason. There's no items that could have saved Execration. You know who saved them? This fight right here. What is this? The storm is in the base. Look.
Yeah, it's a really.
What's happening?
It's a
This
sexy
RP was super cool though.
It's a very sexy RP.
I'll give him that. That was a super cool RP. But where's the damage? Magnus is not damaged. Voice Spirit is ruptured. I don't know what the hell he's doing the whole game. Talon just seemed not interested. I don't know how to put it nicely. Like,
yeah,
they are so much better than this. I'm so sorry. They are so much better than this.
They are better. They know they're better. So, you know, I hope Savage's expression is the expression every single one of them have. Because there is no way you come out of this game in any way fine. You know, not even like borderline just indifferent. You shouldn't be. Not a single one. And you know, the exact opposite for Execration. Again, this was their chance to secure TI. Now going to Bali, there's a very slim chance they can go through by points. And that's great. 38% chance, right?
Oh,
So
you're
if they
saying
place
Execration.
high.
Yes, yes, that's right. And so, like, honestly, this gives them a huge boon. So they were at 640 points, and now they are going to get 300 points
minimum.
They're getting 300 points out of getting 2nd place here.
So ideally,
I think they literally like
can qualify. They can secure it.
Yeah.
Oh, they absolutely can. Like right now, if right now they're 11th place in the rankings.
Okay.
And
so,
so
like the top 6 should be secured, right? From Bali, the top 6 there should secure their slot.
Right, but even getting say 300 points here helps them massively because like TSM have 800 points right now, and they're not going to the major.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, NA.
Yeah.
Saving C once again. God, plus.
And then like 9 Pandas, they're doing pretty well in Eastern Europe right now, but like at Tour 1 they weren't that great. Right now they're 6th place. Ultimately, I will reiterate, Talon has like a 99.99% chance of being auto-invited to TI just off of points. But then the other side is, bro, you didn't go to the last
I'm pretty
match.
sure they had a 99% chance of
I remember
winning
there
this
was
game.
this team that we all thought was going to TI.
Yeah, that was a rounding error, or, well, not an error, but just a partial point miscalculation. Tino, our MVP for game number 2, or game number 3, in my opinion, MVP is just whoever had the wherewithal and the in-game leading to be like, guys, don't worry, we can still win this.
Yep.
It's just Talon. I'm not afraid of Talon. Are you afraid of Talon? And then they're like,
no one
nah,
should be.
I'm actually not. And I looked up later on, I did more research on Void Spirit's background, or 23 Savage's background on Void Spirit. On his pub rankings, he has like a 38% win rate out of like 60 games, and most of them are mid lane. Although he did win 2 times in the last day on Void Spirit, so maybe that inspired some confidence. May have been some false confidence though. But Talon is old news, perhaps. What I want to talk to is our winner. I want to see what fingers they're holding up. We got Palos and Execration. Yeah, bring the gang.
Yeah.
Why is the team not on the camera? Bring them all. Bring Chemo. I see him with his haircut also doing a little dance. That's right. That's right. That's right. Do the 2-1. Execration. Palos, congratulations on the win, my man. How do you feel?
Thank you. We feel so happy. After the game, we ran to our boss. Then, like, screaming there.
Yeah, because for most of that game, I'm pretty sure your boss was like, oh
He
God.
was the one screaming.
Oh God, they're not going to do it. They're not going to be able to beat him. And then that one fight mid, I think whenever you guys got RP'd, the Harpoon RP fight, that's when it looked like it turned around from our perspective. Did you feel like you started getting in control of the game around then?
Yeah, I think when Tino got the Ganesh, we can still win. Because in the early game, no one is really can front in our heroes. That's why. Then we just say to Tino, just front. Let them skill to you. Then maybe we can win the fight.
And then maybe turned out to be a definitely, as you guys ended up securing the win, going to the Bali Major also. And I mean, what a journey this tour has been, because your first week was rough. You lost against Bleed and you lost against Blacklist. And so I imagine after Berlin and after that first week, you guys must have been pretty down about things.
Yeah, in the first week, we don't know how to win anymore. even in scrims, we're not winning. We're just saying we just need one win in the DPC, then maybe we can get some momentum.
Okay, but then 3 weeks later, does your team know how to win, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. We just really need momentum. Because the team's morale is really down.
Well, this is
we keep on losing.
What an amazing opportunity to get your morale back, Palos. What an exciting victory. John, what's on your mind for Palos?
Palos, kumusta? I want to ask you, what do you think's the difference going in from last major into the next major? Anong bagong yan sa Execration? What do you think changes for this next LAN?
Maybe we can adjust more in the opponents. In Berlin, we didn't really adjust. We're just picking our heroes. Then we keep on losing. Then we talk to each other. Then we say that we need to adjust to our opponents. We cannot just really pick what we practice.
All right, that's fair enough. I think that is something that we did see in the last LAN. Now, I believe, are you guys going to Dream League? I forget the.
They are,
yes. They are.
How do you? Yeah, going back there again. How do you feel like? How do you feel like this helps you guys set up for the next LAN, or do you feel like what's one thing you want to see you guys improve upon before hitting any of these LANs? Because it's been rough for Sion LAN.
I think we wanna rest first. We're playing
fair.
like straight 3 months or 4 months, I think. We're not going home.
All right.
Yeah.
I have a follow-up question. What is the kind of rest you would like, Palos? Ano gusto mong gawin?
Maybe just 2 to 3 days. I just wanna go home. Yeah.
Okay, fair.
To my family.
You guys are gonna fly to Europe for Dream League though, right?
Yeah. We applied visa earlier. I like 7 a.m. morning earlier. Then we got 7 p.m. tournament against Talon.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
Damn.
Well, let me tell you, Palos, you might need to start signing up for an American visa, because if you guys get a lot of points here at this DPC tour and you get points in Bali, might be looking like a direct invite to Seattle. So the visa major is always the hardest of the majors for Filipinos, I know.
Yeah.
Adam, any questions for Palos?
Yeah, like what was the team atmosphere like going into the game? Because the first 10 minutes of the game, it looked really out of control, especially for Bob. Like, how did you guys handle that
Bob
together?
is really...
We saw him face palming on the camera.
I think it's really sad what is happening to him. Then Carlos saying it's fine. Then R2 course is farming. You just need to play yourself. Yeah.
Amazing stuff, House. Any chance we could get Chemo on the line for one closing thought? I would love to know the game from his perspective.
Yeah. Tama. Ikaw daw. Ikaw sabi nga daw. Saglit lang daw.
Why me?
Because you, I saw sitting there during the draft, you were shuffling papers around. You looked, I have to imagine this was one of possibly the most tense series that you've played. When you were watching the first 15 minutes, what was your reaction?
My heart almost stopped beating.
When did you get your heartbeat back? When did it start like, oh, I'm actually still alive?
When they get the ages.
Okay.
I think it's already good.
Stressful stuff, man. And then, how has this tour been from your perspective? It's been quite the uphill battle for you.
It's the hardest tour, I think, because other teams in the sea also gains a lot and they improve a lot. Then our team, maybe like the first week, we played really bad, and our decision on some drops is not good, I think.
Mm-hmm. You turned it around, though. It took 2 weeks, but at literally the last game, man, you turned it around just in time.
It started with the haircut.
Yeah, it started with the haircut. I like the cut, man. It looks fresh.
It does. Good.
Yeah, because this haircut, there's a story. Actually, before the majors, I wanna get bald, actually, but I didn't have time to go to the barber shop. That's why in the second week. That's why I did it.
Okay, it worked.
It's the winning.
And now you
it's
know.
The winning. Yeah.
Save the bald for TI. TI is when you go bald. For the major, you just gotta get a crew cut. Chemo, amazing work for you and your team this tour. Any words that you'd like to say to all the Execration fans who will now be able to see you guys on your third LAN this tour?
Thank you guys for all your support, and hopefully we see you in Bali Majors too.
That's right. Hopefully you can make it to the crowd stage this time. I have high hopes, Chemo. I have high hopes. Congratulations yet again, and looking forward to your team's performance on Dream League and in Bali.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Catch you later. Whew. They gotta be sweating. I'm not surprised that man's heart stopped beating for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it stopped beating and then it reached really high.
Yeah.
Really high.
Start being too fast.
Yeah.
It can't be good for you.
It goes from like 1 BPM to like a whole arrhythmia situation.
Oh my gosh. It's not healthy.
And as for Talon, man, I imagine that they are in a low heartbeat situation, which I will say for the 10th time. John, they're probably going to TI. I'm not going to promise you because
they were supposed to win that one too, you know. This is a Dreamo Cell quote. The only thing I am scared of is my team throwing a 95% chance to win. It happens here. The curse follows Mikado. The old Boom curse is latched onto him. I feel so bad. This reminds me of a TI qualifier. You know, maybe. This reminds me of one of the TI qualifiers where Boom, we're about to win. Then they just whatever.
We can only purge one curse per day, and John Wells' curse was purged today. So someone has to tank it. You know, it's karma. You know, there's a finite amount of it in the world. There's a finite amount of curses. And there's a finite amount of slots that we can be handing out to the Bali Major. Let's look at today's results, although that won't be quite as important as the standings, but we can see how we got to the standings. Bleed get the 2-0 against XERXIA, which was the most expected result out of today, and that also locked Bleed into first place. They were already guaranteed going to Bali regardless of this result, but now they are first place. A cool 500 points and $30,000 in prize money for them, and XERXIA locked themselves into relegation, which is unfortunate for them, but chances are like no amount of points would have changed anything. What I see usually happen during the end of Tour 3 is that this is our roster for the TI qualifiers. We're probably going to reshuffle after TI anyway, so how much does the slot really matter? But it still sucks that they get relegated. Meanwhile, second series of the day was SMG going up against a Boom, and we thought that the Mushi magic would have continued after Wednesday, because
yeah,
it'd be like
Talon lost to that.
They beat Talon.
Yeah, Talon lost to that. Yeah.
And then they got 2-0'd by SMG. It seemed like Mid One had an axe to grind, and they got a pretty confident victory over Boom. And then a 1-2 determining who goes to the major, and perhaps determining if Talon at all even have an opportunity to go to the major, as let's take a look at the standings, and I will explain the implications of Talon losing 2 series in a row against Boom and Execration. So obviously this means that Execration have fully qualified, and we still need to determine our 3rd slot, who will join Bleed in Bali from here in Southeast Asia. Will it be Blacklist Rivalry, or will it be a tiebreaker between Blacklist Rivalry and Talon? Well, let's find out by looking at the standings. So Bleed locked for 1st place as basically everyone has finished all of their series except for Blacklist and Army Geniuses. So everyone has 7 as their total. Bleed has their 7 with 6 wins. Execration has their total 7 with 5 wins. And someone else needs to get 5 wins, or we do a tiebreaker between the 4-win teams. If Blacklist Rivalry are able to beat Army Geniuses on Monday, that means that they get 5 and they will be our 3rd slot. If they lose against Army Geniuses, well, that is Talon's lucky day, because they only have to do a tiebreaker then. It will be a best-of-3 tiebreaker to determine who goes to the major, which gives Talon a 2nd lease on life. And even getting 3rd place in this DPC would also be enough to guarantee them to TI, because they are currently... Yeah, so they're like 180 points away from qualifying directly to TI, and 3rd place gives 200 points.
It's going to be make or break, of course. The probability of that is pretty bloody low. I don't see Army Geniuses beating out Blacklist if they're on top form, but who knows? Maybe we get another XERXIA Boom effect.
This whole tour, we said that.
Yeah, there are no guarantees.
There are too many what ifs and how cans.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like at this point, I don't even want to see that tiebreaker. I just want just go Blacklist. Just go. Just go. This is our curse.
This is a side of...
Yeah, send the 2 Filipino teams out. Prove a point about this, because I'm sure chat's enjoying this right now, and they should have fun with it. This is.
John, this is a side of you we don't
man
get to
is done. That is right.
I've casted C since 2018.
You have, yes.
I've watched a lot of teams. I've watched a lot of teams, and this is the year that's been the worst. I mean, this is a great result for every team, but this is actually this is the worst we've seen. I don't know, like going into TI, this just does not give me a lot of confidence. It's rough. I want to be confident. I want to be proven wrong. Talon has a chance to prove us wrong in Dream League, so does Execration, and of course they've got these opportunities in Bali. If these 3 post top 3, then that makes up for it. I don't see a top 3 finish. I mean, like all 3 teams from C, that's kind of impossible.
Whoa, that would be insane.
If they do that, then
that would be the hypest final weekend ever.
Come back in, but
it's also the most copium thing we can do.
Copium thing.
No, don't worry. We'll have one North American. Nouns is going to make it into...
Nouns. My boy.
Okay, let's take a look at Monday's schedule, although it won't give you the full picture, because Monday is going to be full of tiebreakers. Our only official series is going to be Mansion Army Geniuses going up against Blacklist Rivalry. And so, if that game... Let's just assume that it goes, quote, according to plan, which is Blacklist Rivalry coming out on top. That means that we will have 2 tiebreakers to play. The first tiebreaker will be between 2nd and 3rd place. Even though Execration and Blacklist Rivalry will have the same series score, obviously the points matter because probably these teams won't be making it to TI off of points, but, well, actually, Execration
might.
Actually, yeah. Execration matters quite a bit. And then obviously a $1,000 prize pool as well. And so 2nd place and 3rd place will play a tiebreaker, even though both of them are going to Bali, because we need to figure out points. And then we will also have a tiebreaker between 6th and 7th place, because if Army Geniuses lose, then that means that they have the same score as Boom Esports. And Boom is, well, then they would play for the 2nd relegation spot, basically. So 1 spot, 1 tiebreaker to determine points, and then 1 tiebreaker to determine relegation. Now, if things don't go according to plan, Mansion Army Geniuses, maybe Blacklist really suck on Mondays, because their XERXIA game was on a Monday.
First series.
That's the key.
If I want to pull patterns out of this thing, let's say Blacklist, they're like Garfield. They really hate Mondays. Then what happens is we're in a situation where Talon will play a tiebreaker against Blacklist to figure out who goes to the major, because both of them will have the same score. And then Army Geniuses will be playing, I guess, a tiebreaker with SMG for 5th, 6th place, which kind of matters because fifth place gets 50 DPC points. They're basically paying for $1,000 and 50 DPC points.
And potential seeding on those points, even though you're not
Correct.
qualifying, seeding for the TI regional qualifiers. So that's where the points kick in for these teams not qualifying to TI.
Which I don't know if that would necessarily matter because SMG got a lot of points and Army Geniuses would have like no points.
But it's something, I
It's
guess.
something.
It's pride.
It's not much,
Proof
yeah.
of improvement.
And basically the last official game that either of these teams will be playing for like a month and a half.
Yeah, I'm curious when those TI regional qualifiers happen.
Yeah.
Like, it does feel like it jumps around in Sked. I would expect around August, September.
Yeah.
So there should be time to prep, but what a day.
What a day.
You feeling better, John?
No, I'm not. I think Talon. My boys.
Talon.
They've cosplayed as SMG and Boom at the same time. This is
Following the script.
They're following the script. We're gonna get the homie stock from Blacklist. And we'll get the final showdown coming out where the Thais and the Filipinos will absolutely have chat set to emote mode only, I'm sure.
Part of the
So
plan.
that's how we want to send Southeast Asia. If not, then well, it's fine. Talent looks, I'll say it.
99.98% chance according to Noxville. 0.02. 0.02 they don't make it.
0.02, that is... I'm so scared.
Let me scroll down. Who has a 0.02 chance? Okay, someone does have a 0.02 chance of making it. It's Dog Champ.
I mean, I'd love to see Speed at TI, but I don't think he's going to make it.
Absolutely broken TI performance coming out.
My boy Speed.
Gotta believe in the 0.02. It works both ways.
That's true. Okay. I think Dog Champ might take that slot. I'm terrified. I can't sleep. And I have to cast NA. My enemies.
No.
It's okay. I don't want any of you getting sleep. I want all of you watching the Dota as we wrap up our last full day, technically full day, though Monday is going to be a full day regardless of what the results are going to be. But basically, no matter what, it's going to be 3 BO3s.
Yes.
So it's basically going to be a standard day in terms of our broadcast, but the excitement levels could vary wildly depending on what we're playing for. Although either way, it's either a sweet, sweet relegation spot or a sweet, sweet major spot. Major. Bali Major? Let me tell you about the Bali Major. Am I telling you about the Bali Major? What am I telling you about? Someone's Oh, it's just... Wait, was that it? What are we doing? Oh, the Bali Adventure. Oh, yeah, I know all about this. I told some people earlier during Series 2, this is a different graphic than what we have normally. This one's not just the ePulse Prime thing, although that's still in the loop. This is the Bali Adventure. This is a tournament that we're holding. Signups are going to be starting on June 8th. You can scan this QR code or you can go to epulse.com and it's an adventure to Bali because if you participate in this tournament and you end up winning this tournament, well, we'll give you and your 4 friends on your team tickets to the Bali Major. And if you happen to have Prime, which surely you should know if you've been watching the show, I don't remember the coupon code. You gotta go check the VODs for that. You gotta be paying attention because if you do have Prime, then not only will you get tickets, but you'll get premium tickets to the Bali Major. So if you've had enough of our quick matches and you actually have a stack that you want to play with, well, this adventure in the C circuit is your opportunity to do so. And if you are still interested in playing the quick matches, then don't worry, I also have Bali tickets for you. We will be randomly selecting 3 players out of our quick matches. You don't even need to win. You can lose all the time. Doesn't matter. We'll be selecting 3 players to get tickets to the Bali Major. Same thing, if you happen to have Prime, then we'll give you premium tickets. So opportunities are running to still make your way to the Bali Major if you weren't able to get tickets. And if you want to do so, be sure to scan that QR code and compete to win tickets to the Bali Major.
Talon could still sign up for that.
Talon can do it. There we go. That's the strat. Talon, scan the QR code, Talon.
I didn't want to say it.
I had to say it. I had to say it. They could sign up. You guys could sign up. Go for it.
The 4 teams that didn't qualify,
they could all sign up. Yeah. There you go.
Damn, this is genius.
Yeah, maybe that's what our show match is. We bring the winners of the circuit, and then they play a show match against Gaming Gladiators or something.
Hey, it's LAN experience. You don't laugh at that. That's important.
It's paid scrims.
People tell me in this region how important experience is to eventually get championships, and boy, would I love to see it. And maybe Execration will get it, as they are our 2nd slot locked for the major. We still need to figure out our 3rd slot, and that's going to happen on the very last day of the DPC. It's going to happen on Monday. John, closing thoughts.
Up and down she goes. The sea rises and falls. That's it.
The tides
Up
come in and out.
Oh no! I have a hot one for Twitch chat. 5 Filipinos better than 3 ties. Roll with it. Roll with it.
This is a win-win situation for you, John. You're Filipino to begin with.
With Talon too.
Yeah, either way.
I am playing all the sides. I win no matter what. I've got NA to fall back to, baby.
Oh my.
We will welcome you with open arms, John. We need all the people we can get on our side. Adam, any closing thoughts?
Expect the unexpected.
Expect the unexpected, my friends. Sounds like you were expecting an Army Geniuses win on Monday.
You read the script.
I'm expecting something, you know.
Something. You
like
never
this
know.
gonna get some typhoon, you know, no internet.
You never know. The possibilities are endless. I hope all of you have been enjoying the show that we've been bringing you. And we will bring you 3 more series on Monday for the last day of the DPC Summer Tour SEA.